Though the boy was of average talent, he made an irreversible choice in the face of a desperate fate. She had to marry a cold and distant stranger to escape a destiny where she was merely a wager. In Rongqing, the August heat burned like fire. Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau, the air conditioning was strong, but it couldn't cool the restlessness in her heart. Tong Hua stood at the marriage registration counter, pen in hand, slowly filling out the form. Beside her stood a tall, handsome man with a calm gaze and an air of composure, as though he had everything under control. His cold and aloof demeanor, so different from ordinary people, caught the attention of the staff behind the counter, who couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. She abruptly stopped writing, turning her head to look at the man. There was a hint of awkwardness in her tone as she asked, "What's your full name again?" The staff member was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but ask, "You two don't know each other?" The man ignored the staff's question. Instead, he calmly took the pen from the girl's hand, leaned down slightly, and firmly wrote his name on the line, Lu Yuchuan. Signing, taking photos, stamping the documents, everything was done quickly and efficiently, as if it were all a mere formality, devoid of any warmth. As they walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the sunlight was blinding, but it couldn't outshine the heaviness deep within Tong Hua's heart. Lu Yuchuan stopped, his gaze steady and his voice carrying a chill. "I married you because my grandfather asked me to. What's in it for you?" Tong Hua raised her eyebrows slightly, her smile calm and forthright. "A companion in old age. With my family situation, no one would want to marry me. If I don't do this, I might end up alone for the rest of my life." Her blunt honesty caught Lu Yuchuan off guard, but he didn't say much. He simply nodded slightly and then said evenly, "I'll pick you up this afternoon to visit my grandfather." With that, he handed her a set of keys and an access card. Shuiyin Huadu, Building 88, Apartment 2801. Move in as soon as possible. Tong Hua looked at his indifferent eyes and emotionless tone. Pressing her lips together, she silently reached out to take the keys and access card. Lu Yuchuan turned and walked away, leaving behind a tall and imposing silhouette. He headed toward a car parked near a Lamborghini. The engine roared to life as it sped away from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Tong Hua watched the car disappear into the distance and let out a long sigh. In truth, she didn't know Lu Yuchuan at all. Today was their first meeting. Marrying him in such haste was her last resort, a way to save herself. Lu's grandfather had only met her twice, yet for reasons she couldn't fathom, he was insistent on pairing her with his beloved grandson. He had told her that Lu Yuchuan owned a house, a car, and had a respectable job with no bad habits. To her, it seemed like the best possible escape. Hailing a taxi, Tong Hua slid into the backseat, her thoughts heavy as her mind wandered back to the suffocating home she was trying to leave behind. "Tong Shengwang, I'm so disappointed in you. Our son is about to take his college entrance exams, and how much have you gambled away? The creditors even came to the school. Do you have any idea how this could ruin Minjio's future? He could get expelled." Her mother's furious shout still echoed in her ears, tearing at her heart. "Why are you always nagging? Can't you stop? If you're so unhappy, then just divorce me. Take the son with you if you want." Her father's cold response was like a sharp blade stabbing into her chest. That morning, her mother's hysterical cries had once again pierced her heart. After the last remaining television in the house was taken by creditors, her mother's despair had reached its peak. But what truly suffocated Tong Hua was the phone call she overheard the night before. Her father, in his desperation to pay off a 200,000 yuan debt, was planning to sell her to a local thug, forcing her into marriage. She had to escape. That's why she had so hastily agreed to Lu's grandfather's arrangement, marrying a man she'd only met once. The taxi sped toward Yulin town as Tong Hua suddenly snapped back to reality. She pulled out her phone and called her mother. "Mom, pack your things. I'm coming to get you. From today on, we're moving out." "Hua, don't come back." Her mother's voice trembled, but before she could finish, the line went dead with a series of beeps. Her phone had clearly been snatched away. "Mom. Hello? Mom." Tong Hua's panic rose, sweat dampening her palms as she gripped the phone tightly. She urgently urged the driver to pick up the pace, her eyes filled with a determined glint. By the time she rushed home, her mother was sitting on the couch, tears streaming down her face, with a swollen red handprint glaringly visible on her cheek. The girl's heart sank as she asked in a trembling voice, "Mom, did he hit you?" Her eyes darted around the room, scanning every corner, rage building within her. "Where is he?" Gao Qingrong's eyes were filled with panic as she choked out, "Hua Hua, why did you come back?" Her expression seemed to speak of some irreversible fate. Before she could say more, Tong Shengwang staggered in through the door, reeking of alcohol, with 3 men trailing behind him. His steps were unsteady, but his face bore a smug grin as he pointed at the girl. "This is my daughter, Tong Hua. Take her." Tong Hua's gaze fixed on the leader of the group, a portly man with a bald head and a deep, menacing scar running across his face. His sinister smirk sent chills down her spine, his eyes fixed on her like a snake sizing up its prey. Her breath caught, and her heart sank. She hadn't expected the nightmare to descend so suddenly. Well, such a pretty girl, and even her name is Sweet Tong Hua, like a fairy tale. I like it. The scar-faced man grinned, revealing discolored, decaying teeth. His lecherous eyes lingered on her, making her skin crawl. With a nod of his head, two burly men stepped forward, grabbing Tong Hua roughly. Miss Tong, this way, please. Their voices were coarse and domineering as they practically lifted her off the ground. Hua Hua. Gao Qingrong cried out in terror, rushing forward. Let her go. Tong Hua struggled with all her might, her eyes filled with defiance and fury. Let me go. This is the modern era. Marriage is a personal choice. What you're doing is illegal. Illegal? Tong Shengwang sneered, his breath reeking of alcohol as he barked. Is gambling illegal? I, Tong Shengwang, don't care about loss and money. You're young now and worth 200,000 yuan. In a few years, no one will want you even if you come with a dowry. Take her away already. Tong Hua's anger boiled over as she glared at him and shouted, Tong, you'll pay for this. Shengwang, I'm begging you, don't do this. Gao Qingrong suddenly stepped forward, throwing herself in front of Tong Shengwang, tears streaming down her face. Tong Hua isn't your daughter. You have no right to treat her this way. She's not my daughter? Tong Shengwang laughed coldly, his tone dripping with contempt. She's been eating my food and living under my roof all these years. She owes me. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he shoved Gao Qingrong aside. She fell heavily onto the coffee table, her forehead striking the edge with a sickening thud, blood immediately trickling down. Mom! Tong Hua's heart felt as though it had been slashed with a knife. She struggled desperately against the iron grip of the two men, but their strength was overwhelming. Tong Shengwang showed no mercy as he grabbed Gao Qingrong by the hair, his voice venomous with menace. You worthless woman! If you dare ruin this for me, I'll kill you. He yanked her head back violently, eliciting a scream of pain from her. Mom! Tong Hua was on the verge of breaking down, her voice hoarse as she cried out, let her go. Tong Shengwang's eyes sliced toward her like daggers, his tone icy. Tong Hua, if you dare resist today, I'll kill her. Tong Hua froze. Her gaze fell on her mother's bloodied forehead, and her heart twisted in anguish. Forcing herself to stay calm, she clenched her teeth, tears brimming in her eyes. She choked out, fine, I'll go with them. She knew her father had lost his sanity and would stop at nothing. Mom! Take care of yourself. Tong Hua's voice trembled as tears finally spilled over. She silently vowed that as long as she was alive, she would find a way to save her mother from this hell. The men dragged Tong Hua out of the house and shoved her into a van. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, and the scar-faced man finally let go of her arm. He sat beside her, his greedy eyes roving over her. Ah, you smell nice, sweetheart, he said with a sleazy grin. Don't worry, I'll treat you well. His hand reached toward her. Get away from me, you disgusting creep. Tong Hua shoved him with all her strength, her gaze resolute. I'm already married. The man didn't seem to care. Instead, he laughed even louder, his tone even more mocking. Married? So what? A beauty like you, even if you get divorced, I'll still take you. His hand moved toward her thigh. Don't touch me. Tong Hua screamed in terror, struggling with all her might, kicking and clawing at him. Her resistance only seemed to fuel the man's vile amusement. Stop playing hard to get, sweetheart. Your old man already took my money or mine sooner or later. Just as Tong Hua was about to be consumed by despair, a screeching sound of brakes suddenly pierced the air. Screech. The van swerved sharply, throwing everyone forward. Heads slammed against the walls of the van, and curses filled the air. The vehicle came to a halt. The scar-faced man clutched his head, groaning in pain, and cursed, what the hell, before he could finish. The van door was yanked open. Several men in suits and dark sunglasses stood outside, their faces cold and their eyes sharp. They said nothing, only gestured with a crook of their fingers, silently demanding everyone get out of the van. A sudden blow to the head left the group of bullies, who prided themselves on their amateur fighting skills, fuming with anger. Damn it! Do you have a death wish? They shouted, jumping out of the car one by one, ready to teach their opponent a lesson. However, before they could make a move, they were swiftly and decisively countered. Each strike was precise, leaving no doubt that they were outmatched. In no time, the bullies were sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs in pain, wailing and begging for mercy. Please, spare us. We were wrong. Stop hitting us. Tong Hua sat frozen in the car, her heart pounding like a drum. The car door was open, yet her body was paralyzed with fear. She stared outside in shock. Who were these people? Had she just escaped one danger only to fall into another? Madam, please step out of the car. A low, respectful voice broke through her terror. Tong Hua turned sharply and saw a man removing his sunglasses, bowing slightly toward her. She was stunned, her mind struggling to process what was happening. Madam, she repeated hesitantly, staring at the man, almost doubting her ears. The man's gaze was calm, his tone polite yet firm. We were sent by Mr. Liu to find you. Apologies for arriving late and causing you distress. Hearing this, Tong Hua finally began to regain her composure. Her heart, which had been racing, started to settle down slightly. She slowly stepped out of the car, still skeptical. As her eyes swept the scene, she noticed several cars parked not far away. One of them was the same car she had seen that morning leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it really be him? The bully's groans of pain still echoed in the background. Tong Hua glanced down at the thugs lying at her feet, her emotions a tangled mess. Please don't worry, madam. We'll hand this matter over to the police, the man assured her respectfully, then gestured toward a car nearby. Mr. Liu is waiting for you in that car. Taking a deep breath, Tong Hua tried to steady herself. Thank you, she murmured softly, then began walking toward the sleek Lamborghini. As she stopped by the car, she immediately caught sight of the man inside, his profile almost too perfect to be real. His arrival had been impeccably timed, as if he orchestrated everything. It left her feeling both reassured and uneasy. Who exactly are you? Tong Hua asked, her brows furrowed, her tone a mix of confusion and wariness. She knew nothing about his identity, but her instincts told her he was no ordinary man. Lu Yuchuan turned his head, his striking features making it impossible to look away. He spoke with a calm detachment. I'm your husband. His sharp, distant eyes scanned her briefly before he added, his tone leaving no room for argument. Get in. We're going to visit my grandfather. Tong Hua was momentarily stunned, but a glimmer of hope surfaced in her heart. She bit her lip and hesitated before softly pleading, could you do me one more favor? Please, help save my mother. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, full of worry and desperation. But Lu Yichuan's expression remained stoic, his gaze deep and unreadable, exuding an unsettling calm. First, you'll come with me to the hospital to see my grandfather, he said, glancing at his watch with a hint of impatience. He just called, asking about us. Tong Hua knew she wasn't in a position to negotiate. This man, even without displaying anger, had a commanding presence that chilled her to the bone. Reluctantly, she climbed into the car, sitting silently beside him. The door closed, and the Lamborghini smoothly pulled away, heading toward the hospital. The atmosphere inside the car was suffocatingly tense. Lu Yuchuan remained silent, and Tong Hua didn't dare to speak. Her mind, however, was consumed with worry for her mother. Her father, Tong Shengwang, was prone to violence, and her mother's safety was her constant concern. As the car neared the hospital, Lu Yuchuan finally broke the silence. If you can make my grandfather happy, it'll help your mother. Tong Hua turned her head sharply, staring at his composed profile. He must have thoroughly investigated her family situation. How else could he have appeared so timely? This man was calm, calculated, and impossible to read. Thank you, Mr. Liu, she said quietly, her voice brimming with gratitude. Lu Yichuan's brows furrowed in displeasure as he shot her a cold glance. Realizing her mistake, Tong Hua quickly corrected herself. Thank you, Yichuan. 10 minutes later, in the hospital ward. Grandpa, Tong Hua said softly, holding onto Lu Yichuan's arm as they entered the room together. The elderly man on the bed, Lu Yichuan's grandfather, immediately beamed with joy. Though he was only suffering from a mild cold, his spirits were high. Seeing his beloved grandson and the granddaughter-in-law he had chosen standing together brought him immense satisfaction. Wonderful. You've fulfilled my wish by being together, the old man exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Come, show me your marriage certificates. Grandpa, do you still not believe us? Lu Yichuan's expression softened, and his voice lost its usual edge. He calmly handed over his certificate. Tong Hua followed suit, handing hers over with both hands. The old man took the little red booklets, examining them thoroughly with a look of pure joy. In contrast, Lu Yuchuan remained composed, his gaze carrying a hint of detachment. Deep down, he thought bitterly, if I can't marry Shiyan in this life, it doesn't matter who I marry. After returning the certificates, the elderly man reached out and placed Tong Hua's hand into Lu Yuchuan's, his tone earnest. Now that you're married, your family. You must support each other. Though Lu Yuchuan instinctively resisted, he suppressed his emotions and loosely held her hand. Tong Hua, on the other hand, felt a wave of nervousness. Her palms grew slightly damp as this was the closest she had ever been to a man. She lowered her gaze, stealing a glance at him. He was strikingly handsome, with a cool and distant aura that seemed untouchable. Even as their hands touched, he refused to look at her, offering only his flawless profile. Their hands remained intertwined, warmth mingling between them. The old man's face lit up with a kind, contented smile as he held their hands together. The elderly man looked warmly at his beloved grandson and spoke with heartfelt earnestness. Yuchuan, you need to be more understanding with Tong Hua. You're the one responsible for earning and supporting the family, but don't get involved in those messy, ambiguous relationships outside. Over time, you'll find that your wife will become increasingly gentle and considerate, and she'll care for you more and more. One day, you'll realize that you've married a treasure. Lu Yuchuan responded absent-mindedly. The old man frowned slightly, his tone growing more serious. What kind of attitude is that? Yuchuan quickly adjusted his tone, flashing a slightly ingratiating smile. Don't worry, Grandpa. I've got it. I know what I should do. The old man's face finally softened into a satisfied smile. He nodded, evidently pleased with his grandson's response. Turning his gaze to his granddaughter-in-law, his expression became much gentler, and his voice brimmed with affection. Tong Hua, if Yuchuan doesn't treat you well, you tell Grandpa. I'll teach him a lesson. Tong Hua was momentarily stunned. She pressed her lips together but didn't respond. The old man continued. Yuchuan has been a smart kid since he was young. He'll work hard. He might not be perfect now, but he'll become more responsible and loving as time goes on. The young woman smiled and nodded softly. Grandpa, I believe in him. Standing to the side, Lu Yuchuan maintained his calm demeanor, showing no trace of newlywed joy. However, seeing his grandfather in good spirits lightened his mood slightly. The elderly man, on the other hand, grew increasingly animated and said with emotion, Life is all about having spirit and energy. Without it, we're like a candle in the wind. Seeing you two together makes me truly happy. I feel like I could live another 20 years. If I'm lucky, I might even see your kids get married. So, you two need to hurry up and give me a great-grandchild. That's my biggest wish right now. A wave of resistance surged within Yuchuan, but outwardly, he remained composed, responding to the old man in a warm but non-committal tone. Tong Hua, standing beside him, carefully balanced her words, trying to both reassure the elder and avoid upsetting Yuchuan. After all, she still needed his help to save her mother. By the way, Tong Hua, have you moved in with Yuchuan? The old man suddenly asked, his tone serious, clearly concerned about the matter. Lu Yuchuan promptly answered she has. Good, that's wonderful. The old man's face lit up with a broad smile, evidently pleased with the progress of the newlyweds. Shortly after, the doctor brought good news. Grandpa's condition had improved, and he could be discharged the next day. Yuchuan initially planned to stay and keep him company, but the old man waved him off decisively. It's your wedding night. How can you spend it at the hospital? Don't you know who you should be with? Go on, head back. As they left the hospital, Yuchuan stopped on the steps and, with a cool demeanor, instructed, Your mom will be dropped off near your apartment. Just go pick her up. Also move in with me as soon as possible. I don't want Grandpa checking in on us and finding something amiss. Without waiting for a response, he strode toward his Lamborghini, clearly unconcerned about whether she would comply. Before Tong Hua could process his words, the car had already sped away. Sitting in a cab, her thoughts swirled. Yuchuan clearly knew everything about her situation, even down to where she lived. While this meant she no longer needed to explain her family issues to him, it also left her feeling exposed and vulnerable in front of him. In contrast, he remained an enigma beyond his name and his deep care for his grandfather. She knew nothing about him. He was far from the simple man with a house, a car, and a stable job she had initially assumed. Could he be the leader of some underground syndicate? The cab arrived at her destination. As soon as she stepped out, she saw her mother, Gao Qingrong, standing there with a suitcase. Her hair was disheveled, and there was an injury on her forehead, making her look utterly worn out. Mom. Tong Hua's heart clenched as she rushed over and hugged her tightly. Are you okay? The two embraced firmly. Tong Hua helped her mother back to the small apartment and carefully treated the wound on her forehead with a first aid kit. Her tone carried a maturity beyond her years. Mom, from now on, you'll stay here with me. Tong Shengwang doesn't know this location, so just focus on settling down and making sure Mingyao can concentrate on his studies. It's his final year of high school, and it's crucial. Gao Qingrong looked at her daughter with concern. But what about you? If we stay here, where will you go? And your dad took 200,000 yuan from those people. This isn't over yet. Tong Hua had a vague feeling that it was already over. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out a marriage certificate and handed it to her mother. I have a place to stay. Last night, when he called, I overheard the conversation. So, I got married. What? Gao Qingrong's shock was palpable. She grabbed the certificate and flipped it open, her face filled with disbelief. You got married today? To whom? Who is Lu Yuchuan? Can he be trusted? How could you just marry someone so hastily because of this? Mom, he's a good man. It was him who sent someone to bring you here, Tong Hua said calmly as she carefully put away the marriage certificate, trying to comfort Gao Qingrong. Don't worry about me. Just take care of Mingyao. I'm an adult now. Hearing those words, tears blurred Gao Qingrong's vision. Her emotions were a complex mix of sorrow and gratitude. She held Tong Hua's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. I'm so sorry for all the suffering you've endured because of this family. Tong Hua gave her a gentle smile, her eyes filled with determination. There's no regret in meeting you, and there's no talk of debts. Mom, don't worry. I'll take care of you in your old age. As long as I have a meal to eat, you and Mingyao will too. These words filled Gao Qingrong's heart with both an ache and a sense of relief. She turned around and couldn't help but embrace this kind-hearted foster daughter, who shared no blood ties but had a heart filled with love and loyalty. After a moment, Tong Hua softly comforted Gao Qingrong, then opened a large suitcase and began packing her belongings. "You're really moving in with this Mr. Liu?" Gao Qingrong asked hesitantly, watching Tong Hua's swift and efficient movements. "Of course. We're married, so it makes sense to live together," Tong Hua replied with a light-hearted tone, a smile playing on her lips. "He's been very good to me, and even his grandfather likes me a lot." But Gao Qingrong's brows remained furrowed. Hua, is that man really reliable? What's his situation? Does he have any bad habits? No matter what, you should gain something from this, right? There must be something about him that's worth it. Tong Hua paused, lifting her head to speak earnestly. "The fact that he saved me today and saved you is reason enough to trust him with my future." She quickly stuffed the last of her clothes into the suitcase and zipped it up firmly, as if sealing her resolve. "Mom, don't worry. It'll be fine." To reassure her mother, she maintained a cheerful tone, her face even radiating a sense of happiness. This composure eased Gao Qingrong's anxiety a bit. She began to feel that perhaps Tong Hua might indeed find more happiness with Mr. Liu than staying in the Tong family. "Mom, don't let Tong Xinguang get to you. Take good care of Mingyao. I've already paid the rent for a year, and I'll send you living expenses every month," Tong Hua said as she checked her luggage one last time. Hua, you must live a happy life," Gao Qingrong said, her voice tinged with both hope and reluctance. "I will, Mom. I'm heading out now," Tong Hua replied, pulling her suitcase toward the door. Just as she was about to leave, there was a loud crack. One of the suitcase wheels had broken off. Gao Qingrong rushed over. "Why not use another suitcase? This one's broken." "It's fine. I can carry it." "Keep the good suitcase for you and Mingyao," Tong Hua said with a wave of her hand. Not wanting to waste time, she lifted the suitcase and headed out. Before stepping through the door, she turned back, smiling warmly. "Take care of yourself, Mom. I'm leaving now." Gao Qingrong stood at the doorway, leaning against the frame, watching her daughter's retreating figure. Her emotions were a whirlwind of guilt, sadness, and gratitude. She thought about the words Tong Hua had said earlier, and her nose stung with the threat of tears. Ever since she had taken in the lost little Tong Hua, they had lived a peaceful 6 months in the kindergarten. But her poor choice to marry Tong Shengwang had brought hardships upon this child as well. In the taxi, Tong Hua gazed out the window as the scenery blurred into fragmented images. In her hand, she tightly gripped the key and access card that Liu Yuchuan had given her. A hint of uncertainty welled up in her chest. This man exuded an aura of icy elegance, a mix of poise and aloofness. Even though their relationship was more like a practical arrangement, she felt a constant sense of unease, as if walking on thin ice or worse, as if she were navigating the unpredictable temperament of a king. The taxi couldn't enter the high-end residential complex, so it stopped at the entrance. Tong Hua lifted her broken suitcase and struggled toward the interior of the neighborhood. Her modest attire made her appear slightly out of place in the luxurious surroundings, but she pressed on without hesitation, her eyes reflecting a stubborn determination. After much effort, she managed to haul the suitcase into the elevator. She was out of breath but showed no sign of complaint. Self-reliant as always, she gritted her teeth and persevered. The elevator stopped on the 28th floor. She walked to the door of Unit 2801 and unlocked it with the key. This was it. She stepped into a spacious duplex apartment, spanning 2 floors and roughly 300 square meters. The black, white, and gray tones were sleek and modern, exuding a stylish simplicity that was clearly designed with young people in mind. Tong Hua surveyed the space, noting how sterile and devoid of warmth it felt. There was no sense of life here. She walked around the apartment but found no signs that Liu Yuchuan had ever lived there. The kitchen was devoid of spice jars or food supplies, and when she opened the fridge, it was completely empty. Tong Hua frowned slightly. If not for the key working on the lock, she might have suspected she had wandered into a model home in some real estate development. But since this was where she would be living from now on, she resolved to make it feel like a home. Closing the fridge, she picked up the keys and stepped out the door. Half an hour later, Tong Hua returned home carrying 3 large, heavy shopping bags. The plastic handles had left red marks on her fingers from the weight. She shook her sore hands as she set the bags down in front of the refrigerator and let out a relieved sigh. Opening the bags, she got straight to work, neatly arranging the chicken, duck, fish, and other meats into the fridge. She also sorted red dates, mushrooms, and other ingredients into their respective places. Then she turned to the kitchen, carefully placing soy sauce, oyster sauce, dark soy sauce, vinegar, peanut oil, and salt onto the spice rack. Finally, she tied on the brand new apron she had just bought, feeling energized and ready to start cooking. From the cabinet, she took out 4 large bowls and divided the mincemeat into them. Next, she skillfully shelled sweet corn, diced carrots, chopped cilantro, and sliced mushrooms with quick, practiced movements. She planned to make dumplings to freeze for easy breakfasts or late-night snacks. Since she wasn't sure about Lu Yuchuan's preferences or dietary restrictions, she thoughtfully prepared 4 different fillings. Making dumplings wasn't a boring task for her. She turned on the TV and played a light-hearted variety show, keeping herself entertained as she worked. Before she knew it, time had flown by. By the time she had filled 4 large plates with dumplings, most of the filling in the bowls was used up. Just as she was about to start cleaning up, the doorbell suddenly rang. Startled, she paused for a moment before quickly setting down what she was doing. She washed her hands and, with a hint of curiosity, walked briskly to the door. When she opened it, she was surprised to see Grandpa Lu standing there with a cane, his face beaming with a warm smile. "Grandpa!" she exclaimed, quickly inviting him in. "Come in, come in." She helped him into the house and asked with some concern, "Didn't the doctor say you weren't supposed to be discharged until tomorrow? My grandson got married, and I'm so happy that all my ailments are gone," Grandpa Lu said cheerfully, looking full of energy. In his other hand, he was holding a bag. He glanced around the house and casually asked, "Where's Yuchuan?" "He's at the office for a meeting," Tong Hua replied, making up an excuse on the spot. In truth, she had no idea where Lu Yuchuan was. "What?" Grandpa Lu's expression immediately darkened. He put the bag on the table and pulled out his phone to call Yuchuan. Grandpa Yuchuan's voice had barely come through the phone when Grandpa Lu cut him off sternly. "What kind of meeting do you have to hold on your wedding night? Get home right now." His tone left no room for argument. After hanging up, Grandpa Lu's expression softened again. Smiling, he handed the bag to Tong Hua. "Hua, this is a wedding gift from Yuchuan for you. He left it at the old house. Have a look and see if you like it." Tong Hua accepted the bag with a sweet smile. "Thank you, Grandpa. Whatever he gives me, I'll love it." "What a thoughtful and sweet girl." Grandpa Lu praised her, looking pleased. Then his gaze shifted to the kitchen table, where he saw the plates of neatly arranged dumplings and the leftover wrappers and filling. He froze for a moment before his face lit up with joy. Hua, did you make all these dumplings yourself?" he asked, clearly delighted. "Yes, Grandpa." Tong Hua nodded with a smile, setting the gift aside. "There was nothing in the fridge, so I thought I'd make some dumplings to stock up on. They're much cleaner than store-bought frozen ones and can be cooked anytime we're hungry." Hearing this, Grandpa Lu was visibly moved. He nodded repeatedly and sighed. That boy really married a wonderful, capable wife. "By the way, Grandpa, does Yuchuan have any dietary restrictions?" Tong Hua asked as she handed him a glass of warm water. "I made 4 different fillings, so hopefully there's at least one he'll like." No, he eats everything," Grandpa Lu said with a laugh as he took the glass. "He's not picky at all." "That's good to know." Tong Hua felt reassured and went back to tidying up the kitchen. The two chatted for a while until Yuchuan hurriedly returned home. As soon as he stepped through the door, Grandpa Lu gave him a stern lecture. "Grandpa, please don't get upset. It's not good for your health." Tong Hua quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling as she defended Yuchuan. "He had a special situation today, but he promised me he'd come home early. Even if you hadn't called, he definitely would have come back." Grandpa Lu's anger finally subsided a little, though he still insisted on staying to keep an eye on the newlyweds and ensure they had a smooth and happy wedding night. "Grandpa, I'll go cook the dumplings. You two keep chatting." Tong Hua picked up the plate of dumplings from the table, tactfully avoiding the older man's earlier criticism of Lu Yuchuan. She quickly turned and headed to the kitchen. She could sense the subtle awkwardness lingering between the two men. The elderly man, seated on the sofa, cast a glance at his grandson and spoke with a tone full of reproach. "What are you standing there for? Go help her. You're driving me crazy." Not wanting to upset his grandfather, Lu Yuchuan reluctantly got up and made his way to the kitchen. Standing hesitantly at the door, he asked, somewhat awkwardly, "Do you need any help?" "No need. It's just dumplings. They'll be ready in no time," Tong Hua replied gently, without turning her head as she added water to the pot. Her tone was soft but distant. "Go keep Grandpa company." Lu Yuchuan stood frozen, caught in an awkward limbo like a ball being passed back and forth. Finally, he turned back to the living room and told his grandfather, "She said she doesn't need help." The old man fixed him with a meaningful look and said earnestly, "She might say she doesn't need help, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't offer. Understand? That's how a husband and wife should treat each other." Hearing the word wife, Lu Yuchuan felt a faint pang in his chest, but he nodded and responded, "You're right, Grandpa." The elderly man, leaning on his cane, sat back on the sofa. His gaze was loving but carried a hint of something deeper. "When I arrived earlier, I saw her making dumplings for you. She probably spent the entire afternoon preparing. They're in the freezer now, she said, they're for your late-night snacks because she's worried about how hard you work." He paused, then added, "A wife as thoughtful as Tong Hua is a rare find. You'd better cherish her." Lu Yuchuan was taken aback for a moment. He got up, walked to the refrigerator, and opened the door. Inside, he saw neatly organized food bags of dumplings stacked perfectly, alongside fresh ingredients like mushrooms, tofu, tomatoes, corn, chicken, and fish. The sight of it all exuded a warmth of home he hadn't felt in ages. He stared at the contents. A small corner of his heart unexpectedly stirred. It had been so long that he had almost forgotten what this kind of domestic comfort felt like. Dumplings are ready. Tong Hua's voice came from the kitchen. Wearing an apron, she emerged with a steaming bowl of dumplings. Startled, Lu Yuchuan quickly shut the refrigerator door. Lu Yuchuan, what are you doing standing there? Go help her carry the food. Grandpa's sharp eyes caught him immediately, and his tone was tinged with exasperation. You're driving me crazy. Can't you take a hint? With no choice, Lu Yuchuan got up and went into the kitchen, soon returning with 2 bowls of dumplings. Tong Hua followed with the chopsticks, smiling gently. Come on, try my cooking, she said. She knew this might be the first time the kitchen had been used in this house. The steaming dumplings were placed on the table, their aroma filling the room. Each dumpling was cooked just right, floating in clear broth, clean and inviting, enough to make anyone's mouth water. Grandpa picked one up with his chopsticks, took a bite, and praised it repeatedly. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. But today's your big day, you just got your marriage certificate. Yuchuan, you should take Hua out for a proper meal sometime to celebrate. Sure, Grandpa, Lu Yuchuan replied naturally, though his feelings were complicated. The dumplings were indeed tasty, but he couldn't fully enjoy the moment. A memory from 18 years ago suddenly surfaced in his mind. He was only 5 years old then, and the faint ache in his chest returned. Dumplings had always carried a bittersweet association for him, one that had kept him from eating them for the past 18 years. I wasn't sure what filling you'd like, so I made 4 kinds. But Grandpa said you're not picky, so I cooked the mushroom ones today, Tong Hua said softly, her tone calm but tinged with a trace of uncertainty. Her attitude toward Lu Yuchuan wasn't particularly warm, but it wasn't cold either. After all, he had saved her and her mother, and she was grateful to him in her heart. Lu Yuchuan murmured, initially intending to leave it at that. But with Grandpa watching, he added, they're really good. I like them a lot. Hearing this, Grandpa's face lit up with a wide grin. If you like them, have her make more for you in the future. Treat her well, and she'll be happy to cook for you. Lu Yuchuan felt a headache coming on. He lowered his head and focused on eating the dumplings, silently thinking to himself. Grandpa just won't stop, will he? Forget it. Best to keep quiet from now on. After finishing the meal, as Lu Yuchuan stood to clear the table, Grandpa spoke up again. Lu Yuchuan, go wash the dishes. Hua already made the dumplings. In a marriage, chores should be shared equally if you want a happy life. Lu Yuchuan froze for a moment but eventually nodded. All right. He began collecting the plates and bowls. Grandpa. Tong Hua started to say something, but the old man cut her off. Hua, don't say anything. Let him wash. Men need to start helping with housework from day 1 of the marriage, or they'll think it's your job to serve them. Lu Yuchuan didn't argue. He never disobeyed his grandfather. To him, Grandpa was the most important person in the world. Tong Hua stood to the side, watching the tall, broad-shouldered man. His slender fingers picked up the dishes, and as he turned toward the kitchen, his figure seemed out of place amidst the cozy, homey atmosphere. Hua, come sit with Grandpa for a bit, the old man said, pulling her down onto the sofa beside him. He lowered his voice and added, don't feel bad for him. It's a man's duty to help with housework. You need to set the tone from the start. Marriage is a partnership, not something you shoulder alone. Before long, the sound of running water came from the kitchen. Tong Hua, feeling a bit uneasy, smiled as she held her grandfather's hand and softly said, Grandpa, let me go check on him. I bet he's never washed dishes before. I should teach him. As soon as she finished speaking, she got up and headed to the kitchen. Pushing the door open, she saw Lu Yuchuan standing by the sink, squeezing dish soap with a seriousness that looked slightly unnatural. Tong Hua walked over and glanced at him sideways. How's it going? Need any help? She asked. She knew in her heart that, living under his roof, it was best not to offend him. Without even looking up, Lu Yuchuan replied flatly, with Grandpa here, how would I dare trouble Mrs. Lu? His tone carried a hint of sarcasm, leaving Tong Hua feeling a little awkward. She pressed her lips together, chose not to respond, and quietly turned to leave. As she walked away, the man's gaze followed her retreating figure. Yet, in his mind, he couldn't help but grumble. Whose grandpa is he, anyway? Not long after, the sound of Grandpa's cheerful laughter came from the living room. Hua Hua, Grandpa's not leaving tonight. I'm staying to keep an eye on your wedding night. The words startled Lu Yuchuan so much that his hand slipped, nearly dropping a dish. His expression darkened, disbelief written all over his face. Internally, he sighed. Grandpa, your moves are enough to make someone cough up blood. In contrast, Tong Hua appeared far more composed. She didn't overthink it, simply reasoning that the house was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. But Grandpa's next words made her heart tighten slightly. Hua Hua, the old man suddenly adopted a more serious tone, his voice tinged with sincerity. Find a suitable time to arrange a meeting between the families, would you? Even though you and Yuchuan are already legally married, the dowry, the wedding ceremony, these formalities ought to be done properly. His words struck a nerve with Tong Hua. She lowered her head, pondering for a moment, before finally speaking. Grandpa, I don't need a dowry, nor a wedding ceremony. She lifted her head and confessed, my family situation is complicated. My adoptive father is a gambler with heavy debts. My adoptive mother is preoccupied with my younger brother's college entrance exams and has no time for me. I got married simply to have a companion in my later years and a place to stay. Thank you, Grandpa, for your kindness. Grandpa listened quietly, his expression showing no surprise. Instead, there was a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He had already looked into her family background and deeply appreciated her honesty. Hua Hua, regardless of the circumstances, as the groom's family, we have to handle the formalities properly. It's not right to go through life without the elders meeting each other, don't you think? His tone remained gentle, full of understanding. Tong Hua, however, hesitated, lightly biting her lip. Seeing her discomfort, the old man chuckled kindly. I won't push you. Just promise me you'll think it over, all right? Faced with his earnest gaze, Tong Hua could only nod. All right. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan emerged from the kitchen after finishing the dishes and casually said, I'll go check my emails, before heading straight to the study. In the living room, Grandpa held onto Tong Hua's hand, enthusiastically sharing stories of Lu Yuchuan's childhood. Tong Hua listened attentively, though she realized she still knew very little about the man. The only thing she could gather was that he had been exceptionally intelligent and hardworking from a young age. Around 9 p.m., Grandpa went into the kitchen himself to heat some milk, claiming it helped with sleep. He brought a cup to Tong Hua and lovingly reminded her, Hua Hua, drink it while it's warm. It'll help you sleep well. Thank you, Grandpa, Tong Hua replied with a sweet smile. Though she didn't have high expectations for her marriage, she felt fortunate to have met someone as kind as Grandpa. The old man then carried another cup of milk to the study and knocked on the door. Before his knuckles could land, the door opened. Lu Yuchuan stood there, clearly having just finished his work. Yuchuan, Grandpa handed him the milk, speaking with a tone of fatherly advice. Don't immerse yourself in work all the time. Do you have any idea what wedding night means? Drink this and get a good night's rest. Lu Yuchuan took the milk without much reaction, quietly thanking him. After the two young people finished their drinks, Grandpa made himself comfortable on the sofa and waved them off. You two go to bed now. Don't worry about me. I'll sleep right here on the couch tonight. Grandpa, there's a guest room, Tong Hua reminded him, concerned that he might catch a chill. No need, I prefer the couch, the old man replied, waving her off. Before she could protest further, he set down his cane, lay on his side, and fixed his gaze firmly on the master bedroom door. Go on in. Tong Hua stood frozen, her face tinged with embarrassment as she started to grasp Grandpa's intentions. Lu Yuchuan also realized what was happening. His brow furrowed slightly in frustration, and he sighed inwardly. Grandpa is clearly forcing me to share a room with this flash marriage wife. After a few moments of silence, Lu Yuchuan turned and walked into the master bedroom, leaving the door ajar. Grandpa immediately nudged Tong Hua. Hua Hua, what are you standing there for? Go on, get some rest. Don't waste such a precious night. Tong Hua's face turned crimson. She felt trapped, unable to advance or retreat, but eventually steeled herself and followed him inside. Tong Hua had no choice but to take a spare quilt from the guest room and gently place it on the sofa, preparing it for her grandfather before returning to the master bedroom. Her grandfather watched as the door slowly closed behind her, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It was clear he was confident about what was going to happen next. The master bedroom was spacious and luxurious. Though the decor was not overly elaborate, every detail exuded elegance. At the center of the room, a large, soft double bed stood out prominently. When Tong Hua entered, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Through the frosted glass, the faint silhouette of a man's strong, muscular frame was visible. She suddenly felt a wave of heat rise within her. Pressing her fingers to her temples, her cheeks flushed as an unfamiliar and uneasy emotion began to consume her. Inside the bathroom, Lu Yuchuan stood under the shower, water beads sliding down his well-defined muscles. He frowned slightly, his sharp gaze hinting at a sense of unease. A fiery heat surged through his body, as if flames were devouring his reason. He abruptly turned off the hot water and switched to cold, letting the icy stream cascade over him, but the heat within him only intensified. His breathing grew heavier, and he gradually realized this abnormal reaction wasn't accidental. His grandfather had clearly tampered with the glass of milk had been given earlier. Meanwhile, Tong Hua wasn't faring much better. The heat and anxiety intertwined, leaving her sprawled on the bed, her breathing rapid and her mind hazy. The sound of water in the bathroom ceased, but Lu Yuchuan didn't emerge right away. He remained inside for a long time, struggling against the effects of the drug. His face was dark, his expression conflicted. The overpowering potency of the drug left him no choice. Finally, He opened the bathroom door and immediately saw Tong Hua lying weakly on the bed. She lay there, her long black hair cascading messily around her flushed face, her cheeks an unnatural shade of red. She looked like a delicate lily in full bloom, radiating an irresistible allure. Lu Yichuan's gaze deepened, the last vestiges of his rationality crumbling. Slowly approaching her, his voice was hoarse, laced with restrained emotion. Girl, Grandpa stayed here tonight because of you. You can't avoid responsibility for this. You'll have to face the consequences. His scorching breath drew closer as Tong Hua's consciousness continued to blur, her heart pounding like a drum. His lips trailed from her cheek to her neck, carrying an undeniable intensity. Outside in the living room, the old man reclined on the sofa, his eyes half closed, fixed on the bedroom door. A faint smirk played on his lips as he murmured to himself, anyone who dares to come out, I'll break their legs. As long as they stay in that room, this will be resolved. He seemed utterly confident in the efficacy of the drug, even feeling a sense of triumph. That night, the strength of the drug left the newlyweds entangled 3 times. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, Tong Hua slowly opened her eyes. Lifting her head, she saw Lu Yuchuan standing by the bed, putting on his clothes. His tall, sculpted physique was flawless, his muscles well-defined without an ounce of excess, resembling a work of art. For a moment, she was mesmerized, forgetting her exhaustion. Lu Yuchuan fastened the last button on his shirt and picked up a luxury watch from the bedside table, securing it on his wrist. He glanced briefly at Tong Hua, who had woken up, but without meeting her eyes, he turned and walked out of the bedroom. Tong Hua snapped back to reality and slowly got out of bed. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the small stain of red on the sheets, and a complicated mix of emotions welled up in her heart. She felt a pang of loss. Her first time had been given to him like this. When she left the room, she saw that her grandfather was already gone, as if his mission had been accomplished. Even the quilt had been moved back to the guest room. The house now felt empty, with only the 2 of them left, and the atmosphere was heavy. Tong Hua approached Lu Yuchuan, holding a bag in her hands. Her tone was calm. Grandpa gave me a gift in your name. I know this wasn't your idea. It seems quite valuable, so I didn't open it. I'm giving it back to you. She extended the bag to him, but Lu Yuchuan merely glanced at it and then at her, making no move to take it. Seeing this, Tong Hua placed the bag on a nearby display shelf. I'll make breakfast, she said simply, before turning and heading into the kitchen. Lu Yuchuan's gaze lingered on the bag, his emotions complicated. He knew it contained a family heirloom, a symbol of the Lu family's legacy. His grandfather had indeed been generous. But what surprised him even more was the realization from the previous night this woman was untouched, a virgin. In today's world, it was almost inconceivable. Before long, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Tong Hua emerged with 2 bowls of steaming tomato and egg noodles, garnished with slices of pork liver and sprinkled with green onions. The vibrant dish looked particularly appetizing. Breakfast is ready, she said softly, avoiding his gaze and trying not to dwell on the memories of the night before. Lu Yuchuan sat at the dining table and, after a moment, extended his hand toward her. Give me your phone. Tong Hua froze. What do you need my phone for? She hesitated, meeting his deep, unreadable eyes, before handing it to him, still puzzled. Lu Yuchuan transferred 2,000 yuan to Tong Hua via WeChat, then used her phone to accept the transfer before handing it back to her. Tong Hua stared at the screen in confusion, quickly piecing things together. Her voice carried a mix of anger and disbelief as she spoke. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to buy my first night? Her tone was laced with humiliation, and her face flushed with indignation. The man, who had been preparing to eat his noodles, paused mid-motion. He raised his head, his voice as calm as ever but tinged with a hint of teasing. That's money for dumplings. He set his chopsticks down, his gaze sweeping over her with a faint air of mischief, his deep, enigmatic eyes betraying a trace of amusement. Tong Hua froze, her expression stiffening instantly. Before she could regain her composure, his next words left her even more flustered. We have a license. Why would I need to pay to sleep with you? His voice was low and magnetic, almost like a quiet explosion in her ear. Tong Hua's face turned crimson in an instant, as red as a ripe apple. She opened her mouth to retort but found herself at a loss for words. The atmosphere at the breakfast table grew subtly tense. Without Grandpa around to mediate, the 2 of them focused on eating, though it was clear neither of their minds was on the food in front of them. The more Tong Hua thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. Images from the previous night replayed in her mind over and over. Under the influence of the medication, she had acted boldly. The memory made her want to crawl into a hole and hide. But then again, she reminded herself, he was her lawful husband. With a license in hand, there was no reason to feel so shy. She tried to console herself with that thought. After breakfast, Lu Yuchuan retreated to the study to immerse himself in work, while Tong Hua began tidying up the battlefield from the night before, even washing the bedsheets. She hesitated briefly, debating whether to inform him she was heading out. Ultimately, she decided against it, figuring he didn't seem to care much about her whereabouts anyway, and left without saying a word. In the study, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the floor. Lu Yuchuan sat at his desk, fingers poised over the keyboard, but he couldn't seem to focus. The events of the previous night lingered in his mind, distracting him. He had never imagined that a woman could interfere with his ability to work. When he woke up that morning and saw the vivid red stain on the sheets, something deep within him was stirred in emotion, so profound it still left him unsettled. Meanwhile, Tong Hua had left Jinhuadu and arrived at a cozy dessert shop by the river called Fairytale Cottage. The shop was a charming standalone building with white walls and blue windows, giving it a warm and unique vibe. 2 years ago, she had co-invested in this shop with her friend Xu Ran. Though small in scale, its desserts had gained quite the reputation. They had hired 2 employees, Tong Tong and Shan Shan, and after 2 years of effort, the business was now turning a profit. "Boss Tong, what brings you here today?" Tong Tong greeted her warmly upon seeing her, then teased, "Fairytale, you're looking prettier again." Tong Hua couldn't help but laugh, feeling her mood lighten. The shop's interior was simple and cheerful, with walls adorned with uplifting slogans like, "Lucky to meet you, happiness and desserts both live here." Stepping inside always seemed to put people in a good mood. "I had some time, so I thought I'd drop by. How's everything going?" "Busy?" Tong Hua asked casually, glancing around the shop. Shan Shan sighed dramatically. "We've been swamped with orders lately, it's been pretty hectic." "Which ones are still pending?" "Let me help," Tong Hua offered without hesitation, rolling up her sleeves and tying on an apron. As Tong Hua got to work, Tong Tong teased her with curiosity. "Fairytale, weren't you planning to get into design? How's that going? Have you sent out your resume yet?" "I've sent it to nearly 10 places already." "Still waiting to hear back," Tong Hua replied with a small smile, her tone carrying a hint of resignation. Without much experience or a portfolio, she knew her chances as a newcomer to the field weren't great. "Don't lose hope. If you can't find a job, you can always come back to Fairytale Cottage. There's plenty of room here for you to showcase your talent. You could create one of your fakin' desserts." Tong Tong encouraged her. The kind words lifted Tong Hua's spirits, and she spent the next couple of hours chatting and working with the others. Just as they were enjoying themselves, Tong Tong suddenly leaned closer, frowning in concern. "Fairytale, what's up with your neck? Did you have an allergic reaction or something?" Hearing this, Shan Shan also leaned in for a closer look. Her eyes widened in shock. "Oh my gosh. Are those hickeys? You spill it. What happened last night?" Tong Hua froze for a moment, then instinctively looked down at her neck. Realization dawned on her, and her face turned beet red. She hadn't even noticed the marks before, but now, recalling the events of the previous night, her cheeks burned, and even her ears felt hot. The sweltering August heat made it impossible to cover her neck entirely, and now, under the scrutiny of 2 pairs of curious eyes, she stammered for what felt like an eternity before finally blurting out, I got married." "What? Are you serious?" Tong Tong and Shan Shan shrieked in unison, their faces filled with shock. Tong Hua, the girl who didn't even have a boyfriend, suddenly got married. "Who did you have a flash wedding with?" "Oh dear, oh dear." Tong Hua seemed flustered as her friends bombarded her with endless questions. "About my husband. I'll introduce him to you all when there's time in the future, okay? Don't ask anymore." She brushed them off hurriedly. Truth be told, she didn't know much about the man herself. All she knew was that his name was Lu Yuchuan, he owned an apartment in Jinhuadu, and he had a grandfather who doted on him deeply. That was it. As evening fell, Tong Hua left the Fairytale Inn and took the bus back to Jinhuadu. On the way, she mulled over the situation. Since Grandpa Lu wasn't home tonight, Lu Yuchuan would definitely have something to discuss with her. She had given him a whole day. Surely he must be ready by now. When she opened the door, she found Lu Yuchuan at home, just as expected. Whether he'd been there all day, she couldn't say. When he saw her return, he neither asked where she had been nor reproached her for leaving without informing him. It wasn't that he lacked a temper, it was more like he simply didn't care. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere in the house grew eerily quiet. Nearly an hour passed, and Lu Yuchuan still hadn't initiated a conversation with her, completely contrary to Tong Hua's expectations. She had thought he'd want to talk to her immediately, given that their wedding had only taken place yesterday. Unable to bear the suspense any longer, she walked up to him and broke the silence. "Yuchuan, don't you have any prenuptial or postnuptial agreements for me to sign?" Lu Yuchuan paused at her question, seemingly caught off guard. He looked up at her, his gaze meeting hers. Her eyes were filled with a mix of curiosity and sincerity. After a brief moment, he replied in a calm tone, "There's no need. I don't plan on getting divorced." With that, he turned and walked toward his study, leaving her with only the sight of his tall, confident figure. Tong Hua stood rooted to the spot, momentarily stunned. She had spent the entire day guessing what terms he might come up with, surely a long list of bizarre conditions for her to sign. After all, he was well aware of her troubled family background, and outsiders would naturally assume she had married him for his money. Yet he hadn't demanded anything from her. This Mr. Liu, she thought, was certainly an outlier in the world of impulsive marriages. That night, as Tong Hua drifted in and out of sleep, she heard the soft creak of the study door opening. Moments later, Liu Yuchuan climbed into bed, or more accurately, his bed. His movements were swift and resolute, exuding an air of unquestionable authority. Startled by his actions, Tong Hua instinctively tensed and stared at him with wide eyes, her voice trembling slightly. Yeah. In the dim light, his features appeared striking and well-defined, his sharp profile almost sculptural in its perfection. His deep voice broke the silence, resonating through the room. "I'm your husband," he said, his breath warm as it brushed against her face. His dark eyes held a faint trace of amusement. "Legally recognized." Tong Hua frowned. Her instincts told her that tonight might not go the way she had hoped. Biting her lip, she cautiously asked, "If I get pregnant, would you want the child?" Her hands pressed lightly against his chest, her gaze a blend of apprehension and seriousness. Her long wavy hair framed her delicate face, and the faint moonlight spilling in through the curtains cast a soft glow over her. Liu Yuchuan studied her for a moment, his expression momentarily freezing. Suddenly, he understood why he didn't dislike her. There was something in her Aisa resemblance, however faint, to Shurian. The memory of that name sent a sharp pang through his chest, an ache he couldn't ignore. "Of course I would," he replied firmly, his voice steady and unwavering. "Whether it's a boy or a girl, they'd be the heir of the Liu family. Grandpa's been waiting eagerly for a great-grandchild." As soon as the words left his mouth, he leaned down and kissed her. That night, Tong Hua remained fully awake, her nerves on edge. The moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a soft glow over the bed. The room was dim and quiet, the air tinged with an unspoken tension. She knew this was part of her duty as a wife. If she had chosen to marry for companionship and had no intention of divorcing, then perhaps a child could serve as a bond to strengthen their marriage. After all, a shared goal could only help. The next morning, Liu Yuchuan was up early. Standing by the bed, he dressed in front of Tong Hua, his tan skin and well-defined abs on full display. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily as she watched. She had wanted to thank him for saving her and her mother, but after what had transpired last night, the words stuck in her throat. "Yuchuan, the scar on your left arm, is it a burn?" she asked softly, peeking out from under the blanket with only her head visible. His brows furrowed slightly, and his voice turned cold. "Don't ask about things you shouldn't." Clearly, it was a topic he had no intention of discussing. After a moment, he pulled out a bank card from his wallet and placed it on the bedside table. His tone was low and distant. "This is for you. The password is the last 6 digits. Use it however you like." "Use it however I like?" Tong Hua repeated, her wide eyes blinking innocently. Suppressing a smile, she teased him. "Do you mean for groceries? Or does that include buying a house or a car?" Liu Yuchuan paused mid-step and turned to glance at her, his gaze so cold it sent a chill down her spine. Yet after he left, Tong Hua couldn't help but let the corners of her lips curl into a faint smile. The man lowered his gaze slightly, said nothing more, and turned to leave. His destination was unclear, but he left the house without hesitation. Tong Hua watched his retreating figure, guessing he might be heading to work. After all, if she really was pregnant, his responsibilities would increase, and he'd have to start earning for baby formula. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thoughts. Today she had plans with her friend Xu Ran to help out at the fairytale inn. Just as she was about to leave, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Tong Hua answered the call, and a crisp, efficient voice came through. "Is this Tong Hua?" "Yes, this is she." "Hello, I'm Director Zhang from the design department at Junyu Group. Congratulations, you've been hired. Please report to work as soon as possible. I've sent the office address and floor details to your phone." Tong Hua froze, hardly daring to believe her ears. She had sent out her resume a month ago and had long given up hope. Yet here it was, a response. And from Junyu Group, no less. Her voice trembled with excitement. "Really? Thank you, Director Zhang. I'm so thrilled." Director Zhang chuckled warmly. "Although you don't have prior work experience, we were very impressed with your submitted designs. They're unique. We hope to see you join us soon." "Absolutely. Thank you so much for your recognition, Director Zhang. I'll head over right away," she replied, her heart racing with excitement. Hanging up, Tong Hua quickly rummaged through her suitcase and pulled out a pale yellow square-neck dress, the most expensive piece of clothing she owned, purchased last year in Sanya for 1,000 yuan. After changing into it, she rushed out the door and flagged down a taxi, only then remembering to call Xu Ran. "Xu Ran, I got hired by Junyu Group. I can't make it to the fairytale inn today." On the other end, Xu Ran gasped in disbelief. Junyu Group. Tong Hua, you've hit the jackpot. That's the leading enterprise propping up half of Rongqing's economy. Their benefits are amazing. It's a dream company for so many young people. Tong Hua couldn't help but laugh as she held her phone. I still feel like I'm dreaming. For her, landing a job at a prestigious company like Junyu Group was an incredible achievement, even if the pay wasn't high. The taxi pulled up steadily in front of the towering Junyu Group building. Tong Hua looked up, feeling a sense of awe at the sheer height and imposing presence of the skyscraper. After paying the fare, she stepped out and noticed 2 rows of impeccably dressed staff standing outside the glass doors, their postures straight and disciplined as if they had undergone rigorous training. Her pace slowed as she sensed the solemn atmosphere. The air seemed charged with anticipation, making her instinctively hold her breath. Through the glass doors, she saw the lobby crowded with people, all dressed in formal attire with ID badges hanging from their necks. They appeared to be department leaders, their expressions serious, as if waiting for someone important. Taking a deep breath, Tong Hua steeled herself and walked in. However, her bright yellow dress stood out starkly against the sea of dark suits, drawing attention. What department are you from? What are you doing here? A sharp voice snapped from nearby. Tong Hua turned her head and saw a woman in a fitted black blazer approaching briskly, her high heels clicking against the floor. Her imposing aura was undeniable. The name on her badge read, Jiangnan Design Department Director. With a frown, Jiangnan demanded sternly, "Didn't your supervisor tell you what kind of occasion this is?" Tong Hua quickly explained with sincerity, "Director Jiang, hello. My name is Tong Hua. I'm a new designer. I received a call from Director Zhang this morning, asking me to report in, so." Jiang Nan's expression darkened, her tone even more severe. "Can't you use your eyes to assess the situation? Do you not understand what's happening right now?" Tong Hua stood there, utterly bewildered, unsure of what she had done wrong. Just then Jiang Nan's phone rang. She picked up, her tone turning urgent. "Understood." After hanging up, she shot Tong Hua a cold look and said sharply, "The new CEO is about to arrive. Don't stir up any trouble. Go find somewhere to stay out of sight, and don't go upstairs." "Yes, Director Jiang." Tong Hua nodded repeatedly, still unclear about the situation but obediently retreating to the back of the crowd, trying to make herself inconspicuous. She overheard snippets of hushed conversations. "Why is the new CEO arriving early? Wasn't it supposed to be next month? I heard the new CEO is only 23 years old. At 20, they already earned dual doctorates from the world's top university. A true prodigy in the business world." Hiding within the crowd, Tong Hua's mind swirled with confusion and nervousness. A new CEO? That young? Her eyes couldn't help but drift toward the glass doors, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Tong Hua sat at her desk, half listening to the idle chatter in the office while sorting through the files in her hands. The air was filled with the excited voices of her colleagues. "I saw his profile. Our new president is seriously handsome. I might actually start looking forward to coming to work," one colleague exclaimed. Someone else lowered their voice and added, "I heard he's starting earlier than expected, and the company is about to go through some major changes. There will even be a large-scale personnel reshuffle." Another voice chimed in, "Yeah, and there might be layoffs too. Several departments have already started hiring new staff." These tidbits of gossip had little to do with Tong Hua, so she listened absent-mindedly, only catching the gist of it. Junyu Group's new president had officially taken office ahead of schedule. She couldn't help but be skeptical about his capabilities. Running a conglomerate at just 23? What kind of genius could manage such a feat? After all, Junyu Group was not only a leading company in Rongqing, but also held a significant position in the global financial world. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The car's here. The new president has arrived." Before the words even settled, every gaze in the grand lobby turned toward the entrance. Even Tong Hua, though trying to remain inconspicuous, couldn't resist glancing up. After all, who doesn't have a bit of curiosity for gossip? The sunlight outside poured in, illuminating a tall, striking figure stepping confidently through the doors. Surrounded by a group of senior executives, he walked through the imposing glass entrance and headed deeper into the lobby. His silhouette, backlit by the sunlight, appeared particularly upright and commanding. His calm, unhurried stride and composed demeanor exuded the gravitas of someone accustomed to commanding attention. The lobby fell into a silence so profound that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone instinctively adjusted their already immaculate attire and stood a little straighter. The new president was indeed young. Though the backlighting obscured the sharp details of his features, the aura of self-assurance and poise he carried was undeniable. Beside him walked a young female secretary, dressed in a tailored deep blue business suit. Her pencil skirt accentuated her long, slender legs, and her high heels clicked decisively with each step. Her every movement radiated an air of cool elegance. As the group approached, Tong Hua finally got a clear look at the man's face. Her pupils dilated in shock, and she involuntarily murmured, "Liu Yuchuan?" Though her voice was not loud, in the stillness of the lobby, it was startlingly distinct. The man, who had been striding toward the elevator, halted mid-step. His sudden pause sent a ripple of tension through the gathered crowd. The female secretary, Jiang Man, immediately turned in the direction of the voice, her sharp gaze locking onto Tong Hua with precision. Her eyes seemed to carry an icy blade, as if she wanted to carve a piece out of Tong Hua. Time seemed to freeze in the lobby. The employees waiting on either side held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Tong Hua, who had hoped to remain unnoticed, now stood out conspicuously thanks to her vibrant dress. Lu Yuchuan turned his head slightly, his gaze landing firmly on her. In that split second when their eyes met, Tong Hua's mind went blank. It was him. It really was him. Her flash marriage husband was none other than Junyu Group's new president. But Lu Yuchuan's expression remained as calm as still water. His deep, unreadable eyes betrayed no hint of recognition. It was as if she were a complete stranger to him. His gaze lingered for only a moment before he looked away and resumed walking toward the elevator, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Man, however, kept her icy stare fixed on Tong Hua, her frosty demeanor unrelenting. The senior executives trailing behind them quickly picked up their pace, following Lu Yuchuan into the elevator. Only after the doors closed did the oppressive atmosphere in the lobby finally ease, and people let out the breaths they'd been holding. Tong Hua was abruptly dragged into a corner by Jiang Nan, who hissed in a panicked whisper, "What on earth were you thinking? Do you know how close you were to causing a scene? If the president decides to hold anyone accountable, I could lose my job. Were you starstruck or something just now?" Tong Hua stood there in a daze, her mind still replaying the scene from moments before her flash marriage husband was actually Junyu Group's new president. It took her a long moment to gather herself. She pulled out her phone and opened a live news broadcast. On the screen was a massive, state-of-the-art conference room, large enough to hold over 100 people. The double doors were being pulled open by staff, and Lu Yuchuan strode confidently into the room. As before, he walked at the center of the crowd, his composed steps and commanding presence drawing all eyes in the room. Jiang Man was still by his side, as cold and impeccable as ever, her figure and demeanor flawless. Lu Yuchuan ascended the podium and began his inaugural speech. He held no notes, yet he remained poised and articulate, his calm confidence belying his age. His vision for the company's future was clear and compelling, earning rounds of applause from the audience. Through the screen, Tong Hua stared at the familiar yet distant man, her emotions in turmoil. She couldn't reconcile the image of the polished and authoritative president of Junyu Group with the man she had casually married just days ago. Tong Hua made a mental note of her. Jiang Nan tried to suppress her inner shock and took the elevator straight to the design department's floor. As soon as she pushed open the door, she overheard Director Zhang praising Tong Hua enthusiastically, saying her designs were very innovative. But just then, Jiang Nan barged in abruptly, her tone sharp as she called out, "Tong Hua." The young woman flinched in surprise and was about to speak when Jiang Nan cut her off with a scolding tirade. "What you pulled today? You'd better pray the president forgets about it soon. If your actions drag the design department into trouble, I won't let you off easily." She added coldly, "For the time being, stay out of the president's way. Did you hear me?" Tong Hua felt utterly miserable but could only nod repeatedly. Yes, director, I understand. I'm sorry, I was wrong." However, she couldn't help but think to herself, stay out of his way? I'd love to, but tonight I still have to sleep in the same bed as him. Seeing that Tong Hua's attitude of admitting her mistake was sincere, and with Director Zhang stepping in to mediate, Jiang Nan decided not to pursue the matter further. After all, she had too many responsibilities and couldn't afford to waste her energy on this issue. Afterward, Director Zhang signed a contract with Tong Hua and finalized her salary. Once they were done, he asked, "Do you have time today?" "Yes, I do." Tong Hua nodded eagerly. "However, today won't count toward your salary. If it's convenient, why don't you head to the office next door and familiarize yourself with the design department's workflow?" Director Zhang suggested. "Sure." Tong Hua agreed without hesitation. Director Zhang led her to the neighboring office, opened the door, and addressed the people inside. "Everyone, take a moment to pause your work. I'd like to introduce a new colleague." Tong Hua stood at the doorway, bowed slightly, and greeted politely, "Hello, everyone. My name is Tong Hua. I look forward to working with you." The colleagues stopped what they were doing and nodded in acknowledgement, but the atmosphere carried a subtle undercurrent of hostility. "Tong Hua, like a fairy tale?" A female designer not far away spoke up with a smirk, her tone laced with mockery. "Cinderella hoping to marry into money? Left quite the impression on the new president today, didn't you?" Tong Hua froze, not knowing how to respond. Before she could react, the female designer recounted the events from downstairs with exaggerated details, drawing curious and judgmental glances from everyone around. Tong Hua's face turned crimson with embarrassment. "Fairytale girl, let me give you a piece of advice," the female designer continued, her tone light but every word sharp. "The new president may be young, but he's no fool. Rumor has it he's been secretly running the company for years. Don't think he'll fall for your little tricks. If you want to make a place for yourself here, Let your designs do the talking. At that moment, a male designer with dyed blonde hair and a nose ring chimed in. We're launching a jewelry collection called Eternal Glance at the end of the year. It's the president's pet project. But from what I hear, you've got zero relevant experience. The company's still laying people off. How long do you think you'll last? The ridicule came one after another, but Tong Hua bit her lip and held her ground. She reminded herself of two things. First, her love for design and the desire to give it a try. Second, her need for this job to earn money for Tong Minjio's education. Passion and responsibility helped her endure the day's trial by fire. Finally, the workday came to an end. After bidding goodbye to Director Zhang, Tong Hua took the elevator downstairs. As she stepped into the lobby, the scene from the morning replayed in her mind. Her new husband from a flash marriage turned out to be the president of Junyu Group? Did that make her a bona fide wealthy wife? And her child, the heir to a prestigious family? Lost in thought, her gaze was drawn to Lu Yuchuan in the distance. He was walking toward a sleek black sedan, his tall and commanding figure exuding confidence and authority. The driver opened the car door for him with a respectful bow. It was the same car that had picked him up outside the Civil Affairs Bureau that morning. Tong Hua discreetly took out her phone and snapped a photo. But just as she did, she caught sight of a woman in a blue suit standing by the lobby's exit, staring directly at her. It was Jiang Man, the president's secretary. Jiang Man's gaze was sharp and penetrating, as though she had seen everything. Jiang Man, 25 years old, young and beautiful, with a sharp and efficient demeanor. She rarely shows a smile, perhaps a result of working closely with the CEO for so long. Over time, she has developed an air of authority that commands respect without the need for words. At this moment, the Lamborghini had already sped away, leaving Tong Hua standing in place, staring at her phone screen in shock. She had casually looked up the price of the car online just now, and the figure running into tens of millions nearly caused her to drop her phone. Trying to catch the CEO's attention? I'd advise you not to waste your effort. You might end up with no place to bury yourself. A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind, startling Tong Hua into spinning around. Jiang Man had appeared behind her without her noticing, her eyes sharp as knives, fixing her with an unflinching gaze. Tong Hua tightened her grip on her phone, her heart skipping a beat. Who are you? And why do you think you can warn me? Mind your own business, she blurted out angrily, her tone filled with defiance and disdain. He's not an alien species, so why can't we be together? The frustrations of the day had pushed her to her limit, and she decided to vent all her pent-up anger. Jiang Man paused at her words, her brows knitting slightly. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to her in such a tone. As the CEO's secretary, she was usually treated with deference and flattery. She turned slightly, her cold gaze sweeping over Tong Hua's retreating figure, her eyes revealing a moment of deep contemplation. Tong Hua, however, paid her no mind and dragged her weary feet toward the bus stop. The sign indicated a direct route to Xuyanhuadu, just 4 stops away. She checked her phone and calculated the cost. Taking a taxi would start at 6 yuan, while the bus was only 1.5 yuan. With Mingyao's tuition still unaccounted for, she had to save every penny. Just as she was thinking about it, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen and saw that it was Lu Yuchuan calling. Rolling her eyes, she answered, "What now?" "I'll send you an address on WeChat." His deep and composed voice came through. "Come over now." "Why should I?" Tong Hua's anger flared up instantly. Earlier today, he had pretended not to know her in the company lobby, leaving her to endure ridicule from the design department all day. She was still fuming over it. Lu Yuchuan seemed completely unfazed by her tone. His voice remained calm and steady, as if stating a fact rather than issuing a command. "If you want to keep this job, you'll come immediately." There was no trace of threat in his words, yet they left no room for refusal. Before she could respond, the line went dead, leaving Tong Hua with no chance to argue. She opened WeChat and saw the address he had sent. Frowning, she realized it was quite far, and the bus wouldn't take her there directly. Left with no choice, and unwilling to risk displeasing her CEO husband, she gritted her teeth and hailed a cab. After getting out of the car, she looked up at the restaurant in front of her. Its upscale exterior was so imposing that it made her hesitate. The golden hues of the setting sun reflected off the glass windows, blending with the warm glow of the interior lighting to exude an air of refined luxury. Just as she deliberated whether to call and confirm, a familiar figure emerged from the entrance. It was Uncle Ko, the CEO's driver. The man, nearing 50, was dressed casually, his eyes kind and gentle. He approached her with a slight smile. "Miss Tong, this way please." Tong Hua nodded politely and returned his smile. "Thank you." She followed Uncle Ko into the restaurant, her eyes taking in the decor. The vintage design paired with intricate wooden carvings spoke of meticulous attention to detail. A winding wooden staircase spiraled upward, adding an air of grandeur. As she climbed the stairs, she couldn't help but wonder what exactly Lu Yuchuan wanted from her. On the second floor, Uncle Ko stopped at a door and opened it, gesturing courteously. "Miss Tong, please go in." She thanked him softly before stepping into the private room. The first thing she noticed was a large round table laden with at least 20 exquisitely prepared dishes, their enticing aromas filling the air. The lavish spread left her momentarily stunned in her family. Such a feast was only seen during the Lunar New Year. Seated at the table was Lu Yuchuan, looking completely at ease. His black shirt sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing toned forearms. With one leg crossed over the other, he leaned back, his eyes fixed on her with a probing intensity. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. Uncle Ke quietly closed the door, leaving the two of them alone in the room. Tong Hua remained standing by the door, her heart inexplicably racing. Ever since discovering his true identity, she had felt uneasy every time they were alone. Now, under his unwavering gaze, she felt as though she was being scrutinized or perhaps awaited. "Have a seat, Mrs. Lu," Lu Yuchuan said in an indifferent tone, though there was a subtle warmth in his expression. Tong Hua's throat tightened. The atmosphere reminded her of a banquet filled with hidden agendas. Taking a deep breath, she tried to appear composed and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. No need for all this pretense." Her tone was firm, but it couldn't conceal the unease bubbling under the surface. Being in his presence felt like walking on eggshells, an exhausting exercise in restraint. The man looked at her with a calm yet noble demeanor, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he teased, "What's that little brain of yours thinking about all day? A prenuptial agreement? A postnuptial agreement?" Tong Hua pressed her lips together, trying to hide her nervousness, but she couldn't avoid meeting his gaze. Those deep, penetrating eyes seemed to see right through her, leaving her nowhere to hide. Sensing her unease, Lu Yuchuan softened his imposing aura slightly. His tone was calm yet firm, leaving no room for doubt. "Don't worry. I won't ever bring up divorce." His expression remained indifferent, as if it was the simplest promise in the world. Yet deep down, he knew he couldn't afford to upset his grandfather over this matter. Tong Hua stared at him in a daze, her mind still reeling from the revelation of his identity as the president of Junyu Group. The warm, golden light illuminated his sharp, defined features, making them even more striking. At that moment, his gaze lingered briefly on her face, her delicate features and smooth, porcelain-like skin. As her eyes flickered with emotion, he felt a faint ripple in his heart. Sometimes she reminded him so much of Shuryan. That faint familiarity made him look at her a little longer than he intended. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing broke the brief silence. Lu Yuchuan snapped out of his thoughts and answered the video call. A warm smile immediately appeared on his face. "Grandpa." On the other end of the screen, his grandfather's voice was filled with concern. "Yuchuan, have you taken Hua Hua out for a nice meal? You only had dumplings on your wedding night. That's just unacceptable. You must make it up to her with a proper feast." Instead of replying directly, Lu Yuchuan turned the camera to show the table laden with luxurious dishes, then aimed it at Tong Hua, who was standing nearby. Seeing this, his grandfather broke into a wide grin. "Ah, wonderful. Hua Hua, Hua Hua." Tong Hua quickly stepped forward to take the phone from Lu Yuchuan, her bright smile and sweet tone lighting up the screen. "Grandpa, Yuchuan has been saying he wanted to take me out for a nice meal. We finally found the time today." Her words delighted the old man even more. "That's great. I won't keep you two any longer. Enjoy your meal and have a good chat." After ending the call, Tong Hua handed the phone back to Lu Yuchuan, only to see him stand up. He casually grabbed the expensive suit jacket draped over the chair and said in a low voice, "You can eat on your own. I've got something to take care of. I'll leave now." Before she could respond, he walked away without looking back, leaving the door firmly closed behind him. Tong Hua stared blankly in the direction of the door, a wave of inexplicable disappointment washing over her. But why should she feel this way? Wasn't his indifference exactly what she expected? After all, he was a high and mighty CEO, while she was just an ordinary girl. No one in this world owed anyone else kindness. She lowered her head and stared at the table full of food, lost in thought for a moment. Then, she called over a waiter and requested 30 takeout containers. Carefully packing up all the dishes, she hailed a cab and returned to the small apartment she shared with her mother and younger brother. She knew these exquisite dishes would be better enjoyed with her family. Wow, brother-in-law is so generous. Tong Minjio's eyes lit up at the sight of the sumptuous spread. As a teenager, he had never seen such an extravagant meal before there was even abalone. "Eat as much as you like," Tong Hua said with a smile, affectionately ruffling her brother's hair. Her tone was full of warmth and indulgence. However, Gao Qingrong, her mother, seemed a bit uneasy. "Hua Hua, what's the story with all this food? Why didn't you tell us in advance? Are you happy?" Tong Hua met her mother's gaze and replied with a light-hearted smile, "Don't worry, Mom. He's been busy with work trips and hasn't had time to visit. He just ordered these dishes and asked me to bring them over." Seeing that her daughter seemed in good spirits, Gao Qingrong relaxed slightly and didn't press further. After dinner, Tong Hua put the leftovers in the fridge and reassured her mother, Don't worry about Minjio's tuition. They'll figure it out. After leaving the apartment, Tong Hua boarded a bus back to Xianhuadu. She was about to close her eyes for a short rest when her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her father, Tong Shengwang. She hesitated for a moment, not wanting to answer, but eventually swiped to accept the call. Tong Hua, you got married? His voice thundered with anger from the other end. Where's the bride price? Her tone was icy and full of disdain. You have the nerve to call me? You sold me off for 200,000 yuan. You're despicable. I may not have given birth to you, but I raised you. That's a fact. Tong Shengwang's voice grew sharper. You owe me. If you don't repay me, you're nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Furious, Tong Hua ended the call, but it rang again almost immediately. She frowned in frustration, then reluctantly answered, knowing she needed to settle this matter once and for all. Get me 1,000,000 yuan within a week, or I'll go to your husband for it. His tone was menacing. I'll find out who he is eventually. You wouldn't want him to know about your family background, would you? Before she could respond, he hung up, clearly confident he had found her weak spot. Tong Hua stared at her phone, her mind in turmoil. But she forced herself to stay calm. This was just another challenge she had to face head-on. Tong Hua let out a cold scoff, rolled her eyes, and casually put her phone away before closing her eyes to take a short rest. She knew full well that Liu Yuchuan, as the formidable president of Junyu Group, wouldn't be threatened by the mess her family was dealing with. After all, how could a gambler ever hope to control someone like Liu Yuchuan? Soon, the bus arrived at her stop. Tong Hua got off and headed home. As she stepped inside, she immediately noticed a familiar pair of men's shoes by the entrance. Her gaze shifted to the study, where the light was still on. It was clear he was back. But she didn't disturb him and went straight to the bedroom. After taking a shower, she changed into her pajamas and leaned against the headboard, her thoughts wandering restlessly. Thinking about Liu Yuchuan's status, her mood grew heavier. The gap between them loomed like an unbridgeable chasm, impossible to ignore. If the disparity weren't so vast, perhaps she could face it more calmly. But as it stood, the more she thought about it, the more her head throbbed. Time slipped away as her mind wrestled with these thoughts, and just as she started to feel drowsy, her phone suddenly rang. The screen showed a call from Shuran. Tong Hua lazily nestled under the covers and slid to answer. Hello, Shuran. Tong Xiaohua. I heard from Shan Shan and Tong Tong that you got married. Is that true? Who did you marry? How could you not tell me about something this big? Shuran's voice on the other end was a rapid string of questions, brimming with disbelief. Tong Hua was momentarily flustered by the barrage of inquiries and stammered. Well yeah, I did get married. Before Shuran could press further, a burnt smell suddenly reached Tong Hua's nose. Her senses heightened as she sat up abruptly, frowning. Hold on, I think I smell something burning. I'll call you back later. Without waiting for a response, she ended the call and quickly got out of bed, following the smell toward the kitchen. When she pushed open the kitchen door, the scene before her left her. Stanita pot of dumplings had boiled dry, the bottom completely scorched, and a strong burnt odor filled the air. To her shock, the stove was still on. Standing awkwardly by the stove with a spatula in hand was Liu Yuchuan, looking a little helpless. Tong Hua rushed forward to turn off the gas. The kitchen was still hazy with smoke. She turned to look at Liu Yuchuan, this 6 feet 3 inches tall man now standing there like a guilty child, his expression tinged with embarrassment. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice. I didn't have dinner. I was hungry. As soon as he finished, his stomach let out an untimely growl. Tong Hua couldn't help but want to laugh but managed to hold it back. Instead, she gave him a scrutinizing look and said teasingly, Aren't you supposed to be so capable? You order 1,000,000 dishes and don't eat them, but now you're starving? She sighed and held out her hand. Immediately, he handed her the spatula and obediently stepped aside. Tong Hua waved him out of the kitchen. Liu Yuchuan didn't argue and quietly left. Tying on an apron, Tong Hua began cleaning up the mess. Once the pot was scrubbed clean, she started cooking a fresh batch of dumplings. Meanwhile, Liu Yuchuan wandered around the house. His eyes landed on a display shelf holding a family heirloom her grandfather had given her. It was clear from its pristine placement that she cherished it deeply. Not long after, Tong Hua emerged from the kitchen with a steaming bowl of dumplings and set it on the dining table. Here, it's ready. Liu Yuchuan sat down and casually pushed a bag toward her. Keep this, he said flatly. Since Grandpa gave it to you, it's yours. Tong Hua opened the bag and glanced inside, stunned. Is this expensive? Is this the Liu family heirloom? Yeah, Liu Yuchuan replied nonchalantly, already picking up his spoon to eat. Her eyes widened further at his words, her mind racing with thoughts. If this was the Liu family heirloom, then it must be priceless. You can hold on to it for your son someday, Liu Yuchuan added matter-of-factly. But don't keep it here. If Grandpa sees it one day, he'll probably be upset. Oh. Tong Hua nodded, carefully putting the bag away. Then, with a serious tone, she reminded him, when cooking dumplings, you need to use plenty of water. Wait until the water reaches about 140 degrees Fahrenheit before adding the dumplings. Don't put them in cold water, they'll fall apart. And make sure there's enough water, or I'll burn dry. Got it? With that, she turned and went back to the bedroom. Her phone was buzzing with multiple messages from Xu Ran, still pressing her about her marriage. Tong Hua stared at the screen, feeling that the whole situation was too complicated to explain. In the kitchen, after finishing his dumplings, Lu Yuchuan quietly cleaned up the dishes before heading to the bathroom with a robe in hand. Warm water cascaded down from the shower head as he removed his shirt, revealing a lean, muscular physique with 8 defined abs. His honey-toned skin glowed healthily under the light, but the jagged scar on his left arm stood out starkly. The hot water washed over him, but the scar no longer hurt. It was the wound in his heart that never seemed to heal. For 18 long years, he had been searching tirelessly. No matter how high he climbed or how powerful he became, some questions might never have answers in this lifetime. While he was taking a shower in the bathroom, Tong Hua lay under the covers, habitually picking up her phone. She sent Xu Ran a message, "We'll talk more about the wedding another day. It's late, so get some rest and stop bombarding me with messages." Xu Ran quickly replied with an okay gesture, and the conversation came to a halt. The phone screen finally quieted down. Tong Hua absent-mindedly refreshed her feed, and a breaking news headline immediately caught her attention. She clicked on it, her interest instantly piqued. The headline read, "Junyu Group's new CEO takes the helm at just 23, secretly running the company for years." The accompanying photo featured none other than Lu Yuchuan, standing prominently in the center of the frame. His aura was extraordinary, exuding a natural air of sophistication with every movement. His sharp features and deep, penetrating gaze in the photo were enough to make anyone hold their breath. The news included a short video of the appointment ceremony, which had already garnered nearly 1 billion shares. The comment section was flooded with fervent messages, including countless women calling him husband. Tong Hua couldn't help but think to herself, a man as exceptional as him, how could he possibly lack admirers? Her mind wandered to the woman she'd seen by his side earlier today, a professional-looking figure in a blue blazer and pencil skirt, exuding competence and clearly close to him. As she was lost in her thoughts, the bathroom door opened, and Lu Yuchuan stepped out in a half-tied bathrobe. Tong Hua looked up, her gaze inadvertently meeting his. He was toweling his damp hair, pausing slightly as their eyes locked. In the warm glow of the bedside lamp, his deep-set gaze seemed even more intense. Tong Hua, her hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, leaned against the headboard with a calm expression. Her serene demeanor carried a quiet, unassuming beauty that momentarily transported him back in time. A shadowy figure from his buried memories surfaced, vague yet vivid. Tong Hua's gaze inadvertently flickered to his toned abs, and her cheeks flushed a deep red. She quickly averted her eyes, lowering her head as she murmured, "Don't sleep naked. Put some clothes on." With that, she swiftly pulled the covers over herself, cocooning tightly like a nimble eel retreating into its burrow. Lu Yuchuan couldn't help but chuckle softly at her reaction. Tossing the towel aside, he dried his hair, changed into his sleepwear, and climbed into bed. The king-sized bed, spanning over 2 meters, provided ample space to maintain a respectful distance between them. Besides, he had no intention of touching her tonight. Since they'd returned from the restaurant, his mind had been elsewhere. That figure from 4 years ago had been haunting his thoughts, refusing to leave. Though Tong Hua bore little resemblance to that person, there were fleeting moments when her expressions carried a familiar charm that tugged at his otherwise icy heart. They say a first love is unforgettable, and even someone as composed as Lu Yuchuan wasn't immune to that truth. "Your arm, is it injured?" Tong Hua's soft voice broke the silence, pulling him from his thoughts. He turned his head to find her lying on her side, her gaze fixed on a scar on his arm. The burn mark was stark and prominent, and her expression held a trace of concern. His eyes darkened, his gaze growing colder. He made no move to pull down his sleeve to hide it. After all, she'd already noticed it before she'd even flinched slightly when her fingers grazed the scar during one of their more intimate moments. "Do you trust me?" Tong Hua asked gently, her tone cautious. "Maybe I could help you heal it." He didn't respond, his demeanor distant, as though deliberately avoiding the topic. Tong Hua's mind swirled with questions. With his status, how could such a burn have gone untreated? Judging by the scar's appearance, it seemed there hadn't even been basic first aid at the time, not even a rinse with cold water. It must have hurt terribly. She couldn't help but speculate that the scar had been there for years, perhaps dating back to his youth. For reasons she couldn't explain, a sudden determination welled up within her. As his wife, if she could help him heal that scar, she would do everything in her power to try. After all, she lived in his house and ate his food. It was only fair to do something for him in return. The next morning, Lu Yuchuan left the house without a word about taking her along. Tong Hua wasn't surprised. She figured he didn't want the world to know he was married, especially to someone who wasn't from a matching social background. That suited her just fine. She preferred to keep their marriage under wraps, focusing on building her own career in the design world through hard work and talent, rather than relying on her husband's name. Today was Tong Hua's first official day at work. She took the bus to the Junyu Group headquarters. Just as she stepped into the lobby, she spotted Jiang Man heading toward the elevators. Jiang Man was dressed in a deep purple blazer, paired with a matching pencil skirt and a high-end light blue blouse. Her makeup was flawless yet understated, projecting both professionalism and elegance. She walked with steady confidence, her expression cool but polite as she nodded in acknowledgement to every colleague who greeted her. Despite her young age, her commanding presence was undeniable. "Good morning, Secretary Jiang." "Good morning, Secretary Jiang." Smiles and respectful greetings echoed around her. Tong Hua slowed her pace, deliberately waiting for Jiang Man to enter the elevator first, avoiding any chance of an encounter. She entered the large open office of the design department and had just sat down at her workstation when Jiang Man passed by, casually tossing a stack of documents onto her desk. Tong Hua was startled by the sudden action and quickly said, "Thank you, Director Jiang." However, when she turned her head, Jiang Man had already walked away with long strides, leaving behind a cold and indifferent figure. Tong Hua glanced down at the documents and then surveyed the office. Unlike yesterday's noisy atmosphere, today the entire office was unusually quiet. No one teased or mocked her anymore. It was as if yesterday's events had been completely forgotten. Everyone was engrossed in their work, their expressions focused, and the tension in the air was so palpable that it felt suffocating. Unconsciously, she calmed herself down and began carefully reviewing the documents in her hands. The materials were comprehensive, containing an introduction to the founding and significance of the Junyu Group's design department, as well as a record of the team's impressive achievements. From domestic to international accolades, the award-winning works were dazzling. The data left Tong Hua deeply impressed. The design department's capabilities far exceeded her expectations. However, the documents also noted that the department's performance had declined in the past 2 years. The fierce competition in the industry, coupled with the ever-evolving aesthetic standards of the audience, had made it difficult for the team to produce groundbreaking works. This bottleneck had placed tremendous pressure on the entire department. As she flipped to the later sections, she found detailed profiles of the designers. Name after name, accompanied by impressive resumes, made Tong Hua marvel inwardly. The level of expertise among these professionals was far higher than she had imagined. It was no surprise that a leading company like Junyu Group would attract such hidden talents. Continuing to read, her attention was drawn to a specially marked Projectin annual flagship project that Lu Yuchuan was particularly invested in, the Eternal Glance jewelry design series. This collection, centered on necklaces with matching earrings, was scheduled for release at the end of the year. The design department had only 4 months to complete all the work, with the first phase of design drafts due in just 1 month. These drafts would undergo internal evaluation before final selections were made for production. It suddenly dawned on her why the office atmosphere was so tense today. Everyone was racing against the clock. With the CEO's intense focus on this project, the entire design department dared not slack off. Even senior leaders like Jiang Nan and Director Zhang had personally joined the design efforts, hoping to produce works that would impress the CEO and showcase the team's capabilities. At the same time, the department faced another source of stress. 3 colleagues had been transferred to branch offices today, and rumors of an impending company-wide layoff were circulating. This large-scale personnel adjustment had everyone on edge, and an undercurrent of unease was palpable in the air. Just as she finished reading the documents, her phone chimed with a notification. Tong Hua opened Zia Hongshu and was pleasantly surprised to see a message from Mr. Moon. "Master, how have you been lately?" Seeing the familiar greeting, a smile tugged at her lips. She quickly typed a reply, sharing the news that she had found a job related to design. The response came swiftly, "With your talent, Master, you should have been in design long ago. Which lucky company has the honor?" Tong Hua hesitated for a moment but chose not to disclose specifics. She had always been low-key, and since she was still in her internship period, she preferred to keep things under wraps for now. "By the way," Mr. Moon continued, "after I showed you my design last time and you gave me some advice, I had a breakthrough. The 8th version of my draft actually won an award." His excitement was evident through the message. Tong Hua was genuinely happy for him, and they exchanged a few more words. She had met Mr. Moon through Zia Hongshu. Although they had never met in person, their shared passion for design had sparked a strong connection. Mr. Moon was an accomplished designer who would occasionally seek her feedback when facing creative blocks. Tong Hua, never one to hold back, would offer her honest opinions, which often led to his awe moments. He even jokingly referred to her as his master. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office on the 22nd floor, Jiang Man stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, holding a file as she waited quietly for Lu Yuchuan to finish his call. The spacious, sunlit office was filled only with the faint sound of the voice on the other end of the line and the view of towering skyscrapers outside the window. After hanging up, Lu Yuchuan turned his gaze to Jiang Man, signaling her to proceed with her report. "Sir, the personnel adjustments are being processed as per your instructions," Jiang Man reported crisply. "Additionally, Vice President Liu is currently on a business trip but has booked a return flight for Monday. It seems he plans to come back earlier than expected. Liu Yuchuan slid his hands into the pockets of his tailored trousers, a faint smile playing on his lips, though his tone carried a hint of coldness. Couldn't get an earlier flight? Knowing his temper, he'd probably want to barge in here right now if he could. A rare trace of amusement appeared on his strikingly handsome face. Jiang Man lowered her gaze, careful not to say too much, but she could sense the subtle tension in the air. Internally, she braced herself, fully aware of the potential storm brewing between the two men. After a while, Liu Yuchuan settled back into his spacious office chair. His demeanor remained as composed and refined as ever, exuding a calm and steady presence with every subtle movement, devoid of any ostentation. Jiang Man followed closely behind, carrying a document in both hands, which she respectfully handed to him. Her tone was courteous and professional as she spoke. "President, this is the financial report for the last quarter." After a brief pause, she casually inquired, "Is Mu Chen's hand doing any better?" Liu Yuchuan took the report, his long, well-defined fingers moving with ease. He glanced up slightly, his voice carrying a hint of concern. "If it's not fully recovered, let him take a few more days off. It might mean a bit more work for you." Jiang Man responded with a faint smile. "I spoke to him on the phone this morning. He said he should be able to return to work tomorrow, so it doesn't seem too serious." Liu Yuchuan nodded, his gaze returning to the report in his hands. As he flipped through the pages, he remarked in a calm tone, "Once he's back, your workload will lighten up a bit." Jiang Man gave a slight nod without saying much more. After a polite bow, she left the office. Not long after, she returned with a steaming cup of coffee, placing it gently on the desk. Her movements were quiet and efficient, and she left the room just as silently. Meanwhile, in the design department on the 11th floor, Tong Hua was seated at her workstation, carefully reviewing materials related to the A Glimpse of Eternity series. The more she read, the more intrigued she became, and a spark of determination lit up within her. Perhaps this was her chance to showcase her abilities. Although she lacked experience in jewelry design, her background in fashion design gave her confidence. She believed that the essence of design was universal, with the key lying in infusing the designer's emotions into their work. Only designs with emotion could possess true soul. As she was brimming with enthusiasm and contemplating giving it a try, Jiang Nan approached with a thick stack of documents in her arms. Without hesitation, she dropped the pile onto Tong Hua's desk. "Tong Hua, make 3 copies of these," she instructed. Startled, Tong Hua instinctively reached out to catch the stack, barely preventing it from toppling onto the desk with a loud thud. She glanced down. There had to be thousands of pages. When she looked up again, Jiang Nan was already walking away, not even sparing her a backward glance. Tong Hua hesitated for a moment, scanning the room in confusion. Didn't the design department have assistants? Why was she being tasked with such trivial chores? Though puzzled, she quietly accepted the task. After all, she was new here and needed to adapt to the workplace dynamics. With that thought, she set to work and spent the next hour meticulously copying every single page. When she finally delivered the copied documents to Jiang Nan's office, her tone carried a hint of fatigue but remained polite. "Director Jiang, the copies are ready." Just as she was about to leave, Jiang Nan's voice called out from behind her. "Tong Hua, wait a moment." Tong Hua stopped in her tracks and turned around, smiling as she asked, "Director Jiang, is there anything else you'd like me to do?" Jiang Nan looked up at her, her tone measured but with an underlying sharpness. "The materials for the A Glimpse of Eternity series were given to you just for reference. You're not expected to participate in the design process." Tong Hua froze, her brows knitting together slightly as she walked briskly toward Jiang Nan's desk. "Why not? I'm a designer too." Jiang Nan set down her cup, her gaze sweeping over Tong Hua in a way that felt almost condescending, as if evaluating a naive newcomer. Her voice remained calm but carried a cutting edge. "You're a designer? Do you have a portfolio? Any awards? Any notable achievements?" The barrage of questions left Tong Hua momentarily speechless. She opened her mouth, her mind racing to formulate a response, hoping to make her case. But Jiang Nan gave her no chance, her tone turning colder as she continued. "You're still in your probationary period. Focus on the small tasks for now and build some experience." Tong Hua felt a heavy weight settle on her chest. She quickly interjected, her voice tinged with urgency. "But the probation period is 2 months, and this series is due in 1. I don't want to miss this opportunity, Director Jiang." "Leave," Jiang Nan interrupted her coldly. "Director Jiang," Tong Hua tried again, but Jiang Nan cut her off once more, her tone decisive and unyielding. "Leave." With that, Jiang Nan picked up her desk phone, effectively ending the conversation. Tong Hua bit her lip, frustration and disappointment welling up inside her. Left with no choice, she turned and left the office. Back at her workstation, she sat down with her head lowered, feeling as though a heavy stone weighed on her heart. Just then her phone rang, pulling her out of her thoughts. She glanced at the screen and saw Grandpa Liu displayed. The familiar name brought a small sense of comfort, easing her mood slightly. She quickly composed herself, moving to a quiet corner before answering the call. Her voice was sweet as she greeted, "Hi, Grandpa." On the other end of the line, the elderly man's warm and kind voice came through. "Hua Hua, about what we discussed earlier, have you given it any thought? When can we arrange for the two families to meet?" Tong Hua held the phone tightly, a trace of helplessness flashing in her eyes. She knew she couldn't avoid this matter. After a brief moment of thought, she replied gently, "How about Saturday? Yuchuan has just taken on his new role, so I imagine he's quite busy." The old man was overjoyed upon hearing the girl's response, praising her repeatedly for being such a considerate and understanding child, showing care for Yuchuan and acknowledging how busy he was. The girl gave a faint smile, a little embarrassed, and gently reminded the elderly man to take care of his health. She also promised to visit him again with Yuchuan in the future. After a few more words of concern from the old man, the call ended. The girl let out a small sigh. After all, if Director Jiang found out she was taking personal calls during work hours, her salary would definitely be docked. Tong Hua had just hung up the phone when a cheerful greeting sounded nearby. She looked up to see a tall, slim young man with curly blonde hair and a nose ring walking toward her, holding a coffee cup. His demeanor was casual and laid back. "Hi, I'm Jack, your colleague," he introduced himself. Tong Hua froze for a moment, silently wondering, isn't this Zhang Chong from the main office? She had just reviewed the employee profiles the photo clearly showed him. Despite her confusion, she smiled politely and extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Tong Hua." Tong Hua, like a fairy tale. Haha. Jack laughed heartily as he shook her hand, then turned and walked away. Tong Hua stared at his retreating figure, puzzled. Just yesterday, he had been leading the teasing against her. Now, he showed no hostility at all and even offered a friendly reminder. She couldn't quite figure him out. Back at her workstation, a girl with long straight hair and fair skin wheeled her chair closer. In a low voice, she asked, "Tong Hua, is it true that Director Jiang isn't letting you work on the Eternal Glance design series?" Tong Hua's heart tightened at the question. "How did you know?" The girl patted her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, there'll be other projects. Our design department has never been easy on anyone. When I first started, Director Jiang didn't let me work on designs either. She said she was afraid my drafts would be too bad and embarrass the department in front of the judges." Tong Hua frowned slightly, dissatisfied. She hasn't even seen my work. How can she make such a conclusion? That's so unfair. "Well, she's the boss," the girl replied with a shrug, then extended her hand. "Hi, I'm Su Mimi. Let's be friends." Tong Hua shook her hand and smiled. "Hi, I'm Tong Hua. Your name is so pretty, like a fairy tale," Su Mimi said, playfully winking. Tong Hua couldn't help but chuckle, her impression of her colleague starting to soften. After all, a prestigious company like Junyu must have its fair share of talented employees. She could understand why people had mocked her yesterday. Her situation was indeed hard to believe. Anyone would have questions in such a scenario. "Tong Hua, do you know the new president?" Su Mimi suddenly asked in a hushed tone. Tong Hua was taken aback but quickly smiled and shook her head. "No, I don't." "Oh." Su Mimi nodded and didn't press further. In the afternoon, Director Jiang assigned Tong Hua a new task. Tong Hua tackled it diligently and efficiently, hoping to use this opportunity to prove herself and earn a chance to participate in the Eternal Glance series. As she walked out of the office with a stack of documents, she bumped into Jiang Man, the president's secretary. Both stopped in their tracks, standing face to face. Jiang Man was dressed in a tailored professional outfit, her pencil skirt showcasing her long, straight legs. Her sharp gaze was intimidating, exuding an air of authority. Tong Hua hesitated briefly, then lowered her head and tried to step around while clutching the documents. However, Jiang Man took a step to block her path, her tone cold as she introduced herself. "I'm Jiang Man, the president's private secretary. What I said yesterday was meant as a kind reminder." "Thank you for the reminder, Secretary Jiang," Tong Hua replied with a polite smile, attempting once again to move past. But Jiang Man blocked her again, this time with a frosty question. "Miss Tong, are you dissatisfied?" Tong Hua raised her eyes, her gaze calm and unwavering. She had already sensed that Jiang Man was deliberately picking a fight, but she had no intention of backing down. Pressing her lips together, she took a step back and met Jiang Man's gaze directly. Her tone was soft but firm. "Secretary Jiang, you're the president's private secretary. What does this have to do with me?" Jiang Man's expression darkened, her icy stare growing sharper. Tong Hua, however, smiled faintly and added, "I wonder, just how private is private?" Jiang Man was momentarily at a loss for words, her face shifting slightly. At that moment, the elevator doors silently slid open. Lu Yuchuan stood inside, hands in his pockets, his deep gaze lowered, taking in the conversation that had unfolded. He didn't step out right away, and the elevator stayed open, the atmosphere heavy with an unspoken tension. In the elevator, Lu Yuchuan stood silently in one corner, his brow slightly furrowed, his deep gaze fixed ahead as if lost in thought. However, the quiet was broken by Jiang Man's voice. She wore a smile, but there was a trace of unmistakable sarcasm in it as she stared directly at Tong Hua. Jiang Man's face had turned ashen, while Tong Hua remained composed and calm. The tension between them quickly filled the confined space. Tong Hua's smile faltered abruptly, clearly unwilling to engage further. She was just about to step away when Jiang Man suddenly raised her hand to block her path. Tong Hua arched a brow, her tone tinged with confusion and a hint of irritation. What's your problem with me? We've got nothing to do with each other, not even at work. Jiang Man's face tightened at the remark, her anger flaring in her eyes though she maintained a facade of composure. Her voice was cold as she replied, I'm just giving you some friendly advice, focus on your job. Oh. Tong Hua clutched the file in her arms, casting Jiang Man a fleeting, indifferent glance. Her tone carried a sharp edge of rebuttal. And may I ask, Secretary Jiang, which eye of yours saw me not focusing on my work? The words pierced Jiang Man like a needle, her expression darkening further as she clenched her jaw, struggling to keep her emotions in check. But Tong Hua seemed uninterested in letting up, her voice light yet pointed. Secretary Jiang, perhaps you should worry more about your own workload. And just a friendly reminder, your boss is married. Jiang Man's eyes flared with sharp warning, her tone laced with anger. Spreading false rumors could land you in legal trouble. I'm only reminding you. Believe it or not, that's up to you, Tong Hua said with a faint laugh, her gaze calm but tinged with mockery. But being known as a homewrecker isn't exactly a great reputation to have, is it? With that, she brushed past Jiang Man's hand and strode away without looking back. Jiang Man stood frozen, trembling with rage, and then turned sharply, shouting after her, Tong Hua, if you dare spread lies about the boss being married, expect a lawsuit. But Tong Hua didn't even pause, walking away with steady determination. Inwardly, she thought to herself how annoying Jiang Man was. Inside the elevator, Lu Yichuan's sharp features remained as stoic as ever, but a flicker of something passed through his eyes. He had heard every word of the confrontation, yet he showed no outward reaction. After a brief silence, Jiang Man finally stepped into the elevator, only to find herself under the piercing gaze of her boss. Her heart sank, and her face turned pale in an instant. Good evening, Mr. Lu, she quickly greeted, lowering her head in an attempt to conceal her unease. Return to the office, the man's deep, commanding voice instructed, leaving no room for disobedience. The female secretary hastily pressed the button to close the elevator doors. As the elevator ascended, the confined space was now occupied only by the two of them. Standing beside Lu Yichuan, Jiang Man felt her heart racing as she silently wondered if he had overheard the earlier exchange. Desperate to appear calm, she cautiously ventured, Mr. Lu, the new designer in the department, Tong Hua, she seems to have taken an interest in you. I was merely offering her some friendly advice earlier. The man was silent for a moment before replying in a measured tone, you'd do well to focus less on matters outside of work. His voice was cool, though not overtly chastising. Yet Jiang Man felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her heart ached, and she lowered her voice to respond submissively, understood. The elevator arrived at the executive floor. As the doors opened, Lu Yichuan stepped out with his long, confident strides. Jiang Man followed closely behind, inwardly berating herself for possibly tarnishing her image in his eyes. But her sharp instincts soon picked up on something subtle. Lu Yichuan's attitude seemed to favor Tong Hua, albeit unintentionally. She recalled the incident from the previous day when Tong Hua had boldly addressed him by name in a formal setting. A chilling thought struck her, could it be that Lu Yichuan and Tong Hua already knew each other? Or worse, was Tong Hua the one that got away in his heart? The idea made Jiang Man's chest tighten with dismay. Meanwhile, after a long day at work, Tong Hua returned home feeling dispirited. Jiang Man had repeatedly emphasized that she was not to participate in the Eternal Moment project, leaving her frustrated. Sitting cross-legged on her sofa, she hugged her tablet and began pouring her heart out to Mr. Moon. Mr. Moon was a seasoned designer who understood the harsh realities and fierce competition of the industry. He patiently comforted Tong Hua and encouraged her to persevere, assuring her that her talent would eventually speak for itself. Just then, Lu Yichuan walked through the door. The moment he entered, his eyes fell on Tong Hua curled up on the sofa, engrossed in her tablet. She was chatting animatedly, her face lit up with a bright smile. Though it wasn't a video or voice call, her expressions made it obvious she was deeply engaged. You're back from work? Tong Hua glanced up at him briefly, her tone casual. Yeah. He nodded and walked towards her. Suddenly, he bent down and took the tablet from her hands. Hey, what are you doing? Tong Hua reacted immediately, reaching out to grab it back, but her efforts were futile. Glaring at him, her voice was filled with annoyance. Lu Yichuan placed the tablet on the other side of the sofa and then sat down beside her. His tone was calm as he asked, how was your first day at work? Are you adjusting well? Tong Hua was taken aback, surprised by his unexpected concern. But she quickly regained her composure, a faint smile tugging at her lips as she studied him with a mix of emotions. She paused for a moment, thinking seriously, then looked up at him with a hint of dissatisfaction and grievance in her tone. I don't know what your company's corporate culture is like, but there's one thing I absolutely can't agree with. Lu Yuchuan's expression remained calm as he gave a slight nod. Go ahead, tell me. The one glance, 8,000 years collection that's set to launch at the end of the year. Director Jiang Nan won't let me participate in the design process. Why is that? Her words grew faster, her voice increasingly agitated. Is it because I don't have past achievements? Does that automatically mean I'll bring down the entire design department? Mr. Liu, tell me, who is born with a portfolio of accomplishments? Can anyone carry over achievements from a past life? She won't even give me a chance to try. How does she know my ideas won't work? Lu Yuchuan's face remained composed. He simply looked at her quietly, waiting for her to finish venting before speaking. Did she tie your hands and stop you from putting pen to paper? Tong Hua froze for a moment, momentarily at a loss for words, then muttered under her breath. Well, no, she didn't. If I were you, I'd take my design drafts and show them to her, instead of complaining to the boss here. His words left Tong Hua speechless for a moment. She glared at him. The only reason I'm complaining to you is because you asked, she retorted, though inwardly she couldn't help grumbling. Without your approval, how would I dare to bypass her authority? Lu Yuchuan glanced at her, the corner of his mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. This feisty young woman clearly didn't hold back when it came to arguing with Jiang Nan either. Still, his words seemed to calm her down somewhat. She realized she shouldn't let her frustration cloud her judgment. Mulling it over, she decided to finish her design drafts first. If Jiang Nan refused to look at them, she'd just bypass her and show them directly to her husband. Lu Yuchuan stood up, seemingly about to leave, but paused mid-step as if something had occurred to him. He casually remarked, by the way, Grandpa called me today. Tong Hua hugged the throw pillow on the sofa, trying to mask her earlier emotions, and asked lightly, oh? What did he say? He wants me to arrange a meeting between our families. I don't have time, he replied flatly, as if it were a matter of no consequence. Tong Hua glanced up at him with a faint smile. That's exactly what I told your grandpa. Lu Yuchuan knew well enough that with grandpa involved, this process would have to happen sooner or later. After a brief moment of thought, he said, Saturday, then? Tong Hua nodded gently. That's what I told grandpa too. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, looking at him with a playful glint in her eyes. Lu Yuchuan paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on her face before he turned and walked away. That night, Lu Yuchuan lay in bed, exhausted yet unable to sleep. The company had been undergoing frequent personnel changes lately. Every adjustment was the result of his careful consideration, but it had inevitably sparked dissatisfaction among some employees. Some struggled to adapt, others were forced to accept, and still others tried to plead their cases with him. He was drained, both physically and mentally. Beside him, the girl lay quietly, her body turned slightly as she stole glances at him. In the dim light, his features appeared sharp and defined, his profile cold and commanding, his frame tall and powerful. Tong Hua's heart raced as her gaze drifted to his arm. She suddenly remembered the scar there, and a pang of sadness welled up inside her. She needed to find time to gather some herbal remedies. She let out a soft sigh, her mind wandering to thoughts of her mother. Her mother had finally summoned the courage to divorce Tong Shengwang. Tong Hua had initially wanted to ask Lu Yuchuan for a recommendation for a good lawyer. After all, her father would never agree to a peaceful divorce, and a lawsuit seemed inevitable. But seeing Lu Yuchuan's weariness now, she decided against bringing it up. The next morning, a Lamborghini came to a smooth stop in front of the Junyu Group building. As Lu Yuchuan stepped out of the car, a figure suddenly rushed toward him. Are you Tong Hua's husband? Lu Yuchuan glanced up, his cold gaze sweeping over the man without offering a response. He stood tall, his presence steady and commanding. The man was none other than Tong Shengwang. He struck an arrogant pose and declared, I'm her father. Kid, you took my daughter without paying a bride price. Here's the deal, 100,000 yuan. Pay up, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Lu Yuchuan's expression remained impassive. He raised a hand, and several bodyguards immediately stepped forward, standing guard at the top of the stairs. Seeing this, Tong Shengwang became even more convinced he could extort money from the CEO. Just as he was basking in his own confidence, he caught sight of Tong Hua running toward them from a nearby bus stop. My wife says I shouldn't indulge you, Lu Yuchuan said calmly, his tone steady but laced with authority. He already knew everything about Tong Shengwang and his motives. As he turned to walk toward the company entrance, he left behind one final remark. Sorry, but I'm under my wife's strict orders. Tong Shengwang froze for a moment, then tried to chase after him, only to be stopped by the bodyguards. One of them gave a cold warning, harass Mr. Liu, and you'll face the consequences. Tong Hua arrived just in time to witness the scene. Her chest tightened, and she bit her lip, unable to suppress the emotions surging within her. The bodyguard's sharp, blade-like gaze snapped Tong Xinguang back to his senses. He quickly realized this was no place for him to act recklessly. The people before him were not ones he could easily handle. As the head of Junyu Group, being caught in a compromising situation here would be a monumental loss of face. It seemed his best bet was to target Tong Hua instead. Just as Tong Xinguang turned to leave, Tong Hua strode up to him, her voice tinged with suppressed anger. What are you doing here? Tong Hua, are you ignoring what I said? Where's the 1 million? When are you going to have it ready? Tong Xinguang's fury erupted as he grabbed the girl by her collar, his eyes blazing with hostility. He reached for her bag, shouting, after all these years of freeloading off me, you think you can walk away clean? Not a chance. What are you doing? Let go. Let go of me. Tong Hua struggled in a panic. Her face flushed red. Her heart raced with anxiety. This was the company entrance, and the last thing she wanted was to become the subject of gossip. Yet, the surrounding bodyguards remained still, unaware of the girl's identity or the fact that she was the wife of their boss, Mr. Liu. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a silver Bentley slowly pulled up nearby. The car door opened, and Mu Chen stepped out. Dressed in a white shirt paired with black straight-cut trousers, his minimalistic outfit carried an understated elegance. As he closed the car door, his gaze was drawn to the commotion not far away. When his eyes landed on the side profile of the girl involved, he froze momentarily, a flicker of recognition flashing across his face. Tong Hua. Mu Chen murmured softly. As if to confirm his suspicion, he quickly strode toward the pair. Despite his injured arm still in recovery, he didn't hesitate to intervene, shouting, "Let her go." Tong Xinguang turned at the sound, glaring at Mu Chen with unrelenting anger. Without a word, he swung a fist at him, and the two were soon locked in a scuffle. Chaos broke out. "Stop it! Stop fighting!" Tong Hua cried out in alarm, rushing forward to separate them. But before she could fully grasp what was happening, the chaotic scene left her at a loss. At this moment, the bodyguards at the company entrance finally recognized Mu Chen's identity was Mr. Liu's trusted assistant. They quickly intervened, subduing Tong Xinguang and unceremoniously escorting him off the premises. Mu Chen clutched his arm, his face contorted in pain. "Are you okay?" Tong Hua hurried to his side, her tone filled with concern. "What happened to your arm?" She glanced up at him for the first time, and the sight of his face left her stunned. "Mu Chen," she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at him. Despite the pain in his arm, Mu Chen felt an overwhelming surge of joy upon seeing her recognize him. He smiled, his voice tinged with excitement. "Tong Hua, you still remember me." Memories came rushing back like a tidal wave. The moments they shared during high school felt as vivid as if they had happened yesterday. Back then, they were classmates, and Tong Hua was the radiant presence in his life, the girl he quietly cherished. On the night of their high school graduation, he had mustered the courage to confess his feelings, only to be gently turned down. After that, they parted ways, heading in different directions. However, the sharp pain in his arm quickly pulled him out of his thoughts. He winced and let out a soft groan. "Oh, let me take a look." Without hesitation, Tong Hua rolled up his sleeve and examined his arm closely. Her voice carried a hint of worry. "Did you break it again?" Mu Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. "How can you tell?" "It's true, I just recovered from a fracture." "It looks like it's reopened," she said seriously. "You need to get an X-ray at the hospital. If it's not treated properly, it could affect your health." Looking at the girl who was so concerned about him, Mu Chen felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Tentatively, he asked, "Will you come with me?" "Of course I will," she replied without hesitation. "It's my fault you got hurt after all." And so, Tong Hua accompanied Mu Chen to the hospital. Along the way, she even called Director Zhang to request time off. An hour later, in a hospital room bathed in sunlight streaming through the curtains, Mu Chen sat on the hospital bed with his arm newly encased in a cast. He watched as Tong Hua sat by his bedside, meticulously peeling an apple. Her focused expression and the way the sunlight highlighted her delicate profile made her look especially gentle. "You really need to rest properly. If it happens again, it won't be so easy to fix," Tong Hua said sweetly, handing him the peeled apple while scolding him lightly. Mu Chen gazed into her bright, dark eyes, his heart skipping a beat. She was the most precious memory of his youth, and now, she was here, alive and vivid before him. Everything that had happened today felt like a dream. "You work at Junyu Group too?" he couldn't help but ask. "Yeah," Tong Hua nodded casually. "I'm in the design department. It's only my second day, and I'm still an intern." "What about you?" Mu Chen chuckled, a trace of pride in his eyes. "I'm Mr. Liu's assistant, in the CEO's office." "An assistant?" The girl froze momentarily, a trace of doubt flashing across her mind. He already had a secretary, did he really need a personal assistant too? Did this mean he didn't plan to handle anything himself? Mu Chen, noticing her hesitation, quickly jumped in to defend Liu Yuchuan, his voice brimming with admiration. "Don't underestimate the president. All the major decisions of the company require him to personally analyze the data and make precise judgments. Those tasks are mentally exhausting. No one else can help him with that. He added with a touch of pride. Don't be fooled by his young age. Lu Yuchuan has been running the company for years. Without him, how could Junyu Group achieve its current success? He's a genius in the business world, smarter than you can imagine. These words deepened the girl's impression of Lu Yuchuan, and she couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for him. Meanwhile, a Lamborghini was gliding smoothly toward the hospital. Lu Yuchuan was behind the wheel, his hands steady on the steering wheel. Sunlight streamed through the car windows, casting a golden glow on his sharp, handsome features, enhancing his magnetic allure. However, his thoughts were far from calm. The news that Mu Chen had gotten into a fight at the company's entrance and injured himself was hard for him to believe. In the back seat sat Jiang Man, dressed in a tailored navy blue business suit. Her pencil skirt and black stockings highlighted her professional and polished appearance. Her makeup was as flawless as ever, but her expression betrayed a hint of complexity. Her gaze inadvertently fell on the empty passenger seat beside Lu Yuchuan, and a ripple of emotion stirred in her heart. She wondered who might one day have the honor of sitting in that coveted spot. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't realize the car had already pulled up to the hospital entrance. Jiang Man followed Lu Yuchuan into the hospital, and the two took the elevator straight to the ward. When they pushed open the door, they were greeted by the sight of Tong Hua carefully peeling an apple. She looked up, her gaze colliding with Lu Yuchuan's, and for a moment, she seemed stunned. Clearly, Lu Yuchuan hadn't expected to see her there either. Jiang Man's eyes flicked over Tong Hua, her expression neutral, but a subtle shift in her gaze betrayed her thoughts. President, Man, Mu Chen greeted them from the bed, his wrist wrapped in bandages, but his mood seemingly light. He smiled and asked, "What brings you here?" His voice pulled them out of their thoughts, and they turned their attention to the man on the bed. Just then, Tong Hua finished peeling the last bit of apple skin and handed the fruit to Mu Chen. "Thank you," he said warmly, his smile as gentle as the spring sun, making those around him feel at ease. But Lu Yuchuan's sharp eyes caught the unhidden delight and tenderness in Mu Chen's expression as he looked at Tong Hua. "Hello, Mr. Lu." "Hello, Secretary Jiang," Tong Hua greeted them calmly, setting the fruit knife aside. Jiang Man, however, remained coldly aloof, neither responding nor sparing Tong Hua another glance, maintaining her usual distant demeanor. Lu Yuchuan briefly inquired about Mu Chen's condition and reminded him to rest and recover. Though Mu Chen was his subordinate, he was also a friend. Then, Lu Yuchuan turned to Tong Hua, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable authority. "Tong Hua, return to the company. Jiang Man will stay here to look after him." Jiang Man froze, disbelief flashing in her eyes, and even Mu Chen was taken aback. He opened his mouth to protest but couldn't find the words. "Let's go, Tong Hua," Lu Yuchuan said coolly, his gaze briefly resting on the girl across from him. Left with no choice, Tong Hua bid Mu Chen farewell. Before Mu Chen could react, she had already followed Lu Yuchuan out of the ward. Jiang Man stood by the bed, her gaze unconsciously following the departing pair. One detail caught her attention. How did the president know that girl's name? A faint unease stirred in her chest. Man, you should head back to the company too." "I don't need anyone to stay with me," Mu Chen said, his voice gentle but tinged with weariness. Jiang Man paused slightly, then raised her eyes to meet his. "The president's orders I wouldn't dare disobey." With that, she turned and walked to the window, looking down at the Lamborghini parked below. Moments later, she saw Tong Hua following Lu Yuchuan to the car. She watched as the president personally opened the passenger door, gesturing for Tong Hua to get in. The car drove off slowly, but Jiang Man's gaze lingered on the spot, her focus distant. Beneath her composed exterior, her heart sank into an abyss. Inside the car, Tong Hua sat in the luxurious Lamborghini for the first time, feeling both nervous and out of place. Learning about its exorbitant price only heightened her unease, making her careful even with her breathing. In contrast, Lu Yuchuan exuded calm and control. He steered the car effortlessly with one hand, while the other rested casually on the window frame, his deep eyes fixed on the road ahead. The atmosphere in the car was stifling. Tong Hua stole a few glances at him, sensing that he seemed displeased. She began to wonder if, as his legal wife, she should offer some kind of explanation in this situation. But before she could speak, Lu Yuchuan broke the silence. His voice was steady, carrying a faint chill. "Are you trying to make me a cuckold?" "Hey, that's a hospital room," Tong Hua hurriedly explained, her tone laced with a hint of panic. "What are you even thinking?" The man turned his head slightly, his cold gaze sweeping over her. His voice was low and dripping with sarcasm. "Who's your big brother? Does it only count in a hotel? Are there even shades of green when it comes to a green hat?" Tong Hua was rendered speechless, her face flushing slightly. She quickly tried to defend herself. "He's just a friend." Lu Yuchuan abruptly pulled the car over to the side of the road. The sudden stillness inside the vehicle made the atmosphere feel stifling, Tong Hua's heart tightened, realizing the gravity of the situation. She even adjusted her breathing to be quieter. The man turned to her, his expression dark, though his tone was eerily calm. "Mrs. Liu, you took leave to take care of another man and kept it from your own husband. Do you think that's reasonable?" Under his intense gaze, Tong Hua felt cornered. Her lips moved, but no words came out. She lowered her head, shaking it slightly, guilt welling up inside her. She was acutely aware of the importance of her current identity, yet she couldn't help but explain. "Mu Qin got hurt because of me. He's my high school classmate. Did you two ever?" Lu Yuchuan's voice was low, carrying a weight that made the air feel oppressive. "No." Tong Hua blurted out firmly, her tone resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Lu Yuchuan stared into her eyes for a moment of silence, forming his own judgment. Mu Qin clearly had feelings for Tong Hua, but it was evident that she didn't feel the same way about him. Tong Hua blinked cautiously, testing the waters. "Are you jealous?" "You think too much," Lu Yuchuan sneered, restarting the car. His face remained stormy. "If Grandpa finds out about this, what do you think he'll say?" His words carried a clear warning. Tong Hua bit her lip, not daring to respond or argue further. But inwardly, she couldn't help but grumble. So what if Grandpa knew? Doesn't everyone have friends of the opposite sex? When the car came to a stop in front of the company, Tong Hua made sure to check that no employees were around before stepping out. The two of them walked into the building one after the other, deliberately keeping a distance, as if they were strangers. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Mu Qin was in a surprisingly good mood, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It felt as though fate had given him another chance to cross paths with Tong Hua. Despite the years that had passed, his feelings for her remained unchanged. On the other hand, Jiang Man was in a foul mood, her face so dark that even the nurses hesitated to approach her. Before they knew it, Saturday arrived. Around 10 a.m., Uncle Ke drove the car while Lu Yuchuan and Tong Hua sat side by side in the back seat, leaving a shoulder's width of space between them. The atmosphere in the car was heavy and tense. Today was the family meeting arranged by Grandpa Liu. Tong Hua had already informed her adoptive parents in advance. Her mother, Gao Qingrong, was particularly anxious, worried that Tong Shengwang might take advantage of the situation to make outrageous demands. She had barely slept a wink the previous night and had even sent Tong Hua a message that morning, urging her to handle things carefully. Tong Hua had called back to reassure her in a soft voice. "It's okay. Some things just have to be faced. Avoiding them won't solve anything." Despite her comforting words, sitting next to Lu Yuchuan now, Tong Hua couldn't help but feel uneasy. She had no idea what to expect. The only small relief was knowing that both Lu Yuchuan and Grandpa Liu were already aware of her family situation. The man beside her, with his sharp features and deep-set eyes, remained silent throughout the ride. He wasn't concerned about Tong Shengwang making unreasonable demands, as the final decision rested with Grandpa Liu. Grandpa Liu had his own sense of judgment and wouldn't let a gambler dictate the terms. The family meeting was sat at a Chinese restaurant. Gao Qingrong had dressed up carefully, pulling out a cheongsam she had spent a fortune on 5 years ago. When Tong Hua saw her mother wearing the outfit she usually couldn't bear to use, her heart ached. There was a hole in the back of the cheongsam, chewed by a mouse, but her mother clearly hadn't noticed. At the table, Tong Shengwang sat with one leg crossed over the other, a cigarette between his fingers, surrounded by a cloud of smoke. His face beamed with satisfaction, as if he were the star of the day. Grandpa Liu, on the other hand, was the picture of propriety. His silver hair was neatly combed, and his tailored Zhongshan suit was impeccably pressed. He had arrived early, and the bodyguards accompanying him waited outside, not hovering behind him. He greeted everyone politely as he entered. Lu Yuchuan sat beside his grandfather, while Tong Hua took a seat next to her mother. As the dishes began to arrive, the atmosphere in the room gradually warmed up. "Grandpa Liu," Gao Qingrong said, her voice slightly reserved but as composed as possible. "As long as Hua Hua is happy, that's all that matters. Parents don't have many demands, as long as the kids are doing well." She smiled gently, though a hint of nervousness lingered. Lu Yuchuan glanced up at her, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. Her face seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite place where had seen her before. Before Gao Qingrong could finish, Tong Shengwang eagerly jumped in. "Raising a daughter isn't easy, you know? What do you mean no demands? No bride price? How is that acceptable?" Tong Hua's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into the ground. She sat quietly next to her mother, her hands tightly clasped on her knees, her gaze fixed on her foster father's greedy face. He couldn't even wait for all the dishes to be served before picking up his chopsticks and digging in. Tong Shengwang, while devouring the food, glanced at Grandpa Liu with a probing tone. "Since today's a family meeting, it can't just be about having a meal, right? We should talk about the bride price, shouldn't we?" Having been rebuffed by Lu Yuchuan before, Tong Shengwang decided not to waste his words on the younger man this time and went straight for Grandpa Liu. But Grandpa Liu had already seen through him. He knew Tong Hua was a gambler and didn't expect any decency or dignity from him. For the sake of the two young people's happiness, he was willing to spend some money to resolve the issue. The old man smiled slightly, his tone calm and kind. Of course, the bride price will be given. That's customary. As for not consulting you before letting the kids get their marriage certificate, that was indeed our oversight. On behalf of the children, I apologize to you. Sitting nearby, Lu Yuchuan watched his grandfather with a pained heart. He had never seen the old man lower himself like this, but he understood the importance of this meeting and could only hope it would end soon. Hearing this, Tong Shengwang's face briefly lit up with smugness. He let out a cold snort and shot a glance at Lu Yuchuan before turning back to Grandpa Lu. The old man here is far more generous than his son-in-law. He claims his wife controls the finances and that all the money is with my daughter. Who's he kidding? With that, he threw another triumphant look at Lu Yuchuan. Tong Hua turned her head toward Lu Yuchuan upon hearing this, only to see his slightly furrowed brows and the awkward look on his face, as if a flock of crows had just flown past him. But Tong Shengwang wasn't done. He pressed on, his tone crude and disrespectful. It's not easy raising a child these days. Hey, raise the deal 1 million and we'll call it even. His words hung in the air like a slap, freezing the atmosphere instantly. Tong Hua felt as though a heavy hammer had struck her heart. A sour ache spread through her chest. She felt like a commodity being put on a shelf, her heart filled with desolation. Lu Yuchuan's expression darkened as well. He lifted his gaze to meet Tong Shengwang's, his voice steady but cutting. 1 million and you'll stop harassing Tong Hua? Is that what you mean? To sever all father-daughter ties? Without hesitation, Tong Shengwang nodded. Exactly. This girl has no sense of gratitude. I know she won't take care of me in my old age. Tong Hua listened to his harsh words, her heart numb. She kept her head down, letting them negotiate, while a different question lingered in her mind. Where were Lu Yuchuan's parents? Why hadn't they shown up for such an occasion? In the days since their marriage, he hadn't mentioned them even once. In the end, Grandpa Lu agreed to Tong Shengwang's demand and transferred 1 million to him on the spot. The moment Tong Shengwang received the money, his face lit up with delight. He put down his chopsticks and left without so much as a backward glance. Gao Qingrong watched his retreating figure, tears of disappointment welling in her eyes. But she stubbornly held her head high, refusing to let them fall, preserving the last shred of her dignity. Tong Hua looked at her mother and felt a sudden surge of strength. She quietly comforted herself. It's over. Finally free. After Tong Shengwang left, Grandpa Lu took out another bank card with 1 million on it and handed it to Gao Qingrong, his tone steady. Parents should be treated equally. This is for you. However, Gao Qingrong waved her hands repeatedly. Her kind nature made her worry that taking too much money might lead to her daughter suffering in the wealthy household. In the end, she insisted on handing the card to Lu Yuchuan, her eyes full of earnestness. Yuchuan, I hope you'll take good care of Hua Hua. She's a good girl, and her life hasn't been easy. Hearing her mother's words, Tong Hua felt a twinge of sorrow, her eyes growing misty. As for Lu Yuchuan, the word mother stirred something indescribable in his heart. Those two words had become foreign to him for a long time. His eyes flickered slightly as he lowered his head and accepted the card. On the way home, Grandpa Lu didn't join them, leaving Uncle Ku to drive. The car was silent. Tong Hua sat beside Lu Yuchuan, staring out the window, lost in thought. After a long stretch of silence, Lu Yuchuan suddenly spoke, his voice low and steady. Do you know why Grandpa chose you? Even with your difficult family background. Tong Hua turned to look at him, a hint of confusion in her eyes. It was a question that had puzzled her as well. Why would Grandpa Lu approve of this marriage when they were so mismatched in status? My grandpa found a fortune teller to predict my marriage, Lu Yuchuan said, his deep voice tinged with helplessness. According to the master, on the 15th of last month, the first girl I met when I went out that day would be my destined one. As he said this, the man slowly turned his head, his piercing gaze landing firmly on Tong Hua. What? Tong Hua was stunned, her mind in turmoil. This was too far-fetched, wasn't it? She couldn't help but feel skeptical. Lu Yuchuan seemed to find the whole thing absurd as well, but his expression remained serious. His tone shifted, now laced with curiosity. So, Tong Hua, what were you doing that day? His deep-set eyes locked onto hers like chains, silently warning her not to lie. Tong Hua met his gaze and began to recall, memories of that day flashing through her mind. It was an ordinary morning. Like usual, she had put on her workout clothes and gone out for a run. When she reached the edge of the park, she suddenly heard someone shouting, "Stop! Thief!" She followed the sound and saw a man clutching a bag, running in her direction in a panic. Almost instinctively, she raised her leg, preparing to trip him. But just as she was about to act, a cane shot out from the side, perfectly timed to trip the thief alongside her foot. The thief fell flat on his face, the bag tumbling to the ground. Turning her head, she saw the cane's owner was a sprightly, elderly man. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile, as if they had worked together seamlessly. That was the first time she met Grandpa Lu, a moment of accidental teamwork in the name of justice. Back in the backseat of the Lamborghini, Tong Hua's expression said it all. Lu Yuchuan stared at her, as if he had found the answer in her demeanor. Leaning back in his seat, he rested his hands behind his head and said coolly, "Grandpa is getting old. He actually believes what the fortune teller said." Tong Hua opened her mouth to respond but found herself at a loss for words. A marriage based on something like this? It was beyond ridiculous. The car fell silent. After a while, Tong Hua finally mustered the courage to speak softly. "Yuchuan, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with." Lu Yuchuan didn't open his eyes or respond, but Tong Hua knew he was listening. So she continued, "I want my adoptive parents to get a divorce. It's also my adoptive mother's wish. Do you know any good lawyers you could recommend?" At this, Lu Yuchuan's brows furrowed slightly, a faint image of a woman flashing through his mind. She seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he had seen her before. Without opening his eyes, he replied indifferently, "I don't get involved in your family matters." Tong Hua froze for a moment before lowering her head. She understood. Even though they were legally married, and Grandpa Lu liked her, Lu Yuchuan didn't. She had no right to ask for his help, and he had every right to refuse. As the head of Junyu Group, how could he possibly have time to meddle in her personal affairs? Recognizing the boundaries, she fell silent. After a while, Lu Yuchuan suddenly spoke, "My mother wants to meet you." "Your mother?" Tong Hua was caught off guard, clearly startled by the unexpected statement. She turned her head, her eyes filled with confusion. "We're having dinner at the family estate tonight. Be prepared," Lu Yuchuan said, his deep voice calm and steady, like aged wine pouring into her ears. Tong Hua's heart sank. His mother lived at the family estate? With Grandpa Lu? All right, she nodded, already strategizing internally. If she could impress him in both big and small matters, would he be willing to help her with her adoptive parents' divorce? Tentatively, she asked, "Does your mother have any particular likes or dislikes?" Lu Yuchuan kept his eyes closed, his tone as aloof as ever. "You don't need to try to win her over. She won't like you." Hearing this, Tong Hua's face instantly drained of color, her small, delicate features turning pale. It was Saturday, and the car headed toward Shuyuanhuadu. Back home, Lu Yuchuan went straight to his study, while Tong Hua tossed and turned in the master bedroom, unable to calm her nerves. Meeting his mother for the first time, she wanted to leave a good impression. But the problem was, she knew nothing about this middle-aged woman. She pulled out her phone to search for information but found absolutely nothing. The complete lack of online presence only made her feel more uneasy. Not wanting to appear disrespectful, she chose a pale yellow dress she had splurged on during a trip to Sanya. In her opinion, it was the most presentable outfit she owned. As she descended the stairs, Lu Yuchuan happened to emerge from his study. His gaze unintentionally landed on her. The bright yellow of the dress caught his eye, and his brows furrowed slightly. Unbidden, he recalled the day of the company's inauguration ceremony, when she had worn this same dress in the lobby. "Don't you have anything more formal to wear?" His tone carried a hint of disapproval. "You changed specifically for this?" "That's it." Tong Hua looked down at her dress, her face flushing with embarrassment. This was the best she had. Lu Yuchuan glanced at her briefly, his voice flat. "Since I've given you a card, I suggest you use it to buy some appropriate clothes. After all, you represent my image as well." Tong Hua immediately understood his meaning and nodded quickly. "All right, I'll go now." She went back to the bedroom, grabbed the card he had given her, and left the house alone. Ever since learning about Lu Yuchuan's true identity, Tong Hua had always been in awe of him. Around him, she was cautious, careful not to step out of line. She wanted to earn his favor, to ease her mother's worries, and to make this marriage work, no matter how unconventional it was. Lu Yuchuan tolerated Tong Hua's presence largely because she bore a slight resemblance to Shuryan. Occasionally, Tong Hua filled the void in his heart, offering him a fleeting illusion of solace. After briefly checking the address, Tong Hua took a bus to a high-end luxury street and headed straight into the Hermes boutique. The store was softly lit, with the light reflecting off the premium fabrics, exuding an aura of luxury and sophistication. As soon as Tong Hua stepped inside, before she could even start browsing, she unexpectedly ran into Jiang Man. The two women locked eyes from about 3 or 4 meters apart. Jiang Man wasn't dressed in her usual professional attire today. Instead, she wore a figure-hugging black dress that accentuated her graceful silhouette. Her fair skin and shoulder-length hair, softly cascading, lent her an air of femininity, a stark contrast to her usual sharp and businesslike demeanor. Tong Hua quickly averted her gaze and chose not to greet her. After all, Jiang Man had always been antagonistic toward her, and the two neither shared a superior-subordinate relationship nor could be considered friends. Tong Hua walked over to a rack of clothing and pointed to a light pink blouse with a faint smile, asking the sales associate, "Excuse me, does this come in an S size?" The sales associate smiled warmly and replied, This is the S size, ma'am. All the pieces in this section are designer exclusives, with only one piece available for each design. I'll take this one then, Tong Hua responded decisively, reaching out to grab the blouse. At that moment, Jiang Man approached, her high heels clicking against the floor. Her tone was calm but carried a trace of sarcasm. Miss Tong, this is a Hermes store. Are you aware of the price range here? Detecting the subtle disdain in Jiang Man's words, Tong Hua turned her head, her face still adorned with a sweet smile, though her tone carried a hint of pride. I've never bought anything here, so I'm not familiar with the prices. But that's okay, I've got money in my card, and I can swipe it as much as I want. Jiang Man raised an eyebrow at her response but didn't say anything further. She stood off to the side, silently watching Tong Hua shop, seemingly waiting for her to embarrass herself. Unbothered by Jiang Man's gaze, Tong Hua continued browsing. She soon set her sights on a delicate silk dress with intricate lace cutouts and said to the sales associate with a smile, "I'll take this one too, please. Could you wrap it up for me?" Jiang Man watched her actions with quiet astonishment. That dress was made of 100 mulberry silk and came with a hefty price tag so high that even Jiang Man herself had hesitated to buy it. She couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Could Tong Hua really afford all of this? The sales associate, maintaining her professional demeanor, continued to assist Tong Hua with a polite smile. Though she, too, harbored doubts about Tong Hua's purchasing power, there was always the possibility that she could afford it, and if so, the commission would be significant. Tong Hua didn't linger in the store for long. She picked out a few dresses that caught her eye at first glance, along with some scarves and shoes to match. Her taste was impeccable, and every item she chose was both elegant and fitting. Confident in the balance on her card, she didn't bother asking about the prices and simply selected what she liked. That should do it. I'll take these, Tong Hua said with a smile as she made her way to the checkout counter. The sales associate nodded, secretly hopeful that this seemingly ordinary young woman could indeed pay for the items. Jiang Man, meanwhile, stood nearby, mentally calculating the total. The cost easily exceeded 500,000 yuan, all exclusive designer pieces, far beyond several months of her own salary. Just as Jiang Man was certain that Tong Hua would be unable to pay and would leave in embarrassment, she watched in shock as Tong Hua calmly pulled out a gold card and handed it to the cashier. "Use this," she said. The cashier swiped the card, and Tong Hua entered the PIN. As the cashier verified the transaction, she asked, "Is this Mr. Lu Yichuan's card?" "Yes, it is," Tong Hua replied confidently. Jiang Man froze on the spot. The CEO's card? Her mind raced with a flurry of thoughts. Tong Hua, carrying her neatly packed purchases, left the store with a cheerful smile. Jiang Man remained rooted in place, her face frozen in disbelief. The scene replayed in her mind. The CEO's unlimited gold card was in Tong Hua's possession. She couldn't help but recall past incidents, Tong Hua boldly calling out Lu Yichuan's name in front of everyone on his first day as CEO, the time when, after Jiang Man had warned Tong Hua, Lu Yichuan personally intervened, coldly telling her to focus on her work, and the day at the hospital, when Lu Yichuan had taken Tong Hua away himself, even seating her in the front passenger seat. As these fragments pieced themselves together, Jiang Man arrived at an almost undeniable conclusion: Tong Hua and the CEO shared an extraordinary relationship. This realization struck her like a thunderclap, leaving her blood running cold. Her gaze remained fixed on the store's entrance, her emotions in turmoil. Could it be that Tong Hua was being kept by the CEO? Jiang Man no longer had the heart to keep shopping. Everything that had unfolded left her utterly perplexed. She gazed at her reflection in the shop window, accomplished, hardworking, never one to fall short compared to others. So why, in Lu Yichuan's eyes, did she seem invisible? How could he not see her worth? Clutching the shopping bags in her hands, she was overcome with a mix of frustration and disappointment. Back at home, Tong Hua tried on the new clothes she had just bought. Standing in front of the mirror, she made a few adjustments to her appearance. The ends of her hair were curled into soft waves, striking the perfect balance between elegance and liveliness, framing her face beautifully. A light coat of mascara brightened her eyes, while a subtle touch of lipstick added a graceful charm. She smiled at her reflection, pleased with what she saw, and gave a quick twirl. When Tong Hua appeared before Lu Yichuan again, this man who had seen countless faces was momentarily caught off guard by her transformation. Holding a glass of water, his gaze lingered on her for a brief moment. "Well?" Tong Hua twirled in her dress, her smile sweet as she asked, "Mr. Lu, how does this look?" Lu Yichuan snapped out of his thoughts, took a sip of water, and replied in a flat tone, "It's fine." Though she didn't get the compliment she was hoping for, Tong Hua didn't mind. In fact, she took his "it's fine" as a form of approval. Her smile deepened, and she leaned in slightly, her voice playful and teasing. "By the way, guess who I ran into while shopping?" Lu Yichuan looked up at her, his tone impatient. "Don't leave me hanging." "Jiang Man," she said with a smirk, her eyes glinting with mischief. The name seemed to spark no interest in him. Holding his glass, he turned and walked toward his study. But Tong Hua wasn't ready to drop the topic. She quickly followed, her tone light and teasing. Hey, Mr. Liu, does your secretary have a crush on you? Has she ever confessed her feelings? Liu Yuchuan sat down in his chair, casting a cold glance her way before lowering his head to focus on a stack of documents, clearly uninterested in her antics. Tong Hua wasn't discouraged. She continued, she's really thoughtful, you know. She actually thought I couldn't afford something and went out of her way to point it out. Her tone carried a hint of mockery, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Liu Yuchuan's expression remained indifferent, and he stayed silent. Speaking of which, Tong Hua added, her brow furrowing in mock contemplation. How much do you pay her? Why would she look down on others like that? Finally, Liu Yuchuan looked up, his voice tinged with impatience. There's no need for you to compare yourself to her. Your positions are entirely different, there's no basis for comparison. Tong Hua nodded thoughtfully, then shifted her tone to something playful. That's true. After all, I'm Mrs. Liu, and she's just a secretary. Even if something did happen between you two, it could only ever be kept in the dark, right? Tong Hua. His gaze darkened, his voice cold and firm. You don't even have the right to be jealous. Mrs. Liu is just a title. Tong Hua, however, remained unfazed. She simply smiled lightly, as if his harsh words didn't affect her in the slightest. Changing the subject, she said in a casual tone, oh, by the way, just a heads up. When I was paying earlier, I used your card. The cashier verified the name, and Jiang Man overheard. Liu Yuchuan's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of an unreadable emotion crossing his eyes. Tong Hua, undeterred by his icy demeanor, maintained her cheerful smile. I'm guessing she probably thinks I'm your mistress. She might even believe you have terrible taste. Get out. His voice was low, laced with restrained anger. But Tong Hua acted as if she hadn't heard him. She flashed him a radiant smile and turned to leave the study. Her steps were light, her mood seemingly buoyant, as though everything that had just transpired was nothing more than a harmless joke. Liu Yuchuan let out a sigh, leaning back in his chair. Unbidden, the image of Tong Hua spinning in her dress replayed in his mind. He closed his eyes, only for another familiar face Yan's to slowly overlap with hers. The confusion of it all left him feeling irritable. Around 4 p.m., Liu Yuchuan took Tong Hua out. Unlike her usual playful demeanor, she was unusually quiet, refraining from making any remarks about his secretary. Instead, her eyes betrayed a hint of nervousness, her mind preoccupied with the thought of meeting Liu Yuchuan's mother. She recalled his cold warning, don't bother trying to win her over. She won't like you. The weight of those words pressed heavily on her, making her feel like a servant about to face an empress dowager. As the car drove toward the Liu family's estate, her anxiety grew. Liu Yuchuan, too, seemed to be in a complicated mood, as evident from the slight furrow in his brow. He said little to Tong Hua, as if he, too, was mentally preparing for the impending meeting. Uncle Ke drove the Lamborghini, the scenery outside the window gradually becoming tranquil and expansive as the car approached the Hua family's ancestral mansion. Nestled by the mountains and water, the villa resembled a grand European-style castle with an air of elegance and majesty. The expansive courtyard was lush with greenery, featuring neatly trimmed lawns adorned with a few towering trees, their branches thick with leaves. The car glided smoothly through the gates as Tong Hua gazed out the window, taking in the serene atmosphere and dignified aura of the place. The Lamborghini came to a gentle stop in front of the villa. As the car door opened, Liu Yuchuan stepped out alongside Tong Hua. In this secluded sanctuary far from the city's clamor, the air was fresh, and the surroundings were embraced by verdant trees, a place that seemed like an ideal retreat for one's later years. Just then, an elderly man, leaning on a cane with a dragon-shaped head, slowly approached them. His face lit up with a warm smile as he called out in a hearty and kind voice. You're back, kids. Wonderful. Liu Yuchuan naturally reached for Tong Hua's hand, the warmth of his palm transmitting through their interlaced fingers, causing her heart to skip a beat. She turned her head to look at him, noting the gentle smile on his strikingly handsome face and the slightly curled strands of hair falling over his forehead. She knew he was playing along, putting on a show for his grandfather. Quickly collecting her thoughts, Tong Hua turned to the elderly man and greeted him with a respectful smile. Hello, Grandpa. Grandpa, Liu Yuchuan echoed warmly. The elderly man, brimming with joy, nodded repeatedly. Good, it's so nice to have you back. Come inside quickly, it's getting windy out here. His smile grew even more satisfied as he noticed the two holding hands. Liu Yuchuan released Tong Hua's hand and moved to the old man's left side, while Tong Hua gently took his right arm. The three of them chatted as they walked toward the villa. The interior of the mansion was as exquisite as its grand exterior. Tong Hua glanced around, silently estimating its value. She finally understood why so many women dreamed of marrying into wealthy families. About 100 meters behind the main villa stood a 3-story building, modest yet still refined in design. As the Lamborghini had pulled to a stop earlier, Yuan Ma had peered out from the main villa's entrance before quickly turning and hurrying toward the smaller building, her steps brisk and purposeful. Meanwhile, The elderly man led Lu Yuchuan and Tong Hua into the spacious and brightly lit living room, where a few servants immediately stepped forward with respectful greetings. "Young master, welcome back," they said in unison, their eyes filled with deference. The elderly man's smile didn't waver as he introduced Tong Hua to everyone. "This is the young madam. She and Yuchuan are officially married now." "Welcome, young madam," the servants chorused. Tong Hua responded with a polite and sweet smile. "Hello, everyone," she said graciously. At the same time, in the back building, Yuan Ma pushed open the door to a small prayer room. Inside, a middle-aged woman was seated, her fingers rhythmically rolling prayer beads. Yuan Ma softly reported, "Madam, the young master and young madam have returned." Han Yunji, dressed in simple, understated attire, bore a faintly weary expression. Yet her dignified beauty from her younger years still shone through. Upon hearing Yuan Ma's words, her face remained calm, showing neither reaction nor any intention of heading to the main villa. Yuan Ma sighed and cautiously urged, "The old master is so happy. Perhaps you should go out and see them?" Han Yunji glanced at Yuan Ma with a detached gaze before turning back toward the altar. Closing her eyes, she resumed moving the prayer beads in her hand, her movements steady and mechanical. Seeing this, Yuan Ma couldn't help but feel anxious. She lowered her voice and tried again. "Madam, so many years have passed. The young master is married now. Can't you?" "I can't," Han Yunji interrupted coldly, her voice icy. "Leave." Yuan Ma, though filled with helplessness, dared not speak further. She bowed her head and murmured, all right, forgive me for speaking out of turn. Please don't be upset." With that, she stepped aside, standing quietly as she waited. Han Yunji continued to turn the prayer beads with an expressionless face, yet a storm raged within her. Memories she desperately wished to bury resurfaced, cutting through her like a blade, leaving a pain that reached her very core. Yuan Ma watched, sighing repeatedly. She couldn't help but wonder, shall time be the best healer? Wouldn't it eventually bring closure to all things? Back in the main villa, Tong Hua was playing chess with the elderly man in the living room. The table beside them was laden with delicate pastries and freshly brewed Earl Grey tea, its fragrance wafting through the air. As the elderly man placed a chess piece, he casually asked one of the servants nearby, "Where is Yuan Ma?" "Old master." Yuan Ma went to the back building after seeing the young master and young madam arrive. "She's likely gone to inform the madam," the servant replied respectfully. The elderly man nodded in satisfaction. "All right," he said, leaving it at that. On the chessboard, Tong Hua and the elderly man exchanged moves, the game unfolding in a relaxed and pleasant manner. Lu Yuchuan sat quietly to the side, adding to the warm and harmonious atmosphere. However, beneath the surface of this seemingly peaceful scene, a faint sense of doubt began to stir in Tong Hua's heart. Where was Lu Yuchuan's mother? Hadn't she been the one to suggest this meeting? Why hadn't she appeared after being informed? Time ticked by, and when dinner was finally ready, a servant came to announce, "Old master, dinner is served." The chess game had just concluded, and the elderly man rose, inviting Lu Yuchuan and Tong Hua to join him in the dining room. At the same time, he instructed another servant, "Go and ask the madam to come for dinner." "Yes, old master," the servant replied, promptly heading toward the back building. The servant hurried into the backyard's Buddha hall, pushed open the door, and bowed respectfully. In a low, clear voice, she announced, "Madam, the old master requests your presence for dinner." Han Yunji stood before the Bodhisattva statue, her hands pressed together in prayer, eyes closed. Her response was calm and unhurried, "I understand." Her serene tone betrayed no hint of emotion. The servant bowed again and swiftly left, as though the oppressive atmosphere of the place made lingering unbearable. Yuan Ma watched the servant disappear before turning her gaze back to Han Yunji. She cautiously advised, "Madam, even for the old master's sake, please don't be too hard on the young mistress. After all, the granddaughter-in-law was personally chosen by him." Han Yunji slowly opened her eyes, gently placed the prayer beads in her hand down, and turned around. A faint smile tugged at her lips, carrying a hint of coldness. "Yuan Ma, I find you quite amusing," she remarked. Yuan Ma hurriedly explained, "Madam, I only meant to." Before she could finish, Han Yunji's gaze shifted into the distance. Her voice was indifferent as she interrupted, "I merely want to meet this young woman and judge for myself whether she poses a threat to me." She let out a soft scoff and strode toward the exit, her voice chilly as she added, "As for whether Lu Yuchuan marries or not, it has nothing to do with me." Her retreating figure exuded an air of aloofness, as though nothing in the world could stir her emotions. Yuan Ma silently followed behind, her heart heavy with sorrow. She couldn't help but hope that the arrival of the new young mistress might bring some change to the stifling atmosphere that had long plagued the Lu family. The dining room in the main villa was brightly lit, with the long table laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. The shrimp dumplings and crab roe buns still carried the fresh aroma of being freshly made that evening. Lu Yuchuan had already taken his seat, per his grandfather's arrangement. The old master smiled kindly at Tong Hua, who stood nervously to the side. "It's all right, Hua Hua. Please have a seat." In the Lu family, we don't stand on ceremony. Yuchuan's mother will be here shortly. Go ahead, sit down. His tone was warm and accommodating, as though he had noticed Tong Hua's unease. Tong Hua offered a faint smile and obediently took a seat beside her husband. No sooner had she settled in than Yuanma entered the dining room, accompanying Han Yunji. The Sharpied servants immediately paused their tasks and greeted in unison. Good evening, madam. Han Yunji's gaze swept across the room before landing on the girl seated beside her son. Lu Yuchuan rose to his feet and respectfully greeted her mother. Tong Hua quickly stood as well, smiling as she greeted her mother-in-law. Good evening, auntie. However, Han Yunji's expression remained as calm as a still pond, though her eyes carried a piercing coldness. That gaze, sharp as icy shards, seemed to cut straight to Tong Hua's heart, causing her smile to falter ever so slightly, and an involuntary sense of reverence to rise within her. Yunji, the old master called out with a pleased smile upon seeing her. Come, have a seat. Only then did Han Yunji's demeanor soften slightly. Her tone grew gentler as she addressed her father. Father. She walked over and took a seat beside him. The old master gestured to the younger couple with a wave of his hand, smiling as he said, Sit, sit. Yuchuan, Hua, you too. Let's begin the meal. Throughout the dinner, Tong Hua sat properly and observed the subtle dynamics within the family. The tension between her mother-in-law and Lu Yuchuan was particularly noticeable, leaving her perplexed. How could a mother treat her son with such indifference on his first visit home with his new wife? Even when Lu Yuchuan greeted her, she hadn't responded. Tong Hua couldn't help but wonder, could she be a stepmother? And where was Lu's father in all this? She noticed Han Yunji's gaze occasionally drifting toward her. Each time their eyes met, Tong Hua felt a pang of anxiety, suppressing the unease in her heart. By the end of the meal, she had exchanged glances with her mother-in-law 5 or 6 times, but had yet to discern any trace of goodwill in Han Yunji's expression. Night fell, the sky scattered with stars, and a full moon slowly rose above the treetops. The warm glow from the villa's light spilled into the night. After dinner, the old master, leaning on his cane, escorted them to the courtyard. His gaze was gentle as he watched his grandson and granddaughter-in-law leave. Lu Yuchuan held Tong Hua's hand as they walked toward the car, while Han Yunji remained silent, not saying a single word to her son. This coldness left Tong Hua utterly baffled. The Lamborghini sped through the night. Tong Hua sat in the back seat, stealing glances at the man beside her from across the narrow gap. He gazed out at the night scenery, his dark eyes deep and inscrutable. It was as though an old wound in his heart had been torn open, and the pain was plain to see. For the first time, Tong Hua realized that this man, who seemed to command the world like a god above, also had his moments of vulnerability. Perhaps, despite his immense wealth, what he truly longed for was the family bond that had always eluded him. As the car neared their destination at Xianhuadu, Lu Yuchuan suddenly turned to her and asked in a low voice, Did Grandpa say anything to you today? The warm yellow light inside the car cast soft shadows over his sharp features. Tong Hua met his gaze and sensed a hint of concern in his question. She quickly averted her eyes and replied in a quiet voice, while Grandpa asked when he might expect to hold a great-grandchild. This response caught Lu Yuchuan by surprise. He paused for a moment, his tone cold but resolute. These things should happen naturally. Don't think that having a child will tie me down. Tong Hua raised her eyes, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Why do you always assume the worst about people? Lu Yuchuan didn't respond. He had grown up accustomed to being guarded, harboring mistrust toward everyone. Seeing his silence, Tong Hua chuckled and said, Why would I want to tie you down? Sure, we have a marriage certificate, but it's not like we've made it public. You're free to do whatever you want. Her words made Lu Yuchuan frown slightly, and his mind involuntarily replayed the scene at the hospital, her carefully peeling an apple for another man. His expression darkened, and his tone turned cold and displeased. Do you even have a moral compass? What are you trying to do? Cheat on me while we're still married? Tong Hua froze at his accusation and quickly waved her hand in denial. No. I'm just giving you your freedom. I don't want you overthinking things. She tried to explain, her voice carrying a mix of exasperation and sincerity. Let me make this clear, I have no intention of getting pregnant. I'm focused on my career. Pregnancy is really unfair to working women. Lu Yuchuan stared at her determined expression and ultimately chose not to pursue the matter further. He turned and left without another word. Tong Hua let out a quiet sigh of relief but couldn't help mocking herself inwardly. If even the bond between mother and son is so fragile, how can a marriage be trusted? She had no desire to be tied down by a child or become a full-time housewife. What she wanted was to be a successful, independent designer with beauty and wealth, living life on her own terms. That evening, Lu Yuchuan's mood was visibly downcast. When they returned home, he coldly tossed out a sentence. You're sleeping in the guest room tonight. Before she could respond, he shut the master bedroom door, leaving Tong Hua standing there in disbelief. Fine. I'll sleep there, she muttered under her breath, gritting her teeth. Who wants to sleep with you anyway? Still, She could sense his low spirits worse even than when they were forced into this marriage. She had a nagging feeling that there was some hidden secret within this house, but no matter how much she searched online, she couldn't find any clues. As she replayed the events of the afternoon in her mind, a theory began to take shape. Lu Yuchuan seemed particularly sensitive about the subject of mother-son relationships, and his current mood might be connected to that. It was as if he didn't want her to notice and had simply pushed her away instead. But what could have caused his mother to treat him with such indifference? Although Lu Yuchuan's features bore some resemblance to his mother's, their familial bond seemed tenuous at best. That night, Lu Yuchuan stayed in the master bedroom, silently processing his emotions, while Tong Hua tossed and turned in the guest room, her mind swirling with questions. In the end, she could only draw one conclusion. Even wealthy families have their own share of troubles. On Monday morning, Jiang Man finally welcomed a moment she had long been anticipating. Ever since she saw Tong Hua sitting in the passenger seat of the CEO's car at the hospital and later witnessed her shopping spree with his gold card at the Hermes store, Jiang Man had been in a state of emotional turmoil. The past 2 days had been nothing short of a mental battle. "Good morning, Mr. Liu." Inside the elevator, Jiang Man greeted him with a professional smile. She was dressed in a tailored deep blue suit, the pencil skirt accentuating her curves, and her complexion glowing with vitality. When she saw Lu Yuchuan step in, she flashed him a perfectly measured smile. "Morning." Lu Yuchuan's face remained as composed and striking as ever, his fair complexion almost exuding a sense of cold detachment. However, the faint dark circles under his eyes betrayed his restless nights over the weekend. The elevator doors closed and began to ascend. Despite working beside him for years, Jiang Man still couldn't help but feel her heart race whenever they were alone together. There was something about his innate charisma that never failed to captivate her. She had once believed that if she excelled at her job, he would eventually notice her. But reality proved otherwise, would reward her with raises, but never spare her a glance. Jiang Man had convinced herself for the longest time that he simply wasn't interested in romance yet, and she was willing to wait. But everything changed when Tong Hua entered the picture. Suddenly, the territory she had guarded for so long felt threatened. The sense of losing her place, of someone encroaching on what she held dear, filled her with unease. The elevator reached the top floor, and Jiang Man quickly composed herself, following Lu Yuchuan into the CEO's office. However, the scene that greeted them took both of them by surprise. "Mu Chen? What are you doing here?" Lu Yuchuan's tone carried a hint of concern. "Didn't the doctor recommend you rest at home for a few more days?" Mu Chen smiled casually. "Good morning, Mr. Liu. I was just sitting around at home anyway. Besides, it's only my hand that's injured. I thought I'd come in and help Man with some of her workload, so she can have it a little easier." Lu Yuchuan nodded, seemingly unbothered. His schedule was packed, and with the morning meeting about to start, he turned and headed toward his desk without further comment. The real reason Mu Chen had come to work was simply wanted to be closer to his white moonlight. After reuniting with Tong Hua at the hospital, his heart had been filled with an indescribable emotion. He saw this as a second chance from fate, and he wasn't about to let it slip away. Lu Yuchuan exuded a calm and mature aura that far exceeded his age. His wealth of knowledge and the sheer density of information he carried were remarkable. Listening to him lead a meeting was not only a pleasure, but also an intellectual feast. Jiang Man's admiration for Lu Yuchuan hadn't escaped Mu Chen's notice. When Lu Yuchuan went to host the morning meeting, Mu Chen couldn't help but tease her. Man, while I was away these past few days, you've been spending a lot of time with the boss. Did he reward you privately for your efforts?" Jiang Man didn't answer directly. Instead, she changed the subject, asking about Tong Hua. Mu Chen, of course, wouldn't reveal his own shortcomings, let alone mention that he had once confessed his feelings to Tong Hua and was rejected. He simply chuckled and said, "That girl, Tong Hua, is my high school classmate. She's the quintessential sunflower girl, bright, resilient, and full of positivity. Everyone who meets her likes her." When he spoke of Tong Hua, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but curve into a smile. His words were filled with admiration, which left Jiang Man feeling slightly distracted. She suddenly asked, "So, what's her relationship with the boss?" Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback before scratching his head. Their relationship? Just a regular employee and the big boss, I guess. He believed he didn't know much, but Jiang Man had an inkling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. After the morning meeting, Lu Yuchuan returned to his office. Jiang Man walked in with a folder in hand, her tone crisp and professional as she reported, "President Liu, this man Mark, has quite an attitude. From what we've gathered, 3 other companies in Rongqing are eager to collaborate with him. They've even arranged to meet him at the airport, hoping to intercept him directly." Sitting at his desk, Lu Yuchuan appeared calm, though his thoughtful gaze betrayed his deep consideration. "The higher his attitude, the more we need to do our homework. We'll cater to his preferences and treat him well, showing him our utmost sincerity to win him over." Jiang Man placed the folder gently on the desk and added, "This contains details about his preferences. He's particularly particular about food. Alright, I'll take a look, Lu Yuchuan replied, picking up the folder and scanning its contents. He then instructed in an even tone, "You can go back to your work." Understood. President Liu. Jiang Man exited the office. Lu Yuchuan had already devised a plan for working with Mark. This project not only promised substantial profits, but also had the potential to further solidify Junyu Group's standing on the international stage. As a seasoned businessman, he understood that opportunities for gain could never be underestimated. He set aside his current tasks and focused on the folder, a testament to how seriously he regarded this collaboration. As his eyes landed on a specific page, a detail caught his attention every time Mark visited Rongqing. No matter how tight his schedule, he would personally visit a small shop called Fairytale and to order a dessert named Sweet Day. Yes, every single time. Lu Yuchuan furrowed his brows slightly, curiosity piqued. Mark's time was incredibly valuable, yet he made it a point to visit this small shop. That alone spoke volumes about his fondness for the dessert. If they could prepare it in advance at the hotel where Mark was staying, would it leave a memorable impression? At the same time, Lu Yuchuan found himself intrigued by the dessert's uniqueness. What made this little shop so special that it could attract someone like Mark? He had never heard of fairytale before, so he opened his computer and began searching for information. The search results revealed that it was nothing more than an unassuming riverside shop, not even a franchise. This realization left Lu Yuchuan in brief contemplation. How could such an inconspicuous shop hold such appeal? Meanwhile, in the design department's shared workspace, Tong Hua was standing by an all-in-one printer, having been busy for half an hour. Tong Hua, why do you have so much to print? Mu Qin walked over, his tone tinged with concern. Hearing his familiar voice, Tong Hua turned around, a hint of surprise in her eyes. You're out of the hospital? It was just a minor injury. I was discharged the same afternoon, Mu Qin replied, his eyes lighting up with joy at seeing her. Noticing she was still occupied, he frowned. You've been standing here for half an hour. I've already finished my tasks, and you're still not done? Almost, Tong Hua said with a faint smile, her tone carrying a trace of helplessness. Actually, none of this is mine. Mu Chen's frown deepened. Let me guess, Director Jiang asked you to do it? The girl nodded lightly, her voice casual but with a hint of self-deprecation. So if you're free, could you maybe have a word with her? I really want to carve out some time to work on my designs. Mu Qin didn't hesitate. Of course. No time like the present. With that, he turned and headed straight for Jiang Nan's office. Mu Qin served as the president's executive assistant, and nearly everyone in the company had to interact with him. Naturally, the design department was no exception. When he mentioned that Tong Hua was a close friend of his and asked Jiang Nan to take good care of her, Jiang Nan's attitude shifted immediately. She nodded repeatedly and agreed enthusiastically. Of course, Assistant Mu, no problem. I'll take good care of her. After Mu Qin left, he noticed from a distance that Tong Hua was just about done with her work. He walked over, patted her on the shoulder, and said in a light-hearted tone, I spoke to her. Don't worry anymore. From now on, you won't have to deal with things like this. Focus on your designs and work toward becoming a great designer. Tong Hua's mood brightened instantly. With a smile, she replied, I'll take your kind wishes to heart. Thank you. By the way, how's your injury? It's fine, Mu Qin replied with a gentle smile. In truth, he was reluctant to leave. Every extra moment he could spend looking at her felt like a gift. His gaze softened, and he suddenly said a verbal, thank you is so cheap, don't you think? Huh. Tong Hua was momentarily stunned but quickly caught on. She laughed and suggested, how about I treat you to a meal? I should properly thank you for what you did last time. Sounds good to me, Mu Qin agreed without hesitation, seizing every opportunity to spend time with her. How about tonight? Tonight's no good, unfortunately. I'm busy. How about tomorrow night? Tong Hua replied earnestly. That works. Just keep it in mind, Mu Qin nodded. Don't worry, I won't forget. Tong Hua reassured him with a smile. She wasn't one to leave debts unpaid, and she knew she owed him this meal. Mu Qin waved goodbye, his tone tinged with reluctance. Well, I guess I should get going. His gaze lingered on her pure and beautiful face for a moment, before he reluctantly turned and walked away. Alright, Assistant Mu, take care. Tong Hua called after him. Once he was out of sight, she grabbed a stack of freshly printed documents and headed straight for Jiang Nan's office. Director Jiang, here are the documents you asked for, she said, placing them neatly on the desk. Jiang Nan looked up at her, and her tone suddenly softened, carrying a hint of warmth. Tong Hua, so you're friends with Assistant Mu? Yes, we are, Tong Hua nodded without elaborating. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up slightly, and her tone grew even friendlier. You know, Mr. Liu is really particular when it comes to approvals. As designers, we often need supplies, and it's not a big deal if we slightly overestimate the numbers, but without Mr. Liu's signature, we can't make any purchases. So, Director, Tong Hua interrupted, immediately understanding her implication, but the signature still needs to come from Mr. Liu himself. Assistant Mu can't sign on his behalf. Assistant Mu is highly trusted by the president. If you just ask him, I'm sure he'll find a way to help, Jiangnan said with a meaningful look, as if she'd already figured everything out. From now on, any tasks involving obtaining signatures from the president's office will be your responsibility. Jiangnan added cheerfully, as if she'd just struck gold. No, Director Jiang. Tong Hua frowned, her tone filled with resistance as she pleaded, can I just stick to printing documents? I really don't want to deal with Mr. Liu. He's so difficult. But Jiangnan waved her off, her smile as bright as a flower in full bloom. No, printing documents is too trivial for you. Off you go now, and don't forget to close the door on your way out. Left with no other choice, Tong Hua turned to leave. Before stepping out, she suddenly turned back and asked, can I at least participate in the design work? Will you treat me fairly? Of course. Jiangnan agreed readily, clearly in high spirits. Tong Hua nodded, silently resolving to take matters into her own hands. Starting today, she would begin searching for herbal remedies to treat Mr. Liu's arm burns. Instead of relying on Mu Chen, why not deal directly with Liu Yuchuan? After all, working under the same roof might make her goal easier to achieve. The rest of the afternoon belonged entirely to Tong Hua. She focused on studying the Eternal Glance collection. Instead of rushing into sketching designs, she spent time pondering the significance of the name. Why was it called Eternal Glance? By evening, she intentionally left work early and took a bus to the fairytale inn. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Liu Yuchuan was also tidying up, preparing to leave for the day. His destination? The fairytale inn. He wanted to personally check out this intriguing little shop, try the dessert named Sweet Sunshine, and place an advance order for a special serving to be delivered to the hotel for Mark, who would soon be arriving in Rongqing. The sunset tonight was exceptionally stunning. The evening glow painted the sky in warm hues of orange and red, like a flowing brushstroke. Tong Hua stepped off the bus, with about 100 meters to walk before reaching Tonghuan. In the gentle August evening breeze, her skirt fluttered lightly, and a few strands of her hair were lifted into the air. The sunset's afterglow illuminated the faces of passers-by, as if casting a warm filter over the city. Time seemed to pause, filling the moment with a serene sense of tranquility. As she approached Tonghuan, the glow streaming through the windows cast dappled shadows on the pristine white walls. The slogans on the walls seemed even more enchanting under the romantic light. Remember to embrace happiness when it comes your way, be an adorable girl, hide poems in your heart and wear frosting on your face, and weekends without sweetness are unacceptable. These words were Tong Hua's creations, carefully chosen and personally placed by her. They were more than just decorations. They embodied her attitude toward life, radiating a warm and comforting energy. Tong Hua was the epitome of a sunflower girl, someone who grew through adversity, yet always faced life with a smile, never complaining easily. She pushed open the door of Tonghuan, and the sweet aroma inside greeted her, mingled with a faint hint of coffee. Business was good today, with fresh pastries proudly displayed on the counter. A few young women were excitedly taking pictures for social media. The charming decor and beautiful desserts made it the perfect spot for capturing Instagram-worthy moments. Tong Hua. Shan peeked out from behind the counter. Spotting Tong Hua entering alone, she glanced toward the door and asked with a hint of disappointment, "Where's your husband? Why are you here by yourself again?" "Come on, I'm not here to show off my relationship," Tong Hua replied with a laugh as she walked to the counter, casually tidying up the menus on the table. "How's it going today? What time do you think you'll finish work?" Just then, Tong emerged from the kitchen carrying a freshly made dessert. Smiling, she chimed in, Hua, we've been so busy lately, almost every night until 11. There are just so many girls coming to check in and take pictures." "That's great. I'll give you guys a raise, thank you for your hard work." Tong Hua nodded with a grin. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, "By the way, didn't Xu Ran visit yesterday? How's she doing lately?" "Her." Shan interjected. "I heard she's planning to rejoin the workforce, just like you. Honestly, with how competitive the job market is these days, I really admire you both." Tong Hua paused for a moment, surprised. "Xu Ran just had a baby less than 6 months ago, right? Is she really going back to work? Can her baby manage without her?" She shook her head but quickly changed the subject. "I'm here today to grab some ingredients. Can you help me check the inventory?" "Sure." Shan nodded and headed to the computer to check. "We're pretty well stocked at the moment, especially with vanilla marshmallows, instant chocolate, and cocoa powder. We should have plenty of everything. Business is booming, huh? I'll design some new decorations soon. Let's make this the prettiest dessert shop on the entire street," Tong Hua said with an encouraging smile. As she packed up the ingredients and prepared to leave, Shan couldn't resist asking again, "Tong Hua, are you making these desserts for your husband? When are you going to bring him by to check out the shop?" "When the time is right, he'll come," Tong Hua replied with a wave of the bag in her hand. Smiling, she added, "It'll be off now, see you later." After leaving Tong Hua didn't head straight home. Instead, she strolled along the riverside. The sunset's golden light shimmered on the water, creating a dazzling scene. She remembered that there were a few Chinese cork trees not far ahead. Their bark, a key ingredient in traditional medicine, was most effective when freshly dried. It could be combined with other herbs to treat old burn scars. As Tong Hua's figure gradually disappeared along the riverside, Lu Yuchuan arrived outside Tong Hua. He looked up at the white walls and blue-framed windows. Under the glow of the setting sun, the entire shop exuded a unique kind of romance. The river breeze carried a faint hint of sweetness from the desserts, lifting his spirits. Tong Hua, Lu Yuchuan murmured softly as he read the shop's name. Tilting his head slightly, he gazed at the sign, his eyes deep with thought. After a moment, he lowered his gaze, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. His presence caught everyone's attention. Tong Tong and Shan Shan froze momentarily, and even the young women enjoying their desserts glanced over curiously. The man was tall, with sharp, handsome features. Dressed in a simple shirt, he exuded an air of elegance and refinement, commanding attention effortlessly. "Hello, sir. What can I get for you?" Tong Tong was the first to recover, greeting him with a smile. "You can scan the QR code to place your order. There's an available seat over there." "Thank you," Lu Yuchuan replied with a slight nod. His gaze swept over the cozy, thoughtfully arranged interior. His eyes lingered on the slogans on the wall, and one in particular caught his attention. "Life is exhausting, don't let your craving for desserts go unfulfilled." A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He chose an empty seat, sat down, and ordered the shop's signature dessert. Lu Yuchuan took a seat by the wall, the soft glow of the setting sun streaming through the window and casting a golden hue over his profile. His sharp, chiseled features, thick brows, and bright, piercing eyes exuded an air of quiet elegance and composure. The interior of the cafe was warm and minimalist, with thoughtfully chosen decorations and a cozy color palette that hinted at the owner's appreciation for the finer details of life. Scanning the room, he surmised that the shop owner was likely a young woman with a passion for living well. Not far away, two girls at a neighboring table had been completely captivated by Lu Yuchuan's striking looks. Whispering in awe, one of them exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, he's unbelievably handsome." They stole glances at him, unable to tear their eyes away. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan, with his long, slender fingers, held his phone and began scanning the QR code to place an order. The cafe wasn't particularly large, but it offered an impressive variety of desserts. As his fingers scrolled through the menu on his phone, he searched for a dessert called Ryushin, but it was nowhere to be found. His brows furrowed slightly, and he carefully reviewed the menu again to ensure he hadn't missed it. Still, it wasn't there. A trace of doubt crossed his mind. Could there be another cafe nearby also called Fairytale Cottage? But according to his information, this was the place Mr. Mark frequented. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" A sweet, gentle voice pulled him out of his thoughts. A staff member named Tong Tong had noticed his expression and approached him with a polite inquiry. Lu Yuchuan looked up, his deep, mesmerizing gaze meeting hers. His voice was low and magnetic as he asked, "Why isn't Ryushin on the menu?" Tong Tong was momentarily taken aback but quickly recovered with a professional smile. "Ryushin is a dessert uniquely created by our former shop owner. However, she no longer works here, so we're unable to make it for you at the moment." Lu Yuchuan's brows knitted slightly, though his tone remained courteous. "Where is your shop owner now? Could you ask her to come back and make it again?" "Money isn't an issue." Tong Tong shook her head gently, maintaining her smile. "I'm sorry, sir. She's now working at another company and likely doesn't have the time." Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered in Lu Yuchuan's eyes. Sensing this, Tong Tong quickly added, "But sir, we do have other desserts here that she originally created. We've learned to make them, and they might even taste better. Would you like to give one a try? Plus, since it's your first visit, we can offer you a 20% discount." Though still slightly regretful, Lu Yuchuan ordered a different dessert. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Would it be possible to share your shop owner's contact information with me?" Tong Tong hesitated for a second before smiling apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir. She's already married, so it wouldn't be appropriate to share her contact details." Lu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow in mild surprise before letting out a soft chuckle. He patiently explained, "I'm married too. I'm not looking to bother her for any other reason." He paused mid-sentence, prompting Tong Tong to curiously ask, "Just what?" She realized she was oddly eager to hear him continue. His deep, resonant voice was inexplicably soothing. "I just want to ask her to make Ryushin for me one more time. The price is negotiable," he said earnestly. After a brief pause, he added, "I wouldn't need to meet her or disturb her in any way." Tong Tong was silent for a moment, as though weighing her options. Ultimately, she didn't provide a definitive answer. Before leaving, Lu Yuchuan handed her a business card and said calmly, "I hope you'll consider it." After he left, Tong Tong finally picked up the card and took a closer look. A second later, her expression froze, and she stood rooted to the spot as if struck by lightning. "What? The CEO of Junyu Group? she exclaimed in disbelief. Her colleague, Shan, overheard and rushed over. After confirming what Shed just heard, Shan was equally stunned. She nudged Tong urgently, saying, "Quick, call Tong Hua right now. This is such a golden opportunity. Make the boss happy, and who knows, you might get that promotion in no time." However, before they could dial the number, new customers walked into the cafe. Reluctantly, they set the phone aside to attend to the incoming guests. Meanwhile, a sleek Lamborghini cruised toward Jianhuadu. The golden hues of the setting sun reflected off its polished surface, creating a dazzling display of colors. Inside the car, Lu Yuchuan sat in the back seat with an open laptop on his lap. He worked intently, his calm demeanor and precise movements exuding an undeniable charm. Elsewhere, Tong Hua had returned home over an hour ago. At this moment, she was in her kitchen, skillfully preparing desserts. As she whisked the batter, she couldn't help but think to herself, isn't there a saying that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach? Tonight, she had a favor to ask of Lu Yuchuan, so Shed put an extra effort to win him over. Tong Hua carefully added chocolate, marshmallows, whole milk, and lilies into the pot one by one, stirring gently over low heat until the mixture thickened into a rich, sweet consistency. Then, with practiced ease, she strained the liquid and poured it into a prepared container before placing it in the refrigerator to chill. Exactly 1 hour later, the timing was just right. She opened the fridge, brought out her creation, and was sprinkling a fine layer of cocoa powder on top when the sound of the front door opening echoed from the entryway. "You're back." Tong Hua looked up, her tone light and cheerful. Lu Yuchuan shrugged off his coat, hung it up absent-mindedly, and glanced at her briefly before replying with a nonchalant Without another word, he turned and headed toward the study. "Wait." Tong Hua quickly grabbed the dessert and jogged after him, her steps quick but soft, just in time to block his path. She held up the dessert with a hint of anticipation in her expression. "Mr. Lu, would you like to try this? I just made this mousse cake myself." Lu Yuchuan lowered his gaze to the cake in her hands, then looked back at her expressionless. "You can have it," he said calmly, bypassing her without pause and pushing open the study door. "Come on, just try it." Tong Hua hurried after him, stepping into the study with a playful, slightly pleading tone. "I won't claim my desserts are one of a kind, but everyone who's tried them loves them. Especially this onight's called Ryusten. It even helps with insomnia." His steps faltered slightly. Already standing by his desk, Lu Yuchuan turned to look at her, a trace of curiosity flickering in his otherwise calm demeanor. "What did you just call it?" Tong Hua hadn't expected him to stop so suddenly. She froze for a moment before a glimmer of delight appeared in her eyes. Quickly, she stepped forward, carefully placed the dessert on his desk, and handed him a small fork. "Go ahead, give it a taste." "You said it's called Rutan?" Lu Yuchuan repeated, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry as he took the fork. "That's right." Tong Hua nodded, a touch of pride lighting up her face. "It's a dessert I came up with myself. The name is Simplite, means a little sweetness every day." Lu Yuchuan sat down, picked up the dessert, and took a small bite. The flavor was unique, and his brows lifted ever so slightly as he asked with mild curiosity, "Where did you learn to make this?" "I told you, I made it up myself." Tong Hua smiled brightly as she sat across from him, propping her chin on her hands and watching him with sparkling eyes. Lu Yuchuan, however, remained cautious. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he seemed to piece together something in his mind. "This is the dessert Mr. Mark is so fond of, isn't it? So you're the shop owner?" Tong Hua blinked in surprise, then quickly realized what he meant. Her tone turned slightly indignant. "Wait, you investigated me? If you've already looked into it, why bother asking? So you really are the shop owner?" Lu Yuchuan's tone remained composed. "Of course I am. I'm also one of the investors." Tong Hua rolled her eyes before sighing. "But honestly, the shop doesn't make much profit. It's only been open for 3 years, and we invested a lot up front." Lu Yuchuan's thoughts were complicated, though his expression betrayed nothing. Taking another bite of the dessert, he asked casually, "What is it? Are you trying to bribe me? Go ahead, tell me what you want." "Smart man." Tong Hua chuckled at his bluntness and decided to get straight to the point. "I want to ask, why is the series you care so much about called Yen Wan Yen?" Lu Yuchuan froze mid-motion, his gaze slowly lifting to meet hers. She leaned forward on the desk, her clear, curious eyes blinking expectantly as she waited for his answer. The heir seemed to pause momentarily, his gaze growing deeper and more unfathomable. After a moment of silence, he ultimately chose not to speak. Seeing his reluctance, Tong Hua pressed on, undeterred. "I want to find the right angle to design a piece you'll be satisfied with. So I'd like to understand the story behind it." But how could Lu Yuchuan possibly share the secret buried deep in his heart? That story was his white moonlight, an untouchable memory. For a man as composed as him, revealing such vulnerability to his wife, giving her a chance to mock his weakness, was unthinkable. He averted his gaze and returned to his usual calm demeanor, as if the brief flicker of emotion had never existed. Tong Hua stood in the spacious office, holding a design draft in her hands, her tone firm. This is a product, and I must design it to satisfy the customers. Lu Yuchuan, who rarely showed patience, leaned casually against the desk with his arms crossed. His tone was indifferent. As long as the customers are happy, there's no need to try to please me. I don't care, I just want to make you satisfied. Tong Hua blurted out, her gaze filled with determination. The man raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of curiosity in his expression. Why? He reiterated, I've told you, you don't need to please me. I won't fall in love with you. Who said anything about falling in love with you? Tong Hua's eyes widened in frustration, her voice rising slightly. Lu Yuchuan silently studied her, his sharp gaze seemingly trying to see through her thoughts. Tong Hua hastily explained, because your heart is as solid as a rock. If this design can move you, then why would I worry about customers not liking it? She paused, a faint smile curling at her lips. Besides, considering how many people are fond of you, they'd definitely like what you like. Don't you think so? Lu Yuchuan fell silent for a moment, his tone turning colder. So, are you bribing me? Trying to get something out of me? Tong Hua didn't back down, responding with a playful smile. What else? Isn't it just me, as a designer, trying to understand your preferences? Her response stirred an inexplicable sense of discomfort in Lu Yuchuan. He frowned, his voice low and sharp. What do you think? Or is it because, as my wife, you're trying to dig into my past? Tong Hua shrugged nonchalantly. You're overthinking it. Her tone was light and cheerful, completely unaware of his displeasure. Were you designing this for your first love? Fell for that girl at first sight, huh? Then why didn't you marry her? As her questions came one after another, Lu Yuchuan's brows furrowed tighter, his expression growing colder. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Tong Hua's heart skipped a beat. She quickly averted her probing gaze and pretended to focus on the design draft in her hands. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, Lu Yuchuan set down the fork in his hand and picked up his phone. He pulled up a photo and handed it to her. Do you recognize this person? Tong Hua glanced up and saw a familiar face in the photo. She hesitated for a moment. Mr. Mark. Lu Yuchuan didn't respond, only studying her intently for 10 seconds before withdrawing his phone. His expression was calm as he asked, Does Mr. Mark like this? His gaze shifted to the dessert on the table. Tong Hua shook her head, laughing lightly. No, I've never made this for him. Lu Yuchuan was momentarily taken aback. He looked up at her. Doesn't he love Ryu Tian? A confident smile spread across Tong Hua's face. Ryu Tian is a broad concept. Each one is unique, but they're all handmade by me. It's kind of like a mystery box. Her answer caught Lu Yuchuan off guard. He asked calmly, How did you know I could make Ryu Tian? Tong Hua chuckled softly. I didn't know, but I do know he likes it. Lu Yuchuan gave her a complicated look before asking, So, every time you made him dessert, did you use a special recipe? Why is he so fond of Ryu Tian? Tong Hua blinked and smiled mischievously. Have you been investigating me? I was investigating him, Lu Yuchuan replied flatly, his gaze still fixed on her. Tong Hua thought for a moment and then said seriously, because Ryu Tian helps with insomnia. Mr. Mark doesn't sleep well, so I added some traditional Chinese medicine to help with that. She paused, then added teasingly, So if you eat that dessert, you'll sleep better than usual tonight. Traditional Chinese medicine? Lu Yuchuan's expression grew serious. You can't just add medicine to food. Tong Hua refused to back down, retorting, Who said I'm adding it recklessly? I've studied traditional Chinese medicine and understand pharmacology. The man scrutinized her for a few seconds, then waved her off. You can leave now. I have a video conference to attend. Realizing that he wasn't going to share the story behind love at first sight, Tong Hua shrugged and turned to leave, consoling herself. At least he ate the dessert she made, maybe that brought them a little closer. After she left, Lu Yuchuan put down his fork. He wasn't particularly fond of desserts, especially since had already had one earlier at the little cafe she called Tong Hua Lodge. Meanwhile, Tong Hua carried her laptop to the terrace. Sitting down on a lounge chair, she had just opened her computer when her phone rang. Seeing that it was Grandpa Lu, she quickly answered. Hello, Grandpa. The warm voice of the elderly man came through the line. Hua, where are you? Are you off work? Yes, I'm home now, Tong Hua replied sweetly, her tone full of affection. Grandpa, how have you been lately? I'm doing well. Just missing you two a bit, the old man said with a hint of longing in his voice. Starting this week, why don't you and Yuchuan come back to the old house every Friday for dinner? Tong Hua was momentarily surprised, but quickly agreed with a smile. Sure, Grandpa. Sure, Grandpa, as long as he has time, I'm fine with it. The girl smiled sweetly, her voice carrying a hint of playfulness, clearly adept at bringing joy to the elderly. In the study next door, Lu Yuchuan had just finished answering a question about the phrase, a glance lasting a lifetime. This word inexplicably brought his thoughts back to 18 years ago, to an afternoon in kindergarten. That was the first time he saw Nanxing, a girl with pigtails whose radiant smile was as bright as sunlight filtering through a garden. That single glance etched itself deep into his memory. Years later, in high school, she had changed her name and transferred into his class. In that moment, he felt as if the years of longing had finally found their destination, like a drifting ship finally reaching shore. Yet, fate has its way of toying with people. He often wondered, how many in this world get to walk through life hand in hand with their true love? And how many are fortunate enough to make the one they love their lifelong companion? Nanxing became a permanent regret for him, and every time he thought of her, a faint ache stirred in his chest. That regret was like a deep fracture, one he could never mend. Lu Yuchuan, the renowned CEO of the Lu family empire, had never been able to use his wealth to buy love. This sense of helplessness weighed heavier on him than any setback he had ever faced. On the terrace, Tong Hua was happily chatting with Grandpa. After hanging up the call, her thoughts wandered back to a few days ago, recalling the scene of returning to the old family house with Lu Yuchuan. It was her first time meeting Lu's mother. Lu Yuchuan had said his mother wanted to meet her. However, when she obediently greeted her with a soft auntie, there was no response, not even a hint of acknowledgement. Tong Hua could still remember the look in Lu's mother's eyes, cold and laced with a chilling defensiveness that sent shivers down her spine. The relationship between this mother and son seemed far more complicated than she had imagined, a puzzle she often found herself pondering. As night deepened, Tong Hua carried her laptop back to the guest bedroom, preparing to sleep after a shower. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan emerged from the study and headed straight to the master bedroom. After his shower, he stood in front of the empty double bed, his gaze falling on the sheets as he recalled the scene from that morning. That had been Tong Hua's first time, and the faint plum blossom-like mark left on the sheets remained vividly imprinted in his mind. Every time he thought about it, a complex mix of emotions stirred within him, a blend of tenderness and an inexplicable softness. Just as he lay down, his phone suddenly rang a video call on WeChat. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was from Grandpa. Raising an eyebrow, he put the phone down, quickly got up and walked out of the room to knock on the door of the guest bedroom. Tong Hua, who was just about to fall asleep, heard the knock and quickly sat up. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Grandpa's calling on video," came the man's deep voice from the other side of the door. "Come over for a moment." Tong Hua's heart tightened upon hearing this. She hurriedly threw off the covers, slipped into her slippers, and ran to open the door. "Is Grandpa okay? Is he feeling unwell?" she asked with concern. Without offering much explanation, Lu Yuchuan took her by the wrist and led her toward the master bedroom. Tong Hua, thinking something serious had happened, followed him hastily into the room. The video call was still ringing. Guiding her to the bedside, Lu Yuchuan picked up the phone and, with a calm yet slightly teasing tone, said, "Play along, Mrs. Lu." Tong Hua froze for a moment, then quickly understood. She watched as he swiped to answer the call. The screen lit up, and he greeted softly, "Hello, Grandpa." His tone was warm, accompanied by a faint smile. "Why did it take you so long to answer, you rascal? What were you up to?" Grandpa grumbled in mild irritation. "I was just taking a shower, Grandpa," Lu Yuchuan replied, holding the phone at a distance, showing his sleepwear and still damp hair. "Where's Hua Hua?" Grandpa asked immediately. Lu Yuchuan turned the camera toward Tong Hua. The girl smiled sweetly, playing her part perfectly. "Hello, Grandpa," she said warmly. Seeing Tong Hua in her pajamas, sitting on the master bed, Grandpa's face lit up with joy. His smile widened as he said, "You two should get under the covers and sit properly. Then we can have a nice long chat." Lu Yuchuan glanced at Tong Hua, his gaze soft yet tinged with a hint of mischief. Tong Hua hesitated briefly, but soon lifted the blanket and sat under it. The man joined her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and gently pulling her closer, making the scene on the screen appear even more intimate and natural. The close proximity made Tong Hua's heart race, her cheeks flushing slightly. She caught the faint, fresh scent of his body wash, his warm presence unsettling her composure. Seeing this, Grandpa beamed with satisfaction, his tone filled with contentment. "Yuchuan, from now on, you two must come back for dinner every Friday and stay the night, understood?" "Of course, Grandpa," Lu Yuchuan agreed without hesitation. Grandpa seemed even more pleased, his voice filled with earnestness. "You two look more and more like a perfect couple. Cherish each other and work toward expanding the Lu family soon." Leaning against Lu Yuchuan's arm, Tong Hua gradually relaxed as the conversation continued, eventually resting her weight against his warm chest. She smiled and changed the subject. "Grandpa, how have you been feeling lately? Is your health okay?" Lu Yuchuan, sensing the soft warmth of the girl in his arms, felt his breath hitch slightly. A wave of heat surged through his chest as he lowered his gaze to look at her, his eyes growing darker and more profound. The elderly man's face lit up with a warm smile, his tone filled with anticipation. "That's great. You're full of energy. When you have good news, make sure to tell Grandpa right away, okay? I've been waiting day and night." hoping Hua Hua will have a baby. His words carried an unmistakable sense of longing. Tong Hua's cheeks instantly flushed red, the color spreading all the way to her neck. She was so embarrassed she wished she could disappear. Leaning against Lu Yuchuan, her heart raced wildly, as if 100 little deer were running amok inside her chest. In contrast, Lu Yuchuan remained composed, the corners of his lips lifting slightly as he calmly replied, "Don't worry, Grandpa. We'll let you know as soon as possible." Good, good. The old man nodded with satisfaction, not wanting to take up more of their time. After exchanging brief goodnights, the call ended. After hanging up, Tong Hua propped herself up and stretched, preparing to get out of bed. However, Lu Yuchuan grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Surprised, she turned to look at him, her eyes filled with confusion. "What's wrong?" Setting his phone aside, Lu Yuchuan's gaze deepened, and the corners of his lips curved upward slightly. "Since Grandpa is urging us to have a baby, shouldn't we fulfill our marital duties?" Before she could respond, he flipped over and pulled her into his arms. Tong Hua's eyes widened in shock as she instinctively covered her chest with both hands, exclaiming, "Lu Yuchuan, are you crazy?" In truth, her unintentional gesture of leaning against his chest earlier had already stirred something within him, and somewhere deep in his thoughts, a memory of Duan Shiryan surfaced. Her face, etched into his mind, bore a faint resemblance to Tong Hua's. That resemblance created a fleeting sense of emotional dissonance and transference. Lu Yuchuan didn't stop, and gradually, Tong Hua ceased her resistance. The reluctance in her heart seemed to be replaced by another emotion. She even reached out, wrapping her arms around his waist and deftly unbuttoning his shirt. Her sudden initiative caused a flicker of intensity to pass through Lu Yuchuan's eyes, his gaze growing more fervent. The warm, golden light of the room bathed them as he gently caressed her smooth skin, but her lips reached his first. The atmosphere between them quickly ignited, like a silent celebration that burned brightly. After an intense entanglement, Tong Hua gasped for air, lifting her head and bracing her hands against Lu Yuchuan's shoulders. Playfully, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Lu Yuchuan, tonight, it's me who's having you, not the other way around." Her teasing remark darkened his gaze. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and captured her lips, the kiss both domineering and punishing. That night, for the first time, Lu Yuchuan experienced an unfamiliar sense of physical and emotional satisfaction. The man who had always kept himself disciplined and distant from women seemed to have crossed a boundary he didn't know existed. The next morning, Lu Yuchuan woke up without disturbing Tong Hua. She was still sound asleep, her breathing steady, with a hint of weariness on her face. He glanced at her quietly before getting out of bed. Standing by the bedside, he dressed with precise, efficient movements. His tall frame exuded a cold and refined demeanor. The alarm clock buzzed, pulling Tong Hua from her slumber. Groggily, she reached out to turn it off, only to realize that Lu Yuchuan was already up and standing by the bed, adjusting his collar. His expression was indifferent, the passion of the previous night seemingly erased, as though nothing had ever happened. Picking up his custom-made watch from the bedside table, Lu Yuchuan's gaze faltered slightly. A sudden realization struck him: the woman from last night was not Duan Shiryan, the person who had occupied his thoughts for so long. The weight of this truth settled heavily on his chest. Without lingering any longer, he turned and left the room, the sound of the door closing resonating in the quiet space. Hearing the door shut, Tong Hua felt a pang of emptiness. She lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling as memories of the previous night replayed in her mind. She felt a sense of disorientation, as if it had all been a dream. It wasn't until the alarm clock buzzed again that she snapped out of it. Rubbing her temples, she forced herself to shake off the haze. "Why should I feel upset?" Tong Hua muttered to herself with a self-deprecating chuckle. "It's just a partnership, a companion for the later years. There was never any love to begin with. Last night was nothing more than human instinct." Meanwhile, downstairs, Lu Yuchuan stepped out of the house. Uncle Ku had already opened the door of the Lamborghini for him, bowing slightly as he greeted, "Good morning, sir." "Good morning," Lu Yuchuan replied evenly, bending down to get into the car. As the car sped out of the villa district, the scenery outside the window blurred into motion, yet his mood remained heavy. The images of the previous night lingered in his mind, the unfamiliar joy conflicting with his sense of self. He silently berated himself for crossing the line with a woman he didn't love. When he arrived at the office, he still couldn't fully focus. The figures of Duan Shiryan and Tong Hua alternated in his thoughts, their similarities and differences intertwining. The familiar yet distant face of his past love overlapped with the present, leaving him increasingly unsettled. The intimacy he shared with Tong Hua last night, while exhilarating, only served to remind him of one undeniable truth: his heart could never truly belong to her. Downstairs at the office building, Jiang Man had just stepped out of her car when she spotted Tong Hua walking in her direction from afar. Her chest tightened slightly, and she instinctively slammed the car door shut with a little more force than necessary. She stood frozen in place, waiting until Tong Hua came closer before approaching her. Tong Hua, what exactly is your relationship with the CEO? Jiang Man grabbed Tong Hua's wrist directly, her tone blunt and straightforward. This question had been torturing her for days, running circles in her mind endlessly. Tong Hua tilted her head slightly, a hint of helplessness flickering in her eyes. You should ask him. I'm asking you today. Jiang Man tightened her grip, her tone growing more urgent. What exactly are you up to? Tong Hua let out a sigh, seemingly resigned to this confrontation. Her free hand reached into her bag to pull out her phone, casually scrolling through it. Since you're too shy to ask, why don't I ask him for you? The gesture startled Jiang Man, leaving her momentarily stunned as her gaze locked onto the number displayed on the screen. She quickly let go of Tong Hua's hand, her voice lowering instinctively. You two are really together? Tong Hua glanced at her, her expression cool and distant. I told you ask him. Before Jiang Man could respond, Tong Hua had already turned and walked away, her step steady and composed as she headed toward the lobby. Jiang Man stood rooted to the spot, her eyes following Tong Hua's retreating figure, her emotions a tangled mess. Her fingers trembled slightly, her thoughts swirling like a disrupted lake. If she hadn't let go just now, would Tong Hua really have called the CEO? Were they truly involved? And if so, why hadn't it been made public? Could it be that she wasn't a girlfriend, but someone being kept? She bit her lip, trying to suppress the wave of bitterness rising within her. Forcing herself to step forward, she followed Tong Hua into the lobby. How she wished she could be the one to stay by the CEO's side for the long haul, no matter what role she had to play. 22nd floor, CEO's office. Dressed in a tailored professional suit, and walking steadily in her high heels, Jiang Man approached Lu Yuchuan with a file in hand. Her tone remained as professional as ever. Good morning, CEO. Mr. Mark's itinerary has been confirmed. He will arrive at the airport tomorrow afternoon at 3. Got it. Lu Yuchuan took the file from her, his gaze casually drifting toward a nearby desk. Over there, Mu Chen was focused on organizing documents, though his expression seemed more relaxed than usual. Mu Chen, you'll be in charge of picking him up, Lu Yuchuan instructed. Mu Chen looked up, his tone cheerful. No problem, CEO. Today, he was dressed unusually sharply, and even his demeanor radiated a certain bright energy. He couldn't help but add, rest assured, I'll handle it perfectly. Lu Yuchuan gave him a brief glance, clearly picking up on something. His tone carried a trace of amusement. Special Assistant Mu, you seem to be in high spirits. Is there some good news you'd like to share? Jiang Man, standing to the side, also couldn't resist glancing at Mu Chen, her eyes scanning his face. Did you put on powder? Why do you look so pale? It's sunscreen. Mu Chen replied earnestly, then chuckled and shook his head. Come on, I'm a full-grown man. Why would I wear powder? That's not my style. Besides, Tong Hua wouldn't like someone so pretentious. At the mention of that name, his tone grew even lighter, almost eager. CEO, I won't be staying late today. If there's anything urgent, just let me know now. They'll make sure everything's done by this afternoon. A date. Jiang Man probed, her tone carrying a hint of speculation. Thanks for the good wishes. Wish me luck. Mu Chen grinned widely, his eyes crinkling with joy. The day I make it official, I'll treat you all to a feast with a month's salary. Jiang Man teased him with a smile. Looks like you might be the first one in our office to find love. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Lu Yuchuan, but Lu Yuchuan's face remained expressionless. His eyes returned to the computer screen, his fingers tapping away at the keyboard as if Mu Chen's words hadn't registered at all. Little did he know, the woman Mu Chen was so excited about was none other than his wife. As Jiang Man and Mu Chen left the office, the phone on Lu Yuchuan's desk rang. He reached over to pick up the receiver, his deep voice answering yes. Good morning, Xiao, the voice on the other end reported respectfully. We've confirmed that the owner of Tong Hua is indeed Tong Hua Tong as in the surname, and Hua as in birch. Additionally, she has a business partner named Xu Ran. As for Ryu Tian, it's a brand entirely created by Tong Hua herself. Got it. Thank you. Lu Yuchuan hung up the phone, his fingers lightly drumming on the desk as he sank into a brief moment of thought. His lips pressed into a thin line, making his expression appear even more severe. In truth, what Tong Hua said last night in the study at Shuyan Huadu had already convinced him 99%. But when it came to Mark's preferences and a billion-dollar deal, he couldn't leave even the remaining 1% to chance. Precision was a hallmark of Lu Yuchuan's style. His cautious nature bordered on perfectionism. It was this quality, more than anything, that earned him the reputation of a business prodigy. 11th floor, design department. Jack, with his head of golden curls, passed by Tong Hua's desk holding a cup of coffee. He knocked on her desk lightly with his knuckles. Hey, Director Jiang wants to see you in her office. Tong Hua, who had been busy working, lifted her head and glanced down the corridor. Her gaze landed on Jack, striding past her in a trendy outfit. Today, he had swapped out his nose ring for a shiny new one that sparkled so brightly it almost hurt to look at. Letting out a soft sigh, Tong Hua closed her laptop, stood up and headed toward Jiang Nan's office. Once she reached the door, she knocked politely. When she heard a response, she pushed the door open and walked in with a professional smile on her face. "Director, you asked for me?" Jiang Nan looked up, holding a document in her hand. Smiling, she handed it over. "Take this to the CEO for his signature. It's urgent. Once it's signed, bring it straight back." "Thank you." Tong Hua hesitated for a moment, looking slightly reluctant as she made no move to take the document. She couldn't help but grumble internally, out of everyone in the design department. Why does it have to be me? What did I do to deserve this? Perhaps noticing her hesitation, Jiang Nan patiently held out the document with a knowing smile. "What's the matter? Don't you want to create a design that's unforgettable at first glance? If you're nervous about facing the CEO, you could always ask Assistant Mu for help. Aren't you two good friends?" Director, Tong Hua frowned, her voice barely above a murmur, as if protesting. But Jiang Nan had no intention of continuing the conversation. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "So, are you going or not?" "I'll go," Tong Hua finally relented, taking the document with an air of resignation, as if she were accepting an imperial decree. She turned and left the office, muttering under her breath, "I'll go." Her tone carried a faint trace of grievance. In the elevator, Tong Hua clutched the document tightly, her mind replaying the events of the previous night scenes that refused to fade. The thought of facing him again made her neck flush with heat. Last night, had she been too forward? The memories surged back, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed. But she couldn't afford to slack off. She needed this job. Summoning her courage, though filled with unease, she made her way to the CEO's office. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." The deep, magnetic voice from inside resonated with authority. Tong Hua pushed the door open and immediately saw the man standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. With one hand in his pocket, he was speaking in low tones on the phone. His tall, lean silhouette stood straight and commanding, like a pine tree. "This project is critical. There's no room for error." His steady, decisive voice carried a tone of undeniable authority. Tong Hua approached quietly, stopping about 2 meters behind him. She lowered her head to look at the document in her hands but couldn't resist sneaking another glance at him. That tall, imposing figure brought back vivid memories of the previous night, and her cheeks instantly burned red. The phone call ended quickly. When Lu Yuchuan turned around and saw her, he paused for a moment, clearly surprised. Tong Hua mustered her courage, met his gaze, and extended the document toward him. But before she could say a word, the office door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Bang! The sound made Tong Hua jump. Both she and Lu Yuchuan turned to look at the door, where a man in his 30s stormed in, his face twisted with anger. Lu Yuchuan's brows furrowed slightly, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The man radiated fury, his entire demeanor exuding barely contained rage. Tong Hua, startled by the sudden intrusion, instinctively took 2 steps back. "Did you leave your manners at the door?" Lu Yuchuan's voice was cold and sharp, cutting through the tension like a blade. "Lu Yuchuan, what's the meaning of this?" The man's expression was livid as he shouted, "Not only did you take over ahead of schedule, but now you're making massive personnel changes. What exactly are you trying to do?" Tong Hua's heart raced with anxiety. This man had the audacity to call the CEO by his name. The air in the room grew heavy with tension. She inched further back, holding her breath, not daring to make a sound. With his hands still in his pockets, Lu Yuchuan stared at the man coldly. His tone was devoid of warmth as he responded, "Personnel changes are a normal part of running a business. Why are you so worked up? You didn't touch my position, but you reassigned everyone around me. You're targeting me, aren't you? If you've got a problem, face me directly." The man's voice was filled with rage as he pointed a trembling finger at Lu Yuchuan, his emotions on the verge of exploding. Lu Yuchuan let out a cold chuckle at that. "Face you directly? How about I just fire you outright?" Tong Hua noticed the man's face turning red with anger, his fists clenched tightly as if he wanted to lash out but didn't dare. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan's expression grew colder by the second, and the oppressive atmosphere around him made it hard to breathe. "Zhang Baichuan," Lu Yuchuan began, his brow furrowing slightly. Lu. The man suddenly shouted, cutting him off mid-sentence. His voice was sharp and accusatory as he corrected, "I've already changed my surname to Lu." Tong Hua stood silently on the sidelines, holding her breath as she watched the confrontation unfold. Internally, she was in turmoil. Why did I have to walk in on this mess? Lu Yuchuan sneered inwardly. The man standing before him, 7 years his senior, seemed no more than a childish brat in his eyes. "Lu Bachunwei, is it that others can accept personnel changes with composure, yet for you, it becomes a matter of monumental significance?" His tone was calm and measured, with just a hint of understated mockery. Hearing this, Lu Buochuan's face darkened, and a surge of anger rose within him. Was this not a rhetorical jab? Yet he found himself unable to refute it. As the company's deputy general manager, he had worked diligently for 7 years, only to remain stagnant, with no sign of a promotion. He had hoped that this time, his team's achievements would earn him recognition from the higher-ups. But at this critical juncture, Lu Yuchuan had dismantled his team instead. His icy gaze locked onto the younger man, seething with frustration. Lu Yuchuan, however, had already seen through his thoughts. With a cold laugh, he said, "If you weren't secretly consolidating power, why would you fear your team being broken apart?" Lu Buochuan's face turned pale instantly, rendered speechless by the sharp remark. At last, he stiffened his neck and retorted, "Lu Yuchuan, don't you dare slander me." Lu Yuchuan's eyes turned frosty, his patience wearing thin. His voice suddenly sharpened, cutting like a blade. "If you want to work, then work. If not, get out." His words were firm and unyielding, uttered without concern for who might overhear. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over Lu Buochuan, jolting him back to his senses. He realized that continuing to clash would only put him at a greater disadvantage. Lu Yuchuan was clearly targeting him, and this man, with his iron-fisted methods, would not show mercy if things escalated. Yet, even so, the ambitious Lu Buochuan could hardly stomach the situation. Suppressing his fury, he spoke with a tinge of provocation. "You'd better ensure every project goes flawlessly. A new leader may burn bright at first, but there are plenty of eyes watching you. Gaining respect at your age won't be so easy." Lu Yuchuan's lips curved into a faint smile, though his eyes remained devoid of warmth. He responded coolly, "Then let me remind you starting today, focus on your responsibilities. Otherwise, you might find yourself in serious trouble." The words hit Lu Buochuan like a hammer, sending chills down his spine. A wave of alarm swept over him. Did Lu Yuchuan have evidence against him? As his thoughts churned, Lu Yuchuan had already walked to the door, opened it, and turned back to deliver a commanding order. "Deputy General Manager Lu, you may leave now." The title Deputy General Manager pierced Lu Buochuan like a thorn, filling him with humiliation and anger. General Manager? Still just a deputy. How could he hold his head high like this? Rage simmered within him. Yet faced with the reality of the situation, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. This young upstart was now the president of Junyu Group. Clenching his teeth, he turned and left, his frustration threatening to boil over. What stung even more was the knowledge that a low-level employee had witnessed the entire scene. Tong Hua stood frozen in place, as if rooted to the floor, too stiff to move. She held her breath, not daring to make a sound, fearing she might get caught up in the storm. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway, drawing nearer, that she snapped back to reality. Turning her head, she met Lu Yuchuan's penetrating gaze. His deep dark eyes seemed to see straight through her, making her throat tighten and her scalp tingle. Lu Yuchuan approached her step by step, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. Tong Hua held her breath, knowing he was in a foul mood and unlikely to sign anything at the moment. Forcing herself to suppress her nervousness, she put on a cautious smile and attempted to change the subject. Director Jiang asked me to bring this for your signature, but it's not urgent. Please take your time." With that, she clutched the documents and turned to leave, only to find her path blocked by a strong, slender hand. Tong Hua froze mid-step, looking up to meet Lu Yuchuan's gaze. After a brief pause, she tentatively handed him the documents, speaking softly, "I'm not sure what this is about. Please take a look." She lowered her head, standing respectfully to the side. Lu Yuchuan took the file from her and asked casually, "Does she know about our relationship?" Tong Hua's head shot up in alarm, and she shook it hastily. "I don't think so. I've never mentioned it to anyone." Just then, the office door swung open, and Jiang Man walked in. She paused upon seeing the scene, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her face, part surprise, part displeasure. Lu Yuchuan paid her no mind, turning toward his desk with the documents in hand. Tong Hua, on the other hand, cast a quick glance at Jiang Man and greeted her politely, "Hello, Secretary Jiang." She then followed behind Lu Yuchuan, stopping by his desk. Seated, Lu Yuchuan flipped through the file carefully. Before long, he picked up a pen and signed his name at the bottom. Tong Hua let out a quiet sigh of relief, grateful that she could now report back to Director Jiang without further delay. Jiang Man's gaze shifted between the two, her mind brimming with questions. Tong Hua was just a newly hired junior designer. Why was she interacting directly with the president? And what exactly was in that document? The more she thought about it, the more puzzled she became, her thoughts rippling with unease. Lu Yuchuan swiftly set down his pen, closed the document, and handed it over to Tong Hua. "Thank you, President." Tong Hua quickly took the file, turned around, and left at a brisk pace, as though staying even one more second might invite trouble. Sitting at her desk, Jiang Man's gaze subtly followed Tong Hua's retreating figure. She noticed that Lu Yuchuan's expression was rather stern, clearly indicating he was in a bad mood. Yet, Even in such a state, he had signed off on the document brought in by this junior employee. This uncharacteristically lenient behavior was entirely at odds with his usual meticulous and exacting standards. A mix of confusion and a twinge of jealousy began to stir in Jiang Man's heart. Meanwhile, Tong Hua clutched the signed document as she rode the elevator downstairs. Inside the elevator, her thoughts involuntarily wandered to the names Lu Yuchuan, Zhang Buochuan, and Lu Buochuan. Her mind raced. What exactly was the connection between them? Half-brothers? An illegitimate child of Lu Yuchuan's father? But on second thought, that didn't quite make sense. The man seemed older than Lu Yuchuan. Weren't illegitimate children usually younger? Shaking her head, she decided to stop overthinking it. After all, it wasn't her concern. Pushing open the director's office door, Tong Hua handed the document to Jiang Man. Jiang Man took it with a hint of skepticism and asked, "Did the president really sign this?" "Yes, he did," Tong Hua replied casually. A glimmer of excitement immediately flashed in Jiang Man's eyes. She quickly glanced down to confirm the signature, and upon seeing the handwriting, her face lit up with barely contained joy. "Oh my goodness! You're amazing!" "What do you mean?" Tong Hua still hadn't caught on. "This budget exceeds the limit by 50. Jiang Man said, brimming with excitement. In the past, the president would never have approved something like this. "What?" Tong Hua's expression instantly changed. "Director Jiang, you set me up." "Set you up? That's not fair," Jiang Nan replied with a mischievous smile. "It's just that you and Special Assistant Mu have a good relationship. Anyway, it's done now. Go back to work. And don't forget to design a glimpse of eternity meticulously. Oh, and close the door on your way out." Tong Hua opened her mouth as if to argue but stopped herself. She couldn't explain that this had nothing to do with Assistant Mu, and could only leave the office with a silent sigh of relief. Still, her heart raced uneasily. 50 over budget? That was way too risky. 2 hours later, Mu Chen arrived at the deputy general manager's office holding a document. He knocked on the door, and upon hearing permission to enter, he stepped inside. Lu Buochuan was standing by the window, speaking on the phone. Hearing the door open, he glanced over and, upon seeing Mu Chen, quickly ended the call. "We'll talk later." "Good afternoon, Deputy General Manager Lu," Mu Chen greeted respectfully as he handed over a document. "This is your resignation letter. It needs your signature." "What?" Lu Buochuan froze for a moment before his face darkened. He didn't reach for the document but instead glared at Mu Chen with anger flaring in his eyes. "He's firing me?" Still maintaining his composed smile, Mu Chen calmly corrected him. "No, this is your voluntary resignation." Lu Buochuan's expression grew even more grim, as if he had been slapped in the face. He demanded coldly, "What did I do wrong? What gives him the right to treat me like this?" Mu Chen's voice remained steady. "Because he's the president, the head of the corporation." The words landed like a heavy blow, leaving Lu Buochuan speechless. Fury burned in his eyes as he glared at Mu Chen, his anger almost tangible. But he knew he had no choice. There was no way to challenge Lu Yuchuan. Suppressing his frustration, he reluctantly took the document and pen, and with gritted teeth, signed his name. On the 22nd floor, in the president's office, Lu Yuchuan sat at his desk. His demeanor was calm and composed, exuding a maturity and steadiness beyond his years. A stack of documents lay beside him as he worked with focused intensity. Dressed in a fitted blazer and pencil skirt, Jiang Man entered quietly, holding a plate of freshly sliced starfruit. She placed it gently near his elbow. "President, have some fruit," she said softly, her tone cautious. Lu Yuchuan responded without looking up, continuing to focus on his work. Jiang Man glanced at his sharp profile, her heart skipping a beat. After a moment, she brewed a cup of coffee and brought it over, placing it next to his mouse. Testing the waters, she asked, "President, is something on your mind?" Lu Yuchuan paused, turning slightly to look at her with deep, unreadable eyes. Jiang Man, leaning slightly forward, was acutely aware of his commanding presence, and her heartbeat quickened. With a faint smile, she said, "You seem a little out of sorts today." Lu Yuchuan withdrew his gaze indifferently. "Focus on your work. Things will get done better if you concentrate," he said calmly, yet with an undeniable authority. Jiang Man froze for a moment, her smile faltering into an awkward expression. She could only turn and leave. But back at her desk, her thoughts were restless. She couldn't help but speculate about the dynamic between the president and Tong Hua. After a while, a phrase popped into her mind, "Ryutan." An idea began to take shape. If she could invite the renowned pastry chef to create Ryutian live for Mr. Mark, it might help alleviate some of the president's stress. Not only would it convey sincerity, but if the deal went through, she herself might earn extra points in the president's eyes. Jiang Man made up her mind. Offering this kind of support beyond her regular duties was something she was more than willing to do. After all, she had already won Lu Yuchuan's professional approval. Now she hoped to take it a step further. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Lu Yuchuan walked out of the company lobby. As he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of his wife, Tong Hua, getting into the passenger seat of Mu Chen's car. The vehicle slowly started and drove out of view. His steps faltered, his eyes darkened slightly, and a faint shadow of displeasure clouded his face. Not far away, Uncle Ku was opening the door of the Lamborghini for him and happened to witness the scene as well. Lu Yuchuan withdrew his gaze from the departing car, slid his hands into the pockets of his suit trousers, and walked toward the car with a cold expression. Without saying a word, he got in, his entire demeanor exuding a chilling aura. Sitting in the driver's seat, Uncle Ku stole several glances at Lu Yuchuan through the rearview mirror. The man's face was growing increasingly stiff, his sharp features tense as if ready to erupt at any moment. After a moment of hesitation, Uncle Ku cautiously broke the silence. "President Lu, should we follow them?" "Follow." The word slipped from Lu Yuchuan's lips almost instinctively. As soon as he said it, a flicker of discomfort crossed his face, as though even he was caught off guard by his own reaction. Uncle Ku didn't ask further. He pressed the gas pedal and skillfully kept a car's distance behind Mu Chen's vehicle, ensuring they wouldn't be noticed. 10 minutes later, Mu Chen's car pulled up in front of an upscale restaurant. Snapping out of his thoughts, Lu Yuchuan frowned slightly, unsure why he had even decided to follow them. He turned his head to look out the window and saw Tong Hua and Mu Chen stepping out of the car, one after the other. The two walked into the restaurant side by side, chatting and smiling, appearing as if they shared an intimate bond. Lu Yuchuan's hand unconsciously tightened into a fist, and an inexplicable unease stirred within him. While his rational mind told him there couldn't possibly be anything between them, the scene before him inexplicably annoyed him. He didn't get out of the car. Instead, he glanced at his watch and said in a low voice, "Let's go home." "Yes, sir." Uncle Ku started the car, but inwardly, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Mrs. Lu. The president had started keeping track of time. Every second she was late coming home would only deepen the storm brewing in his mind. As the car drove away from the restaurant, Lu Yuchuan gazed out the window, his thoughts scattered. He couldn't quite understand why he felt so irritable. Yet, unbidden, images of his moments with Tong Hua surfaced in his mind. He frowned, a faint sense of dissatisfaction bubbling up inside him. This emotion frustrated him, even made him feel a little self-mocking. "It's just possessiveness, isn't it? After all, she's my wife," he told himself, trying to rationalize his feelings. It couldn't possibly be love, was certain of that. About an hour later, Tong Hua and Mu Chen emerged from the restaurant. By then, the evening sky was painted in hues of warm orange, and the soft light cast a radiant glow on Tong Hua's face, making her appear even more enchanting. Mu Chen looked at her, a fleeting trace of tenderness in his eyes. "Let me drive you home," Mu Chen offered. "No need, I have something else to take care of." Tong Hua smiled and waved him off. "Goodbye, I'll be leaving first." With that, she turned and walked away briskly. Mu Chen watched her retreating figure, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile tinged with a hint of wistfulness. Tong Hua's destination was the Fairytale Inn. As the owner, she made it a point to drop by whenever she had time. Despite her busy schedule, she refused to be an entirely hands-off boss. Meanwhile, Jiang Man's car was slowly cruising along the riverside, her GPS indicating that her destination was nearby. She scanned the storefronts through her car window until her eyes landed on the sign for Fairytale Inn. After parking her car, Jiang Man stepped out in her high heels and entered through the glass doors. Inside, only Shan Shan was working. Hearing the doorbell chime, Shan Shan looked up with a warm smile. "Hello, welcome to Fairytale Inn. A little sweetness every day keeps the blues away. What can I get for you?" In contrast to Shan Shan's enthusiasm, Jiang Man seemed much colder. She glanced around, her eyes lingering on the shop's minimalist decor for a moment, her tone carrying a hint of scrutiny. Could such a modest little shop really produce desserts that satisfied Mr. Mark? The thought surprised her. "Who's the creator of Ryu Tian?" Jiang Man asked directly. "I'd like to hire her to make a dessert for me tomorrow." "I'm sorry, it's no longer in production," Shan Shan replied with a polite smile. "The pastry chef doesn't work here anymore." Jiang Man was momentarily taken aback but didn't seem overly surprised. She pressed on, "Can you give me her contact information?" "Sorry, that's not possible," Shan Shan responded, still smiling but firm in her refusal. "Why not?" Jiang Man's tone grew sharper, tinged with dissatisfaction. Shan Shan glanced at her, her voice calm. "Why not? My friend has moved on from making desserts. She's switched careers and is busy with her job now." At that moment, Tong Hua walked in just in time to catch Shan Shan's explanation. She immediately recognized Jiang Man standing at the counter. Jiang Man, however, wasn't ready to give up. Her tone turned even more direct. "Hey, raise the deal, name your price. I'll pay you for her contact information. What happens after that isn't your concern." The day before yesterday, the president of Junyu Group personally visited this dessert shop in search of a specific treat. Today, someone else came by to inquire about it. Just as Shanshan was finding it odd, she looked up and her gaze landed on Tong Hua. She was about to speak, but Tong Hua quickly pressed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Shanshan immediately understood, pretending not to know her as she smiled politely and said, "Welcome to Fairytale Inn. How can I help you today?" Tong Hua's quick gesture successfully diverted attention. Standing nearby, Jiang Man turned her head at the sound and locked eyes with Tong Hua. Her expression immediately changed, and her tone carried a hint of displeasure. "Tong Hua, what are you doing here?" Unfazed, Tong Hua responded with a faint smile. "If you can be here, why can't I? Do you own the ocean or something? Why are you so controlling?" Tong Hua's casual retort hit a nerve, and Jiang Man's face darkened. She sneered and shot back, "Huh, you're here to find the dessert chef for the president, aren't you? No need to bother. That task has already been assigned to me." "Ri Yutian?" Tong Hua repeated the name, and memories from the previous day surfaced in her mind, her making desserts at home for Lu Yuchuan and his unusual reaction upon hearing the name Ri Yutian. But why was he so intent on finding this dessert chef? And what was even more absurd was that he clearly knew she was the one, yet he still sent Jiang Man to search for her. This was way too convoluted. Tong Hua couldn't help but mentally roll her eyes. They're married, can't he just say what he wanted directly? At the thought, she couldn't help but let out a soft, amused smile. "What are you smiling about?" Jiang Man snapped, glaring at her. She clicked her high heels against the floor as she strode over, crossing her arms with a cold demeanor. "Tong Hua, let me give you a piece of advice. Stop wasting your efforts on the president. Playing these little tricks won't get you anywhere." Tong Hua had no intention of arguing with her, though her mind was already calculating. Calmly, she pulled out her phone and discreetly started recording. Then she smiled lightly. "Secretary Jiang, since the president entrusted this task to you, I trust you'll handle it well." With that, Tong Hua casually took a seat at a nearby table and called to the server, "I'll have the rum cheesecake, please." "Thank you." Shanshan immediately caught on to her intentions and responded promptly, "Of course, coming right up." She hurried off to prepare the dessert, using the opportunity to distance herself from the tense atmosphere. Jiang Man, however, wasn't about to let it go. She pressed on step by step. "Tong Hua, let me warn you again. Cinderella doesn't belong with the prince. No matter what you do for him, it won't change that. Well, as long as you think you're good enough, why does it matter whether someone else is or not?" Tong Hua replied nonchalantly, her tone laced with a lazy, teasing air. Jiang Man's face turned a shade darker, and her voice grew sharper. "Stop trying to show off in front of the president. I've worked by his side for years. I know his tastes better than anyone, and women like you are not his type." Tong Hua found this utterly laughable. She remained seated, composed, and unbothered by Jiang Man's words. Placing her phone, still recording, on the table, she thought to herself, "I wonder if Lu Yuchuan has any idea what kind of person Jiang Man really is." Not far away, Shanshan returned with the dessert, placing the rum cheesecake in front of Tong Hua before retreating to the counter. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. Tong Hua picked up her fork, cut a piece of the cake, and looked up at Jiang Man, speaking in an unhurried tone. "Secretary Jiang, I can see you're scared of losing something. But have you ever considered that he was never your man to begin with? He's your boss, the one who pays your salary. Just focus on doing your job well. Why are you so fixated on me? I've never wronged you." Jiang Man's expression faltered slightly, her anger giving way to visible discomfort. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "I won't let you use tricks to get close to him because you're not worthy." Tong Hua chuckled softly, shaking her head with an almost pitying look. "Say, and what exactly is your position that gives you the right to keep warning me?" Her gaze sharpened as she locked eyes with Jiang Man, her tone suddenly cutting. "Have you perhaps failed to recognize your own role? Or is it that you're secretly in love with your boss? Does the president even know?" Jiang Man was struck speechless, her face alternating between pale and flushed. Tong Hua's smile deepened, her voice tinged with mockery. "If you don't have the courage to confess, would you like me to do it for you?" Jiang Man was furious, her beautiful eyes flashing with an icy glare, and her voice as cold as frost. "Tong Hua, I'm warning you. You're not worthy of the CEO. Stop dreaming." Tong Hua, however, refused to back down. Her tone was firm, tinged with impatience. "My life is none of your business." Jiang Man let out a cold laugh, standing her ground. "Then stay out of mine. Who do you think you are?" Tong Hua, equally provoked, raised an eyebrow, her voice laced with sarcasm. "You've been by Lu Yuchuan's side for years. If there was even the slightest chance, you two would have been together by now. The one who really needs to wake up is you." The words struck Jiang Man like a dagger, piercing straight into her heart. Her face turned pale, her breath quickened, and her lips trembled slightly. Just then, the phone on the table rang, its ringtone cutting sharply through the tense silence between them. Tong Hua glanced down, and the screen displayed the name Lu Yuchuan. She didn't rush to answer it, instead letting the phone sit on the table as the ringtone continued to echo. Jiang Man's gaze was drawn to the phone. When she saw the name, her breath hitched and her cold, beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. This can't be. Tong Hua shot her a knowing look, deliberately giving her time to take it all in. After a few seconds, she finally swiped to answer, her voice soft and warm, like water gently flowing. Hello, Yuchuan. Jiang Man froze, her body stiffening, her eyes betraying her inner turmoil. She had never felt such pain, as if her entire world was collapsing. What are you doing? Lu Yuchuan's deep, stern voice came from the other end of the line, tinged with displeasure. Still not off work? Tong Hua chuckled lightly, her tone calm. Oh, right, not yet, but soon. Do you need something? Jiang Man was stunned. This woman was lying. Lu Yuchuan's voice remained cold and firm. Hurry back and make dinner. Your husband is hungry. With that, he hung up without waiting for a response. Tong Hua's lips curved into a faint smile. She calmly put away her phone, then took 20 yuan from her bag and placed it on the table. The bill's on me. She stood up and left without so much as a backward glance at Jiang Man. Jiang Man frowned deeply, still reeling from the shock. She had always believed in seeing is believing, but this time, she wished she could doubt her own eyes. It wasn't until Tong Hua's figure disappeared through the doorway that she snapped out of it and hurried after her. Wait. Jiang Man quickly caught up and discreetly slipped a business card into Tong Hua's hand, lowering her voice as she whispered, check your WeChat messages. Tong Hua paused, momentarily surprised, then accepted the card without showing much emotion. She got into a taxi, took the seat by the window, and glanced down at the card. After a brief moment, she opened her phone and checked her WeChat messages. Seeing one from Shan, her brows furrowed slightly. So, he's already been to the store for Ryu Tian? The taxi pulled into the Sheyan Huadu community. As Tong Hua stepped out, she saw Uncle Ke hurrying toward her. Uncle Ke, she greeted warmly, though her voice carried a hint of surprise. Miss Tong, you're finally back. Uncle Ke's expression was anxious. Earlier today, as soon as you got into Assistant Mu's car, the CEO saw you. I drove him to the restaurant, and he even timed how long you were there. It's been over 2 hours, and you're just now getting home. Tong Hua's heart tightened as she quickly pieced things together. Her brows knitted. So he was setting me up? He just called me, pretending to ask if I was still at work. Uncle Ke nodded, his expression serious. The CEO is very upset. Tong Hua sighed, rubbing her temples. Alright, I understand. Thank you for letting me know. I'll explain everything to him at home. Uncle Ke spoke with a tone of earnest concern. The CEO has had a lack of security since he was young. You'll need to be more mindful in the future. I understand. Tong Hua nodded before turning to head upstairs. When she opened the door to their home, she saw Lu Yuchuan sitting on the sofa, his expression cold and stern. His legs were crossed, and his intense gaze was fixed on her. He tilted his chin upward slightly, his voice sharp and tinged with anger. Just got off work? Tong Hua set down her bag calmly, her tone light. No, I was having dinner with Mu Chen. Just an old friend I wanted to thank. Then I stopped by the Fairytale Inn and ran into your secretary. She's helping you find the dessert chef for Ryu Tian. Lu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her as if trying to determine whether she was telling the truth. Tong Hua, unfazed, walked closer, her tone casual as she continued. What I don't understand is, I made that dessert. Why would you give this task to her? Unless, were you too shy to ask me directly? Her playful tone, even a touch teasing, left Lu Yuchuan with no chance to lash out. Give it to her? His brows furrowed, clearly unaware of this detail. However, he quickly masked his reaction, his voice turning cold. Don't change the subject. He stood up, his gaze deep and unwavering as he looked at her. His voice was low but commanding. You're my wife now. Watch your behavior. Going out to dinner alone with another man is highly inappropriate. If Grandpa finds out, he won't be pleased. Tong Hua looked up at him, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. Her lips curved into a slight smile. So is this Mr. Lu being jealous? The man furrowed his brows slightly, a trace of impatience in his tone. I just didn't wear a hat. I don't want the media making stuff up. Though his words were firm, his tone betrayed a hint of unease when he got worked up. All right, I'll be more mindful in the future, Tong Hua nodded, agreeing readily. No, not mindful, absolutely avoid, the man corrected, his tone as unyielding as ever. Fine, I'll absolutely avoid, Tong Hua quickly amended, then swiftly changed the topic. Are you hungry? What do you feel like eating? She knew better than to provoke him right now. Plus, considering he had signed off on that big deal for her today, she decided to act a little more considerate. Lu Yuchuan's sharp gaze swept over her, his tone carrying a hint of probing. Feeling guilty? Why's your attitude suddenly so good? Yeah. Tong Hua was momentarily at a loss for words, then threw up her hands in resignation. What do you want me to say? I know it's no good getting on your bad side, okay? It was the truth, and Lu Yuchuan knew it. Yet, even so, he couldn't help feeling annoyed, like there was an unspoken frustration simmering inside him, looking for an outlet. He was well aware she hadn't done anything to betray him, but he still didn't want to let it slide so easily. Tong Hua pulled out her phone, intending to play a recording. "Oh, by the way, there's something you might want to address." She spoke casually as she navigated her device. "After lunch, I went to the store and ran into Jiangman. Honestly, are you and your little secretary being a bit too ambiguous? You're giving her the wrong idea." "Utter nonsense," Lu Yuchuan replied coldly, clearly unwilling to entertain the accusation. Tong Hua let out a sarcastic chuckle. "I knew you'd deny it. Well, listen for yourself." With that, she pressed play. The recording played out a conversation between her and Jiang Man. "I won't let you manipulate your way closer to him because you don't deserve it." Jiang Man's voice was sharp and furious. "Seriously, what position are you in to keep warning me over and over again?" Tong Hua's voice was calm, tinged with mockery. "Have you even figured out your own place yet?" "Tong Hua," Jiang Man practically screamed. "I'm reminding you you're not worthy of the president. Stop dreaming. My life isn't your concern." Tong Hua retorted without hesitation, her tone laced with ridicule. "And yours isn't mine, so stay out of it. Who do you think you are? If there were even the slightest chance between you and Lu Yuchuan after all these years, wouldn't something have happened by now? You're the one who needs a reality check." Hearing this, Lu Yuchuan's brows furrowed slightly, a complicated emotion flickering in his eyes. Tong Hua hurried to stop the recording, but in her flustered state, she fumbled with the phone, and the entire conversation ended up playing. A hint of awkwardness crept onto her face. To mask her embarrassment, she quickly added, "She's warned me like this more than once. I'm honestly afraid it'll snap one day and just tell her I'm your wife, your legal, bona fide wife." Lu Yuchuan stared at her, his gaze scrutinizing. "You've got quite the sharp tongue." "Why, thank you, Mr. Lu." Tong Hua flashed him a smile before turning toward the kitchen. "I'll go make you something to eat." Lu Yuchuan sat alone on the couch, replaying the words from the recording in his mind. His expression gradually darkened. Jiang Man's tone and attitude had gone far beyond what he had anticipated. After dinner, Lu Yuchuan's mood seemed to have calmed down a bit. The simple home-cooked dishes Tong Hua had prepared reminded him of the warmth of home, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Ever since Tong Hua had moved in, the once cold house had gained a sense of life. The kitchen was stocked with ingredients, and the fridge was filled to the brim. Standing by the window with his hands behind his back, he gazed at the dazzling city lights outside and suddenly spoke. "Aren't you curious? That deal that exceeded the limit by 50, I signed it without a word." Tong Hua paused, momentarily caught off guard. Then she said with a touch of gratitude, "I was actually pretty surprised. Thank you. I only found out about the details later." Lu Yuchuan turned to face her, his deep eyes locking onto hers. "Do you think there's such a thing as a free lunch in this world?" Tong Hua was momentarily puzzled, meeting his gaze in silent thought. Their eyes met in the air, and Lu Yuchuan's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. His tone carried a hint of derision. "You don't actually think I've fallen for you, do you?" Tong Hua let out a soft sigh, placing the folded blanket down and looking him straight in the eye. "I wouldn't dare hope for that. Just say what you want, no need to beat around the bush." "Do me a favor," Lu Yuchuan said, his smile fading into a calm yet commanding tone. "Tomorrow, create a dessert that'll impress Mr. Mark." "That's it." Tong Hua looked at him in disbelief, having expected something far more demanding. The man nodded. "That's it. You scared me." Tong Hua exhaled in relief, patting her chest. "I thought you were going to ask for my life or something." Before she could respond, Lu Yuchuan's cold voice rang out again. "But if you mess this up, you'll pay a price you can't afford. For instance, Tong Mingyao might lose his chance to attend school, and your mother might end up homeless." "Lu Yuchuan, are you insane?" Tong Hua's anger shot straight to her head, and she practically shouted, "At work, you're the boss and I respect you for that. But at home, we're husband and wife equals. Why can't you just talk to me properly? Why must you resort to threats? And for the record, I just cooked for you." With that, she spun around and stormed off, her steps firm and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Men shouldn't be spoiled. Within seconds, bang, the bedroom door slammed shut with a forceful thud. Lu Yuchuan stood frozen in place, his expression stiffening, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. He had never expected her to speak to him like that, let alone with such an attitude. But soon after, his face darkened, and his mood grew even gloomier. He had been irritable since the afternoon, especially when he thought of her walking side by side with Mu Chen, chatting and laughing as they entered the restaurant together. That suffocating feeling of discomfort was almost unbearable. He couldn't figure out why he felt this way, but the frustration lingered. He had waited for her for 2 whole hours, intending to have a proper conversation when she returned, but who would have thought she'd blow up at him first? Half an hour later, the silence in the room was broken by the sound of knocking. Outside the door, Lu Yichuan's fingers tapped rhythmically 3 times, polite and measured. Tong Hua, however, paid no attention. She lay on the bed, engrossed in her phone, her eyes glued to the screen. After a while, the knocking came again, still 3 steady taps. Open the door. I want to apologize. Lu Yichuan's voice came through the door, clear and deliberate. Tong Hua was just about to put on her headphones when she froze at his words. A moment later, she sat up from the bed, walked briskly to the door, and opened it. What did you just say? She blinked, looking into his deep eyes, her tone laced with skepticism. Say it again. I didn't hear you clearly. Lu Yichuan took a deep breath, pressed his lips together, and spoke in a low but sincere voice. I'm apologizing. I had a bad attitude earlier. I'm sorry. Tong Hua raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. Then, crossing her arms and bouncing one leg, she asked, and what about next time? Will it happen again? It won't, he replied evenly, his tone firm and resolute. Tomorrow's dessert is important, and I need your help. Tong Hua nodded nonchalantly. I'll do my best. Not just your best, Lu Yichuan emphasized, his gaze locking onto hers. You must get it right. Fine, fine. She waved him off, pushing the door to close it. Go to bed. As the door shut, Tong Hua couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself. This man really should have been a language teacher, always so precise with his words. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiang Man was at a bar, drinking alone. She had consumed a lot of alcohol and, upon returning home, sank into the bathtub for 2 hours, trying to wash away the smell of liquor. She drank because her heart ached, but she also knew that no matter how low she felt, she had to present herself in her best state the next day before the CEO. Back at Shui in Huadu in Unit 2801, Tong Hua was taking a shower in the guest bathroom. As the water cascaded over her, she reflected on Lu Yichuan's outburst earlier. If she didn't handle this well, he would undoubtedly take it out on Mu Chen, and she knew that Mu Chen had once had feelings for her. Though he hadn't mentioned anything about it during their recent reunion, she decided to take the initiative to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and conflicts. After stepping out of the bathroom, she grabbed her phone and typed a message to Mu Chen. Mu Chen, during dinner earlier, you asked me what the biggest change in my life has been all these years. The truth is, it's my change in status. I'm married now, a wife, and with that comes new responsibilities. Not long after she sent the message, Mu Chen replied with a string of question marks, clearly in disbelief. Shortly after, another message popped up. Are you joking? Tong Hua didn't respond immediately. Instead, she opened a drawer, pulled out her marriage certificate, took a photo of it, and sent it to him. Mu Chen stared at his phone, frozen in shock when he saw the picture. The groom's photo and information were blurred, but the bride's name and photo were crystal clear it was her. The marriage date showed it had been less than a month. He gripped his phone tightly, his expression shifting from astonishment to despondence, his emotions a tangled mess. How could I have missed her? After all these years, I've never truly let her go. Tong Hua didn't send any more messages. She quietly set her phone aside, giving Mu Chen time to process the truth. She knew that this revelation was enough to make him understand that no matter what lingering feelings he might have, he needed to let them go. She was doing this to protect him. The next morning at Junior Group, after a sleepless night, Mu Chen walked into the CEO's office, only to be immediately summoned by Lu Yichuan. Look into her for me, Lu Yichuan said, handing over a file. Understood. Mu Chen reached out to take it, but the moment he glanced at the contents, his expression froze. It was Tong Hua's profile. Lu Yichuan leaned slightly back against the chair, his gaze resting steadily on Mu Chen's face, capturing every subtle change in his expression. Mu Chen was momentarily stunned, a flicker of doubt flashing through his mind. Why was the CEO investigating Tong Hua, an ordinary employee? Or, to be more precise, was the CEO implying something? Could it be that the CEO had taken an interest in Tong Hua, and as his assistant, Mu Chen needed to keep his distance? What's the matter? Lu Yichuan asked coolly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Is there something even Assistant Mu can't find? Mu Chen raised his head to meet Lu Yichuan's gaze, his voice calm yet cautious. What exactly do you want to know? He wasn't oblivious. It was clear that the CEO wasn't asking him to investigate but rather had something to say. Their eyes locked for a few seconds, and the atmosphere carried an undercurrent of subtle tension. Lu Yichuan averted his gaze, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the desk, the sound crisp in the quiet office. How long have you known her? Are you close? His tone seemed casual, but there was an unmistakable edge of curiosity in his words. We were high school classmates, Mu Chen replied with composure. Lu Yichuan glanced at him, his tone shifting slightly. Ex-girlfriend? The question hung in the air, instantly adding a layer of complexity to the conversation. Mu Chen shook his head gently, his expression steady. No. I liked her. On the night before graduation, I confessed, but she rejected me. After that, we lost touch. The next time I saw her was that morning at the company entrance. So that's how it was. Lu Yuchuan had already noticed the subtle emotions in Mu Chen's eyes whenever he looked at Tong Hua, unmistakable light of affection. However, Lu Yuchuan also knew that Tong Hua didn't share the same feelings for Mu Chen. Rejected your confession? At these words, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over Lu Yuchuan. His tone remained indifferent. So, do you know her well? Mu Chen nodded, speaking straightforwardly. Her family situation was terrible. Her adoptive father was a gambler. When he mentioned Tong Hua, a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes, but what stood out more was the gentle warmth in his gaze. She's the kind of girl who's like a sunflower, resilient and strong. Life's hardships never seem to faze her. She's one of the kindest people I've ever met. Back in school, she was always helping others. She'd visit nursing homes to care for the elderly, washing their hair and cutting their hair without any sign of disdain. Mu Chen's voice carried a trace of nostalgia, accompanied by a faint smile. Lu Yuchuan was momentarily stunned, a complex emotion flickering in his deep eyes. He didn't interrupt and continued to listen to Mu Chen's recounting. She'd also spent time at orphanages, playing with the children. She's so kind-hearted that she wouldn't even step on an ant. She's incredibly compassionate. The more Mu Chen spoke, the more engrossed he became, seemingly forgetting the current setting. A smile unknowingly curved on his lips. However, the longer Lu Yuchuan listened, the more conflicted he felt. He frowned slightly and interrupted in a cold tone. That's enough. Is there anything else you know? The fact that he, her husband, had to rely on someone else to learn about her, it left an inexplicable bitterness in his heart. Pulled back to reality, Mu Chen's tone carried a note of resignation. And she's married. Lu Yuchuan froze, his sharp gaze fixed on Mu Chen. Did she tell you that? Yes. Mu Chen nodded, their eyes meeting once again. Who did she marry? Lu Yuchuan's tone was calm, but there was a faint, almost imperceptible tension in his eyes. Mu Chen shook his head, his voice tinged with helplessness. I don't know. The marriage certificate she sent me had all the groom's information redacted. But it's certain she's married. Lu Yuchuan observed the faint disappointment in Mu Chen's eyes, guessing that he might have spent an entire night trying to come to terms with the reality. Yet, surprisingly, Lu Yuchuan's own mood lightened. Though his expression remained composed and inscrutable, he couldn't deny the quiet sense of relief he felt inside. All right, I understand. You can get back to work, he said coolly, maintaining his usual detached demeanor. Mu Chen glanced at the documents in his hand and hesitated before asking, so should I continue investigating? No need. Lu Yuchuan's response was decisive, and a faint smile even emerged on his lips, though he didn't seem to notice it himself. Mu Chen, however, caught it clearly and couldn't help but feel puzzled. It seemed that this girl had finally figured out where to draw the line. Lu Yuchuan felt quietly satisfied, convinced that she had truly recognized her mistake. That day, Tong Hua didn't come to the office. She was busy preparing materials for sweet days and had arrived early at the hotel where Mr. Mark would be staying. Meanwhile, Mu Chen was tasked with leading a team to the airport for the reception. The Victoria Grand Hotel, a luxury property under the Junyu Group, exclusively catered to high-end clientele. To welcome Mr. Mark, the hotel had closed for an entire week, with the entire management team on high alert. Lu Yuchuan personally oversaw every detail, ensuring perfection. Tong Hua estimated the time and knew that the dessert she had prepared must be nearly finished. In the hotel kitchen, the ingredients she had carefully selected early that morning were neatly laid out: translucent sheets of gelatin, smooth butter, and her homemade matcha powder. These were distinctly different from store-bought items, infused with her unique care and craftsmanship. Today, she was dressed in a pink spaghetti strap maxi dress, paired with a soft knit shawl. Her long hair was elegantly tied up, revealing her graceful neck, yet her sweet and gentle aura remained undeniable. Her beauty was the kind that grew more captivating the longer you looked, graceful, soothing, and delightful to behold. The dessert, named Ryu Tian, was almost ready. 8 small matcha two-tone squares were arranged meticulously on the plate, adorned with glistening candied red beans that made them both delicate and enticing. To add a special touch, she had included powdered sleep-aiding herbs she had ground herself. She gently adjusted the plate, a mix of anticipation and subtle nervousness rising in her heart. It had been such a long time since they last met. Would he like it? At that moment, outside the hotel, a sleek stretch Lincoln limousine came to a smooth stop. Under the sunlight, the car's metallic exterior gleamed. A bodyguard swiftly opened the door, and Lu Yuchuan stepped out with his long, confident strides. Behind him followed Jiang Man and several high-level executives. His impeccably tailored suit accentuated his tall, commanding presence, while his chiseled, handsome features carried an air of elegance and decisiveness. Amid the crowd, he was always the most striking figure. From the car, Mu Chen, Mr. Mark, and a few accompanying staff members descended one by one. Mr. Mark's expression was stern, his aura commanding, and his every gesture exuded an unshakable authority. After a brief yet courteous exchange of handshakes and greetings, the group proceeded into the hotel. The grand lobby was resplendent, with its opulent decor and well-coordinated staff attending to each distinguished guest with precision. Meanwhile, Tong Hua had finished preparing the dessert and stood quietly in the spacious living room of the presidential suite, waiting. She glanced down, smoothing her dress thoughtfully, her mind replaying how long it had been since their last meeting. The thought of seeing him again brought an involuntary smile to her lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Soon, the sound of footsteps grew closer, accompanied by familiar voices and conversation. The door opened, and in walked Mr. Mark and Lu Yuchuan. Both men's gazes immediately landed on the girl standing in the center of the room. Tong Hua. Mr. Mark paused mid-step, a rare expression of surprise and delight breaking through his typically stern demeanor. His usually composed face now bore a warm, spring-like softness. Tong Hua's face lit up with a radiant smile when she saw him. Her eyes sparkled like a child's, and she ran toward him, exclaiming joyfully, "Uncle." Her voice was clear and filled with the happiness of a long-overdue reunion. Mr. Mark strode forward, opening his arms to envelop her in a tight embrace. "It's been so long, Xiaohua." His voice carried an uncharacteristic warmth and affection. This scene left Jiang Man and Lu Yuchuan momentarily stunned. Jiang Man's eyes widened in disbelief, while Lu Yuchuan's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze flickering between the two as questions swirled in his mind. What was their relationship? "It's been so long, Uncle," Tong Hua said, her voice tinged with emotion. Mr. Mark released her and placed his hands on her shoulders, studying her closely. His smile was kind and filled with genuine warmth. "You've grown even more beautiful, Hua Hua." Tong Hua playfully stuck out her tongue and turned to pick up the dessert plate she had just finished preparing. "Would you like to try? It's called Ryu Tian." A flicker of surprise crossed Mr. Mark's eyes, his lips curving into a faint smile. "Did you make this?" He took the plate, lowering his gaze to admire the dessert, his expression full of appreciation. Just finished it." Tong Hua nodded, her voice brimming with anticipation. At this point, Lu Yuchuan, who had been standing by the door, finally regained his composure and stepped into the room. Mu Qin and Jiang Man followed on either side of him, while the other entourage members remained outside. Jiang Man's emotions were a whirlwind of disbelief and complexity. The scene before her was beyond anything she could have expected. Tong Hua not only knew Mr. Mark but seemed to share a close relationship with him. And what's more, Tong Hua could create something as exquisite as Ryu Tian, a high-end dessert. "Mr. Mark, please take your time to rest," Lu Yuchuan said with a polite smile. "Once you're ready, we can discuss the project." Mr. Mark waved dismissively, his tone relaxed. "No need, we can talk while I eat." He glanced toward the door, adding, "Mr. Lu, just bring the project lead and stay. The others can take a break." Everyone was familiar with Mr. Mark's preference for smaller groups. Lu Yuchuan nodded and signaled for the others to leave. Just as Jiang Man was about to step out, Mr. Mark suddenly added, "Oh, and have Tong Hua stay as well." Jiang Man froze mid-step, her expression instantly darkening. She had always been the one to accompany the CEO in such settings, yet today, she was being sidelined by a seemingly ordinary employee. Though anger simmered within her, she had no choice but to swallow it and exit the room alongside Mu Chen. Inside, Mr. Mark's aides and the project leads took their seats, while Tong Hua stood quietly to the side, her face still adorned with her sweet smile. Outside in the corridor, Jiang Man glanced back toward the room, her heart filled with resentment. How could an ordinary staff member receive such special treatment? Yet she had overlooked the natural intimacy in the way Tong Hua had called Mr. Mark uncle, as well as the unmistakable affection in Mr. Mark's demeanor. Their relationship was clearly far beyond what she could have imagined. In the luxurious presidential suite, Lu Yuchuan and Mr. Mark sat across from each other. The room was quiet, with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the mahogany coffee table between them. On the table, an exquisite tea set emanated the subtle aroma of Earl Grey tea, with wisps of steam adding a touch of elegance to the atmosphere. Despite a two-decade age gap, the two men exuded equally composed and commanding presences, their calm energy filling the space. On either side of Lu Yuchuan sat two project managers from Junyu Group, while Mr. Mark's assistant stood attentively by his side, ready to respond to any instructions. Tong Hua, keeping her distance tactfully, walked quietly to the window and settled into an armchair. Sunlight filtered through the curtains as she casually picked up a newspaper, staying 3 to 4 meters away from the men. Occasionally, snippets of their conversation reached her ears. This was Tong Hua's first close encounter with a high-stakes business negotiation, and she could feel the weight of the serious atmosphere. After half an hour of listening, she began to discern the dynamics at play. Lu Yuchuan clearly placed great importance on this collaboration, striving to highlight Junyu Group's strengths to Mr. Mark. However, Mr. Mark remained cautious, treating Junyu as just one of several potential partners. He planned to stay in Rongqing for a month, meeting with various company executives and carefully evaluating his options. Tong Hua frowned slightly, aware of how critical this project was for Junyu Group. Otherwise, Lu Yuchuan wouldn't have gone to such lengths to meticulously prepare, even down to selecting the exact type of desserts to suit Mr. Mark's preferences. Mr. Mark, we've prepared 10 detailed project proposals. I hope you'll take the time to review them thoroughly, Lu Yuchuan said calmly, his tone steady yet carrying a barely perceptible urgency that Tong Hua keenly noticed. One of the project managers beside him immediately rose and respectfully handed over a thick stack of documents representing the collective effort of countless individuals. Mr. Mark, deep in thought, gestured for his assistant to take the documents. He picked up his teacup, smiled faintly, and said, "Mr. Lu, rest assured, I'll give this serious consideration." Then he reached for a piece of dessert, took a bite, and nodded slightly in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the selection. "You even brought Tong Hua along," Mr. Mark remarked, setting down his teacup and glancing at her with a smile. "It shows how much effort you've put in. And yes, I do enjoy the desserts she made herself. Today's discussion has been pleasant, and the treats were delightful." Hearing her name, Tong Hua was momentarily startled. She looked up and found Mr. Mark gazing at her with a smile. Setting the newspaper aside, she stood up and walked toward him. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to her. She was dressed in a pink spaghetti strap dress with a light knit cardigan draped over her shoulders. Her fair, delicate skin glowed under the sunlight streaming behind her, and the corners of her lips lifted in a soft, radiant smile resembling a freshly bloomed lotus. "Uncle," Tong Hua greeted gently, her voice warm and sweet as she stopped beside Mr. Mark, her eyes sparkling with a playful smile. "Since Junyu Group is already on your list of considerations and their qualifications are outstanding, could you perhaps do me a favor and finalize this deal?" Her tone was lighthearted and teasing, carrying a hint of endearing persuasion. Lu Yuchuan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze snapping to her, a complex and intense emotion flickering deep in his eyes. Mr. Mark looked up at her, his expression kind, and he didn't interrupt. Instead, he listened intently. "Junyu Group is one of the most successful companies in Rongqing," Tong Hua continued confidently, her tone relaxed yet assured. "Mr. Lu's vision is exceptional, and his foresight for the future is incredibly precise. You just haven't worked with him yet, so you might not fully grasp the company's capabilities. But I'm sure you've heard of their reputation, haven't you? Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it onto your shortlist." Mr. Mark pondered her words for a moment, his gaze carrying a hint of curiosity. "Hua Hua, why are you so eager to recommend Junyu Group?" he asked. "It's my family's company," Tong Hua replied with a bright, unreserved smile. "If they make money, I'll be part of the marital assets, which means half of it will be mine." Her candid and playful response instantly lightened the previously serious atmosphere. Seeing that Mr. Mark seemed amused, Tong Hua took the opportunity to sit down beside him, her smile growing even more radiant as she looked at him, waiting for his reply. "Uncle, I'm currently working at Junyu Group, and I can truly feel the charm of its corporate culture. It's not something an average company can compare to. Of course, there's another important reason. If you sign the contract with Mr. Lu now, you can enjoy a relaxing stay in Rongqing and have some fun. Otherwise, you'll be meeting one person today and another tomorrow, not knowing how many more headaches you'll have to deal with. Worse yet, you might even end up offending someone." Tong Hua's casual and natural tone eased the atmosphere significantly. Lu Yuchuan couldn't help but see her in a new light. This girl, she actually spoke up for him in such a situation. Her boldness and quick thinking were quite unexpected. Though the final outcome was still uncertain, her actions had undeniably steered things in a positive direction. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, appearing thoughtful. "You make a good point," he said. Then, turning to Lu Yuchuan, he spoke in a warmer tone. "Let's go with Hua Hua's suggestion, Mr. Lu. Let's sign the contract now." Lu Yuchuan maintained his calm and composed demeanor, but a wave of joy surged within him. With a slight gesture of his hand, his assistant promptly handed over 2 copies of the contract. Mark's assistant took the documents and began reviewing them with practiced efficiency. Seeing this, Tong Hua realized her job was done. She stood up and said softly, "I'll leave you, Tai. I need to use the restroom." With that, she quickly left. As she walked toward the restroom, her heart pounded like a drum. Once inside, she leaned against the door and took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. "Oh my gosh," she thought to herself. Someone completely unrelated, actually blurted out something in such a formal setting. I don't even know what this project is about, never even heard its name before." But when she recalled that Mark had agreed to the collaboration, it felt like a dream. Outside, the contract signing progressed smoothly. From time to time, Lu Yuchuan glanced in the direction of the restroom, his thoughts inexplicably drawn to that young woman. During the signing process, half of his attention was unexpectedly on her. Not long after, a gentle knock on the restroom door startled Tong Hua. She almost cried out, "Who's there?" "Are you okay?" came Lu Yuchuan's deep voice from outside. "Is your stomach bothering you?" No. Tong Hua quickly opened the door, only to find herself locking eyes with the man's deep gaze. She pressed her lips together and asked quietly, "Is the signing done?" Standing at the door, his posture upright and composed. Lu Yuchuan carried a faint trace of warmth in his expression. He nodded slightly. Yes, the contract is signed. Mr. Mark wants to catch up with you. We're heading back to the office now. If you need, I can arrange for someone to pick you up later. You're just leaving like that? Tong Hua asked, a bit surprised. Aren't you inviting him for a meal? A dinner reception has been arranged, Lu Yuchuan replied patiently. His tone was calm yet considerate. You don't need to worry about the hospitality. Right now, he just wants to spend some time catching up with you. Oh, all right then, she said with a nod, her response straightforward. You can go. Don't worry about me. Lu Yuchuan glanced at her, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Though he didn't say much, his gratitude was deeply etched in his heart. He knew that some words of thanks were best left for more private moments. Tong Hua watched as Lu Yuchuan and his team departed. Just as she turned to leave, a familiar and warm voice called out to her. Hua Hua. She turned at the sound and walked back over to Mark with a smile. Uncle, how have you been lately? Are you sleeping well? Not bad, Mark replied, his demeanor much more relaxed now, with a gentle smile that replaced the earlier intensity of their work discussion. Has Mr. Du returned from his travels? I've been hoping to find an opportunity to visit him. Tong Hua shook her head, a hint of sadness in her voice. Not yet. I haven't seen him in a long time either. Back then, it was thanks to him that my mother recovered from her illness. She's completely well now, Mark said with a deep sense of gratitude in his tone and expression. He was a man who never forgot kindness, and everyone who had helped him held a special place in his heart. That's wonderful. Tong Hua felt genuinely happy for him and silently wished Mr. Mark well. She couldn't help but remark, this is truly your mother's blessing. Mr. Mark gave a slight nod, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. He then requested, if he comes back, please send my regards to him and let me know. I will make a special trip to Rongqing to visit him. Mentioning her mentor, Tong Hua couldn't help but reminisce, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Before he left, Shifu said he would travel for a long time, maybe 10 years, maybe 20. Her gaze dimmed slightly, and her longing was evident. So it's unlikely we'll meet again anytime soon. Mr. Mark, too, felt a pang of sadness and sighed softly. Perhaps this farewell is a final goodbye. Mr. Du is already in his 60s now. In the presidential suite, as the two talked about the past, time slipped away unnoticed. On the way back, the Lamborghini cruised steadily through the city streets. Uncle Ke focused on the steering wheel, but the atmosphere inside the car felt heavy. Jiang Man and Lu Yuchuan sat in the back seat. Jiang Man kept her head down, lost in thought, her eyes occasionally flickering with a complex emotion. In another car, Mu Qin sat alone, not traveling with them. Jiang Man knew the deal had been successfully signed. Yet, instead of feeling elated about the good news, a deep jealousy welled up in her. She cast a cold gaze inward, mocking herself. What was the point of being capable at work? A deal worth billions was effortlessly secured with just one sentence from Tong Hua. She clenched her fists, her eyes glinting with a trace of unwillingness. Lu Yuchuan, dressed in a perfectly tailored black shirt, exuded an air of sophistication and aloofness. He gazed out of the window, his brows slightly furrowed, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. He had to admit, Tong Hua's performance had been remarkable, far exceeding everyone's expectations. At the same time, he noticed Jiang Man's change in demeanor. Her absent expression made it clear she wasn't celebrating the success. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a low voice. Jiang Man. Jolted out of her thoughts, Jiang Man quickly turned to look at his chiseled profile and responded nervously, President. Her voice carried a trace of restraint, and her gaze involuntarily lingered on him, momentarily dazed. He was so close, yet he felt as distant as if separated by mountains and oceans. Lu Yuchuan said calmly, if you find it difficult to adjust to working at the headquarters, you can stay at the branch office. His tone was steady, devoid of any reproach. Jiang Man froze, a wave of unease washing over her. Testing the waters, she asked, President, is there something I'm not doing well enough? Lu Yuchuan studied her for a few seconds before replying impassively, examine yourself daily. With that, he turned his gaze back to the window, saying no more. Jiang Man's heart sank, a vague sense of guilt creeping in. Did he know something? Did Tong Hua say something to him? Her thoughts drifted back to that day at the hospital when he opened the car door and invited Tong Hua to sit in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini, a seat Jiang Man had long coveted. She should have realized the truth then. The relationship between Tong Hua and Lu Yuchuan was far from ordinary. Sitting beside him, Jiang Man's emotions churned, a chaotic mix of bitterness and determination. She resolved that her top priority was to secure her position and stay close to the president. As for Tong Hua, she decided to hold back for now. As long as Tong Hua wasn't Mrs. Lu, Jiang Man felt she still had a chance. After all, Tong Hua was just a minor employee. How could she possibly become Mrs. Lu? That afternoon, Tong Hua returned to the office. As she stepped out of the elevator on the 11th floor, she unexpectedly ran into Mu Chen. Their eyes met, and Tong Hua's steps faltered, the atmosphere turning slightly awkward. Mu Chen looked at her, his gaze both affectionate and conflicted. He had been waiting for an opportunity to speak with her alone, and now it had finally arrived. Tong Hua hesitated, unsure of what to say, and bit her lip. Mu Chen broke the silence, his tone carrying a hint of regret. "Why did you marry so young?" His smile was faint, but his eyes betrayed a sense of loss. Before Tong Hua could respond, he pressed on. "Does your husband treat you well?" Just then, the exclusive presidential elevator chimed open, and Lu Yuchuan stepped out, catching the tail end of Mu Chen's words. "Can he accept your background?" Mu Chen's voice was filled with concern. "If your husband doesn't treat you well, or if you were forced into marriage, you can tell me. Divorce him, I would marry you." The elevator doors hadn't fully closed yet, but Lu Yuchuan's steps halted. His previously composed expression darkened instantly, and a hint of anger flickered in his gaze. Standing at the elevator entrance, he shot a sharp look at Mu Chen and said in a cold, steely tone, "Who are you trying to convince to get a divorce?" Tong Hua quickly waved her hands in denial, a wry smile on her face. No, Mu Chen, you've misunderstood. I married young not because I was forced, nor did it have anything to do with my family. It was simply because I found love." Her tone was sincere, trying to dispel the awkwardness. Lu Yuchuan stood not far away, his deep gaze fixed on the scene. His eyes flickered with an unreadable emotion. Hiding in the shadows, Lu Yuchuan furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of curiosity as he listened to her concoct an entirely fabricated story with such seriousness. "My husband treats me very well, and he's incredibly handsome." Tong Hua lifted her chin slightly, her tone resolute. "He has a stable and respectable job, earns a good income, and never looks down on my family. He always takes care of me, handles all the household chores. Really, Mu Chen, thank you for your concern, but I'm genuinely happy right now." She smiled brightly, her sincerity evident. "I hope you find happiness too." In the elevator, Lu Yuchuan leaned against the wall, his deep eyes fixed on the elevator doors as he listened to her words. He rubbed his forehead, a faint, enigmatic smile tugging at the corners of his lips. On the other hand, Mu Chen's expression grew increasingly complex. His gentle features betrayed a trace of bitterness. A wave of disappointment surged within him, as if he had once again crushed a fragile hope with his own hands. Yet, he forced a faint smile and replied in an even tone, "As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. If you're well, then the sky is clear." The elevator doors slowly opened, and footsteps echoed closer. Both Mu Chen and Tong Hua turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes falling on the man stepping out of the elevator. With his hands casually in his pockets and an unhurried stride, he exuded an effortless, commanding presence. "President Liu." Mu Chen immediately straightened up, greeting him respectfully. Tong Hua's heart skipped a beat. Had he overheard her wild fabrications just now? She quickly followed suit, her voice tinged with slight unease as she greeted, "Good afternoon, President Liu." Lu Yuchuan's gaze landed directly on her, unreadable and inscrutable. "Discussing personal matters during work hours isn't exactly appropriate," he said in a calm, low voice, his tone devoid of emotion yet impossible to interpret. "Whether or not you've married well, you'd know best. After all, only you can tell if the shoe fits." Tong Hua instantly realized had heard everything. She cursed inwardly, comparing him to a ghost that always appeared out of nowhere. Raising an eyebrow, she attempted to mask her embarrassment, avoiding his gaze. Fine, she thought. The compliments were least Mu Chen wasn't dragged into it. Later that evening, Shuyan Huadu, 28th floor, apartment 2801. An hour had passed since they returned home. In the softly lit study, Lu Yuchuan sat at the large desk, leisurely flipping through documents, his expression showing a rare hint of ease. "Why didn't you ask for anything in return?" His deep voice carried from the study, tinged with curiosity. "I closed $1 billion deal today. If you'd asked for something, I would have agreed." Tong Hua stood at the doorway, lazily leaning against the frame with a cup of warm water in her hand. She looked at him with a playful glint in her eyes. "What are you thinking? Half of our assets are mine anyway. Did you really think you could get rid of me with a few cents?" Lu Yuchuan lifted his chin slightly, his piercing gaze landing on her. His tone remained composed. "Then what do you want?" Taking a few steps closer to him, Tong Hua's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "I don't want anything. Do you think I helped you today to negotiate terms? I just genuinely think Junyu Group is impressive." Her tone was light and sincere. Lu Yuchuan was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such an answer. Yet, under her clear and earnest gaze, an inexplicable warmth stirred in his chest. But then, Tong Hua's tone shifted, becoming more serious. "Actually, now that you mention it, I do have one condition." She took a sip of her water, her voice calm yet purposeful. "I'm researching a traditional medicine for treating old burn scars. The scars on your arm, there's a chance it might help. When I perfect the formula, I just need you to cooperate with the treatment. The atmosphere in the study instantly grew colder. At the mention of his burn scars, Lu Yichuan's expression darkened, his gaze turning unfathomably deep, as though a forbidden memory had been dredged up. Leave. His cold voice cut her off abruptly. When he lifted his eyes, they were sharp as blades, his tone laced with an unyielding frostiness. Get out. Tong Hua froze, clearly caught off guard by his sudden and intense reaction. Meeting his steely gaze, she felt the air around her grow heavier, as though she had inadvertently stepped on a landmine. Instead of retreating, she walked over to his desk, gently placing her cup on its surface. Then, she sat down in the chair across from him, locking eyes with him across the desk. Don't think that just because you helped me today, you can pry into my personal matters. Lu Yichuan's voice was icy, like a wall built to keep others out. Leave. But Tong Hua didn't budge. Her gaze was steady, her tone firm yet gentle. We all need the courage to face our pain instead of running from it. Who doesn't carry scars in their heart? Leave. His voice grew colder, like the ominous calm before a storm. He was holding back, unwilling to erupt but equally unwilling to let her touch the wounds he had buried deep. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, his warning unmistakable. Or face the consequences. The study fell into an oppressive silence, the air seemingly frozen between them. Despite the suffocating tension, Tong Hua refused to back down. She could sense the deep, unspoken pain in him, a wound that ran far deeper than she had imagined. Tong Hua was evidently certain that Lu Yichuan wouldn't lose his temper tonight. Her gaze was soft yet resolute as she looked him straight in the eye. Yichuan, I'm your wife, your lifelong companion, and the person you can trust the most, she said in a low, sincere voice. Her words felt unfamiliar to Lu Yichuan, yet they gently stirred something deep within him. I'll also be the mother of your children someday. You said you'd never divorce me, and I want to make this life together a good one. Her tone carried a quiet determination that was impossible to ignore. The man held her gaze silently, his deep dark eyes reflecting a flicker of complex emotions. In this moment, the Tong Hua in front of him wasn't just gentle and kind, her understanding and persistence made her all the more remarkable. The icy aura that typically surrounded Lu Yichuan seemed to soften slightly. The two of them locked eyes, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. As the night deepened, Lu Yichuan's phone buzzed. It was a message from his grandfather, reminding him about their planned video call later. Lu Yichuan shifted his gaze and said in a calm tone, "You can head to the master bedroom first. I'm not sure when Grandpa will call." He had always cared deeply about his grandfather's feelings, and the recent arrangement of sleeping in separate rooms had only added to the distance between him and Tong Hua. All right, Tong Hua replied with a nod before turning to leave. Yet, a faint sense of relief rose in her heart. Although Lu Yichuan hadn't fully opened up to her, his guards seemed to have eased a little. To Tong Hua, this was already a promising start. Time passed slowly. An hour went by, but the video call from Grandpa hadn't come. After both had freshened up, they did something unprecedented. They lay side by side on the same bed, quietly waiting. Suddenly, Lu Yichuan broke the silence. What's your relationship with Mr. Mark? The question had been bothering him since the afternoon. He had investigated Tong Hua's background before, but there had been no mention of this man. Tong Hua rested her hands behind her head and answered calmly. His mother was critically ill and couldn't find a cure anywhere. It was my master who treated her. We're not related by blood, but we have a good relationship. Master? Lu Yichuan's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze probing. So you have a master? Does that mean you know medicine too? Tong Hua didn't avoid the question and simply nodded. Lu Yichuan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly connected the dots to the medicine she had been making for him recently. So the medicine you developed, were you using me as a test subject? Tong Hua was taken aback for a moment before turning to look at him, a playful glint in her eyes. What? Are you worried I'll poison you and claim the family fortune for myself? Hearing this, Lu Yichuan shot her a sharp look. You heartless woman. Can't you say something nice for once? You're the one who's heartless. Tong Hua retorted, unwilling to back down. She turned to her side, propping her head up with one hand as she glared at him. Stop slandering me. Before Lu Yichuan could respond, she shifted to a more serious tone. Let me tell you something. I closed a big deal for you today, and I didn't even ask for anything in return. You being alive means you can keep contributing to our shared assets. If you're gone, who knows how much I'd actually end up with. Their eyes met, the distance between them so close that they could feel each other's breath. Lu Yichuan found himself momentarily distracted by her animated expression. Under the warm glow of the bedside lamp, her bright eyes sparkled, framed by her long, dark hair cascading naturally around her face. Her slightly flushed cheeks and soft pink lips added to her charm, leaving him momentarily dazed. You should really thank me. Tong Hua continued, her tone carrying a hint of playful complaint. Not just with a casual thank you or by asking what I want. How do you thank your big clients? You just leave it at words with no action? Lu Yichuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he didn't respond immediately. His silence prompted Tong Hua to sit up halfway, her gaze fixed on his striking features. An indescribable emotion welled up within her. The faint scent of her freshly showered skin lingered in the air, adding a subtle tension to the atmosphere. Just then, the sudden ringing of the video call broke the delicate silence. Lu Yuchuan picked up his phone and gestured for Tong Hua to sit properly. She shifted closer, resting her head lightly against his shoulder. His long, slender fingers swiped across the screen, answering the call. The loving face of his grandfather appeared on the screen. "Good evening, Grandpa," Tong Hua greeted sweetly. "Grandpa," Lu Yuchuan echoed, his tone softer than usual. Seeing the young couple in their cozy home attire, sitting shoulder to shoulder on the bed, the old man's smile deepened with satisfaction. "Tong Hua, Yuchuan getting ready for bed, are you?" No, just chatting," Lu Yuchuan replied with a faint smile, his voice unusually gentle. Tong Hua added with a cheerful smile, "We've been waiting for your call, Grandpa." The old man nodded slowly and said in a warm tone, "Tomorrow's Friday. Just a little reminder, don't forget to come home for dinner. That's all. It's getting late, so you two should get some rest." "Good night, Grandpa," they said in unison. As the call ended, the room fell silent once more. Tong Hua leaned against Lu Yuchuan, a soft smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, his gaze lingered thoughtfully on the now-dark phone screen, as if lost in his own contemplation. The elderly man ended the call and Lu Yuchuan put down his phone, his gaze naturally falling on the girl beside him. Tong Hua, sensing his attention, glanced up briefly, their eyes meeting in a fleeting moment of connection. She didn't say much, quietly lifted the blanket, and got out of bed with swift, composed movements. Without a word, she turned and left the master bedroom. The man remained seated, silently watching her departure, making no effort to call her back. The next morning, as usual, Lu Yuchuan went downstairs and slid into the passenger seat of the Lamborghini. Uncle Ku started the car with practiced ease, heading toward the company. There was an unspoken understanding between the two of them. They never commuted with Tong Hua, though no one had explicitly set this rule, it had simply become a habit. During the drive, Lu Yuchuan suddenly recalled something Tong Hua had mentioned the previous night. He broke the silence, his tone thoughtful. "Uncle Ku, have you ever given a gift to a woman?" Uncle Ku was visibly taken aback by the question. He instinctively glanced at him, his face full of surprise. After a brief pause, he tentatively asked, "President Lu, do you mean a thank you gift?" Lu Yuchuan nodded, his voice carrying an unusual hint of hesitation. "Yes, something to show appreciation. If someone helped you a lot, what kind of gift would be appropriate?" Uncle Ku kept his eyes on the road, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he processed this rare moment. He pondered for a moment before replying, "It depends on who the recipient is. Is it a colleague or a friend? If it's Miss Tong, well, that's a different story. How is she any different?" Lu Yuchuan frowned slightly, clearly puzzled. Uncle Ke glanced at him sideways, his smile deepening. "So, it's really for Miss Tong?" Lu Yuchuan didn't answer, which was as good as confirmation. Uncle Ke cleared his throat, his tone turning earnest. "Miss Tong is your wife, President Lu. That makes it different, of course. A gift for her should carry more weight. If you make her happy, your days will be much easier. Women, tend to return affection tenfold." He spoke with a mix of sincerity and reflection, his hands steady on the steering wheel as he looked ahead. "If you treat her well, she'll only treat you better. Miss Tong is a kind-hearted woman, you can tell just by looking into her eyes." Lu Yuchuan remained silent for a while, his gaze shifting to the scenery outside the window. His emotions were complex. Was giving a gift supposed to be this intricate? "President Lu, would you like to buy the gift now?" Uncle Ke suggested, sensing his hesitation. "We have time, and the mall isn't crowded this early. It'd be convenient." After a moment of deliberation, Lu Yuchuan nodded. Yes, she deserves a gift. Uncle Ke couldn't suppress the smile that spread across his face at those words. In a good mood, he steered the car toward the nearest mall. A few minutes later, they arrived, and both men stepped out. "Help me pick something," Lu Yuchuan said coolly. "I've never bought a gift for a woman before." "No problem." Uncle Ku agreed readily, his grin barely concealed. "What do you have in mind, President Lu? Any ideas? A necklace? A bracelet?" Lu Yuchuan casually mentioned a couple of options, his tone indifferent. Women like these things, don't they? To him, it was a simple gesture of gratitude, nothing that required too much thought or elaborate customization. Uncle Ke couldn't resist teasing him. "If the old master found out you came here early in the morning to personally pick a gift for Miss Tong, he'd be overjoyed." Lu Yuchuan's expression flickered, his voice low with a trace of resigned humor. "Then make sure to tell him when you get the chance. Let him have his moment of happiness." "Will do," Uncle Ke replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mall, Jiang Man was carrying a small, elegantly wrapped shopping bag when her gaze unintentionally landed on a familiar figure, tall and composed. She froze momentarily, then, driven by curiosity, followed at a discreet distance. To her surprise, She saw Lu Yuchuan and Uncle Ke enter a women's jewelry store. "Good morning, sir. How can I assist you?" The sales associate greeted them warmly, her professional smile unwavering. Her attention was naturally drawn to Lu Yuchuan's commanding presence, immediately recognizing him as an extraordinary customer. Instead of answering right away, Lu Yuchuan lowered his gaze to the display case, inspecting the jewelry with a focused, thoughtful expression. Beside him, Uncle Ke stood like a dutiful attendant, ever present. The soft, luminous lighting accentuated the sharp contours of Lu Yuchuan's face, making his features appear even more striking. His magnetic aura effortlessly captured the attention of everyone in the store. After a moment, his long fingers pointed to a necklace in the case. "This one." His deep, resonant voice was so captivating that the sales associate briefly lost her composure. She quickly recovered, retrieving the necklace with a bright smile. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This jade rabbit chasing the moon necklace is one of our signature pieces. It symbolizes guarding beauty and hope. It's a limited edition for the Year of the Rabbit, representing good fortune, health, and happiness." "Wrap it up," Lu Yuchuan said succinctly, casually handing over a card without even asking the price. The sales associate was momentarily stunned but swiftly packaged the necklace with efficient precision, marveling internally. "Now this is what you call a true VIP." The sales assistant was both surprised and delighted. He quickly and carefully packed the necklace and finalized the transaction. After all, this necklace was quite expensive, and he was worried the imposing man might change his mind. Besides, the sale would earn him a considerable commission. Meanwhile, not far away, Jiang Man accidentally caught sight of this scene. Her chest felt warm, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Wasn't that the very necklace she had been admiring earlier? She had hesitated to buy it only because of the steep price. Could the CEO be buying it for her? Jiang Man recalled that today was her birthday, and a wave of joy surged through her chest, bringing a smile to her lips. Perhaps this was an unexpected yet delightful birthday gift? Not wanting to spoil the potential surprise, Jiang Man quietly turned and left. She thought to herself that the CEO had never forgotten her birthday before. Every year, he would either give her a small gift or grant her a day off. Could it be that this year, he was planning an even bigger surprise? Back at the office, Jiang Man threw herself into her work as usual. She organized Lu Yuchuan's schedule, prepared meeting materials, prioritized urgent documents, and even thoughtfully sliced fruit and brewed him a perfectly balanced cup of coffee. The entire day, she worked tirelessly around him, her heart brimming with anticipation. Yet, Lu Yuchuan remained calm and composed, showing no indication of anything unrelated to work. As time ticked away, Jiang Man's initial excitement gradually turned into confusion and disappointment. Was the necklace not meant for her after all? The joy in her heart slowly faded. "Happy birthday, Jiang Man." At 2 p.m., Muchen suddenly burst into the office with a beautifully crafted cake in hand. Lu Yuchuan looked up and Jiang Man turned around, their eyes meeting briefly. It was only then that she realized the CEO seemed to have completely forgotten her birthday. It was only after Muchen's reminder that Lu Yuchuan appeared to recall something and said, in a flat tone, "Happy birthday, Jiang Man." His voice was so indifferent it sounded like he was merely checking off a task. After that, he said nothing more. Jiang Man maintained a polite smile and responded with a thank you, but her heart was in turmoil. An entire day of anticipation had led to this cold response. She suppressed her disappointment and buried herself in her work, though it felt as if something was lodged in her chest. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan hadn't brought the carefully wrapped necklace into the office. Instead, he left it in his car. After work, he returned home and casually carried the necklace inside. Being a Friday, he had plans to take Tong Hua back to the family estate for dinner, a regular arrangement he had with his grandfather. They had already agreed to meet at Shuiyin Huadu after separately returning home from work. Tong Hua, who had taken the bus, arrived slightly later than Lu Yuchuan. When she entered, she found him sitting on the couch, seemingly waiting for her. As she walked in, he stood up and handed her a delicate bag. "This is for you. Thanks for your help yesterday. Consider it a token of my appreciation." Tong Hua froze for a moment, glancing up at him before stepping closer to take the bag. It was clearly from a luxury store, judging by the exquisite packaging. She hesitated briefly. "Did you pick this out yourself?" Under her sparkling gaze, Lu Yuchuan's brows furrowed slightly, though his tone turned colder. "Whether I picked it out or not, it's just meant to thank you for your help yesterday. Don't overthink it. I have no feelings for you, and I never will." His words were as cold as ice water poured over her. Tong Hua, however, was not one to back down. She lifted her chin and retorted, "You don't need to keep emphasizing that. We've already agreed on this. I don't have feelings for you either." With that, she turned and carried the necklace into the guest bedroom, leaving him with a resolute and decisive figure. This left Lu Yuchuan momentarily stunned, his gaze darkening slightly. He even began to question his own charm. Standing on the balcony, he waited for her for about 5 minutes. Tong Hua was not one to dawdle, and as expected, she emerged promptly, her presence immediately elevated. She had changed into a white, French-inspired Hepburn-style dress, its cinched waist accentuating her slender figure. Her every gesture exuded elegance and confidence. "Let's go," Tong Hua called out to his back. Lu Yuchuan turned around, his gaze landing on her. He seemed momentarily lost in thought as he took in her appearance, though his tone remained indifferent. "There's no need to go out of your way to impress my mother. She'll never like you." Tong Hua frowned and shot back, annoyed. "You've said that twice today. I'm not a banknote. It's perfectly normal if she doesn't like me. I wear what I like to please myself, not to impress anyone. As for your mother, why should I care? I'm already married to you. What difference does her approval make?" Lu Yuchuan was momentarily taken aback, giving her a few extra glances. He thought to himself that this girl certainly had a lot to say. But he didn't dwell on it, turning his gaze away and striding toward the door. Tong Hua quickly followed, her steps light and determined, carrying a hint of defiance. The two stepped out of the front door together and entered the elevator. A heavy silence filled the air. The elevator descended slowly until it reached the lobby. Uncle Ku approached them with a polite smile and greeted, "Good evening, President." "Good evening, Miss Tong." With practiced ease, he opened the car door and waited for them to settle into the back seat before circling to the driver's seat and starting the car. Though only a shoulder's width apart, their elegant demeanor and striking appearance gave the scene a harmonious and captivating charm. The Lamborghini glided smoothly toward the old family estate. The ride was quiet, the silence unbroken. But Uncle Ku's thoughts wandered back to the Morninga moment when the president had carefully chosen a necklace for Miss Tong, his focus and sincerity evident. Uncle Ku couldn't help but reflect. Perhaps one day, this seemingly distant couple might truly fall in love. After all, love can grow over time, and the departure of Miss Duan seemed to have gradually helped the president move past his emotional scars, allowing him to embrace a new chapter in life. The thought brought a sense of relief to Uncle Ku. The warm glow of the setting sun streamed through the car windows, casting golden light on the man's chiseled profile and the woman's gentle silhouette, adding a touch of warmth to the tranquil scene. As the car entered the estate's driveway and came to a halt, Lu Yuchuan and Tong Hua looked out the window to see two figures engrossed in a game of chess beneath the camphor tree. One of them was none other than Lu Baichuan. Tong Hua glanced sideways and noticed that Lu Yuchuan's expression had suddenly turned cold, his gaze icy as it locked onto the figure beneath the tree. Uncle Ku opened the car door at just the right moment, snapping them out of their thoughts, and the two stepped out together. Yet Tong Hua couldn't help but recall the argument in the office that day, the heated exchange and the resounding slam of the door. The memory seemed to cast a faint chill over the present moment. "Ah, Yuchuan and Hua are back." The old man rose from his seat with a beaming smile, abandoning the chess game. He was clearly delighted to see them arrive as promised. Lu Baichuan glanced over, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips, before turning back to address the grandfather. "I'll take my leave now," he said. "Why not stay for dinner?" the old man tried to persuade him. "The kitchen is already preparing the meal." But Lu Baichuan shook his head and declined with a smile. "No thank you. I wouldn't want to ruin someone's mood. I'll come visit you another time." The old man didn't press further, knowing all too well the discord between the two brothers. As Lu Baichuan strode away, a faintly mischievous smile played on his lips. He deliberately passed close to Lu Yuchuan, who stood tall with his hands in his pockets, his gaze steady and fixed straight ahead. His pace was neither hurried nor slow as he headed toward his grandfather. The distance between the two brothers closed, and an unspoken tension seemed to hang in the air. Tong Hua followed silently beside Lu Yuchuan, her gaze briefly meeting Lu Baichuan's. A question lingered in her mind. Who was he? The man she had encountered in the office that day was now here? And with her hidden marriage to Lu Yuchuan, some truths seemed destined to come to light. Lu Baichuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized Tong Hua as the girl from the president's office that day. Questions swirled in his mind. Why was she here with Lu Yuchuan? Could the Hua their grandfather mentioned really be her? As the two passed each other, Lu Yuchuan's expression remained cold, not sparing even a glance. Meanwhile, Lu Baichuan's thoughts were consumed by Tong Hua. What was her connection to Lu Yuchuan? Could it be that he had a girlfriend? Soon, Lu Baichuan got into his car, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while pulling out his phone with the other. He dialed a number and gave a curt order. Look into Lu Yuchuan's relationship status. The sooner, the better. As his car disappeared into the distance, calm returned to the old estate. Yuchuan and Tong Hua's arrival had clearly lifted the old man's spirits. The kitchen bustled with activity, adding a lively atmosphere to the family gathering. With Lu Baichuan gone, his presence faded from conversation. The old man didn't bring him up again, and Lu Yuchuan showed no concern for what his brother had discussed with their grandfather. To him, it didn't matter. What was done was done. No amount of pleading could undo his decision to sever ties. Tong Hua, however, couldn't shake her curiosity. What was the relationship between Lu Yuchuan and Lu Baichuan? Were they half-brothers? Was Lu Yuchuan the son of a stepmother? But if that were the case, Why was the company entrusted to him? Meanwhile, in the small building at the back of the estate, Yuan Ma quietly opened the door to the prayer room. She stood respectfully and reported, "Madam, they've returned." Lu Yuchuan's mother, Han Yunji, stood before the altar, her fingers moving rhythmically over a string of prayer beads. Without opening her eyes, she asked softly, "Has Baichuan left?" "Yes," Yuan Ma replied. "The young master and Miss Tong have returned." The old master seems very pleased. But Han Yunji showed no trace of delight. A faint frown appeared on her face, and her tone remained indifferent, as if she had no desire to see Lu Baichuan at all. Yuan Ma earnestly advised, "Madam, why don't you step out and make an appearance? Don't wait until dinner again. For the sake of the old master, at least, we're still family." However, Han Yunji acted as though she hadn't heard a word. She continued to fiddle coldly with the prayer beads in her hands, not even raising her head, her face etched with impatience and disdain. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the courtyard. Lu Yuchuan was walking toward them with Tong Hua at his side. Yuan Ma caught a glimpse of them and immediately whispered a reminder, "Madam, they're coming." With that, she quickly stood and went to the door, bowing respectfully as she greeted them. "Young master, young madam." "Hello, Yuan Ma," Tong Hua said softly, her voice polite and warm, as she gave a small nod of greeting. Yuan Ma returned the gesture and tactfully stepped aside, leaving the room to the mother and son. Lu Yuchuan stepped into the prayer hall, his gaze landing on his mother's back. His expression was complicated, his deep eyes revealing a hint of internal struggle. Tong Hua, on the other hand, was momentarily awestruck by the sight before her. The vast ceiling of the prayer hall was adorned with intricate, golden decorations interwoven with scripture. At the center stood a solemn and majestic golden Buddha statue, exuding an atmosphere of classical elegance and tranquility. "Mom," Lu Yuchuan called softly, stopping beside her. Han Yunji remained motionless, her eyes closed, the prayer beads slipping rhythmically through her fingers as if she hadn't heard him. "Hello, Auntie." Tong Hua finally recovered from her amazement and greeted politely, standing obediently by Lu Yuchuan's side. But Han Yunji gave no response, her indifference almost deliberate. After a brief silence, Lu Yuchuan spoke in a low voice, "I want to take Tong Hua to see Dad." Tong Hua turned to him abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief. He has a father? Why had he never mentioned it before? Han Yunji's hand paused slightly as the prayer beads slipped through her fingers. She slowly turned her head, her cold gaze fixed on Lu Yuchuan, her voice cutting and unyielding. "Do you think that's appropriate?" "It's a matter of respect. It's something that needs to happen," Lu Yuchuan replied calmly, clearly anticipating her reaction. But the middle-aged woman's eyes suddenly sharpened, her tone turning even harsher. "Is respect more important, or is your father's life more important?" Her words left Tong Hua stunned, completely bewildered. How could meeting someone be a matter of life and death? What on earth did she mean? Han Yunji's gaze was as sharp as a blade, slicing into Lu Yuchuan. She slammed the prayer beads onto the table with a loud, heavy thud, the oppressive sound making the already tense atmosphere even heavier. Tong Hua felt her heart skip a beat. Han Yunji stood abruptly, her voice icy as she issued a warning. "Without my permission, no one is to see him." With that, she strode out of the prayer hall without so much as a backward glance. Lu Yuchuan watched his mother leave, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotion so heavy and inscrutable that they carried a faint trace of sorrow. Tong Hua, on the other hand, was thoroughly confused. She had a growing sense that this family harbored far more secrets than she had imagined. It seemed that not only was Lu Yuchuan's mother an enigma, but his father was equally shrouded in mystery. Her gaze fell on Lu Yuchuan, her mind swirling with questions. Could the old burnt scars on his arm be connected to the strange atmosphere of this household? The more she thought about it, the more intrigued she became. Lu Yuchuan stepped out of the prayer hall, and Tong Hua followed closely behind, gently tugging at his sleeve. She spoke softly, "Don't confront her, Hedon. She's your mother. Whatever the issue is, we can work it out gradually." "Work it out?" Lu Yuchuan's eyes grew colder, and he let out a faint, bitter laugh. "The problems in the Lu family can't be worked out." Despite his words, a thought crossed his mind: Tong Hua's master might hold the key to breaking through the stalemate. Though the hope was faint, it stirred a ripple of emotion within him. However, he kept these thoughts to himself. At dinner, the old master was overjoyed to have his grandson and granddaughter-in-law back home. His warm, grandfatherly smile lit up the entire meal, which was lavishly prepared, even more so than before. However, Han Yunji maintained her frosty demeanor, refusing to engage with her son or daughter-in-law in any way, not even sparing them a glance. She only softened slightly when the old master addressed her, showing a trace of humanity in her otherwise cold exterior. Tong Hua observed all of this, her suspicions deepening. She couldn't help but wonder, was Lu Yuchuan really her biological son? If she were a stepmother, would Lu Yuchuan, with his personality, tolerate her behavior? But if she were his biological mother, Where did this chilling indifference come from? After closely watching their interactions, she finally confirmed through Lu Yuchuan's subtle emotional responses that Han Yunji was indeed his biological mother. After dinner, the old master personally saw them off. As the cool night breeze brushed against them, he took Tong Hua's hand, gently patting it with a kind smile. His tone was earnest as he asked, "Hua Hua, have you conceived yet?" The girl was stunned by the sudden question. A faint blush of embarrassment crept onto her face. "No, not yet," she replied softly, her tone tinged with unease. Hearing this, the old patriarch immediately furrowed his brows, his voice urgent. "You need to hurry up. Having kids is not something you can delay." Then, turning his gaze to Lu Yuchuan, his tone grew even more resolute. "It's going to happen sooner or later, right? With our family's wealth and such excellent genes, we can't let them go to waste. You'd better have more than one." Tong Hua's face turned bright red with embarrassment. She quickly tried to deflect the conversation. "Grandpa, these things should happen naturally." Her voice carried a hint of helplessness. "Fine, fine, I won't rush you anymore." The old man waved his hand dismissively, but then added, "But don't just brush off my words. I've been waiting day and night for this. Be more mindful, will you? You're adults now." Though he said he wouldn't press further, his tone was still full of anticipation. He glanced at the two of them and earnestly continued, "If you two don't put in the effort, then I'll have to step in and help." And when that happened, Grandpa, Lu Yuchuan finally couldn't take it anymore. He stopped in his tracks, turned around, and spoke in a serious tone. "This kind of thing can't keep happening. It's really embarrassing. You're making it seem like—" He hesitated, his brows slightly furrowed. "Like I'm incapable or something." The old man, unbothered, placed his hands on his hips and glared. "Then prove me wrong. Go ahead and have one already. Let me see. If I have to wait any longer, you'd better show up with an ultrasound next time." Tong Hua stood off to the side, her lips pressed together in exasperation. She tilted her head up to gaze at the stars, as if trying to escape this awkward conversation. The evening breeze gently stirred her hair, but it couldn't hide the embarrassment on her face. Lu Yuchuan let out a heavy sigh, his expression filled with resignation. "Grandpa, don't you have any other hobbies in life?" The old patriarch suddenly seemed to realize something. His gaze darted suspiciously between the two of them. "Wait a minute. Are you two not even sharing a bed? Otherwise, how could something so natural not be happening?" Before either of them could respond, he strode over to the Lamborghini, opened the passenger door, and climbed in. Buckling his seatbelt, he glanced out the window with determination. "Let's go. I'm coming back with you." "Coming back for what?" Lu Yuchuan froze, his tone filled with wariness. The old man shot him a sharp look and answered matter-of-factly, "To check your master bedroom and guest room. If I find out you're sleeping in separate rooms, boy, you'll be in big trouble." Tong Hua and Lu Yuchuan stood by the car, exchanging helpless glances. Their expressions spoke volumes. The old man, however, urged impatiently, "Get in the car. What are you waiting for?" Left with no other choice, the two got into the car. As the Lamborghini sped toward their home in Chenghuadu, the atmosphere inside was heavy with an awkward silence. Lu Yuchuan leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, his thoughts complicated as if he had already accepted his fate. Tong Hua sat beside him, her heart uneasy. Images of the guest room flashed through her Mindan unmade bed, pajamas tossed carelessly on it, and possibly even strands of her hair on the pillow. She sighed quietly, dreading her grandfather's reaction to the mess. As soon as they arrived, the old patriarch moved like a detective, heading straight for the bedrooms. He flung open the guest room door, and his face darkened at the sight of the disheveled bed. Raising his cane high, he stormed toward Lu Yuchuan, shouting, "You brat! Are you bullying Hua Hua? Forcing her to sleep in the guest room?" Grandpa, calm down." Lu Yuchuan yelped, retreating quickly but still getting whacked twice with the cane. Clutching the spots where he was hit, he hurried to explain, "I didn't bully her. I even do the dishes at home." "Still talking back?" The old man stomped his foot angrily, moving with surprising agility as he waved his cane with vigor. "If you didn't upset her, why would she choose to sleep in the guest room?" Forced into a corner by the coffee table, Lu Yuchuan realized his grandfather was serious and didn't dare let his guard down. He kept a wary eye on the swinging cane, while the old man, gritting his teeth, continued to chase him relentlessly. "Grandpa, stop." Tong Hua quickly stepped in, holding on to the old man to prevent him from losing his balance in his fury. "I only slept in the guest room because I can't stand his smelly feet. It's not what you think." The old man froze, his cane suspended midair. He looked at her in confusion. "What? He doesn't wash his feet at night?" Lu Yuchuan's chest tightened as his face darkened. He turned to Tong Hua, his gaze filled with disbelief and frustration, as if he wanted to strangle her on the spot. In this situation, he found himself unable to argue back. The lingering pain in his back was still troubling him. "Tong Hua, seeing that the old man had finally stopped his pursuit, quickly stepped forward with a cheerful, slightly ingratiating tone, supporting him with a smile. Grandpa, he does wash his feet sometimes. When he doesn't, I just sleep separately. But it's only happened a few times. Most of the time, we still sleep together. You've only been married for a few days, and you're already sleeping in separate rooms? The old man's face darkened instantly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. You must sleep together every single night. Clearly, the old man couldn't accept the idea of them sleeping apart. Tong Hua hurriedly helped him sit down, gently patting his back to ease his anger while laughing nervously. It's really not that he upset me. Please sit. Don't get so worked up, it's not good for your health. Standing a short distance away, Lu Yuchuan listened to the woman blatantly twisting the truth, even pleading on his behalf. He tilted his head back with a sigh, closing his eyes in exasperation. His reputation as a proud and dignified man was crumbling. The old man sat on the couch, leaning on his cane, casting a stern and disapproving glance at his grandson. His expression was one of utter disdain, as though he were assessing an unworthy descendant. Lu Yuchuan, am truly at a loss for words with you. With that, the old man pulled out his phone and made a call. Get over here, all of you. I'm at Shuiyan Huadu, 28th floor. Help me move some things immediately. Before long, the people he had summoned arrived. 7 or 8 burly men entered in single file, greeting respectfully. Good evening, sir. Good evening, young master. Their faces showed confusion, clearly unsure of the purpose of their visit. You all. The old man pointed his dragon-head cane at them, his tone commanding and irrefutable. Take apart the bed in the guest room. Move everything out. Yes, sir, the men responded in unison before heading toward the guest room. Tong Hua was startled by the scene, sitting on the couch, hardly daring to breathe. Lu Yuchuan, meanwhile, was left speechless after his initial shock, resigning himself to the absurdity of the situation. In less than 10 minutes, the guest room was stripped bare. The bed, sofa, and anything else that could be slept on were dismantled and removed, leaving only the bed in the master bedroom intact. To top it all off, the old man had surveillance cameras installed in the living room that very night. Grandpa Lu Yuchuan started to speak, only to be cut off by his grandfather's stern voice. Silence! The old man shot him a displeased glare, his tone brooking no argument. Let me tell you, this camera is connected to my phone. It'll know if you're not sleeping in the same room at night. And if there's no pregnancy within a month, I'll install one in the master bedroom too. Or better yet, I'll move in with you myself. Tong Hua's heart was pounding as she listened. She wanted to laugh but didn't dare, nor did she dare to look at Lu Yuchuan, whose face was undoubtedly dark with fury. Forcing a smile, Lu Yuchuan stepped forward to escort his grandfather out. All right, Grandpa, it's late. Please head home now. Hua and I are both tired and want to rest. Don't forget to wash your feet, the old man added as he left. Got it, wash. Lu Yuchuan replied helplessly, finally managing to see his grandfather out the door. The moment the door closed, Tong Hua flinched, not even daring to lift her head. The atmosphere felt stifling. Lu Yuchuan stood with his hands in his pockets, casting her a cold glance. She blinked, stealing a nervous peek at him, but he said nothing and walked straight into the master bedroom. Tong Hua lingered in the living room for a moment, feeling uneasy. The presence of the surveillance camera only added to her discomfort. In the end, she decided to follow him inside. Meanwhile, downstairs, the old man pulled out his phone, watching the surveillance feed with a satisfied grin. He chuckled to himself, pleased with his handiwork. Think you can outsmart me? Not a chance. Inside the master bedroom, Tong Hua noticed that Lu Yuchuan seemed unusually subdued. It wasn't just the old man's antics that had affected him. Something else seemed to weigh on his mind. He sat in the armchair by the window, gazing outside, lost in thought. After a moment of hesitation, Tong Hua brought over the first aid kit, placing it gently in front of him. Her voice carried a hint of concern. Your back must still hurt from earlier when Grandpa hit you. Let me put some ointment on it for you. Lu Yuchuan was momentarily taken aback. When he turned to look at her, his expression was tinged with a complex mix of emotions. She knelt by the small coffee table, her hands deftly opening the first aid kit with careful, deliberate movements. As she took out the ointment, he remained motionless, their eyes meeting in the stillness of the room. Tong Hua spoke softly, you might not feel it now, but your back will definitely be sore tomorrow. Take off your shirt, I'll help you apply the medicine. Lu Yuchuan hesitated for a moment. He had never experienced this kind of care or warmth from anyone other than his grandfather. Her gesture touched something deep within him, but it also made him wary. Sensing his hesitation, Tong Hua's tone grew even gentler. Don't worry. I'll be careful, I promise I won't hurt you. Her voice was as light as a feather, brushing softly against his heart. Eventually, he silently unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the faintly reddened marks on his back. Kneeling by the coffee table, Tong Hua picked up the ointment and applied it with meticulous care, her touch gentle and soothing. The faint scent of the ointment filled the air, mingling with the quiet intimacy of the moment, as if dispelling some of the shadows lingering in his heart. Because he didn't believe in human emotions, if even the bond between mother and child seemed so unreliable, how could one possibly trust the loyalty of a spouse in times of crisis? These words, coming from Tong Hua, pierced into Lu Yichuan's ears like a sharp thorn. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze complex as he stared at her. Tong Hua, however, seemed oblivious to his emotions. She casually picked up the ointment, stood up, and handed it to him, her tone as calm as if discussing the most mundane matter. If you feel uncomfortable, you can apply it yourself. After saying that, she glanced at him and added, I don't mean anything by it, and am certainly not trying to please you. You're my partner for the rest of my life, my coworker in this journey of old age. Of course, I do hope for you to stay healthy. This basic concern comes purely from a spirit of cooperation. Lu Yuchuan looked at her and let out a cold laugh in his mind. This girl had certainly mastered the art of detachment. Saying it so plainly was just her way of making it clear she'd never fall in love with him, wasn't it? Instead of taking the ointment she offered, he frowned and asked, who were you saying doesn't wash their feet earlier? Tong Hua froze, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. Oh boy, was he about to settle scores with her now? Her mind raced as she tried to avoid conflict. She quickly pouted, furrowed her brows, and explained softly, it was an emergency earlier. Grandpa was so heavy-handed, and I couldn't think of a better way to help you in the moment. Then why didn't you say your own feet stink and you were worried about gassing me out? Lu Yuchuan retorted coldly, his gaze carrying a hint of inexplicable mockery. Tong Hua was speechless. Did he really have to fixate on such a minor issue? Before she could respond, Lu Yuchuan had already averted his gaze and started unbuttoning his shirt. Seeing this, Tong Hua immediately turned away in a panic, her voice a little flustered. What are you doing? Lu Yuchuan paused, momentarily taken aback by her reaction. He glanced at her and explained in a flat tone, how am I supposed to apply the medicine without taking off my shirt? Oh, Tong Hua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Alright then, go ahead. Just let me know when you're done, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Hearing this, Lu Yuchuan was utterly speechless. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and mock. You didn't hesitate to touch it earlier, so why the pretense of modesty now? Tong Hua's face instantly turned crimson, as red as a ripe apple. With her back to him, she clenched her fingers tightly, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. After a while, Lu Yuchuan finally took off his shirt, revealing his toned back. As he moved his arm, the motion tugged at the wounds on his back, causing him to frown slightly and let out a low cough. Alright, I'm ready. Tong Hua turned around and walked over to him. When she saw the red welts crisscrossing his back, she couldn't help but gasp softly. Grandpa really didn't hold back. Suppressing the complicated feelings in her heart, she squeezed some ointment onto her fingers and gently applied it to his skin, her touch careful and tender. Lu Yuchuan felt the warmth of her fingertips against his back, and his muscles tensed slightly. Yet he remained silent, his lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze lowered as if lost in thought. So who is Lu Buachuan? Tong Hua asked tentatively as she applied the medicine. The name had been bothering her, and she couldn't help her curiosity. Lu Yuchuan didn't answer immediately. After a moment of silence, he finally responded coldly, he saw me today. I have a feeling our hidden marriage won't stay a secret in the company for long. He's already been fired, Lu Yuchuan added, his tone still icy, as if he had no interest in discussing the man further. Tong Hua's heart tightened. She pursed her lips slightly, as if she understood something, but chose not to press further. After a moment's hesitation, she asked quietly, what's your relationship with him? He's my aunt's son, Lu Yuchuan replied curtly, his tone making it clear he had no intention of elaborating. Sensing his reluctance, Tong Hua wisely dropped the subject. She knew that if she wanted to learn more about Lu Buachuan, her best bet would be to ask Grandpa. Trying to get answers from Lu Yuchuan was futile. He was like a porcupine, bristling with quills that would leave anyone who got too close bleeding. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan had his own questions. If Lu Buachuan had gone to the old house today, wouldn't he have complained to Grandpa? But Grandpa hadn't mentioned a word about it. This struck him as odd, and a few suspicions began to form in his mind. After finishing the application of the ointment, Tong Hua asked casually, can you tell me about your love at first sight story? Lu Yuchuan put his shirt back on, buttoned it up, and stood. His voice was cold as he replied, no comment. It was clear he had no intention of discussing his past, whether it involved his family or a former lover. Seeing this, Tong Hua didn't push. As she tidied up the medical supplies, she said offhandedly, I'm going shopping with my best friend tomorrow. Lu Yuchuan didn't respond and left the master bedroom without a word, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. After putting away the medical box, Tong Hua grabbed her pajamas and went into the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the study, Lu Yuchuan sat with a dark expression. He dialed a number, his voice low and commanding. Find out what illness Mr. Mark's mother had and how exactly she was cured. Tong Hua stepped out of the bathroom after her shower, only to find that Lu Yuchuan still hadn't returned to the master bedroom. She had no idea where he would be sleeping tonight, but fatigue weighed heavily on her. After blow-drying her hair, she slipped under the covers and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. By the time Lu Yuchuan pushed the door open, the room was enveloped in the stillness of the night. The main light was off, and the curtains were half-drawn, allowing a sliver of moonlight to stream in, illuminating Tong Hua's peaceful silhouette. Her delicate features were exposed above the blanket, her eyes gently closed, and her breathing steady. Her long jet-black hair was spread across the pillow, smooth and silky, resembling a flowing ribbon. She appeared as serene and graceful as a lily blooming quietly in the night. Lu Yuchuan stood by the bed, his gaze unconsciously fixed on her, but his thoughts began to wander. His eyes lost focus as another familiar figure surfaced in his mind. Shirin. In the stillness of the night, memories became painfully vivid, and his heart ached as though gripped by an invisible hand. Years had passed, yet the wound remained unhealed. After standing there for a while, he turned and walked to the wine cabinet. Taking out a bottle of 1982 Lafite, he opened it and poured himself a glass. He sank into the armchair by the window, drinking in solitude. The cool night breeze seeped through the slightly open window, gently stirring the curtains. He tilted his head back and took a sip of the wine, its bitter taste spreading across his tongue, unlocking a floodgate of memories. Scenes of Shurian played in his mind like fragments of a film, her laughter, her voice, her embrace. Everything about her had once been so sweet, yet now it felt like sugar coated with shards of glass, each memory cutting deep. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. She had been the first to truly capture his heart, but just as he had fallen completely, she had resolutely walked away. If she had known my true identity back then, would she have still, Lu Yuchuan murmured to himself, his grip tightening around the wine glass. He knew deep down that her departure likely wasn't complicated merely the weight of reality. Yet he couldn't let go. The unattainable always seemed the most desirable. That night, he drank heavily, the faint aroma of wine gradually filling the room. His thoughts grew increasingly muddled under the influence of alcohol until his body began to falter. Stumbling, he set down the bottle, loosened the buttons on his collar, and made his way toward the large, soft bed. Pulling back the covers, he climbed in. Tong Hua was startled awake by the commotion. The strong smell of alcohol hit her before she could fully register what was happening. Before she could react, Lu Yuchuan's lips were already on hers. His hands were gentle yet insistent, pulling at her nightgown as he firmly restrained her attempts to push him away. Her mind snapped into clarity, but slowly, she stopped resisting. As a grown woman, she couldn't deny the magnetic allure of this man. Besides, their marriage, though devoid of love, had an understanding they needed a child and had no intention of divorcing. Yuchuan, why did you drink so much? She asked softly between breaths, wrapping her arms around his waist and stroking his slightly tense back. In the dim light of the bedside lamp, she noticed the faint sorrow in his expression and couldn't help but voice her concern. Are you unhappy? Lu Yuchuan didn't answer. Instead, he kissed her again, his lips moving down to every inch of her skin. Tong Hua trembled under his passion, her body gradually succumbing to his intensity. But just as she was surrendering to the moment, the words he murmured shattered her composure. Shurian, he whispered, his voice laced with pain. Don't leave me, Shurian, please don't go. Tong Hua's heart sank like a stone. The warmth that had been building between them instantly turned cold. Her gaze grew vacant, and her movement stiffened. That name, like a thorn, lodged itself deep in her chest, impossible to ignore. Who is Shurian? The question lingered in her mind long after the moment had passed. By then, Lu Yuchuan had fallen into a deep sleep beside her, his breathing steady. The next morning, a Saturday, Lu Yuchuan slowly woke up in bed, his head pounding as though had been struck by a hammer. He frowned at the lingering scent of alcohol in the air. Glancing around, he noticed the window slightly ajar and the wine bottle still sitting on the coffee table. Disjointed fragments of memory began to surface: his grandfather's cold reprimands, the dull ache in his back, Tong Hua applying medicine for him, and then the wine. But beyond that, everything was a blur. He sat up, only to realize that the other side of the bed was empty. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a corner of the room. He rubbed his temples, a vague sense of unease creeping over him, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Picking up his phone, Lu Yuchuan realized it was already 8 a.m. It was rare for him to sleep in, even on holidays. To someone who valued time as much as he did, this was highly unusual. Even on weekends, he never indulged in extra sleep. Rising from bed, he opened the bedroom door, and faint sounds from the kitchen accompanied by the aroma of dumplings wafted through the air, making his stomach growl involuntarily. He was indeed hungry. Not long after, Tong Hua appeared from the kitchen, wearing an apron and holding 2 steaming bowls of dumplings. You're up? Go freshen up. Breakfast is ready, she said softly, her gaze briefly sweeping over him before heading straight to the dining table. It seemed as though the unpleasantness of the previous night had been left behind. Lu Yuchuan didn't respond. He simply turned and walked into the bathroom. Dumplings always stirred complex feelings in him, bringing back memories he preferred not to confront. After washing up, he sat at the dining table, picked up his chopsticks, and took a bite of the mushroom and pork-filled dumplings. Just as he was about to eat his second one, the doorbell rang. Tong Hua looked up, her eyes meeting his for a fleeting moment before she got up to answer the door. Who could it be? She muttered under her breath. As she opened the door, she was momentarily stunned to see the elderly man standing outside, but her expression quickly turned to one of delight. "Grandpa, come in," she exclaimed, stepping aside to let him in. Lu Yuchuan's grandfather, Mr. Lu, stepped inside with a spirited demeanor, leaning lightly on his cane, his face glowing with a warm smile. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yuchuan quickly set down his chopsticks and stood up to greet him. "Good morning, Grandpa. You made dumplings?" "I could smell them from a mile away," Mr. Lu said with a hint of excitement as he approached. Tong Hua, taking his arm, chuckled. "Yes, Grandpa. Have a seat, and I'll make you a bowl. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" "I did, but I can't resist a few dumplings, especially since Hua made them herself," Mr. Lu replied with a hearty laugh. "All right then, Grandpa. Sit tight, and I'll get them ready for you." Tong Hua helped him to a chair before heading to the kitchen to cook the last batch of dumplings. Once seated, Mr. Lu handed a small paper bag to Lu Yuchuan. "Hey, raise some ointment. Apply it to your back. I may have been a bit heavy-handed last night." "Sorry about that, don't take it to heart," he said with an unusual tone of apology. Lu Yuchuan was slightly taken aback. His grandfather, the steadfast patriarch of the family, rarely apologized. The gesture caught him off guard. He remained silent for a moment, unsure how to respond, though he had a hunch that his grandfather's good mood might have something to do with seeing Tong Hua emerge from the bedroom that morning. Clearly, the old man was pleased with their progress as a couple. "Grandpa," Lu Yuchuan said, taking advantage of the amicable atmosphere, "I've fired Lu Buochuan." The elder Lu's expression remained unchanged as he nodded gently. You're in charge of the company. Decisions like that are yours to make. Layoffs are part of the process." His tone was calm, showing no signs of reproach. It was evident he had already heard about the matter and had no intention of intervening. Lu Yuchuan silently deduced that Lu Buochuan must have complained to their grandfather, but since the elder Lu chose not to get involved, the issue was effectively resolved. Moments later, Tong Hua emerged from the kitchen with a freshly cooked bowl of dumplings, placing it in front of Mr. Lu. "Grandpa, enjoy it while it's hot," she said with a smile. Mr. Lu accepted the bowl and started eating enthusiastically, clearly savoring every bite. After breakfast, Mr. Lu stood up, leaning on his cane, ready to leave. Before stepping out, he glanced at the surveillance camera installed in the house and gave a firm reminder to Lu Yuchuan. "Don't you dare turn that off if I want to keep an eye on you too." It was the first time Lu Yuchuan had experienced being monitored in such a way. He found it rather unsettling but couldn't muster a valid argument against his grandfather's insistence. Tong Hua, standing nearby, shot him a brief glance, her expression tinged with awkwardness. Not long after Mr. Lu left, Tong Hua received a call from her friend Xu Ran, prompting her to get ready to go out. As she grabbed her bag and headed to the door, she was stopped by Lu Yuchuan. "Tong Hua," he called, his voice calm yet carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. She turned to him puzzled. "What is it? Why hasn't there been any activity on the card I gave you?" His eyes stayed fixed on hers, his tone low. "It makes me uncomfortable, like I'm being taken for granted." Tong Hua paused, momentarily stunned, before letting out a soft laugh. She didn't quite understand his reasoning but figured his mood might be a bit sensitive after eating the dumplings she'd made. Lightheartedly, she said, "All right then, I'll go shopping with Xu Ran later and max out your card." With that, she flashed him a playful smile and walked out the door. Lu Yuchuan stood there watching her leave, then turned back to the dining table, quietly clearing the dishes before heading into the kitchen to wash them. This scene was caught on the surveillance camera, and Mr. Lu, observing it all, couldn't help but call his grandson. His voice was filled with satisfaction as he said, "Yuchuan, a man who cherishes his wife is a good man. The god of wealth will surely bless you." Lu Yuchuan felt suffocated by this marriage. Sitting in the study, his brows furrowed, and his heart was filled with helplessness. His grandfather's strict rules weighed heavily on him, demanding that he be a competent boss at work, a good husband at home, and someday a great father. While other wives endured their mothers-in-law, he felt like he was living the life of a mistreated wife himself. His grandfather's control was overwhelming, and yet Tong Hua, that girl, seemed to be living comfortably, effortlessly becoming his grandfather's favorite and constantly receiving his indulgence. Meanwhile, Tong Hua was sitting at a cafe outside a shopping mall, facing her friend Xu Ran's probing questions. Xu Ran held her coffee cup carefully, her eyes full of concern. "Hua, why did you suddenly get married? Did your dad force you into it?" You didn't even have a boyfriend before this, how could you suddenly have a flash marriage? Tong Hua smiled, trying to ease her friend's worries. No, it's not like that. I just met someone who seemed suitable, so I got married. But Xu Ran was unconvinced, frowning as she pressed further. That doesn't sound like you at all. Why would you agree to a flash marriage? Marriage is a big deal, it's like a woman's second chance at life. You can't be so hasty. Hearing the tone of her friend's voice, Tong Hua felt a slight jolt. There seemed to be an unspoken bitterness hidden in Xu Ran's words. She took a sip of her coffee and waited quietly for Xu Ran to continue. Finding someone who treats you well isn't hard, but finding someone who stays that way is rare, Xu Ran said with a touch of sadness. We should marry someone we truly love. A little affection isn't enough, it won't withstand the test of time. Sensing something off in Xu Ran's emotions, Tong Hua set down her cup and asked seriously, Xu Ran, is something wrong with Xiaozhe? Did he do something to you? Xu Ran lowered her head, avoiding her gaze, forcing a faint smile as she took a sip of coffee, trying to hide the ache in her heart. But the more Tong Hua looked at her, the more uneasy she felt. She suddenly noticed faint marks on Xu Ran's neck, and her expression changed instantly, her voice rising. Xu Ran, did he hit you? Did he grab your neck? Xu Ran's eyes turned red, her nose stinging, but she instinctively glanced around the cafe, embarrassed. Tong Hua realized they were in a public place, and though she was furious, she lowered her voice. What happened? Why did he hit you? Xu Ran bit her lip and finally couldn't hold back anymore. Under her friend's persistent questioning, she began to open up. Xiaozhe is like a completely different person after we got married. Especially after he started his new job, his salary went up, and now he's out early and back late more and more often. He switched to Junyu Group? Tong Hua slammed the table in anger. And just because he got a raise of 10,000 yuan, he thinks he's some big shot now. Has he lost his mind? Xu Ran gave a bitter smile. He got the job after making it to the top 2 candidates, so I guess he does feel a bit superior. But now, with me staying home for pregnancy and childbirth, I feel like I've been cut off from the world. The distance between us keeps growing. That's just an illusion, Tong Hua said firmly. Don't undermine yourself. Back when you were a journalist, you had so much potential to rise in your career. Xu Ran sighed, her eyes showing her exhaustion. The real issue is his mom wanting to come over to take care of the baby. I think hiring a nanny, even if it's more expensive, would make communication easier. With his mom, there are so many things I can't say outright. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships have always been a challenge, Tong Hua said with a cold laugh. But honestly, the root of the problem is Xiaozhe. He's the one who should be mediating. If I see him next time, I'm definitely giving him a piece of my mind. Xu Ran, however, seemed drained, barely managing to muster up some energy to ask, Hua, what about you? How are you doing? We've been in long-term relationships and still face so many issues after marriage. But your flash marriage, can you really count on it? Hearing her friend's concern, Tong Hua fell silent for a moment, her expression complicated, as if she too was reflecting deeply on her own marriage. Maybe a quick marriage is more reliable. After all, there aren't too many emotional ties, and the goals are clear. The girl took a small sip of her coffee, glanced up, and said to Xu Ran, everyone knows exactly what they want. It's not about love, just finding a long-term partner. Weren't you two love at first sight? Xu Ran asked, surprised and a bit puzzled. No feelings involved? But humans are emotional beings. Tong Hua let out a soft laugh, as if the topic was too complicated to explain in a short time. Well, it's a bit complex. But honestly, it's working out pretty well. I actually quite like this arrangement. Is his job stable? Financially secure? Is he generous with you? Xu Ran asked, her tone full of concern. Money's not an issue at all. He gave me a card and told me to use it freely, Tong Hua replied with a calm smile. We're even planning to have a child. His grandfather really likes me, and I think our family dynamics will gradually become more harmonious. And what about your mother-in-law? Xu Ran asked curiously. How does she treat you? Speaking of Lu Yuchuan's mother, Tong Hua smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, my mother-in-law is basically irrelevant. She's not interested in me at all, and we don't live together. We've been married for quite a while, and we haven't exchanged a single word. She doesn't like you? Tong Hua paused, a hint of helplessness in her tone. She doesn't even seem to like her own son very much. But to avoid making Lu Yuchuan look bad, she quickly added with a light-hearted tone. It's fine, really. It's not about liking or disliking, it's just democratic, I guess. The two chatted for half an hour, catching up and offering each other encouragement. Afterward, Tong Hua pulled Xu Ran along to go shopping. As they browsed, Tong Hua noticed that Xu Ran was still wearing clothes she had bought in college, now visibly worn and pilling. Tong Hua's heart ached at the sight, a mix of sadness and concern. Ranin, no matter if you're married or a mom, you should always take care of yourself and dress well. If you're too frugal with his money, one day another woman might spend it for you. Men, after all, love beautiful women. Besides, your little fairy tale inn is turning a profit now. Shuren gave a wry smile. Having a child is expensive formula. Baby food, diapers, everything costs money. I feel bad for him, so I haven't shopped in ages. But if his mom comes over to help with the baby, I plan to return to work and contribute to the household. It'll also help me regain a sense of self. Smart move. Tong Hua gave her a thumbs up, her voice full of support. I fully back the return of Shuren the journalist. You'll carve out your own success. A true winner in life, raising a child while building a career. I should learn from you. Shuren laughed at her playful encouragement. So, when are you going to introduce your husband to us? No rush. There'll be time for that later. Tong Hua chuckled self-deprecatingly. I barely know him myself. Let me get to know him better first. Shuren couldn't help but laugh. What about you? Is your work as a designer stressful? A little, Tong Hua shrugged. But life itself is pretty stressful, isn't it? With that, Tong Hua used Lu Yuchuan's card to buy a few outfits for both herself and Shuren. Meanwhile, at home in his study, Lu Yuchuan sat at his desk, dressed in a sleek black shirt, exuding an air of sophistication. He was hosting a virtual international meeting, his fluent French flowing effortlessly as he maintained complete control over the discussion. His phone, placed beside him, occasionally buzzed with notifications. One after another, messages popped up: 100, 200, 407 or 8 transactions in total, none exceeding 500. Lu Yuchuan's brows furrowed slightly as his gaze swept over the numbers on the screen. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his mind. So this is what she calls maxing out my card? This woman is actually buying cheap clothes? It's almost an insult to the title of Mrs. CEO. He set the phone back on the desk, his deep eyes refocusing on the meeting. On the other end of the call, the senior executives of the subsidiary hung on his every word, executing his decisions without hesitation. Elsewhere, after parting ways with Shuren, Tong Hua was about to hail a cab home when her phone suddenly rang. The name Gao Qingrong appeared on the screen. Tong Hua stopped in her tracks and answered the call. As she listened to the voice on the other end, her expression darkened instantly. Her brows knitted tightly and her tone grew urgent. All right, Mom, please don't cry. I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Tong Hua wasted no time flagging down a taxi and heading straight to her mother's rented apartment. Her mind replayed her mother's words over and over, her chest tightening with a mix of anxiety and anger. The moment the taxi stopped, she jumped out and rushed to the door. But what she saw left her stunned. The room was in complete disarray, worse than if it had been ransacked by thieves. The sofa was overturned, shredded paper scattered everywhere, cabinet doors left ajar, and clothes were piled haphazardly on the floor, as though a storm had just swept through. Gao Qingrong was slumped on the floor, her hair disheveled, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly drained of energy. Tong Hua dropped the shopping bag in her hand, hurried over, and knelt down to support her mother. Mom, are you okay? Are you hurt? The middle-aged woman lifted her tear-streaked face and shook her head, her voice trembling. I'm not hurt, but the last bit of money we had in this house, Tong Xinguang took it all. That was the tuition ID saved for Mingyao. He just got 1 million yuan as bride price, didn't he? Tong Hua asked in disbelief, her voice tinged with both anger and confusion. How could he have blown through it all so quickly? Gao Qingrong let out a bitter laugh, her exhaustion deepening. Hua, gambling is a bottomless pit. No matter how much money he gets, it all flows away like water. But I'm really worried about Mingyao. He's taking the college entrance exam next year. The pressure on him is already so heavy. What if? Tong Hua quickly interrupted her mother's self-reproach, gently reassuring her, Mom, it's okay if the tuition money is gone, I have it covered. The most important thing is that we can't stay here any longer. We need to move out immediately. I'll also arrange for Mingyao to transfer to another school. A change of environment will be safer for him. Arrange for a transfer? Gao Qingrong looked hesitant, uneasiness flashing in her eyes. Who can you ask for help? Your husband. You two just got married. Your relationship isn't deep enough for this, is it? I don't want to burden you, and he might not even be willing to help. Mom, how could you call it a burden? Tong Hua held her mother's hand firmly, her tone resolute. For you, Chuan, this is just a small favor. Besides, transferring schools is for Mingyu's future. I'll make sure it's taken care of. And even if he's not obligated to help us, there will be ways I can repay him in the future. Don't overthink it. Though still uneasy, Gao Qingrong eventually nodded at her daughter's insistence. Hua, I'm so sorry for putting you through this. You're married now, yet you still have to worry about the family. Mom, don't say that, Tong Hua said softly, embracing her mother. Married or not, I'm still your daughter. With that, she released her mother and began searching for new rental listings on her phone. Over the next 3 hours, the two of them worked tirelessly to clean up the chaotic apartment and pack up their belongings. Finally, they managed to settle Gao Qingrong into a new home. For now, Mingyao was still at school and remained unaffected by the upheaval. Tong Xinguang was just here, Gao Qingrong sighed, her tone filled with helplessness. Even if he comes back, it won't be right away. He thinks the Liu family is wealthy. Since they could pay 1 million for the bride price, they must be able to give me another 1 million. Her voice was heavy with bitterness. Tong Hua was silent for a moment before looking at her mother with determination. Mom, what if I send him to prison? Would you be okay with that? The suggestion left Gao Qingrong stunned. She stared at her daughter, speechless, clearly shaken by the sudden proposal. She didn't immediately object, but the idea had clearly caught her off guard. Seeing her mother's reaction, Tong Hua quickly backtracked. I was just asking. Don't think too much about it. Lowering her head, Gao Qingrong let out a sigh. They say marriage bonds last 100 days. If he really goes to prison, how could Ming Yao ever find a wife in the future? The Tong family would be a laughingstock. Despite her deep disappointment in the man, her voice carried a trace of lingering hope that he might change for their son's sake. Hua Hua, how about you? How are you doing? Are you happy? Are you being treated well? Gao Qingrong changed the subject, holding her daughter's arm with concern and looking her over. Have you lost weight? Is Liu Yuchuan good to you? Have you been mistreated because of our family's situation? No. Tong Hua replied with a laugh, shaking her head. Her tone was lighthearted. He treats me very well. I went shopping today using his card, and even the rent for the new place was paid with his card. You don't need to worry. After reassuring her mother, Tong Hua said her goodbyes and returned home. Watching her daughter's departing figure, Gao Qingrong was filled with guilt. She knew that her family couldn't provide the kind of support that would give her daughter confidence in her marriage. All she could do was silently pray for her daughter's happiness and smooth journey ahead. Meanwhile, in apartment 2801 of Shuyan Huadu, Liu Yuchuan had just finished a video conference. Sitting in his study chair, he glanced at his phone and noticed a transaction over 8,000 yuan spent. A slight frown appeared on his face as he wondered to himself. What could she have needed that much money for? With her usual shopping habits, it was impossible for her to buy something so expensive. Of course, for Liu Yuchuan, that amount was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Sitting in his study, his gaze fell on the documents on his desk, but he couldn't focus no matter how hard he tried. The image of that girl kept flashing through his mind, and an inexplicable worry crept into his heart. Could something have happened to her? Could she have been in an accident and ended up in the hospital? Despite the unease swirling inside him, he didn't pick up the phone to call her. Instead, he simply sat there in silence waiting. Meanwhile, Tong Hua, after settling her foster mother into the newly rented apartment, stepped out to hail a taxi. Standing by the roadside, she pulled out her phone and dialed her foster father's number. The moment the call connected, Tong Shengwang's voice erupted in anger. You ungrateful girl. You still remember to call me. Are you even human? How dare you gamble away your own son's tuition fees? Tong Hua gripped her phone tightly, the suppressed anger in her chest finally boiling over. And you call yourself human? How dare you say such things? Her cold, sharp retort only fueled Tong Shengwang's rage. His voice grew even louder. You got married and forgot all about your father. Don't forget, I raised you. If nothing else, I worked hard for you. That 1 million yuan was bride price. I'm entitled to that. And you should be showing me some respect regularly. You're insane. Completely unreasonable. Tong Hua's patience snapped, and without hesitation, she hung up the phone. Just then, an SUV screeched to a halt right in front of her, stopping so close that the hood almost grazed her toes. Startled, she instinctively took a step back. As she steadied herself, the car window slowly rolled down, revealing a pair of cold, menacing black eyes staring directly at her. It was Liu Baichuan. The man's lips curled into a dangerous smile as he spoke in a low, chilling voice. Sister-in-law, get in the car. Let's find a place to have a proper chat. Tong Hua's heart tightened, and a gut feeling told her something was very wrong. Without a word, she turned and bolted. Liu Baichuan froze for a moment, then pushed the car door open and chased after her. His heavy, urgent footsteps closed in behind her as his voice rang out. Why are you running? Stop. I just want to talk. Tong Hua's heart pounded wildly, and her mind flashed back to the scene in the office when she had witnessed Liu Yuchuan firing Liu Baichuan. The resentment this man harbored was clearly now directed at her. She couldn't afford to be caught not only for her own safety but also to avoid causing trouble for Liu Yuchuan. She ran with all her might, paying no attention to the unfamiliar streets around her, relying solely on instinct to dart into an alleyway. She didn't dare look back. Behind her, Liu Baichuan's furious shouts grew closer. Stop running. Do you really think you can get away? Her legs grew heavy, and her breathing became increasingly labored. As she glanced back, she saw Liu Baichuan's hand nearly reaching her shoulder. Panic surged through her, spurring her to push herself even harder. The alley walls blurred in her vision as she raced forward. Just as she rounded a corner, her legs nearly gave out beneath her, and her ragged breaths felt like they might choke her. She thought she was done for when suddenly, a strong arm reached out from the side and swept her into a nearby barbershop. A hand clamped over her mouth, pinning her against the wall, rendering her unable to move. Her eyes widened as she watched through the glass door. Lu Baichuan stormed past the alley, completely unaware that she was no longer running ahead of him. His figure quickly disappeared into the distance. The hand over her mouth slowly loosened. Tong Hua turned her head, her gaze locking onto a pair of warm yet resolute eyes. Mu-chen? She gasped in surprise, the tension in her chest finally easing. Panting heavily, she clutched her chest and murmured in disbelief, "How is it you?" Mu-chen's eyes softened as he took in her frightened and disheveled appearance. A flicker of pain crossed his gaze, but it was quickly overshadowed by relief and joy. He didn't answer her question, instead simply watching her intently. Their eyes met again, and he felt himself falling deeper into the moment. God, he really liked her so much. After ensuring she was safe, Tong Hua sincerely thanked Mu-chen and prepared to hail a cab to leave. However, Mu-chen, still uneasy, offered to take her home himself, but she politely declined. Tong Hua knew all too well that she was still in a secret marriage and couldn't let Mu-chen find out that she was already married and living with Lu Yuchuan. Determined to prove her worth through her own efforts in the one glance, 10,000 years, project rather than relying on any man, she was set on silencing the gossip and affirming her value. In the end, Tong Hua chose to take a cab. Mu-chen insisted on walking her to the curb, only leaving once he saw her safely get into the car. Yet, who could truly understand the depth of Mu-chen's feelings for her? Even the smallest gestures helping her, being near her, or just sharing a fleeting glance filled him with immense satisfaction. But one question lingered in his mind. Why had Lu Yuchuan chosen to pursue Tong Hua? This thought continued to haunt him. When Tong Hua reached her apartment, she stepped out of the elevator, took a deep breath and composed herself, not wanting the man at home to sense anything unusual. As she opened the door, a familiar figure greeted her from inside. It was her grandfather. "Hua Hua, you're back." The elderly man turned to her, his face lighting up with a warm smile. Come in, come in. Yuchuan's in the kitchen cooking. Dinner will be ready soon." "You came back just in time to taste his cooking." Tong Hua froze, visibly surprised. "He can cook." She set the bag in her hand on the entryway table and couldn't help but tease. "Grandpa, he can't even boil dumplings without burning them." "Who are you talking about?" Lu Yuchuan's voice called out from the kitchen. Wearing an apron and holding a spatula, he stepped into view with a slightly indignant smile. "Give me some credit. It's been a while, people can improve, you know. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner." Tong Hua looked up at the 6-foot man in front of her, his towering frame comically offset by the apron he was wearing. For a moment, she was taken aback. This man, who commanded authority in the office and held countless lives in his hands, also had a surprisingly down-to-earth side. All right. My baddie underestimated you," she quickly corrected herself, holding back a chuckle. "Keep it up though. I'll chat with Grandpa while you finish up." The light-hearted atmosphere made her grandfather particularly pleased. He took Tong Hua's hand and leaned in to ask quietly, "I heard from Uncle Ke that Yuchuan gave you a necklace. Why aren't you wearing it? Don't you like it?" Tong Hua's heart skipped a beat. How did even this reach her grandfather's ears? She quickly smiled and explained, "Of course I like it. I love it. Yuchuan picked it out himself early in the morning, how could I not like it? Well, bring it out and let me have a look. I want to see if his taste is any good." "All right," Tong Hua replied with a helpless smile. She turned to her room to fetch the necklace, amused by how her grandfather seemed to take an interest in everything big or small. From life plans to a single piece of jewelry, he had it all under control, including Lu Yuchuan. She handed the necklace box to her grandfather, who opened it right away. He took out the necklace and carefully put it around her neck, saying as he worked, "Since Yuchuan bought it for you, you should wear it. That way he'll be happy. If you don't wear it, he might think you don't appreciate it. And if he's happy, he'll keep surprising you in the future." As he spoke, the old man finished fastening the necklace, then stepped back to admire his work. With a satisfied smile, he said, "It looks beautiful. This necklace suits you perfectly. No one else could wear it quite like you do." "Thank you, Grandpa," Tong Hua replied, slightly embarrassed by the compliment. She quickly changed the subject. "Why don't you sit down? I'll go check if he needs any help in the kitchen." Go ahead, her grandfather said with a smile, clearly hoping the two would spend more time together. When Tong Hua stepped into the kitchen, she found Lu Yuchuan watching a cooking video on his phone with one hand while holding a spatula in the other, diligently following the instructions. She paused at the doorway, watching him for a moment, and couldn't help but think, Grandpa must have forced him into this. Several dishes were already prepared. She offered, "Let me help you take these out." Without waiting for a response, she picked up a plate and carried it to the dining table. She understood that when it came to men doing household chores, it was important to encourage rather than criticize, to keep their enthusiasm intact. Lu Yuchuan, on the other hand, felt a sense of accomplishment. This was his first attempt at cooking. Though the process hadn't been easy, it wasn't as daunting as had imagined. This simple, domestic experience was something he had always quietly longed for. At the dinner table, her grandfather tasted the eggplant and green beans, then commented bluntly, "You used too much salt, and the green beans aren't fully cooked. You need to simmer them longer." During dinner, the atmosphere felt a bit tense. Grandpa picked up a piece of eggplant, tasted it, and frowned. Without holding back, he critiqued, "Yuchuan, this eggplant is cut like a chunk of wood, and the flavor hasn't penetrated at all. It's terrible." Lu Yuchuan's expression shifted slightly, but he managed to stay composed. "Actually, it's not that bad, Grandpa." Tong Hua quickly chimed in to ease the situation, a faint smile on her lips. "For a man cooking for the first time, it's already impressive. This eggplant tastes pretty good. I remember the first time I cooked eggplant, I burned it black, and it was bitter as heck." Lu Yuchuan glanced at her in surprise. This girl didn't expose his shortcomings but instead stood up for him. Her kind gestures stirred something in his heart. Grandpa burst into hearty laughter, his tone teasing. Yes, with such a forgiving wife, Yuchuan's cooking skills are bound to improve. You know, Yuchuan, you should cook more often. When Hua gets pregnant one day, she won't be able to step into the kitchen. Besides, in a marriage, chores should be shared equally. Who says only women should cook? The mention of pregnancy made Lu Yuchuan's scalp tingle. Was this another round of subtle prodding for grandchildren? He felt a wave of helplessness. It seemed Grandpa planned to supervise their lives more closely in the future. After dinner, Grandpa fished out 2 small boxes from his pocket and handed them over with a mysterious grin. "Here, open them up. These are my gifts for you two. No need to thank me." Lu Yuchuan and Tong Hua exchanged puzzled glances before opening the boxes simultaneously. Inside lay 2 rings, identical in design, clearly a pair of couples' rings. "I bet you haven't bought wedding rings yet, have you?" Grandpa leaned on his dragon-head cane, his expression both serious and proud. "Well, now you don't have to. I had these custom-made just for you. Starting today, I want to see you wearing them every day." The two were momentarily speechless, staring at the rings in their hands. Sensing their hesitation, Grandpa added, "Don't wear them on the wrong finger. Married couples wear them on the ring finger. These are eternity custom rings. Once you put them on, fate will bind you together for life." Eternity custom rings? Tong Hua's heart skipped a beat. These weren't the kind of rings anyone could buy with money alone. She looked up at Lu Yuchuan, only to find him still silent, showing no intention of putting the ring on immediately. Holding the ring box in her hand, she hesitated. Wearing this ring would make their marital status even more apparent. Anyone would instantly know they were a couple. "Lu Yuchuan, put it on right now." Grandpa's tone turned stern, carrying an undeniable authority. Even Tong Hua couldn't help but feel the pressure. Left with no choice, Lu Yuchuan silently took out the ring and slid it onto his ring finger. Seeing this, Tong Hua followed suit and put hers on as well. Grandpa's face lit up with satisfaction as he watched them. "Don't even think about taking them off." Grandpa emphasized again before leaving. "If I catch either of you without it, I'll scold you every single time, no exceptions." The two nodded helplessly, and only then did Grandpa leave, chuckling with contentment. "All right, mission accomplished for today. I'll head out now. You two should get some rest." With that, he walked off, leaning on his cane, while Tong Hua and Lu Yuchuan stood up to see him out. After Grandpa left and the door closed, the house fell into silence. The two exchanged a glance before Lu Yuchuan turned and walked toward the study. Tong Hua lowered her gaze to the ring on her finger. The ring was indeed beautiful, its understated design exuding an air of luxury. Being a custom eternity piece, it must have cost a fortune, likely in the 7-figure range for just one. She averted her eyes, quietly tidying up the table. After clearing the dishes and washing up, she returned to an empty living room. Meanwhile, in the study, Lu Yuchuan had just answered a call. "President." The voice on the other end reported in a low tone. Regarding Mr. Mark's mother's illness at the time, there was no definitive diagnosis. It was a rare and complex condition. They sought treatment at the top 10 hospitals in the world, but none were effective. How severe was her condition? Lu Yuchuan's voice was calm but carried a hint of tension as his gaze sharpened. She was completely blind. Her stomach had atrophied to the point where she couldn't even swallow porridge, and she lost 20 pounds in a single week. Many doctors recommended giving up treatment. The person paused before continuing, but in the end, it was Miss Tong's mentor, Mr. Du Shijun, who cured her. Now, she's as healthy as any normal person. Lu Yuchuan's grip on the phone tightened, his heart surging with disbelief. A patient who had essentially been given a death sentence had been completely healed? It was almost unfathomable. Truly a miracle worker. He murmured to himself, deeply impressed and filled with newfound respect for Du Shijun's extraordinary medical skills. Du Shijun? Where is he from? Lu Yuchuan stood by the window, one hand in his pocket, his gaze piercing through the deep darkness of the night outside, his thoughts in turmoil. Where could he possibly be? His father's illness was like a faint glimmer of light in the darkness, offering a sliver of hope. If he could find the right person, Perhaps a skilled traditional Chinese doctor from the countryside might have a better solution than the experts in big hospitals. He's from Rongqing, came the low voice on the other end of the phone. But he's been traveling. Right now, I'm afraid no one knows where he is. They say he might not return for another 10 or 20 years. The light in Lu Yuchuan's eyes dimmed little by little. No one knows where he is? What about Tong Hua? Could she know? Boss, it appears this man has no apprentices. Unfortunately, there's no way to locate him at present. His assistant's words, followed by the click of the disconnected call, left the study in silence once more. Lu Yuchuan's thoughts wandered back to Tong Hua. He recalled that she had once mentioned how Mr. Mark's mother, gravely ill and with no cure in sight, was eventually healed by her master. Could Tong Hua really be Du Shijun's apprentice? But if that were true, why did the investigation reveal that he had no students at all? That girl wouldn't just make up a story like this. But if she had lied, how could he explain her connection to Mr. Mark? Yuchuan. A gentle knock on the door was followed by Tong Hua's soft voice. Lu Yuchuan snapped out of his thoughts and turned to look at the open doorway. The girl stood there holding a small box, her expression tinged with unease. I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Perfect timing. I have something to discuss with you as well, Lu Yuchuan said calmly, his lips barely moving. Tong Hua stepped into the study, feeling a touch of nervousness under the weight of Lu Yuchuan's naturally commanding presence. She asked quietly, "What is it you want to talk to me about?" His sharp gaze fell on her, instantly sensing that something was on her mind. He softened his tone slightly and walked toward the desk. "You go ahead first." Sensing his attitude was a little gentler than usual, Tong Hua gathered her courage and began, "My foster father went to cause trouble for my foster mother again today. I helped her and my little brother rent a new place, and I used your card to pay 6 months rent over 8,000. Lu Yuchuan remembered seeing that expense in his account but didn't interrupt her. Instead, he lifted his gaze to meet hers. "So what else do you need my help with?" Tong Hua met his eyes and handed him the small jewelry box in her hands, her tone pleading. "I'd like you to help my brother transfer to a better school. Consider it a favor in return for the help I've given you. Here is the necklace, I'm giving it back." Her words were cautious, knowing full well that Lu Yuchuan was incredibly busy and had no obligation to deal with her personal matters. "That's all?" His voice was calm, his gaze dropping to the small jewelry box on the desk. He studied her closely, noting her nervousness and unease. Tong Hua was clearly worried he might refuse, silently praying he'd show some generosity. "Keep the necklace," Lu Yuchuan said unexpectedly, his tone softer now. "Which school do you want him to attend? Have you decided?" Tong Hua froze for a moment, surprised by his quick agreement. What shocked her even more was that he pushed the jewelry box back toward her. A feeling of relief washed over her, and a smile lit up her face. "Thank you so much on behalf of Mingyao." She picked up the necklace and, standing 2 meters away, gave him a deep bow. Lu Yuchuan's gaze lingered on her. Under the bright light, the girl looked radiant, like a lily blooming quietly in the stillness of the night, serene and unique. "When will you help me develop the medicine?" he asked suddenly, his tone still gentle. "For the burn scars on my hand." Tong Hua blinked in surprise. Wasn't he always resistant to this? She had tried so hard to convince him to use medicine before, yet he refused. Now, he was bringing it up himself? Meeting his earnest gaze, she was momentarily dazed but quickly responded with delight. "Very soon. I've already started working on the first phase of the formula." "All right." He nodded lightly. "Oh wait." His trust filled Tong Hua with a warm sense of gratitude and a faint glimmer of hope. She knew there was no love between them, and he would never fall for her. Yet, she still wished to stay by his side, even if it was just to share a life together as companions. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan's mind was calculating. If her medical skills could truly heal the old injury on his arm, then she must indeed be Du Shijun's apprentice. And if that were the case, there might still be hope for his father's recovery. Perhaps when her father's illness is cured, the rift between mother and son will also dissolve. After all, no one can truly resist yearning for a mother's love. Tong Hua felt a glimmer of hope rise in her heart. She softly said, "You should rest early. Don't work too late on Saturday, your health is what matters most." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to leave. Lu Yuchuan's gaze followed her retreating figure. Suddenly, he spoke, "There's a banquet tomorrow evening." Tong Hua paused mid-step and turned back to look at him. Their eyes met. He continued, "It's to welcome Mr. Mark and to celebrate this collaboration. You should join us." Tong Hua was momentarily surprised but quickly nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. "All right." Lu Yuchuan's deep eyes softened slightly. Sitting at his desk, he asked calmly yet earnestly, "Would you be my dance partner?" The question startled Tong Hua. She froze for a moment, then trembled slightly as if struck by a jolt. Waving her hands hurriedly, she stammered, "No, no, no. I think it's better if we keep some distance for now, in front of others." Her tone was flustered, as though afraid of being misunderstood. She quickly added, "The title of Mrs. Lu comes with too much pressure." Lu Yuchuan didn't press further. He simply nodded and replied in a low voice, "It's up to you." Tong Hua shot him a quick glance but immediately averted her eyes. Turning away, she walked briskly out of the study. Lu Yuchuan stared at the now empty doorway, his expression complicated. He couldn't quite understand why he had asked that question. After all, he was never short of dance partners, was he? Yet, for a fleeting moment, he had mistaken her for someone else. Shuryan. Every time Lu Yuchuan thought of Duan Shuryan, his mood would inexplicably darken. Despite his current professional success, the regret of an unfulfilled love lingered like a shadow. Perhaps his obsession with Shuryan had long surpassed the bounds of love itself. Still, even if they had married, life would likely have ended up like this. Every soul, when drawn too close, reveals its flaws. That night, Tong Hua soaked alone in the bathtub, steam rising in the soft glow of the warm yellow light. Her thoughts drifted back to the events of the previous evening. He had kissed her passionately, tenderly, and yet, in his whispered words, he had called out another woman's name. Every time she recalled that detail, a faint ache spread through her heart. As his wife, it left her with an indescribable discomfort. Though she didn't want to admit it, perhaps she had started to care about him, even just a little. That night, they still shared the same bed, passing the hours quietly. No arguments, no intimacy, just two people lost in their own heavy thoughts, uncertain of the road ahead. By the following evening, the grand banquet was in full swing. Luxury cars lined the driveway outside the villa, which gleamed under dazzling lights like a luminous palace. The courtyard was elegantly decorated, exuding warmth and grandeur. The outdoor pool shimmered under the night sky, its crystal-clear water reflecting like a mirror. Well-dressed servers moved gracefully among the guests, providing attentive service. Inside the villa, the atmosphere was lively yet refined. Guests mingled in small groups, exchanging pleasantries and clinking glasses while engaging in hushed conversations. The soft strains of classical folk melodies, performed live by musicians, filled the air. Michelin-starred dishes were served one by one, each plate a masterpiece that tempted both the eyes and the palate. Every detail of the evening reflected Lu Yuchuan's meticulous attention to honoring Mr. Mark and celebrating the partnership. The sky was painted in hues of purple and red as the sunset deepened, casting a gentle glow over the scene. A soft breeze brushed past, carrying with it a tranquil and soothing ambience. A Lamborghini glided smoothly into the villa's courtyard, its sleek body gleaming under the twilight. Uncle Ku opened the car door, and out stepped Lu Yuchuan, tall and poised. He was dressed in a custom-tailored Armani suit, the impeccable fit highlighting his lean, athletic build. His confident strides and commanding presence seemed to radiate an aura that instantly drew everyone's attention. "Mr. Lu has arrived," someone murmured. All eyes turned to him, as if the true centerpiece of the evening had finally appeared. "Mr. Lu is truly young and accomplished, so handsome." "Absolutely. Despite his young age, he has already secured his footing in the cutthroat business world. I heard he's been secretly running Junyu Group for years now, long before officially taking over." The moment Lu Yuchuan stepped out of the car, he instantly became the center of attention. Many people approached him eagerly, their tones filled with respect and admiration shining in their eyes. "Good evening, Mr. Lu." "Mr. Lu, it's been a while." Lu Yuchuan gave a slight nod, a composed and polite smile gracing his face. He raised his glass and gently clinked it with those around him, his voice calm and steady. "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this evening's banquet." "Not at all, Mr. Lu. It's truly an honor to be invited by you," someone chimed in immediately, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Not far away, a car slowly pulled up. Jiang Man stepped out gracefully. Tonight, she had chosen a burgundy evening gown with a halter neckline and off-shoulder design that accentuated her elegant collarbones. The beaded fringes on her arms added a touch of liveliness and sophistication. Her hair was styled in an updo, complemented by dazzling earrings, making her look radiant and stunning, a stark contrast to her usual professional image in tailored suits and skirts at the office. Wearing high heels, Jiang Man walked gracefully toward Lu Yuchuan and stopped by his side, presenting herself as his companion for the evening. "President," she greeted with a soft smile, her lips curving gently, her eyes sparkling. She picked up a glass of wine from a passing waiter's tray, her demeanor poised and composed. Lu Yuchuan glanced at her briefly, his expression calm, without lingering. He spoke in a neutral tone, "Mr. Mark will be arriving shortly." "All right," Jiang Man replied softly, standing beside him, a subtle sense of pride welling up within her. She couldn't help but feel as though she were the hostess of the evening's event. Jiang Man's beauty and talent were no secret in the industry. With her slender figure and delicate features, coupled with an outstanding professional acumen, she was regarded as Lu Yuchuan's most trusted aide and the only woman in his close circle. Known for his impeccable reputation and lack of scandals, Lu Yuchuan's association with Jiang Man made her the object of envy for many. "Secretary Jiang and Mr. Lu really make a great pair." "Absolutely. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, working so closely together every day, it's only natural for feelings to develop over time. Mr. Liu hasn't had any rumors over the years. Besides Secretary Jiang, who else could it be? Proximity breeds intimacy, doesn't it? Then again, sometimes familiarity can prevent romantic feelings from forming. No familiarity often leads to a natural and effortless connection. You can tell Secretary Jiang likes Mr. Lit's written all over her face. As the crowd speculated, another car arrived at the venue. Tong Hua stepped out, having come alone by taxi. As she got out, her eyes caught sight of Lu Yuchuan and Jiang Man mingling with the guests, while Mr. Mark had just arrived. Lu Yuchuan, along with several senior executives and Mu Chen, went forward to greet him, drawing the attention of everyone present. By the poolside, under the soft glow of the lights, Tong Hua immediately noticed the compatibility between Lu Yuchuan and Jiang Man that evening. However, she remained unfazed, knowing full well that the woman in Lu Yuchuan's heart was Shi Yan, and Jiang Man didn't even come close. Good evening, Mr. Mark, Jiang Man greeted with a polite smile and a slight nod. Good evening, Secretary Jiang, Mr. Mark replied courteously but distantly. Then, turning to Lu Yuchuan, he asked, Mr. Liu, where's Tong Hua? Didn't she come? She's here, Lu Yuchuan replied in his usual calm tone, unhurried. I sent her an invitation. As he spoke, his gaze began scanning the crowd. Before long, Mr. Mark spotted Tong Hua in the distance as she had just stepped out of her car. His face lit up with a bright smile, and he waved enthusiastically. Hua Hua. Tong Hua's lips curved into a gentle smile as she walked toward him. Both Lu Yuchuan and Jiang Man instinctively turned to look at her. That evening, Tong Hua wore a light blue gown, devoid of any jewelry, not even earrings. Yet her graceful posture, fair complexion, and sweet, gentle demeanor exuded a quiet elegance that stood in sharp contrast to Jiang Man's dazzling and glamorous appearance. If Jiang Man's beauty was striking and attention-grabbing, Tong Hua's was the kind that grew more captivating the longer you looked, understated yet deeply alluring. Uncle. Tong Hua greeted softly, her step steady as she approached Mr. Mark. Hua Hua. Mr. Mark's affection for her was evident in his beaming smile. Good evening, Mr. Liu, Tong Hua said politely, stopping to address Lu Yuchuan. Her tone was devoid of any personal emotion, as if they were nothing more than strangers. Lu Yuchuan gave a slight nod, saying nothing more, but he keenly sensed that Jiang Man was different tonight. Her meticulously applied makeup and confident demeanor were impossible to ignore. The CEO's usual composed demeanor, on the other hand, seemed to put Jiang Man at ease, even strengthening her belief that she was the most dazzling presence tonight, far outshining Tong Hua. Meanwhile, Mr. Mark was moving through the crowd with Tong Hua, greeting his acquaintances one by one. Each time, he proudly introduced her, saying, This is my niece Tong Hua. She's a designer, please take good care of her. Holding a wine glass, Tong Hua responded gracefully to everyone who greeted her, her face adorned with a soft smile. Occasionally, she would quietly say, Good evening, uncle. Her every gesture exuded poise and elegance. Yet this scene unsettled Lu Yuchuan. He was well aware that Tong Hua and Mr. Mark were not related by blood. As her husband, he felt a twinge of unease, perhaps an instinctive possessiveness as a man, though Jiang Man was by his side, and the two of them presented a picture-perfect image of a couple, clinking glasses politely with guests. Lu Yuchuan's gaze continually followed Tong Hua. He noticed that tonight, whether viewed from the side or from behind, she radiated a unique confidence and captivating charm. Among the guests at the banquet was another notable figure, Xu Ran's husband, Xiaozhe. As a manager of a small segment within a collaborative project between Junyu Group and Mr. Mark, Xiaozhe had recently joined the company. Ambitious and highly capable, he saw this high-profile event as a golden opportunity to connect with the CEO and senior executives. He had deliberately worn a tailored suit that had cost him 3,000 yuan, hoping to leave a lasting impression and pave the way for his career advancement. At that moment, after making rounds with Mr. Mark, Tong Hua's eyes inadvertently fell on Xiaozhe in the crowd. He was holding a wine glass, walking with slightly nervous steps toward Lu Yuchuan. Good evening, Mr. Liu, Xiaozhe greeted as he stopped in front of Lu Yuchuan. His suit and polished demeanor couldn't quite hide his nervousness, though he wore a polite smile. Lu Yuchuan raised his eyes indifferently, holding his glass, and asked in a calm tone, And you are? I'm Xiaozhe from the project management department. He quickly introduced himself. I recently joined the company under Director Li. Lu Yuchuan gave a slight nod, the corners of his lips lifting into a faint smile. Welcome to Junyu, he said, raising his glass. Xiaozhe, caught off guard by the acknowledgement, quickly bowed and raised his own glass with both hands to clink lightly with Lu Yuchuan's. His face lit up with a smile that barely concealed his excitement. While Lu Yuchuan took a small sip, Xiaozhe downed his drink in one gulp, a gesture of utmost respect. From across the pool, Tong Hua quietly observed the interaction. Xiaozhe's smile and polished manners reminded her of the bruises on Xu Ran's neck. A surge of anger rose in her chest. Soon, more guests approached Lu Yuchuan, prompting Xiaozhe to tactfully excuse himself. He knew that in such a setting, even a brief exchange was a rare opportunity. Seizing the moment, Tong Hua followed Xiaozhe. At a corner near the villa's front garden, she stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Tong Hua. Xiaozhe froze, his face showing a mix of surprise and delight. What are you doing at an event like this? And what's so special about an event like this? Tong Hua suppressed her anger, her tone icy. Is it so high class that only you can be here? Are the rest of us unworthy? No. Xiaozhe quickly responded, sensing the tension in her voice and forcing a smile. Xiaozhe, how dare you lay a hand on Xu Ran? Tong Hua's voice was low but carried a sharp edge. Xiaozhe's expression changed instantly. He stammered. Can we talk about this another time? Why another time? Tong Hua's gaze was cold and piercing. Her voice remained calm but firm. What's the matter? Afraid I'll lecture you here and ruin your career? Xiaozhe grew visibly flustered. He knew Tong Hua's temperament well enough to understand that once she was angry, she wouldn't let the matter go easily. Not far away, Lu Yichuan's eyes caught sight of the scene. He saw Tong Hua standing with the man who had introduced himself as Xiao Zhi, the two seemingly engaged in a hushed conversation. Their familiarity with each other was evident. Lu Yichuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Lu Yichuan's deep-set eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a sidelong glance over the crowd. With an air of nonchalance, he began to stride toward that direction, his steps steady and deliberate. His presence naturally drew the attention of those around him. Along the way, several guests approached him to exchange pleasantries, and he responded to each one with polite composure, exuding an effortless grace in every gesture. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaozhe was quietly trying to persuade Tong Hua. He was well aware of the close bond between Tong Hua and Xu Ran. The three of them had been friends since their school days and knew each other inside out. Tong Hua was not only Xu Ran's closest confidant, but also a witness to the relationship between him and Xu Ran. Xiaozhe understood that Xu Ran had endured a lot recently, so it was no surprise that Tong Hua was stepping in on her behalf. Yet, given the nature of this event, Xiaozhe felt his nerves fraying. Lowering his voice, he pleaded helplessly, "Please, Tong Hua, this isn't the right time or place to discuss personal matters. Tomorrow I'll come find you tomorrow, I promise. You can yell at me or hit me, whatever you like, just not here, alright?" Even though Xiaozhe had kept his voice to a whisper, his words still reached Lu Yichuan's ears. At some point, Lu Yichuan had stopped not far behind Xiaozhe. Holding a wine glass in one hand and casually slipping the other into his pocket, his gaze was fixed on the pool with an indifferent air, though a slight furrow appeared between his brows. He quickly pieced together the fragments of the conversation he had overheard, his eyes flickering toward Tong Hua as a thought crossed his mind. Was Xiaozhe her boyfriend? Tong Hua, however, seemed oblivious to Lu Yichuan's presence. She shot Xiaozhe a cold, disdainful glance, her tone sharp and cutting. "You're just lucky you managed to switch jobs and get into junior group. What's the big deal? It's not like you've ascended to heaven and become a deity. Why are you acting so arrogant?" Xiaozhe froze, his face flushed with embarrassment, fear creeping in as he worried about potential misunderstandings. He hurriedly tried to explain but Tong Hua cut him off sharply, her voice rising a notch. "Xiaozhe, Xu Ran had a child for you during the peak of her career. She gave up her dream job for you. Do you think that's just what women are supposed to do after getting married? Is that what you think?" No, I don't think that at all," Xiaozhe stammered in a panic, shaking his head vehemently in an attempt to defend himself. Not far away, Lu Yichuan raised an eyebrow slightly, his interest piqued as he began to piece together more details. His wife, was she standing up for another woman? Xu Ran. Of course he knew who she was. Not only was she an investor in Tong Hua, but he had also looked into her background specifically. Tong Hua, however, was far from finished. Her anger flared as she continued to berate Xiaozhe, her voice laced with indignation. "The last time I saw her, she was still wearing clothes she bought back in college. She's been scrimping and saving for you, cutting corners wherever she can. And you? Have you ever offered to give her money for living expenses? She has to come to you and ask for it every single month. Don't forget, she's the one who used her dowry and even chipped in an extra 50,000 yuan to help you buy that apartment." Xiaozhe felt cold sweat running down his back. This dinner was turning into a nightmare far worse than he had anticipated. He didn't even dare glance behind him to see if anyone else was listening. Tong Hua's fury only intensified as she pressed on, her voice trembling with righteous anger. "She's already sacrificed so much for you. And you, how dare you lay a hand on her? Do you even understand how much it costs to raise a child? She's never wasted a single penny of yours. Yet you don't take responsibility and still have the audacity to hit her?" Desperate, Xiaozhe clasped his hands together as if in prayer, his voice shaking. "It's my fault. I know it's my fault. Tong Hua, please calm down. After the banquet, you can deal with me however you want, but not here, not now." "Shut up!" Tong Hua snapped, her glare icy and unyielding. "All you care about is your career. Have you ever cared about your wife and child? Is your career more important than they are?" Xiaozhi felt like he had walked straight into a minefield, one that could blow up at any moment. He instinctively wiped the sweat from his forehead, only to discover his palms were cold and clammy. Tong Hua wasn't about to let him off the hook. She pressed closer, her words cutting like a blade. Do you even realize that Xu Ran always blames herself to protect you? If I hadn't seen the bruises on her neck, she wouldn't have said a word to anyone. And your mother trying to test milk temperature with her mouth and biting the baby's bottle nipple? Don't tell me Xu Ran made that up. You don't step in to help, but you let Xu Ran take the brunt of it? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? There's bacteria. Many adults carry Helicobacter pylori. What if it gets passed to the baby? Xiaozhi was utterly flustered, nodding frantically. Okay, I get it. It'll change. I swear it'll change. Tong Hua's eyes burned with fury, her voice dropping to a low, menacing tone. Xiaozhi, let me warn you, if Xu Ran ever has to endure this again, it'll sew your mouth shut with surgical thread from a section. Xu Ran is my best friend, and I've known her long enough to know she never exaggerates. But you're so full of yourself you've lost all sense of reality. If you don't treat her right, let me tell you this, however you got into Junyu Group, I'll make sure you leave the same way. Her words hit Xiaozhi like a thunderclap, jolting him into stark realization. It was only then that he noticed Tong Hua also had an invitation to the Junyu Group event. Clearly her status wasn't simple. The blood drained from his face as panic consumed him. From a distance, Lu Yuchuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep and contemplative. Slowly, he turned his head and asked his assistant in a low voice, "Who is she?" Not far behind her, Lu Yuchuan caught Tong Hua's resolute words. His lips curled into a faint smirk, tinged with a trace of amusement, as he tilted his head back and drained his glass of wine. This girl was becoming more and more interesting, taking charge on Xu Ran's behalf and even deciding others' fates now. Tong Hua, thank you for your criticism. I really will change and treat Xu Ran better, Xiaozhi said earnestly, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. His voice softened further as he added, I work so hard to provide a better life for her and the child. It's not easy surviving in the workplace. Please, let me off the hook tonight. Tong Hua fixed her gaze on him, her tone easing slightly. I hope you remember the vows you made to her on your wedding day. Think about how far you've come together when you have a moment to yourself. Though her words were no longer sharp, they carried an undeniable firmness. As a close friend to both of them, she genuinely wished for their happiness. Yes, Xiaozhi stammered, sweat beading on his forehead and soaking through his back. Forcing a strained smile, he nodded repeatedly before hurrying off, almost as if fleeing the scene. Tong Hua watched him go but didn't press further. She had already said what needed to be said. However, just as Xiaozhi left, she glanced up and met Lu Yuchuan's deep, penetrating gaze. Standing 3 or 4 meters away, he remained still, his eyes unwavering as they locked onto hers. It was evident he had overheard the entire exchange. Tong Hua's heart tightened, her thoughts momentarily in disarray. Yet Lu Yuchuan said nothing. He merely narrowed his eyes slightly, then withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. His tall, imposing figure disappeared into the crowd, leaving her unable to discern his thoughts or intentions. Snapping back to reality, Tong Hua pressed her lips together and let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of frustration well up inside her. That man is infuriating. The musicians at the banquet began playing a new piece, the lilting melody of Zo Bisu Bisu, imbued with a subtle French charm. The soft, enchanting notes seemed to carry a sense of intoxication, stirring ripples in the hearts of those who listened. The evening continued. Elsewhere, Zhang Man signaled to a female server with a subtle glance, instructing her to act. The server gave a slight nod, picked up a tray, and began walking toward Tong Hua by the poolside. Tong Hua, lost in thought, was still pondering whether Xiaozhi would take out his frustration on Xu Ran later. If he dared to cause her trouble, Tong Hua vowed to ensure he wouldn't even keep his job. As she mulled over these thoughts, she walked along the pool's edge toward the entrance of the villa's banquet hall. The servers moved back and forth, trays balanced in their hands, blending seamlessly into the bustling scene. Tong Hua paid no attention to the server approaching her. From a distance, Zhang Man's eyes remained fixed coldly on Tong Hua, a glint of malice flashing in her gaze. Tong Hua inadvertently looked up and caught Zhang Man's icy stare. Her heart tensed as an uneasy feeling crept over her, prompting her to remain vigilant and scan her surroundings. At the same time, in another direction, Lu Yuchuan also noticed the unfolding scene. His sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, swept over and landed on the server's movements. As the server, her expression blank, closed in with the tray, Tong Hua's instincts kicked in. The moment the server reached out toward her, Tong Hua reacted swiftly. She crouched down and pivoted gracefully, stepping nimbly to the side. The server, thrown off balance by her own force, lost her footing and tumbled headfirst into the pool, tray and all. A sharp scream pierced the air as the server plunged into the water, sending a cascade of droplets flying. Tong Hua managed to evade the attack but couldn't escape the splash, which dampened the hem of her dress. The commotion left Jiang Man momentarily stunned, her face turning a dark shade of fury. She gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath, "Useless idiot." Before Lu Yuchuan could make a move, Mr. Mark strode over quickly, grabbing Tong Hua by the arm with a worried expression. Hua, are you okay? I'm fine, thank you, uncle, Tong Hua replied with a forced smile, letting him guide her to a safer spot nearby. Mr. Mark's face, however, remained grim, clearly displeased with what had just transpired. The incident by the pool soon caught the attention of the surrounding guests. The server flailed in the water, choking and struggling to stay afloat, but for a moment, no one stepped forward to rescue her. Lu Yuchuan's expression darkened, his gaze sweeping toward Jiang Man with a piercing intensity. Their eyes met briefly, and Jiang Man felt a wave of panic, fearing he might pursue the matter further. Someone, get her out of there. Jiang Man barked, forcing herself to remain composed as she ordered the security staff. Finally, someone jumped into the pool to pull the server out. Jiang Man turned on her heel, her face lined with anger as she scolded harshly. What on earth was that? How do you even manage to fall into the pool while walking? Do you have any idea what kind of event this is tonight? Standing off to the side, Tong Hua's gaze swept over Jiang Man, her eyes filled with mockery and disdain. This woman certainly knew how to put on a show. Soon, someone swiftly handled the incident, rescuing the reckless scapegoat and escorting her away from the scene as quickly as possible. Watching her leave, Jiang Man finally let out a quiet sigh of relief, silently praying that this matter would end here and Lu Yuchuan wouldn't pursue it further. Meanwhile, Tong Hua seized the opportunity. When Jiang Man went to the restroom, Tong Hua followed her in. Standing at the sink, the two women positioned themselves on either side, the sound of running water masking the brief silence. Their gazes met in the mirror, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Secretary Jiang, Tong Hua broke the silence first, her tone probing. Are there any security cameras near the pool? Can that waitress from earlier still be found? A flicker of guilt flashed through Jiang Man's beautiful eyes, but she quickly concealed it, pretending to be indifferent as she replied. Why are you asking me? That's not my responsibility. Tong Hua chuckled lightly, though her tone carried a sharper edge. No need to play dumb, Secretary Jiang. She turned her head, her gaze locking onto Jiang Man's. Do too many bad things, and don't forget a long walk in the dark may lead you to ghosts. Jiang Man's expression turned cold in an instant, her tone no longer hiding its sharpness. Tong Hua, I don't know what you're insinuating, but don't you dare slander me. I haven't instructed anyone to do anything. I never said you did, Tong Hua replied nonchalantly, placing her hands under the hand dryer with deliberate ease. Whether you did or not, you know the truth yourself. I'm just offering a friendly reminder. Jiang Man clenched her teeth in anger, her chest rising and falling slightly. This insolent girl not only escaped the trap she had meticulously planned but now had the audacity to flaunt her victory. With a cold sneer, Jiang Man leaned in and issued a low warning. Tong Hua, don't celebrate too soon. Whether it's day or night, you'd better watch your step. Tong Hua arched an eyebrow, turning her head toward Jiang Man with a lazy smirk that carried a hint of mockery. Oh, does that count as an admission? She suddenly chuckled and added, by the way, you seem to like Lu Yuchuan quite a lot. Does he know? Jiang Man didn't respond, her expression shifting slightly. The tension in the restroom thickened, the air heavy with an invisible hostility. Outside the restroom, Lu Yuchuan stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression cold and his posture casual as he openly listened to their conversation. His face remained unreadable, but his eyes were deep, as though lost in thought. After a moment of silence, Tong Hua's voice broke through again, this time light and breezy, as if the earlier confrontation had never happened. Oh, there's one more thing I thought I'd mention. Your boss is married, isn't he? Her tone was deliberately casual. I mean, he was wearing a wedding ring tonight. Jiang Man wanted to refute what she considered to be nonsense, but that detail left her speechless. Her mind was instantly thrown into chaos, torn between disbelief and reluctant acknowledgement. Outside, Lu Yuchuan's expression grew even colder, his lips pressed into a thin line, his thoughts inscrutable. Moments later, Tong Hua exited the restroom, nearly bumping into Lu Yuchuan. She paused, glancing up at him. In that brief moment, she felt the chill of his distant and indifferent aura. Her chest tightened slightly, and she quickly sidestepped him, leaving in haste. When Jiang Man emerged, Lu Yuchuan was nowhere to be seen. Yet, Tong Hua's parting words echoed in her mind. He was wearing a wedding ring? She had completely overlooked that detail. Back in the banquet hall, Jiang Man scanned the room for Lu Yuchuan. It didn't take long for him to approach her, holding a plate of cake. Handing her a fork, his tone was calm but carried a note of quiet authority. Try it. Jiang Man didn't reach for the cake. Her gaze was fixed on his hand. The wedding ring gleamed conspicuously under the lights, and she froze in place, her mind going blank as if struck by lightning. She stared at him in disbelief, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disappointment. Lu Yuchuan observed her reaction silently, his expression unreadable, as though patiently waiting for her to process the truth. Yes, he was married. He saw no need to hide it, nor did he intend to. At the very least, Jiang Man deserved to know. The color drained from Jiang Man's face, her hands trembling slightly. Her eyes remained locked on the ring, as if everything she believed in had suddenly lost its meaning. This is tonight's grand finale dessert, painstakingly crafted by an Italian pastry chef, Lu Yuchuan said gently, his voice pulling Jiang Man back from her chaotic thoughts, little by little, to reality. Jiang Man, like a puppet drained of emotions, blankly followed his instructions. She came to her senses, reached out to take the cake and silver fork steadily, and even forgot to say thank you. By all accounts, having the president personally hand her dessert should have been a touching gesture. However, Lu Yuchuan's purpose was evidently achieved didn't linger. He turned and left without a second thought. As Jiang Man watched his figure gradually disappear into the distance, a sharp ache tore through her heart. It was as if she could hear an invisible sound shattering deep inside her. She couldn't help but wonder, which woman was lucky enough to become his wife? What made it even more ironic was that Tong Hua wasn't even wearing a wedding ring tonight. At an event like this, the simple act of wearing a wedding ring would expose her identity as Mrs. Liu to the world. After that, no matter how brilliant her Love at First Sight design series was, people would claim she had climbed the ladder through connections. She didn't want to hear such gossip. She wanted to prove her worth with her talent, not by relying on anyone. Tong Hua. A familiar voice interrupted her train of thought. Mu Qin approached, carrying a delicate little cake and offering her a silver fork with a smile. Would you like to try? This dessert is called fairytale, just like your name fairy tales. Fairytale? Tong Hua repeated the name softly, a little surprised. That's a nice name. And it tastes just as nice, Mu Qin said, his gaze resting on her intently, as if every expression she made brought him joy. Her bright eyes reflected the light, and the smile on her face filled the air with warmth. Thank you, Tong Hua said, reaching out to take the cake. She knew the pastry chefs tonight were exceptionally skilled, and tasting their creations might even inspire her to not only replicate the dessert but innovate upon it. Under Mu Chen's watchful eyes, she carefully cut off a small piece with the fork and brought it to her lips. After a moment, she nodded. It's not bad, but I can make something even better. I'll make it for you to try someday. The words slipped out before Tong Hua gave them much thought. Her straightforwardness, however, seemed to warm Mu Chen's heart. A glimmer of anticipation lit up his eyes as he smiled and replied, "I'd love that." Realizing her slip, Tong Hua quickly added, "Just as a thank you for helping me out that day outside the salon." She tried to sound casual, aiming to downplay the familiarity of her earlier remark. Mu Chen's smile lingered, though a faint trace of disappointment flickered beneath it. But before either could say more, Lu Yuchuan appeared beside Tong Hua without warning. When she turned her head and caught sight of him, her heart sank. She feared he might misunderstand the situation. After all, Lu Yuchuan was the kind of man who wouldn't hesitate to fire his own cousin, Lu Buochuan. Tong Hua glanced down at the cake in her hand, and as if to avoid further awkwardness, she quickly turned and walked away. Mu Chen watched her retreat into the crowd, while Lu Yuchuan's gaze shifted to Mu Chen, his eyes tinged with a sharp, icy warning. Somewhere along the way, Lu Yuchuan's possessiveness had grown stronger. The way he looked at Mu Chen was a silent but unmistakable message. Mu Chen's smile faded slightly as he regained his composure and said, "President Lu, yesterday, Lu Buochuan caused some trouble for Tong Hua." Lu Yuchuan's expression darkened, his brows knitting tightly. What exactly happened? Mu Chen recounted everything he had seen and heard. By the time he finished, Lu Yuchuan's face was as cold as ice, his voice low and clipped. "I understand." Though Mu Chen wasn't sure what Lu Yuchuan would do next, he had a sinking feeling that Lu Buochuan was playing with fire. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder what exactly was the relationship between Lu Yuchuan and Tong Hua. After the banquet, Mr. Mark graciously offered to have someone escort Tong Hua home. She smiled politely and declined, making every effort to ensure he wouldn't suspect her true identity as Mrs. Liu. Back in his Lamborghini parked at Huadu, Lu Yuchuan hesitated briefly before dialing Tong Hua's number. "How are you planning to get home?" "I can't find a cab." In walking toward the main road, Tong Hua replied, her voice carrying a hint of exhaustion. "Wait somewhere crowded. I'll send someone to pick you up," Lu Yuchuan said firmly, his voice low and resolute. Without waiting for her response, he ended the call. Soon, Lu Yuchuan arranged for a car to pick her up. After Tong Hua got in, she sent him a message right away. "I'm safely in the car now. Thank you for your concern." Lu Yuchuan glanced at the message, his expression calm and unreadable, offering no reply. Tong Hua held her phone, waiting for a while, feeling a little puzzled. He clearly cared about her, so why did he always act so distant? Was it really that hard to communicate properly? Both of them eventually returned home, but Tong Hua's heart felt a trace of warmth because of his actions. Even if he didn't say it outright, She could sense that he cared. As she stepped inside, she looked up and asked, I noticed you didn't eat much tonight. Are you hungry? Not hungry. Lu Yuchuan's tone was indifferent as his gaze swept over her, though inwardly, he felt a pang of frustration. This woman really didn't think things through. Lu Buachuan had already caused trouble, yet she hadn't mentioned a word about it. Tong Hua hesitated for a moment before cautiously saying, thank you for sending someone to pick me up. Her tone carried a mix of timid gratitude and a hint of hope, as if trying to ease the tension between them. Lu Yuchuan turned his head, frowning slightly. His voice was cold as he replied, I was just worried that Lu Buachuan might try something again. I didn't want anything to happen to you because of me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain it to Grandpa. So, no need to think might wasn't for any other reason. His words felt like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the small spark of joy in Tong Hua's heart. She looked up at him, meeting his gaze, but said nothing. Watching him turn and head to his study, she sighed quietly to herself. Had Mu Chen told him everything already? He was clearly looking out for her. Why did he have to deny it so thoroughly? What would it hurt to just admit it? The study door closed gently, and Tong Hua stood there, worry creeping into her mind. Had gone to his study again? Was he still working? He had to go to work tomorrow. Was he planning to stay up late again? Shaking her head, she tried to push the thoughts aside. Despite the abundance of food at the banquet tonight, she had barely eaten. After all, such occasions weren't exactly the place to eat to one's heart's content. Now, her stomach was starting to protest. Opening the fridge, she found only a bag of frozen dumplings left. She took them out and headed to the kitchen. Before long, the dumplings were cooked, steaming hot and fragrant. The aroma quickly wafted through the air, even reaching Lu Yuchuan in his study. His stomach betrayed him with a growl. However, 5 minutes passed, and Tong Hua didn't call him to join her. Frowning slightly, he finally gave in to the tempting smell and got up, making his way to the dining room. In the dining room, Tong Hua was sitting at the table, just taking a bite of a dumpling. Hearing his footsteps approach, she looked up and met his deep gaze. He stood before her, his tone calm as he asked, You're just going to eat by yourself? Tong Hua blinked, chewed a few more times, swallowed the dumpling, and then replied with a hint of mischief, I asked if you were hungry when we got home. You said you weren't. Well, now I am, he said matter-of-factly, though his eyes were fixed on her bowl. Following his gaze, Tong Hua looked down at her bowl, which still held 7 or 8 dumplings. Letting out a soft sigh, she stood up and said, Wait here. She walked to the kitchen to grab another set of utensils. Lu Yuchuan didn't stop her, standing quietly as he waited. A moment later, Tong Hua returned with a bowl and chopsticks, dividing half of her dumplings into his bowl and handing him the chopsticks. Sharing is caring. Here you go. He took the bowl and chopsticks without hesitation, sat across from her, and began eating. Lu Yuchuan had never been particularly fond of dumplings, but recently, he found himself growing to like them. Watching him eat, Tong Hua suddenly asked, Your favorite is the mushroom and pork filling, isn't it? He didn't deny it, focusing on his food instead. Seeing his reaction, she smiled and said, Then I'll make some more tomorrow if I have time and stock them in the freezer. He didn't object, and for some reason, that small gesture made her inexplicably happy. Just then her phone vibrated. She glanced down to see a message from Gao Qingrong. Gao mentioned that Ming Yao had chosen a high school after careful consideration. Tong Hua had researched the school before. It was one of the city's top institutions, with excellent academic results, strict management, and a good reputation. However, transferring into the school was notoriously difficult. It required not only outstanding grades but also proof of property ownership and local residency. Tong Hua hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Yuchuan, my brother has picked a school, but it's really hard to get in. Could you? Which school? Lu Yuchuan interrupted softly, placing his chopsticks down after finishing the last dumpling. Jinyuan High School. Lu Yuchuan pulled out his phone from his pocket and said succinctly, Send me your brother's personal information, including his student ID number. Tong Hua's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly agreed. Got it. She immediately lowered her head to search through her phone's photo gallery, where she had already saved her brother's details. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan had already dialed a number. His tone was steady and authoritative, leaving no room for negotiation. Handle a transfer for me. I'll send you the student's information. Make it as fast as possible. Let me know the moment it's done. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up decisively. Tong Hua froze for a moment, surprised by his way of handling things. She didn't even give the other person a chance to respond. What if they refused? But judging by his demeanor, it seemed like refusal wasn't an option. She guessed the person on the other end must be one of his subordinates who followed his orders without question. It didn't take long for Tong Hua to find her younger brother Tong Minjio's information. She promptly sent it to Lu Yuchuan via WeChat, politely adding, Mr. Lu, please check. I've sent it over. After that, she picked up the last dumpling from her bowl, gently placed it into his, and said with a bright smile, This one's for you. I'll go wash the dishes. Mwah. Seated across from her, Lu Yuchuan's gaze rested on her, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. He hadn't expected her to do something like this, and her smile caught him off guard. It was as radiant as a blooming flower, filled with joy and gratitude. He realized he had rarely seen her this happy, and it was clear this happiness stemmed from her concern for her brother. For someone whose relationship with his mother was a complete mess, Lu Yuchuan found it hard to understand. This girl was merely an adopted daughter of the Tong family, yet she treated her younger brother with such genuine care and affection. He couldn't help but fall into thought. What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat. Tong Hua's voice broke his train of thought. He snapped back to reality, picked up his chopsticks, and ate the last dumpling in his bowl. The dumpling tasted quite good, and he didn't mind that it had come from her bowl. After all, the two of them had already crossed certain boundaries. They had even kissed. However, Lu Yuchuan hadn't really considered the difference between kissing and eating food that someone else had already touched. If it wasn't for genuine affection, who would overlook such details so easily? Just then Lu Yuchuan's phone rang. Tong Hua's heart tightened as she looked at him with anticipation. He glanced at the caller ID and calmly answered, "Hello. President, the transfer process for Tong Mingyao has been completed. He can start school tomorrow, and he's been placed in the best class. I've sent the details to your phone," the voice on the other end reported with respect and efficiency. "Got it. Thank you," Lu Yuchuan replied succinctly before hanging up. He shared the good news with Tong Hua. Her face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "I knew it. Something that feels as impossible as reaching the heavens for us is just a piece of cake for you." For any man, words of admiration like that could be quite satisfying, and Lu Yuchuan was no exception. Although he maintained a composed exterior, he clearly appreciated it. He then reminded her, "Don't forget about my arm injury. Make sure you focus on developing that medicine soon." "Got it." Tong Hua nodded firmly, her smile growing even brighter. She understood that this time, she didn't need to persuade him, had already convinced himself. If she could heal his arm, their relationship would undoubtedly deepen, and their marriage would become even stronger. Truthfully, Tong Hua was well aware that with her brother's academic performance back when he was transitioning to high school, even having property and household registration wouldn't have been enough to get him into Jinyuan High School. That's precisely why she felt Lu Yuchuan was almost superhuman in his abilities, and her admiration for him grew even more. Lu Yuchuan stood up and walked into the study, leaving Tong Hua alone. She picked up her phone and eagerly called her mother to share the good news. "Mom, Mingyio's transfer has been taken care of. Let me talk to him for a moment." Soon, her brother Tong Mingyio's voice came through the phones. "Tong Mingyao, you have to study hard." Tong Hua stood by the window, her tone full of concern. "You know, this school you're getting into, it's all thanks to your brother-in-law's hard work that you got transferred there. Both he and I want the best for you, so don't disappoint us." Before she could finish, the study doors suddenly opened, and Lu Yuchuan stepped out. He had clearly heard her words, raising an eyebrow slightly but choosing not to interrupt. Tong Hua continued, "Only knowledge can change your destiny. Even if you struggle to keep up, you have to give it your all. This final year is not the time to slack off." "I understand, sis," her brother replied, sounding earnest. After hanging up, Tong Hua turned around and met Lu Yuchuan's meaningful gaze. She felt a wave of embarrassment but couldn't hide the joy in her heart. Tong Hua hung up the phone and turned around, only to catch sight of Lu Yuchuan standing not far away, silently watching her. His presence had been so soundless, like a ghost, that it made her chest tighten. Had he overheard everything she had just said to her brother on the phone? His deep, penetrating gaze locked onto hers, leaving her feeling slightly uneasy. Lu Yuchuan didn't look away. Instead, he seemed momentarily lost in thought. She was still dressed in her evening gown, her makeup untouched, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. She stood there, graceful and poised, like a captivating painting brought to life. His voice, low and tinged with a surprising gentleness, broke the silence. "You look stunning tonight." Tong Hua blinked in surprise before quickly regaining her composure. A faint smile graced her lips. "Thank you." But his next words carried his usual aloofness, snapping her back to reality. "I don't want just a verbal thank you." His tone was calm, yet held an elusive undertone that was hard to decipher. Tong Hua froze slightly, then glanced down at her attire, the evening gown she was still wearing. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. "I'll go take a shower first," she said hurriedly, grabbing her nightgown before retreating into the bathroom. As the bathroom door closed, the sound of running water soon filled the air. Lu Yuchuan sat down on the armchair by the window, picking up a copy of Songlong Jishui from the coffee table. This political novel by Yan Zhen was one he had read many times before, each reading offering him new insights. He flipped through its pages absent-mindedly, though his ears couldn't help but pick up on the sound of the water, his thoughts beginning to drift. After several pages, the water stopped. Lu Yuchuan looked up just in time to see Tong Hua emerging from the bathroom. Her long hair was damp, and she was wrapped in a soft, pale pink cotton robe, loosely tied at the waist with a bow. There was an innocence to her appearance, tinged with a subtle allure, and his gaze lingered on her for a brief moment. Standing by the bathroom door, Tong Hua silently encouraged herself. She had done plenty of mental preparation while showering. They were married, after all, and had shared countless nights together. Was there anything wrong with being a bit more proactive? Besides, he had gone out of his way to help her brother tonight. She felt she owed him a gesture of gratitude. Taking a deep breath, she met Lu Yichuan's eyes and began walking toward him, step by step. With each step closer, her heartbeat quickened. Lu Yichuan, sensing her unusual demeanor, narrowed his eyes slightly, watching her approach in silence. When she finally reached him, she appeared to make up her mind. Closing her eyes and clenching her teeth, she suddenly sat down, throwing herself onto his lap in one swift motion. Her actions were so abrupt and forceful, as if she feared she might lose her nerve if she hesitated for even a second. Lu Yichuan's reflexes were sharp. He immediately grabbed her arms and pulled her back slightly, his brows furrowing. "What are you doing?" he asked, his tone laced with both surprise and disapproval. Tong Hua froze, caught off guard by his unexpected resistance. The courage she had gathered crumbled in an instant. Before she could respond, Lu Yichuan spoke again, his voice low and carrying an unmistakable edge of authority. "Tell me, what exactly are you trying to do?" He didn't push her away entirely, leaving her perched on his lap, but his firm grip on her arms kept her at a slight distance. His intense gaze bore into hers, probing, as if trying to unravel the thoughts hidden deep within her. Tong Hua's face turned bright red, as if she were being scorched by a blazing flame. Flustered, she scrambled to her feet and practically bolted into the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind her with a loud bang. Leaning against the door, her heart raced so fast it felt like it might leap out of her chest. Her mind replayed the scene from just moments ago. "This is so embarrassing. I can't believe this happened," she muttered, covering her face with her hands, wishing she could just disappear into thin air. Outside, Lu Yichuan lounged on the sofa, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. His Adam's apple bobbed faintly, and a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. Though Tong Hua's reaction was both innocent and endearing, he refrained from saying anything further. That evening, they didn't do anything out of the ordinary. They simply retired to their respective rooms. The next morning, Tong Hua dragged herself out of bed, her eyes still clouded with sleep. Standing in front of the mirror, she couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night. The memory of her awkwardness made her cheeks flush again, and she found herself unable to even meet Lu Yichuan's gaze. She kept her head lowered, looking like someone harboring a guilty conscience. Lu Yichuan, on the other hand, remained as composed as ever, carrying himself as though nothing had happened. When he left the house, he once again didn't bring Tong Hua along, maintaining a deliberate distance. Meanwhile, Tong Hua dressed with particular care that day. Standing in front of the mirror, she adjusted her outfit but still felt like something was missing. After a moment of thought, she opened a drawer and took out a necklace with a small rabbit pendant, a gift from Lu Yichuan. She fastened it around her neck, the delicate pendant resting against her collarbone, adding a touch of charm to her look. At 10 a.m., in the CEO's office at Junyu Group, Jiang Man was in a foul mood. Ever since she found out that Lu Yichuan was married, it felt as though a part of her world had collapsed. She had barely slept the night before, her mind consumed with a single question. What kind of woman could have possibly become Lu Yichuan's wife? The more she thought about it, the more jealousy gnawed at her, and not even her meticulously applied makeup could mask the weariness in her eyes. "Jiang Man, what's wrong? Something on your mind?" Mu Chen's voice interrupted her thoughts. He looked at her, clearly puzzled by her unusual demeanor. Jiang Man cast him a glance before finally blurting out, "Mu Chen, did you know the boss is married?" Mu Chen froze in shock, his face full of disbelief. "What? Are you serious? Who told you that?" "I saw it with my own eyes," Jiang Man replied firmly. "Last night, he was wearing a wedding ring." Mu Chen was momentarily speechless, but instead of focusing on her words, his attention was drawn to the turmoil on Jiang Man's face. Just then, the door swung open, and Lu Yichuan walked in holding a document. Mu Chen instinctively glanced at his hand and, sure enough, spotted the wedding ring resting quietly on his ring finger. "Boss, are you married?" Mu Chen couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with astonishment. Jiang Man held her breath, her gaze fixed on Lu Yichuan, waiting for his response. Taking a seat in his chair, Lu Yichuan's expression remained calm as he gave a succinct replies. His tone was so composed it sounded as if he were discussing something utterly mundane. Jiang Man felt her heart sink to the depths, as if it had been shattered into countless pieces. "With whom?" Mu Chen pressed further, his disbelief evident. "How come we've never heard anything about you dating?" Lu Yichuan looked up, his gaze sweeping over Mu Chen with a faint hint of reproach, as if silently asking, "Do I need to report my dating life to you?" Mu Chen immediately got the hint, scratching the back of his head awkwardly before laughing it off. "Congratulations, boss, on finding someone special. No more bachelor life for you." Lu Yichuan gave a slight nod, his tone indifferent. Focus on your work, don't pry into my personal affairs. The marriage certificate has been signed, but the wedding hasn't happened yet. When the time comes, you'll have to help with the arrangements. Hearing this, Jiang Man felt as though a heavy hammer had struck her heart, shattering it entirely. Who was this lucky woman? She couldn't accept it. How could someone as exceptional as Lu Yuchuan marry just anyone? She'd rather believe this was some sort of excuse. Around noon, Jiang Man and Tong Hua happened to run into each other in the elevator. The two stepped inside, one after the other, as the doors slowly closed behind them. Already in a bad mood, Jiang Man's irritation only deepened when she saw Tong Hua. Her failed attempt to make things difficult for Tong Hua the night before still lingered in her mind, and now, seeing her again, an unexplainable annoyance bubbled up inside her. She turned her head, just about to say something provocative, when her gaze accidentally landed on the necklace around Tong Hua's neck. The small rabbit pendant shimmered softly in the light, and Jiang Man recognized it instantly. It was the same necklace Lu Yuchuan had personally chosen, the one she had seen on his desk that morning when he was preparing it as a gift. Her expression shifted immediately. At the moment Jiang Man froze in shock, the elevator doors slowly opened. Tong Hua stepped out, but before she could take another step, Jiang Man, snapping back to her senses, grabbed her arm firmly and pulled her back into the elevator. What are you doing? Tong Hua stumbled from the force, nearly losing her balance. She looked up at Jiang Man with a mixture of annoyance and frustration. Jiang Man's grip remained tight, her eyes filled with an urgency she had never shown before. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "The necklace around your neck, where did you get it?" Tong Hua frowned, quickly shaking off Jiang Man's hand. Her tone turned cold as she replied, "Why should I tell you? Secretary Jiang, we may work in the same company, but we have no professional overlap. Please stop grabbing me like this." Jiang Man didn't back down. Her gaze remained locked on Tong Hua, her mind racing with fragments of memories. Her voice was almost incredulous as she asked, Are you the one who married the CEO?" Tong Hua's expression faltered slightly but quickly returned to calm. She took a deep breath, meeting Jiang Man's gaze with composure. "I only noticed that he was wearing a wedding ring." "Secretary Jiang, why are you targeting me?" Jiang Man's emotions were far from settled. She struggled to suppress the turmoil in her heart and said, "Because that necklace, I saw him buy it with my own eyes. It's the signature piece for the Year of the Rabbit, a limited edition from the boutique, and there's only one in the entire Rong City. It's worth nearly $1 million. These words struck a nerve in Tong Hua, making her chest tighten, but her expression remained composed, even carrying a hint of disdain. "Nearly $1 million? Then you should be asking him who he gave it to, not interrogating me. Besides, rabbit pendants aren't exactly rare. What makes you so sure it's the same one? Why are you so fixated on me?" With that, the elevator doors opened again, and Tong Hua stepped out without looking back. Jiang Man stood in the elevator, her eyes following Tong Hua's retreating figure, her emotions a tangled mess. She refused to believe it was just a coincidence. She vividly remembered the necklace she had admired it herself, holding it in her hands to examine it closely. Tong Hua was just an ordinary girl, far from exceptional, not even half as outstanding as herself. She was a newcomer in the design department with no notable achievements. How could she possibly receive such a gift? But Jiang Man quickly composed herself, clutching her files as she stepped out of the elevator. She headed straight to the project department, where she found Manager Su to relay the CEO's latest instructions. Manager Su immediately set aside her work, pen in hand, attentively taking notes and nodding from time to time. "Secretary Jiang, will President Liu personally oversee all the products in the perfume campaign?" Of course, Jiang Man replied crisply and without hesitation. "President Liu has studied perfumery extensively abroad. He's an expert in this field. Your team must give this your full attention. There's no room for error." "Understood. Please rest assured, Secretary Jiang." "We'll do our best," Manager Su nodded, her tone tinged with nervousness. After handing over the documents, Jiang Man gave a final reminder before leaving. "One more thing, if the new products don't pass the review, the department's performance rating will be 0. Manager Zu's face grew visibly tenser, but Jiang Man remained composed and reassured her. "Don't stress too much. As long as your team puts in the same effort as always and maintains a steady mindset, the results will meet expectations." Glancing at her watch, Jiang Man gathered her files. "I have to go. Contact me if there are any issues. I have a meeting to attend." "Understood, Secretary Jiang." "Thank you," Manager Su replied respectfully, seeing her off. Walking away in her high heels and fitted deep purple blazer, Jiang Man exuded confidence and efficiency. Her work style remained as decisive and sharp as ever. When conveying the CEO's instructions, she always focused on the key points, delivering them with clarity and precision, leaving no room for ambiguity. The next meeting was under her lead, focusing on advancing another critical project. Though young, Jiang Man's credentials, her high-level education, fluency in 5 languages, and years of experience working closely with Lu Yuchuan had shaped her into a formidable professional. Within the company, her capabilities were widely recognized, standing shoulder to shoulder with Mu Chen, though each excelled in different areas of expertise. Meanwhile, at the old Lu family estate, a sudden commotion broke the tranquility. A rugged SUV barreled into the courtyard, its tires screeching against the pavement in a sharp, ear-piercing sound. It came to an abrupt halt near a camphor tree. Under the tree, the elderly Lu patriarch, practicing Tai Chi, was startled and turned to see the scene unfold. The car door burst open, and a bloodied figure tumbled out, collapsing to the ground with a muffled groan of pain. It was Lu Buochuan. His body was battered, his breathing erratic, and his injuries severe. The elderly patriarch, alarmed, abandoned his cane and hurried over, his two bodyguards close behind. They rushed to support the staggering Lu Buochuan, their faces lined with worry. Grandpa, Grandpa. The man's lips were stained with blood, his breathing rapid and weak. Bai Chuan, what happened to you? Old Master Lu hurried forward, bending down to inspect him. His eyes widened at the sight. Bai Chuan's body was covered in wounds, blood pooling on the ground, a scene both shocking and heartbreaking. The old master, visibly alarmed, shouted, "Quick, get him to the hospital." Meanwhile, the towering skyscrapers of Junyu Group gleamed brilliantly in Rome City, their glass facades reflecting the sunlight like beacons of modernity. These buildings stood as indomitable landmarks in the city. In the CEO's office, the young and strikingly handsome Lu Yuchuan sat amidst minimalist yet luxurious decor that exuded calm authority. Having just concluded a video conference, his sharp gaze fell on the documents before him, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically next to the mouse. At that moment, his private phone buzzed on the desk, drawing his attention. He glanced at the caller ID and answered, "Hello, Grandpa. Was it you who hurt Bai Chuan?" The voice on the other end, Old Master Lu, was low and carried a hint of accusation. Closing the file in front of him, Lu Yuchuan leaned back in his chair, narrowing his eyes slightly. His tone remained composed as he replied, "Did he tell you that? Tell me?" "He's in no condition to speak. I figured it out myself." The old master's voice was firm, with an undeniable sternness. "The injuries are far too severe." Lu Yuchuan's expression remained unchanged. Holding the phone with one hand, the other tapped the desk steadily. His voice stayed calm. "Grandpa, he wouldn't back down. He merely hurt your precious granddaughter-in-law." Before the old master could respond, Lu Yuchuan continued, "And who knows, Hua Hua might already be carrying that great-grandchild you've been dreaming of. After all, we've been spending every night together lately." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Man pushed the door open, entering just in time to miss his last remark. Seeing her, Lu Yuchuan's demeanor became even more composed. On the other end of the line, Old Master Lu's tone shifted, now filled with anger. "Bai Chuan dared to trouble Hua Hua. That's unacceptable." Lu Yuchuan didn't elaborate further, his Adam's apple moving slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. "This time, I spared his life. Consider that an act of mercy. Please let him know if there's a next time, it won't end so easily." Jiang Man quietly took her seat, sneaking a glance at Lu Yuchuan. His chiseled features were as sharp as a sculpture, his deep eyes unreadable, and his entire presence exuded a cold, intimidating aura. After a pause, Old Master Lu let out a heavy sigh and ended the call without further reprimand. Lu Yuchuan set down his phone, his expression neutral as he refocused on his work. Meanwhile, Jiang Man lowered her head, organizing her documents in preparation for her report. At the same time, on the 11th floor, the atmosphere in the design department's main conference room was tense. Jiang Man sat at the head of the table, her eyes scanning the team of designers seated around her. Meetings in this department were rare, only called for significant announcements. "How's everyone's progress?" Jiang Man asked, her tone steady. The designers gave brief updates one by one, each speaking no more than a sentence or two. Within minutes, Jiang Man had a clear understanding of the situation. Clearing her throat, she addressed the group. "The president has placed special emphasis on the Eternal Glance series. This is a golden opportunity for our department to shine, so make sure you seize it." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the room before continuing. "However, the competition will be fiercer, as we've just brought in a new recruit." "What? A new hire?" The designers exchanged surprised looks, their murmurs filling the room with curiosity and skepticism. Jiang Man clapped her hands to restore order. "I was just as surprised, but this decision came from the top, and it's beyond my control." Despite her personal reservations, she maintained a professional demeanor to uphold the department's morale. The room quieted, all eyes now fixed on her. Breaking the silence, the stylish and outspoken Danny spoke up first, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Director, does the president doubt our abilities? Does he even understand what we're capable of? Who's the new hire? Is it already finalized?" Jack, sporting a brand new nose ring, chimed in bluntly, his tone carrying a hint of defiance. Jiang Man remained calm as she replied, "A rising star in the design world, Su Ranran. She's gained some recognition and shows great potential. Her gaze swept over the group, her tone firm. But I believe everyone here is just as talented as she is, including Hua. What do you mean by including Tong Hua? Tong Hua bit her pen and looked up at the person who had just spoken, a tinge of irritation rising in her heart. The comment was clearly implying that she, Tong Hua, was the weakest member of the team, with nothing noteworthy to her name. Even though she felt uncomfortable, she couldn't argue back facts were facts. As the meeting continued, she discreetly took out her phone and started searching for the name Su Ranran online. Su Ranran? Oh, I know her. She's really pretty. Su Mimi, sitting nearby, was the first to chime in, her voice tinged with excitement. What's the use of being pretty? Jack rolled his eyes dismissively. This is the design department, not a beauty pageant. Looks don't matter here, it's all about the work. Her work is great too. Su Mimi retorted indignantly. She even won a national award last month, and the media interviewed her. I mean, come on. Although Su Mimi didn't personally know Su Ranran, it was clear she admired her achievements. Alright, quiet down. Jiang Nen cleared his throat, cutting off the chatter. Regardless of whether this Su Ranran is as amazing as people say, she'll officially join our design department next Monday. And she'll be directly involved in the Timeless Love project. In other words, your competition just got a little tougher. Tong Hua listened quietly, but her emotions remained calm. What struck her instead was how much more importance Lu Yuchuan placed on the Timeless Love project than she had initially thought. This made her think again of the girl named Shuryan. An outsider being brought in. Someone suddenly blurted out, their tone laced with speculation. Does she have some connection to the president? Could she be his girlfriend? Not at all, another person interjected. I heard they just knew each other as kids. I'm not too sure about the details. But either way, once she's here, be polite and treat her with respect. Jiang Nan, noticing the growing buzz, quickly stepped in to wrap things up. Alright, enough gossip. Focus on your work and let your designs do the talking. TCH, someone muttered under their breath. Connections, obviously. If the designs are about equal, of course the president is going to choose the idea from someone he knows. That's just how the workplace works. Fairness? What fairness? Childhood sweethearts, huh? Lucky her, another person sighed wistfully. Hearing her colleagues chatter, Tong Hua quietly took a deep breath. Their words were like a tidal wave, threatening to drown her. It seemed her identity as Mrs. Liu would have to remain a secret for now. She needed to rely on her talent and strength to prove herself. There's one last important announcement for today's meeting, Jianan said, flipping through his notes with a more serious tone. The renowned designer, Mr. Jamie, will also be involved in guiding the Timeless Love project. Jamie. The room instantly buzzed with excitement. Oh my god. My idol. Is this for real? Jamie is a legend in the jewelry design world. His reputation is unmatched. Ordinary people could never dream of hiring him. Well, our president isn't exactly ordinary, someone joked. True, he's Lu Yuchuan, another person remarked in awe. This is such a rare opportunity for us. Being able to work with someone like Jamie up close is incredible. Even just learning from him will be worth it. I'm getting a photo with him. Then I'll print it out, have him sign it, and hang it in my study for motivation, someone excitedly planned aloud. Tong Hua listened to the lively discussions around her, but felt a growing sense of calm. Even Jamie had been brought in? Lu Yuchuan's dedication to the Timeless Love series far exceeded her expectations. Clearly, the girl named Shuryan held an extraordinary place in his heart. As for Su Ranran, this so-called childhood friend, she would likely pale in comparison to Shuryan. But then again, someone like Lu Yuchuan, brilliant and wealthy, how could he possibly not get what he wanted? Wasn't it just a matter of saying the word? The thought piqued Tong Hua's curiosity about the story between Lu Yuchuan and his white moonlight, Shuryan. Could it be that Shuryan was no longer alive? After the meeting ended, Tong Hua didn't linger. She quickly headed to the pharmacy to pick up the final ingredient for her herbal remedy. Starting tonight, she was ready to officially begin her research and development. After picking up the Chinese medicinal herbs, Tong Hua headed straight to the supermarket. She selected some fresh shiitake mushrooms and ground meat, planning to make a steaming batch of dumplings for Lu Yuchuan when she got home. The fridge was already empty, so she grabbed some vegetables on the way to prepare for dinner. When Lu Yuchuan walked in, he was greeted by the sight of Tong Hua emerging from the kitchen, carrying a freshly cooked dish. She flashed him a warm smile and cheerfully called out, "You're back. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. I made 2 dishes and a soup, me specialties. Try them and see if you like them." Alright, Lu Yuchuan responded with a nod before turning to wash his hands. By the time he returned to the dining table, Tong Hua had already served 2 bowls of rice and handed him a pair of chopsticks. She casually asked, "Will Jamie be coming over?" Lu Yuchuan paused slightly, raising his eyes to meet hers with a hint of curiosity. "Did you cook this meal just to get information out of me?" Tong Hua chuckled and explained, "Our director mentioned it in a meeting today, so I was just curious. If it's inconvenient to answer, don't worry about it." He will, he replied calmly. So how much does it cost to invite him? Tong Hua's eyes sparkled with admiration. To her, Jamie was the pinnacle of the design world, the most renowned designer in France and a living legend in the fashion industry. He was nothing short of a god in her eyes. Lu Yuchuan picked up his chopsticks, his tone as steady as ever. Money isn't the issue. It's about connections. He doesn't need the money. Tong Hua nodded thoughtfully before smiling and changing the subject. Here, try this. It's eggplant and green beans with a spoonful of doubanjiang. On the table were 3 dishes. The eggplant and green beans, stir-fried pork with green peppers and tomato, egg and shrimp soup. Simple, homey food, but it exuded a comforting warmth. Lu Yuchuan tasted each dish. Though they were humble in appearance, the flavors carried the essence of home cooking, making them unexpectedly satisfying more so than the most exquisite delicacies. Tong Hua sat across from him, watching as he ate with evident enjoyment. A sense of accomplishment welled up in her, even gone for a second bowl of rice, which was perhaps the highest compliment to her cooking skills. Under the soft glow of the dining room light, Lu Yuchuan ate with quiet elegance, his every move reflecting his innate refinement. Yet, in that moment, the touch of homeliness surrounding him made him seem less distant, more approachable. Just then his phone buzzed. He picked it up absent-mindedly and saw a message from his grandfather. Since Hua cooked dinner, you should take the initiative to wash the dishes. He glanced toward the surveillance camera in the corner of the room, a mix of emotions flickering across his face. Living under his grandfather's watchful eye every day left him with little sense of privacy. Moments later, another message popped up. If you want privacy, it's simple, just get Hua pregnant, and I'll take down the cameras. Lu Yuchuan sighed and set his phone down, silently marveling at how his grandfather could so accurately predict his thoughts. Truly, experience speaks volumes. Noticing his distraction, Tong Hua looked at him with concern. What's wrong? Work trouble? Snapping out of his thoughts, Lu Yuchuan replied lightly, no, it's nothing. Just focus on eating. I'll do the dishes. Tong Hua was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to volunteer for dishwashing and couldn't help but laugh. It's fine, really. You focus on your work. I'll take care of it. To her, it seemed like he must have been preoccupied with some work issue. I'll do it, he insisted firmly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Startled by his determination, Tong Hua hesitated before relenting. All right then, it's just a few dishes anyway. I'll go prepare your medicine, the herbs are all ready. Thank you, he said with a polite nod, his voice distant and formal. Though she didn't say anything more, Tong Hua couldn't help but sense a faint barrier between them. What she didn't know was that Lu Yuchuan wasn't particularly concerned about his own injury. He was merely using the opportunity to test her medical skills to see if she was capable of treating his father. After clearing the table, Lu Yuchuan efficiently washed the dishes and then returned to his study to resume his work. 2 hours later, Tong Hua knocked on the study door, carrying a small transparent glass bowl. Come in, he called, looking up as she entered. Roll up your sleeve. I'll apply the medicine, she said, carefully placing the bowl of thick herbal paste on his desk. Are you finished with work? She asked casually. Lu Yuchuan closed his laptop. Yes, he replied, beginning to roll up his sleeve. Tong Hua stepped closer and reached out to help him, but he instinctively pulled back slightly, a trace of discomfort crossing his face. She glanced at him with a teasing smile and said lightly, from now on, you're just a patient in my eyes and I'm the doctor. Why so shy? Patient. Lu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased by the term. His voice turned cold as he responded, Mrs. Lu, watch your words. I don't acknowledge being sick. Your husband is perfectly healthy. Though his tone was calm, it carried an undeniable air of arrogance. Tong Hua didn't argue with him. Instead, she offered a faint smile, her voice soft. All right, whatever you say. She knew well enough how rare it was for him to place his trust in her. Her goal was to heal his injuries, untangle the knots in his heart, and strive to make their married life better. The scar on Lu Yuchuan's arm, left from a burn over 2 decades ago, had long since healed on the surface and no longer caused him pain. Yet, it remained a striking reminder. The fact that he could calmly extend his arm for her to treat without saying much spoke volumes about how much his father meant to him, and it also showed that his guardedness toward her was gradually easing. Tong Hua tied her hair back, leaned slightly forward, and began applying the ointment with a small scraper. Her movements were gentle and meticulous. The homemade brown ointment emitted a faint, refreshing aroma, and its cool sensation was soothing as it touched his skin. When will it start showing results? Lu Yuchuan asked, glancing down at her. His voice was indifferent, his expression unreadable. Without pausing her actions, Tong Hua replied softly, this is just the first application. Use it for 3 days, and then we'll see. His brows furrowed slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. You're not confident. She looked up, meeting his gaze with calm composure. Why do doctors ask family members to sign consent forms before surgery? Because doctors can only do their best, they're not gods. Lu Yuchuan stared at her for a moment before saying nothing further. He understood that since had chosen to let her help, he had no choice but to give her a chance. In a low voice, he said, "Do as you see fit." The tension between them eased slightly. Tong Hua continued applying the ointment, then suddenly spoke in a gentle tone. "By the way, Mingyao started at his new school. He asked me to thank you again." Under the soft glow of the lamp, her fair skin looked as delicate as a baby's, and her youthful innocence made her seem especially pure. Lu Yuchuan averted his gaze, his voice cool and detached. "No need for thanks. It's just returning a favor." He didn't want to get too close to her, nor did he want to owe her anything. Later that night, in a hospital ward, Lu Buochuan lay on the hospital bed, his body covered in multiple fractures. His face was etched with frustration and resentment. The doctor had instructed him to stay bedridden for at least 2 weeks to avoid potential complications, but to him, this was nothing short of torture. It has to be Lu Yuchuan who sent those people. He spat through gritted teeth, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with hatred. "If I can find proof, I'll pay for this." Standing by the bed, his trusted aide Lao Yi sighed, his tone resigned. "If it really was Mr. Lu, I doubt there's any evidence left. You know as well as I do that the road was carefully chosen to avoid all surveillance, and you were deliberately lured there by those men. It's him." Lu Buochuan's fury was uncontrollable. "I haven't offended anyone else." Lao Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "Buochuan, your mother is planning to return to the country. Her flight is likely this weekend, unless there are changes." "What?" Lu Buochuan was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Why is she coming back?" "She's already heard about your injury," Lao Yi replied respectfully, his voice subdued. Lu Buochuan's expression darkened further. "Tell her it was that brat Lu Yuchuan. Make her deal with him for me." His tone was filled with bitter resolve, as if placing great hope in his mother's methods. "If Auntie can't handle him, I refuse to believe she can't." Lao Yi remained silent, bowing his head. He knew all too well that even if Lu Yuchuan was behind this, there was no way to retaliate. After all, in Rongqing, the city was now firmly under Lu Yuchuan's control. The next morning, on the 28th floor of Shuiyuanhuadu, outside, a light rain drizzled, the raindrops tapping gently against the floor-to-ceiling windows and creating a soft melody that added a sense of tranquility to the room. Tong Hua had risen early. Before Lu Yuchuan got dressed, she carefully reapplied the ointment to the burn scar on his arm. Her movements were practiced, and she gently secured the ointment with gauze to prevent it from staining his expensive shirt. Instinctively, she helped him into his shirt afterward, her actions smooth and natural. But when her fingers brushed against his firm, toned abs, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her mind involuntarily wandered to some inappropriate thoughts. Noticing her reaction, Lu Yuchuan's lips curved slightly as he teased, "Don't get too distracted by my body first thing in the morning. It might affect your work." Tong Hua's head shot up in embarrassment, her cheeks turning even redder. She snapped, "What are you even thinking? Button your own shirt." With that, she turned and hurried away, as if fleeing from the awkwardness of the moment. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Yuchuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Since she had moved in, the house had become less cold and empty. To his surprise, he found himself slowly growing accustomed to the feeling of having someone around. The temperature noticeably dropped today. 5 minutes after Lu Yuchuan left, Tong Hua came downstairs. She draped a light-colored jacket over her shoulders, opened a simple yet elegant umbrella, and walked toward the bus stop as she usually did. The rain fell like a curtain, blurring the city's outline. Raindrops continuously struck the ground, splashing into tiny droplets, and the dense sound of rain filled the air. Standing under the bus stop shelter, Tong Hua inadvertently noticed a row of spiderwebs along the eaves. The webs were adorned with raindrops, glistening like strings of exquisite jewels, leaving her momentarily transfixed. She couldn't resist standing on her tiptoes, adjusting her angle to get a closer look. To her amazement, each perspective revealed a different kind of beauty. Every web had its unique shape, with raindrops scattered unevenly, resembling strings of pearls in varying sizes, shimmering under the dim light. Captivated by this natural masterpiece, she quickly pulled out her phone to capture the scene. The gloomy mood of the rainy day was instantly swept away, and her spirits brightened. She couldn't help but marvel at how the world never lacks beauty. What's missing is the eye to discover it. Inspired, she resolved to take some time to seek out more of these hidden wonders, as such natural beauty is rare in the bustling city. Meanwhile, inside the opulent headquarters of Junyu Group, Lu Yuchuan stepped into the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, Xiaozha hurriedly squeezed in, clutching a stack of documents. He greeted respectfully, "Good morning, President." After catching his breath, he adjusted his posture, clearly trying to seize this chance encounter to make an impression. With his hands in his pockets, Lu Yuchuan glanced at him indifferently. Xiaozha looked vaguely familiar, but Lu couldn't immediately place him. He remained silent, prompting Xiaozha to introduce himself. "I'm Xiaozha from the project department." We met briefly at the dinner welcoming Mr. Mark. Xiaozhi maintained a polite demeanor, his formal attire adding to his composed appearance. As Lu Yuchuan listened, the scene from that evening flickered in his memory, and he finally recalled who Xiaozhi was. However, before Xiaozhi could continue the conversation, Lu raised an eyebrow and asked calmly, "Are you running out of energy?" Uh? Xiaozhi froze, confused. "What do you mean?" Lu's gaze was impassive as he replied flatly, "You can't seem to balance work and family, can you?" The question struck a nerve, and Xiaozhi's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Lately, tensions with his wife, Xu Ran, had been weighing on him, but he hadn't expected the president to know about it. Unsure of how to respond, he could only stand there awkwardly. Without waiting for a reply, Lu continued, "Be more understanding toward your wife. If you're the one earning a living, then don't entertain distractions outside. Over time, you'll find your wife becoming more caring and considerate toward you." The words sounded familiar, and Xiaozhi suddenly recalled, weren't these the very same things Lu's grandfather had once told him? While Xiaozhi secretly grumbled in his heart, he dared not show it and quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes, you're absolutely right, President. I'll make sure to change." Yet inwardly he couldn't help but mutter to himself, did Tong Hua seriously spill all of this to the president? Doesn't she know where to draw the line? The elevator arrived at the designated floor, and the doors slid open. Lu Yuchuan stepped out, and Xiaozhi respectfully bid him farewell. But as he glanced at Lu's left hand, his eyes landed on the ring on his fourth finger. He froze, waves of shock surging in his mind. The president is married. This was huge news, especially since everyone in the department had assumed he was single. At the same time, in the president's office, a space of understated luxury with a cold, refined aesthetic, young man carefully placed a lovingly prepared breakfast on the desk. Recently, she had been feeling down, held back by unresolved emotions. Last night, she had tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Hearing footsteps approach, she looked up and saw the familiar figure. Quickly, she uncovered the breakfast box, releasing the aroma of warm pastries and delicately crafted rice balls. Smiling gently, she spoke in a soft tone, "President, I brought you breakfast. I made it myself, nutritious and healthy. Please give it a try." Lu Yuchuan stopped in front of the desk, his deep gaze falling on her. His voice was cool and detached. "Young man, don't you think you've crossed the line?" He didn't even glance at the breakfast. Instead, he raised his left hand, the ring on his fourth finger catching the light, and reminded her yet again of his marital status. The ring felt like a needle, piercing deeply into Jiang Man's heart. To her, it symbolized the end of any lingering possibility. Yet the truth was, Lu Yuchuan had never given her hope to begin with. He had always maintained his integrity, never showing her even the slightest hint of romantic interest. Still, the gravity in his gaze at this moment felt like an invisible weight pressing down on her chest, leaving her breathless. Her face turned pale, and she was overtaken by an awkwardness she couldn't escape. "Take it away," Lu Yuchuan said, his thin lips parting slightly. His deep voice carried a hint of cold detachment. "This ends here." Jiang Man didn't dare delay. She quickly picked up the breakfast box and left with her head lowered, her steps hurried. Her hands trembled slightly, but her heart was in even greater turmoil. What had been rejected wasn't just the breakfast, it was her entire being. If only she had confessed earlier, without hesitation or delay, perhaps the title of Mrs. Lu wouldn't belong to someone else. After all, as the saying goes, proximity breeds opportunity. But now, she didn't even know who her rival was. To lose so completely was a bitter pill to swallow. Outside, the rain continued its steady patter. Inside the design office on the 11th floor, however, the sound of the rain felt like the sweetest melody to Tong Hua. This morning had been particularly rewarding for her. Mr. Moon had messaged her on Zia Hongshu. He asked, "What's Master up to?" Tong Hua's spirits lifted instantly. She replied excitedly, feeling super inspired today. "Just got to the office and am diving into my designs." He shared in her happiness and quickly responded, "Master, I won't disturb you then. But I have something to tell you. I'm planning a trip to Rongqing. Could we meet?" Tong Hua was momentarily stunned, a bit caught off guard. They had always been master and apprentice in the digital realm, connected through their shared passion for design, with a deep intellectual bond but no in-person meetings. She quickly asked, "Are you coming just for this?" "For work," he replied. This response brought her some relief. If he had come solely to meet her, she might have felt awkward. But since it was for business and meeting her was incidental, there was no issue. So she readily agreed, "Let me know when you're here." Mr. Moon sent an okay gesture, and the matter was settled. For the next 2 hours, Tong Hua was completely immersed in her work. The Du's romance she had come across earlier that morning seemed to open a door to a new creative world, flooding her with inspiration. 2 hours later, she carried her materials to the large printer in the communal area, only to run into Xiaozhi. She was just about to greet him when Xiaozhi, his face filled with anger, coldly confronted her. "Tong Hua, I didn't expect you to be so reckless. What? Tong Hua looked at him, utterly baffled. Why did you tell President Liu about me and Xu Ran? Xiao's tone was restrained but seething with suppressed anger, aware that they were in the office. He continued, yes, I was in the wrong, but this is my private matter. I work so hard to provide Xu Ran and the child with a better life, don't I? Tong Hua was confused but quickly caught the key point. Liu Yuchuan reprimanded you? Xiao let out a cold snort, his emotions flaring. Why are you meddling in our business with your personal bias? A failing marriage is always the fault of both parties. I don't know what Xu Ran has told you, but it's not fair to paint me as the only one in the wrong while she's entirely blameless, is it? At that moment, Liu Yuchuan stopped at the corner, hands in his pockets. His distinguished figure lingered in the shadows, his expression calm and unreadable, as if he were silently observing the exchange. Tong Hua, however, felt her frustration boiling over. She retorted sharply, so after blaming me, are you going to go home and blame Xu Ran next? It's convenient for you to never look at your own flaws, isn't it? If your relationship with your mother-in-law is strained, isn't it because you, the person in the middle, failed to handle it properly? Her tone was measured but carried an undeniable edge. Let me make this clear, Xiao. If you dare mistreat Xu Ran, I'll make sure you lose your job in no time. Do you even understand what postpartum depression is? Xiao, provoked by her words, became even angrier. He shot back. So it was you who went to the president? Tong Hua, how childish can you be? Do you know how busy President Liu is? To him, time is money. And if I lose my job, are you going to support my child? Tong Hua let out a cold laugh, refusing to back down. If you want to avoid trouble from President Liu and keep your job, then sort out your marriage issues properly. I only want what's best for both of you, nothing more. Xiao froze, his anger slowly subsiding. Only then did he realize that Tong Hua wasn't an ordinary employee. She had the capability and confidence to back up her words. Tong Hua stood at the restroom doorway, her face pale, her eyes scanning the carpet back and forth as if searching for something crucial she had lost. Her mind raced, replaying every detail from moments earlier answering the phone, her hurried steps trying to pinpoint the exact spot where the ring might have fallen. But no matter how hard she tried, the floor remained empty. Just minutes ago, she had left the director's office when her phone suddenly rang in her pocket. As she answered the call and glanced down at the caller ID, she hadn't noticed the custom wedding ring her grandfather had given her silently slipping from her pocket onto the soft carpet. On the other end of the line was Director Zhang. Hello, Tong Hua, could you come over for a moment? She had said. Tong Hua responded briefly, sure, I'll be right there, and walked off completely unaware of the ring's disappearance until now. Meanwhile, Zhang Man exited the restroom and accidentally stepped on something. She paused, took a step back and looked down. It was a ring. Bending over to pick it up, she felt the cool metal against her fingers and let her eyes linger on it for a few seconds. A fleeting image of the president's wedding ring on his finger crossed her mind. A subtle smile formed at the corner of her lips, a peculiar sense of satisfaction surfacing. Was this some kind of sign? Could this marriage be destined to crumble? However, she had no intention of keeping the ring for herself. Instead, she decided to return it and observe the president's reaction. After all, Zhang Man had always doubted that someone as aloof and dignified as Liu Yuchuan could truly hold space in his heart for a woman. Back at her desk, Tong Hua instinctively reached into her pocket as soon as she sat down. The absence of the ring sent her heart plummeting. She froze, her body stiffening. Frantically, she searched her pocket again, even turning it inside out, but the ring was nowhere to be found. Her grandfather's solemn words echoed through her mind. This ring must stay on you at all times. It represents the legacy and responsibility of our family. Liu Yuchuan, too, had always worn his wedding ring with care. The thought tightened the knot in her chest. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, cold sweat forming on her forehead. Jumping to her feet, she retraced her steps and rushed back to the restroom doorway, bending down to examine every inch of the carpet. Yet the floor remained bare, as if the ring had never existed. Her heartbeat thundered in her chest, her palms damp with sweat. She could already picture her grandfather's face when he found out she had lost the ring. The disappointment and reproach would be unbearable. With everything she had been dealing with lately, Tong Hua was already under immense pressure. Gossip in the office was relentless. The president got married? Who's the lucky woman? If I married the president, I wouldn't even need to sleep at night. Just staring at him would be enough happiness. These whispers buzzed around her constantly, making her feel uneasy. Despite being Liu Yuchuan's wife, she wanted to earn her place in the company through her talent as a designer, not by being labeled as someone who rode her husband's coattails. At that moment, Zhang Man was heading toward the president's office, holding the ring in her hand. Her high heels clicked crisply against the floor, her expression carrying a faint, enigmatic smile. She couldn't help but wonder, would this ring reveal some hidden truths? If it was indeed the president's wedding ring, why had it ended up in the restroom? And was this marriage as solid as it seemed? Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, his deep gaze fixed on the city skyline in the distance. His face was calm, yet his eyes held a trace of contemplation. He recalled Tong Hua's conversation with Xiao Zhe downstairs earlier. Her words, "You've gotten arrogant. You need to reflect," had been spoken in a composed tone but struck directly at the core. This sense of integrity and maturity had left an even stronger impression on him. To Lu Yuchuan, Tong Hua was far from an ordinary woman. Despite coming from a troubled family background, she had maintained her upright values and resilient personality qualities that were rare among the women he had met. What he didn't realize was that a small storm involving the ring was quietly brewing, inching closer to him. On the 22nd floor, in the elegantly minimalist CEO's office, Muchen was fully engrossed in organizing files and verifying data, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Suddenly, he looked up, his gaze landing on Jiang Man, who stood quietly to the side. His tone was calm, with a touch of casualness as he spoke. "Jiang Man, the CEO is going on a business trip tomorrow, and coincidentally, it's my mom's birthday. Why don't you accompany him? You're the one handling the project, and I'll sort the materials and send them over to you." Jiang Man was momentarily stunned, a trace of surprise and delight flickering in her eyes. "You already talked to the CEO about this?" Mu Qin shook his head, his tone light. "Not yet." Jiang Man's heart sank slightly. She silently mulled it over. There was a good chance the CEO wouldn't agree, right? After all, the one burdened with all sorts of thoughts and apprehensions had always been her. As for Lu Yuchuan, his inner world was likely never as complicated as hers. Just as she was lost in thought, Lu Yuchuan entered the office. His tall, commanding figure moved with steady steps, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room before settling on his desk. Jiang Man instinctively glanced at him, then quietly returned to her workstation. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Qin spoke up. "CEO, how about having Jiang Man accompany you on the trip tomorrow? It's my mom's birthday. She's been eagerly waiting and even called me 3 times today. I promised her I'd go home after work for dinner." Lu Yuchuan paused briefly, his expression remaining calm, though a subtle wave of emotion stirred within him. That kind of maternal warmth was something he might never experience in his lifetime. Forget phone call, she couldn't even expect a single smile from his own mother. Meanwhile, Jiang Man discreetly observed Lu Yuchuan's reaction, her heart racing with anxiety, afraid he might refuse. To her surprise, Lu Yuchuan nodded slightly and said in an even tone, "All right. Please wish your mother a happy birthday." Mu Chen's face immediately lit up with a smile. "Thank you." He turned to Jiang Man, his tone cheerful. "Secretary Jiang, I've already shared the relevant documents with you. Have a great trip." Lu Yuchuan's response stirred an inexplicable emotion in Jiang Man. Though he hadn't explicitly agreed to her accompanying him, he hadn't refused either, which sparked a subtle sense of anticipation within her. Just then Mu Chen, needing to attend to other matters, left the office in a hurry with some documents in hand. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Man got up and walked over to Lu Yuchuan, carefully holding out a ring in her hand. "CEO, this is your wedding ring." Her gaze involuntarily fell on his ring finger, only to find that there was already a ring there. Jiang Man froze, her thoughts swirling. Lu Yuchuan's eyes also shifted to the ring in her hand. After a brief moment of surprise, his expression darkened slightly as he muttered under his breath, "Tong Hua, that brat. Did she actually throw it away?" Jiang Man was momentarily at a loss. Why were there 2 identical rings? As she hesitated over whether to take the ring back, Lu Yuchuan extended his hand, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Give it to me. It's my wife's, and she must have misplaced it." Jiang Man handed over the ring, but her mind was flooded with questions. His wife? She works at Junyu Group? Could it be Tong Hua? Unwilling to let it go, she pressed on. "Is it Tong Hua? I found this near the restroom on the 11th floor." Lu Yuchuan's gaze turned noticeably colder, his tone laced with displeasure. "Whether it is or isn't, what does it have to do with you? Does it affect your work?" Jiang Man felt her heart drop. His reaction was as good as an admission. Forcing down the surge of emotions within her, she murmured an apology before retreating to her desk. But her thoughts were in turmoil. Tong Hua. What exactly made her so special? The more Jiang Man thought about it, the more baffling it seemed. The relationship between the CEO and Tong Hua didn't look like a typical romance. After all, on the CEO's first day in office, Tong Hua had called out his name in front of every Yonia, reaction full of shock and astonishment, as if she had no clue about his identity. Jiang Man's eyes gradually lit up. This wasn't love, it had to be some kind of arrangement. The more she analyzed, the more convinced she became that she had uncovered the truth. Becoming Mrs. Liu was still within her reach, wasn't it? Clenching her fists, a sense of determination surged within her. A man like Lu Yuchuan couldn't possibly tie himself to a woman who neither loved him nor deserved him. As long as she worked hard enough, excelled enough, and remained patient, she was certain the one who stood closest to him would eventually be her. Jiang Man took a deep breath. If it were anyone else, she might have felt a tinge of insecurity. But Tong Hua? She didn't even see that woman as a competitor. The entire afternoon, Tong Hua had practically searched every possible corner, but the wedding ring seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Her heart was gradually consumed by panic, and her mind became a chaotic mess. She was well aware of the ring's importance not only because it was valuable, but more importantly, because it was specially customized by her grandfather. Losing it was absolutely out of the question. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she found herself unable to concentrate on her creative work or stay late at the office. Instead, she mindlessly searched over and over again, but the outcome remained despairingly unchanged. Time slipped by quietly, and nightfall arrived. It was already 8 p.m. when Tong Hua dragged her weary steps back home, her mood at rock bottom. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Lu Yuchuan sitting on the sofa, his gaze deep and intense, as though he had been waiting for quite some time. His eyes locked onto her, heavy with a sense of interrogation, as if he were about to conduct a stern inquisition. A foreboding feeling rose in Tong Hua's chest. She forced a faint smile, trying to ease the tension. "Have you eaten yet? Why did you throw the ring away?" Lu Yuchuan suddenly spoke, his voice low and sharp, cutting through the air like a cold blade. His gaze swept over her face, which appeared innocent and harmless, but his eyes held an unmistakable chill. Tong Hua froze, meeting his gaze as her heart began to race. I didn't throw it away. Let me explain." She hurriedly stepped closer, her voice tinged with urgency. "Go ahead." Lu Yuchuan lifted his eyes slightly, his tone distant and indifferent. The darkness in his deep-set eyes was unreadable. "I'll give you a chance to explain, but don't even think about lying. Yuchuan, where's the ring?" Tong Hua's voice carried a mix of urgency and nervousness, as she faintly guessed he had already found it. Lu Yuchuan didn't answer immediately. He simply stared at her for a moment before retracting his cold gaze. Leaning forward slightly, he placed the ring on the coffee table with a soft tap. The metal glinted under the light, instantly catching Tong Hua's attention. The weight in her heart finally lifted, and she let out a long sigh of relief. She quickly stepped forward, bent down to pick up the ring, and immediately slipped it back onto her finger. Her tone was filled with remorse. "Today at the office, I overheard people gossiping about me wearing the wedding ring. I was worried the rumors would bring unnecessary attention to me, so I took it off and put it in my pocket. Then, somehow, I lost it and have been searching for it ever since." She spoke rapidly, afraid of being misunderstood. Lu Yuchuan's expression darkened slightly. His sharp intuition told him she wasn't lying, but he was clearly displeased with her actions. "Something so valuable, and you managed to lose it just like that?" His tone carried a hint of reproach. "Please believe me, I didn't mean to." Tong Hua pleaded anxiously. "I just didn't want the title of Mrs. Lube to overshadow my talent. I want to create eternal moment and establish myself in this department." "Talent?" Lu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. "So far, I haven't seen much of that from you." Tong Hua bit her lip and mustered her courage. "Don't mock me. I've already found inspiration and a starting point. I will design something that will impress you." Lu Yuchuan glanced at her indifferently, his tone calm and detached. "There's no need to try to please me. I'll be fair and impartial." Just then, Lu Yuchuan's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, his expression slightly shifting, and answered the call. "Hello, Grandpa." On the other end, Lu Yuchuan's grandfather spoke. "Are you heading out on a business trip tomorrow? Isn't the project at Yaju Village due for an on-site inspection?" "Yes, Grandpa." "Then take Hua Hua with you." Grandpa's tone was firm and commanding. "The scenery there is nice, and you two haven't had a honeymoon since you got married. This is a good opportunity to relax." Lu Yuchuan frowned slightly, clearly feeling a headache coming on. Muchen was already on leave, Jiangman had to come along, and now adding Tong Hua to the mix, he wasn't sure this was a great idea. "What are you thinking about?" Grandpa's voice grew stern. "Have you forgotten you're married? Still planning to live like you're single?" "I haven't forgotten," Lu Yuchuan replied, his tone resigned. "Then take Hua Hua with you. Spend some time together and bond." Grandpa insisted. "When you give me a great-grandchild, I'll take down the surveillance cameras at home." Fine, I promise," Lu Yuchuan finally relented. His grandfather was the person he cared about the most. After ending the call, Tong Hua keenly sensed his bad mood. She didn't pry but quietly turned to the kitchen to prepare herbal medicine. When she returned with the bowl of medicine, Lu Yuchuan had just finished his shower and was walking out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. Under the warm light, his tall and well-built figure, with damp black hair resting on his forehead, exuded an irresistible charm. Tong Hua steadied her racing thoughts. "Shall I help you with the medicine first?" she asked softly, her gaze falling on his arm. Lu Yuchuan didn't refuse. He walked over to a chair, sat down, and casually rolled up his sleeve. Just like the night before, Tong Hua bent down and gently applied the ointment with careful movements. "I'm heading out on a business trip tomorrow, And Grandpa wants you to come along, Lu Yuchuan suddenly said, his tone calm but carrying a hint of exploration. Did you mention this to him? Tong Hua was momentarily stunned and looked up abruptly. How would I know you're going on a business trip? Why would I ask to go with you? Her response made Lu Yuchuan pause slightly. His deep eyes studied her, but he chose not to say anything further. Lu Yuchuan sat in the chair, his gaze fixed on Tong Hua's face, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. However, Tong Hua's expression remained open and honest, devoid of any pretense. Are you in a bad mood today? She asked softly, clearly sensing the shift in his emotions. The man didn't respond, simply staring at her in silence. Tong Hua lowered her head and continued carefully tending to his wound, her movements gentle and precise, as if afraid of causing him pain. I can't help you bear the pressure from work, she said quietly, her tone tinged with a trace of guilt, but I promise I won't add to your troubles. No matter how much Grandpa likes me, I'll always stand by your side. Her words didn't seem to move Lu Yuchuan in the slightest. His heart had long hardened, used to shutting out emotional connections. After a moment, he finally spoke, his voice carrying a trace of puzzlement. Why are you helping me with this? Without pausing her actions, Tong Hua replied almost instinctively, because I want to earn your trust and show you that my intentions are sincere. Lu Yuchuan's gaze darkened, his voice dropping to a low rumble that seemed to echo from deep within his chest. Then you'd better not fall in love with me. I'm not divorcing you because I want to keep Grandpa happy. I don't entirely dislike you, but my willingness to stay in this marriage is purely pragmatic. Tong Hua glanced up at him, a faint smile tugging at her lips, though it couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes. I know, she said softly, a hint of self-deprecation in her tone. There's someone else in your heart, isn't there? She paused briefly before continuing in an even voice. Her name is Shurian, isn't it? The eternal glance seriousness that you're promised to her? Lu Yuchuan's expression instantly sharpened, his gaze cutting into her like a blade. How do you know about Shurian? He demanded, his voice as cold as ice, his brows furrowing as an aura of hostility emanated from him. Tong Hua was momentarily taken aback by his reaction, her hand faltering for a split second. As she looked up, she met his frost-covered face. In the next moment, he grabbed her wrist abruptly, his tone commanding and accusatory. Tell me, did you investigate me? She was still holding a bowl of medicine in one hand and a scraping tool in the other. The pain from his grip caused her face to pale slightly, but she maintained her composure, hiding her inner turmoil. Her voice was steady as she answered. That night, when you were drunk, you called out her name while we were together. You mistook me for her. Lu Yuchuan's eyes flickered with a mix of shock and confusion. It was clear he had no memory of that event. Silence hung heavily between them as his grip on her wrist gradually loosened, the anger in his expression slowly dissipating. Tong Hua, on the other hand, acted as though nothing had happened. She lowered her head and resumed applying the medicine, as if unwilling to let her feelings show. Her gaze fell on an old scar on his arm, a striking burn mark, its twisted, healed edges starkly visible on his skin. No one knew about this injury, not even his grandfather. Are you taking me on your business trip tomorrow? She asked suddenly, her tone so calm it sounded like she was discussing something trivial. Lu Yuchuan glanced at her, deliberating for a moment before replying. Stay at a hotel tomorrow night. Don't come back. His words were blunt, knowing full well that his grandfather had installed surveillance cameras at home. He didn't want her to get dragged into more complications. Tong Hua nodded slightly, her face showing no hint of sadness. Understood. Her tone remained even, as if she had long grown accustomed to such arrangements. You should get some rest. I'm going to take a shower. After her shower, Tong Hua sat on the edge of the bed, scrolling through her phone. A message popped up in the work group chat. Everyone is free to work remotely or find inspiration elsewhere. You must submit your work within 10 days. You only need to check in at the office twice a week. The first round of evaluations will begin in 10 days. Reading the message, Tong Hua felt a bit more relaxed. With the recent rainy weather, she could take the opportunity to explore nature, search for spiderwebs, and find beauty to inspire her creativity. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan sat in the armchair in the master bedroom, listening to the rhythmic patter of rain against the window. His mood remained heavy, but he couldn't shake the thought that he had been too harsh with Tong Hua. Recalling that night, his brows furrowed. In his drunken state, he had mistaken her for Shurian. And yet, she had shown no reaction. She knew she was just a substitute, yet she carried herself with such composure. How strong must this girl's heart be? This realization only deepened the gloom on Lu Yuchuan's face. In the kitchen, Tong Hua busied herself making dumplings. Exhausted from an entire day spent searching fruitlessly for a missing ring, she was too hungry to wait any longer. Standing at the doorway, she called out in a calm voice, Yuchuan, do you want some dumplings? Lu Yuchuan turned to look at her but didn't reply. She didn't mind and simply returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. To her, his attitude no longer mattered. Recently, Jiang Man had been in an exceptionally good mood. The corners of her lips curved upward unconsciously, and even her bright, clear eyes carried a hint of joy, making her look like a young girl deeply immersed in the sweetness of love. In the walk-in closet of her apartment, a suitcase lay open on the soft carpet. Her wardrobe was packed with all kinds of beautiful outfits, but she rarely had a chance to wear them. At this moment, she was fretting over what to pack for her upcoming business trip, unsure which outfits would be the most suitable. In the end, she tried on each one, carefully selecting a few pieces. She paired them with perfume, jewelry, and even prepared 3 pairs of shoes. She hoped that when she stood in front of Lu Yuchuan, she would be the most dazzling presence. That night, in the master bedroom of Shuyin Huadu, after finishing her dumplings, Tong Hua opened her suitcase and began packing her belongings. Lu Yuchuan stood nearby, his brows slightly furrowed, and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Without looking up, Tong Hua continued tidying up as she replied, "Starting tomorrow, I want need to clock in at work. I want to go out and find some inspiration." She paused, glanced up at him, and added, "Don't worry, I won't come back home before you do. Just send me a message to let me know when you'll return." She smiled faintly, her gaze clear and innocent. "Even if Grandpa sees me leaving with my things, he won't suspect anything." Lu Yuchuan didn't respond, but his emotions were complicated. Did she truly not care about Shi Yan? If so, did that mean she didn't care about him either? He turned silently, heading back to the bed to prepare for sleep, leaving her to continue packing. The next morning, the rain had yet to stop, and the air was damp and chilly. In the Lamborghini heading to their destination, Lu Yuchuan and Jiang Man sat in the back seat while Uncle Ke drove steadily. Their destination was a still-developing village called Yaju Village. Jiang Man had made a special effort to dress up today. She wore a delicate, everyday makeup look and a black spaghetti strap maxi dress, paired with a white neck-knit cardigan that highlighted her graceful neckline. Her earrings were carefully chosen, adding to her artistic charm. However, in Lu Yuchuan's eyes, she looked no different from usual. He didn't spare her a second glance, his attention focused on the laptop on his lap as he reviewed a set of data with intense concentration. His focused demeanor made Jiang Man's heart race despite herself. Perhaps Jiang Man's perfume was too strong, as Lu Yuchuan cracked the car window slightly. The cold wind mixed with the scent of rain swept into the car, making Jiang Man feel a wave of awkwardness, as if she were sitting on pins and needles. She tentatively broke the silence. "President Lu, have you had breakfast?" The man didn't even lift his head, giving a terse response. Jiang Man withdrew her gaze and fell silent. She knew all too well that relationships between men and women had to be mutual. If only one side developed feelings, it could lead to nothing but awkwardness. The car finally arrived at the only guest house in Yaju Village. After getting out of the car and unloading the luggage, Uncle Ke was met by someone who guided them to their rooms. As usual for work trips, Jiang Man's room was right next to Lu Yuchuan's, so they could coordinate more easily. Watching Lu Yuchuan walk into his room without a backward glance, Jiang Man unlocked her own door with a heavy heart. Ever since Tong Hua had entered the picture, her relationship with Lu Yuchuan had grown distant. This change left her feeling both sad and resentful, and Tong Hua had become a thorn in her side. Not long after, Uncle Ke, having just finished checking them in, turned to leave the lobby when he noticed Tong Hua stepping out of a taxi with her suitcase. He froze for a moment before quickly walking over to her. "Miss Tong?" Uncle Ke's face was full of surprise. "What brings you here?" Tong Hua, carrying her suitcase, was equally taken aback to see him. "Uncle Ke? What are you doing here? Did you follow us here?" Uncle Ke's tone carried a hint of suspicion. "Follow? Follow who?" Tong Hua replied with her usual innocent smile. "I'm here to look for inspiration. I heard there are a lot of old houses slated for demolition in this area." Having worked with Lu Yuchuan for many years, Uncle Ke had developed a knack for reading people. Judging by Tong Hua's expression and tone, she didn't seem to be lying. Could this really be just a coincidence? "Let me help you check in." Uncle Ke bent down to take her suitcase, his demeanor warm and courteous. "This way, please." Tong Hua hesitated for a moment before smiling and thanking him. "All right, thank you." As she followed Uncle Ke inside, she suddenly asked, "Is Lu Yuchuan here too?" Uncle Ke knew there was no point in hiding the truth after all. The guest house was small, and they would inevitably run into each other. Still, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, he explained, "Secretary Jiang is here as well. There's a project being developed in this area, and she's here for a site inspection." "Oh, I see." She responded with a light-hearted smile, her tone casual and unconcerned. Tong Hua felt a sense of calm wash over her. If even Lian Shurian didn't mind, then why should she? She was fully aware of her unshakable position as Mrs. Lu. As long as she had a companion in old age and wouldn't face the fear of being alone, all her energy could be channeled into her career. As Uncle Ke helped her check in, she casually asked, "Are the old houses around here far from the guest house?" "Not too far, just behind us. But the roads can get slippery when it rains, and many of those houses are unoccupied. It might not be the most convenient if you're looking for inspiration. Unoccupied houses are even better." A spark of excitement flashed in Tong Hua's eyes. It was precisely that abandoned, cobweb-covered charm she was after. Taking the room key, she smiled and thanked Uncle Ku. Thank you. I'll transfer the payment to you. No need. All your expenses, including food and lodging, can be reimbursed by the president. Uncle Ku replied with a smile. If you need a car, just give me a call. I'll be around. No, that won't be necessary. Tong Hua quickly waved her hand, smiling playfully. You're here for work too. I'm sure you'll need the car more than I do. Don't worry about me. Oh, and please don't tell him I'm here. I'm just here to take some photos and we'll leave soon. I only checked in just in case. Understood. I'll leave you to it then. Uncle Ku nodded, feeling a growing fondness for this young woman. He added, do you need help with your luggage? No, it's light. I can manage it myself. Tong Hua's bright smile had a contagious warmth. She disliked troubling others, but she genuinely appreciated kindness when it was extended to her. Dragging her suitcase upstairs, Tong Hua reached her room and was about to swipe her card when the door to the neighboring room opened. Jiang Man stepped out, holding a plate of strawberries. The moment their eyes met, Jiang Man's expression darkened instantly. Tong Hua. Jiang Man's voice carried an unmistakable hostility. Tong Hua nonchalantly swiped her card to unlock her door. Hearing her name, she turned her head calmly, meeting Jiang Man's sharp gaze. Jiang Man's tone grew harsher. Why are you always haunting me? You're everywhere. Tong Hua pushed her suitcase into the room, then leaned casually against the doorframe, her gaze steady yet tinged with irony. Some things were never yours to begin with. Why are you so afraid of losing them? Isn't that laughable? Her words struck a nerve, and Jiang Man's face turned red, then white, a clear sign of her anger and humiliation. Tong Hua, however, had no interest in arguing further. She turned and entered her room, locking the door behind her. If Jiang Man didn't provoke her, she could easily pretend the woman didn't exist. But faced with Jiang Man's relentless provocations, Tong Hua's temper was hard to suppress. Forget it. Not worth ruining my mood over someone like that, Tong Hua muttered to herself. She walked over to the window and sat down, taking out her phone to look at the spiderweb photos she had taken earlier. The intricate webs shimmered in the sunlight, like masterpieces of art, mesmerizing in their beauty. Outside, the rain fell softly, and the lush greenery appeared even more vibrant in the misty air. This serene little world seemed designed to help one find peace of mind. Tong Hua gazed at the rain, mentally planning to take a walk with her umbrella once it let up a bit. In another part of the guest house, Lu Yuchuan also sat by a window, his eyes fixed on the rain-soaked landscape. Unknowingly, his thoughts drifted into the depths of his memories. He thought of Shurian, and of that rainy evening beneath the camphor tree. Shurian, on your 22nd birthday, I'm going to give you the most beautiful necklace in the world. I'll call it Eternal Gaze, and it will be custom-made just for you, he had said back then, his face earnest and filled with anticipation. The girl had teased him with a laugh. What if we break up? 5 years is a long time, who knows what the future holds? Lu Yuchuan had gazed at her with unwavering affection, gently cupping her face in his hands. A promise is a promise. Even if we break up, I'll still keep my word. And I'll make sure the whole world knows the meaning behind that necklace. I hope that when you see it, you'll remember the beautiful times we shared. Silly. We're not going to break up. I'm going to marry you. Graduation means wedding. She had thrown herself into his arms, and they had laughed together, pure and blissful like children. The rain continued to patter against the window, but Lu Yuchuan's thoughts lingered on that moment beneath the camphor tree. He let out a soft sigh, his gaze growing deeper and more introspective. The sun was warm and radiant that day, and Lu Yuchuan felt an unprecedented sense of ease and joy, as if the air itself was filled with a sweet fragrance. But now, looking back on that time, his heart aches as though it's being torn apart, a deep, unending pain that seems to bleed darkly from within. Shurian had fallen for someone else, and he simply couldn't escape the shadow of that heartbreak. She had once been the only light in his life, illuminating his world in his darkest moments. When they reunited in high school, he fell deeply in love with her. Yet it was also she who ultimately pushed him into a bottomless abyss of despair. The agony of having and then losing her had etched itself into his very soul, leaving him now afraid even of the light. He had grown accustomed to the darkness, and that was why he remained so guarded around Tong Hua. A light knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Lu Yuchuan took a deep breath, suppressing the storm of emotions within him, and turned to answer the door. As he pulled it open, Jiang Man stood there, her face lit up with a bright smile. I washed some strawberries. Want to try them? She said casually, her tone light and cheerful, though her eyes carried a trace of expectation. I also wanted to chat about the project. I actually have some ideas. Her words betrayed her hope to use this as an opportunity to connect with him further. Lu Yuchuan paused for a moment, then released the doorknob and turned toward the window. Seeing this, Jiang Man felt a flutter of excitement. He hadn't refused her, which, to her, was undeniably a promising start. With a faint smile, She stepped inside, carrying the strawberries, and gently shut the door behind her. The room instantly felt more enclosed, more intimate, as if the world outside had faded away, leaving just the two of them. Jiang Man placed the plate of freshly washed strawberries on the small table by the window, then moved to stand beside him, quietly observing his striking profile. After a moment, she followed his gaze out the window. The rain fell in fine threads, tapping softly against the glass, casting a hazy, dreamlike veil over the view. Is it just the two of us and Uncle Ku who came this time? She asked tentatively. Mu Qin won't be joining us. I've assigned him to something else for tomorrow, Lu Yuchuan replied evenly, his tone calm but notably avoiding any mention of Tong Hua. Jiang Man's heart sank slightly. Why didn't he mention Tong Hua? If she were coming along, couldn't he just say so? It was just a simple business trip, why did Tong Hua have to be involved at all? Swallowing her annoyance, Jiang Man shifted the conversation. If this area is going to be developed into a resort, I think a cluster of small villas would be ideal. It would preserve privacy while being perfect for family vacations. City dwellers would find it much more comfortable. Lu Yuchuan nodded, his gaze still fixed on the rain-soaked landscape outside. No need to rush into decisions about how to develop it. We need to first uncover what makes this place unique. With so many resorts out there, why would people choose to come here? What does this place offer that others don't? That's the real question. Outside, the rain showed no signs of letting up, and Tong Hua's anticipation had already grown too strong to contain. She opened an umbrella and stepped out of the guest house. The buildings here were all crafted from wood, forming a three-story Sahyuan courtyard that exuded a timeless, rustic charm. Standing under the eaves, Tong Hua inquired with the front desk about the area before heading out, umbrella in hand, along the mossy stone path leading deeper into the village. Less than 100 meters from the guest house, she came upon two homes, one an old wooden house, the other built of red bricks and tiles. Tong Hua paused to take in the scene, observing the architecture carefully. She guessed that such places were the most likely spots to find spiderwebs. Resolute, she made her way toward the first house, undeterred by the rain. Under the eaves of the wooden house, an elderly woman sat on a small bench, her gaze fixed on the misty green mountains in the distance. When she noticed Tong Hua approaching, the woman slowly stood, her eyes filled with a quiet curiosity. Hello, ma'am. Would it be all right if I sat with you for a bit? Tong Hua asked, her floral-patterned umbrella shielding her from the drizzle, her face warm with a gentle smile. The woman nodded, her expression brightening with a welcoming smile. Of course, of course. The elderly woman's children worked far away, and her husband had passed 2 years prior. She had long grown used to solitude, so having someone visit her was a pleasant surprise. Tong Hua quickly struck up a friendly conversation, speaking warmly while discreetly observing the eaves of the old house. The damp air after the rain felt especially fresh, and her patience soon paid off. Hidden in a corner of the eaves, she spotted an intricately woven spiderweb, its delicate threads adorned with raindrops that sparkled like a string of natural crystal beads. What are you taking pictures of, dear? The elderly woman asked, offering Tong Hua a small piece of bread. Tong Hua accepted it with a grateful smile and explained her fascination with spiderwebs. Each morning, these webs glisten in the sunlight. Look at their shapes, they are so unique, like Waniofakin necklaces. The woman chuckled, a trace of pride in her voice. Yes, some are intricate, others simple, but they're all beautiful. You'll find plenty of them in the overgrown fields too. The rain continued to patter against the eaves as Tong Hua and the woman chatted warmly. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan emerged from the guest house's back courtyard, holding a black umbrella. His figure, stark and resolute against the rain, stood in sharp contrast to the quaint, time-worn village around him. Tong Hua quietly listened to the sound of the rain. The delicate pitter-patter felt like a gentle melody, wrapping softly around her ears. Her gaze pierced through the veil of rain, landing on the lush greenery nourished by the downpour. A sense of emotion welled up in her heart. In such a fast-paced life, being able to experience this serene connection with nature was truly a rare and healing comfort. Yes, the elderly woman beside her sighed softly, her eyes wistfully gazing into the distance. But I heard this place might be developed into a resort soon. A resort? Tong Hua was momentarily taken aback and turned to look at the elderly woman. The woman nodded, her tone tinged with helplessness. I don't know what those big bosses are thinking. If they want to preserve this tranquility, they have to have some sentimentality. Tong Hua listened quietly, merely nodding in response. Her thoughts, however, did not associate the big boss with Lu Yuchuan. Her gaze once again fell on the surroundings. The rain-drenched leaves were adorned with glistening droplets, resembling strings of natural pearls decorating the vibrant branches. Spiderwebs stretched between the leaves, each strand holding trembling water droplets that refracted tiny bursts of light in the breeze. Every scene looked like an exquisite work of art, sparking endless design inspiration within her and lifting her spirits. Thank you so much for today, and for the bread. Tong Hua sincerely expressed her gratitude to the elderly woman, her tone carrying a hint of reluctance. Take care, dear, the woman said, watching her leave with concern. Be careful not to slip in the rain. Tong Hua opened her floral umbrella, nodded gently, and stepped into the rain. As she walked, her mind brimmed with flashes of inspiration, and she couldn't wait to turn those beautiful ideas into designs. The raindrops lightly tapped on her umbrella, accompanying her cheerful steps like a silent urging. As she entered the backyard of the inn, she unexpectedly came face to face with Lu Yuchuan, who was preparing to head out. In the misty rain, his tall figure appeared particularly distant and aloof. Their gazes briefly met in the air, and Tong Hua's steps faltered, her smile subtly fading. Lu Yuchuan clearly hadn't anticipated running into her here. His cold eyes swept over her, his brows showing a hint of displeasure. Tong Hua immediately sensed the subtle shift in atmosphere and hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I wasn't following you. I'm just here for inspiration, it's really just a coincidence." Her tone was urgent, tinged with helplessness, as she realized how implausible such a coincidence must seem to him. Sure enough, Lu Yuchuan's sharp gaze coldly scrutinized her, as if trying to see through her intentions. He had always disliked manipulative women, and this unexpected encounter only heightened his caution. Tong Hua felt uneasy under his piercing stare, but had no way to defend herself. She stood stiffly in place, unable to move. After a moment, Lu Yuchuan said nothing and simply walked away with his umbrella. As he passed by, the invisible pressure he exuded made her hold her breath, her scalp tingling. It wasn't until his figure disappeared into the rain that she exhaled deeply and hurriedly closed her umbrella, stepping into the backyard. Back in her room, Tong Hua immediately opened her laptop. The rainy day had inspired her creativity like a bubbling spring, and her fingers flew across the keyboard as she brought her ideas to life. Immersed in her world of design, she lost all sense of time. Before she knew it, lunchtime had arrived. In the inn's best-appointed dining area, Uncle Ku was personally overseeing the dishes. The menu had been carefully curated by him, and the chef was specially hired to ensure that the boss would find the meal satisfactory. Upstairs, in one of the rooms, Jiang Man was nervously preparing herself for lunch with the boss. She had chosen a new dress and was meticulously adjusting her makeup in front of the mirror, determined not to miss the opportunity to make an impression. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan returned from outside, umbrella in hand, and encountered Uncle Ku at the entrance. Uncle Ku quickly stepped forward, taking the folded black umbrella from him and speaking in a low voice, "Boss, Miss Tong is here as well. Should we invite her to join us for lunch?" Lu Yuchuan frowned slightly and glanced at Uncle Ku, his eyes questioning. Uncle Ku explained, "This morning right after you checked in, Miss Tong arrived in a taxi. She mentioned she was here seeking inspiration and seemed unaware of your presence. When she saw me, she looked genuinely surprised. Oh, and she asked me not to tell you, saying she didn't want to disturb you." Hearing this, Lu Yuchuan realized he might have misunderstood Tong Hua. His gaze darkened slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Send her lunch to her room." Understood. Uncle Ku nodded, feeling a sense of relief. After all, the two were married, and he naturally hoped for more warmth between them. Soon after, there was a knock on Tong Hua's door. She, fully engrossed in her design work, looked up in surprise before getting up to answer it. Standing at the door was Uncle Ku, holding a tray with a bowl of rice and 3 dishes with soup. "Hello, Miss Tong," Uncle Ku greeted with a smile. "The boss asked me to bring this for you." Tong Hua froze for a moment before snapping out of it. Quickly, she reached out to take the tray, her tone slightly flustered. "Thank you, please thank him for me." "Of course. Enjoy your meal. I'll be sure to pass on your thanks." Uncle Ku smiled and nodded before turning to leave. Closing the door, Tong Hua looked at the tray of food and felt a mix of emotions. Taking a deep breath, she carried the tray to her desk and quietly began her meal. Downstairs was a serene restaurant, its warm yellow lighting spilling across the cozy interior. The sound of raindrops pattering against the windows added a tranquil charm to the atmosphere. Across the table, Lu Yuchuan and Jiang Man sat facing each other. A few steaming signature dishes, fragrant and inviting, were laid out on the table alongside 2 bowls of rice. They each held a pair of chopsticks, quietly enjoying their meal. Lu Yuchuan's features were sharp and refined, like a masterpiece carved by the finest artist, exuding an innate air of nobility. Even as he ate, his movements were impeccably graceful, not a single unnecessary sound escaped, not even while sipping soup. His every gesture carried an aristocratic elegance. Opposite him, Jiang Man had changed into a pale blue dress, her earrings carefully chosen to complement her look. She sat primly, her face adorned with a gentle smile, savoring the moment as if sharing a cherished evening with someone dear to her heart. Occasionally, she would glance up at him, stealing a quick look, silently wishing for this fleeting moment to last just a little longer. Mimicking his quiet demeanor, she ate her meal without a sound, though her heart raced uncontrollably. The silence between them was broken only by the faint clinking of chopsticks and bowls. Lu Yuchuan remained quiet, and Jiang Man struggled to find the right words to start a conversation. Whenever they were alone, her mind seemed to go completely blank. I have a video conference this afternoon. If there's nothing urgent, don't contact me. Lu Yuchuan finally spoke, his tone calm as he set down his chopsticks and picked up a silk napkin to dab at his already clean lips. Alright, Jiang Man nodded in response, then added, the weather forecast says the rain won't stop until 7 tonight. It might be better to head into the village early tomorrow morning. Lu Yuchuan replied simply before standing up and leaving. Jiang Man sat in her chair, watching his tall, commanding figure fade into the distance, a pang of disappointment rising in her chest. Was he going to see Tong Hua? He had brought Tong Hua along but hadn't invited her to join them for dinner. What did that mean? Or had Tong Hua followed him here on her own? Her thoughts spiraled into confusion, her previous assumptions now wavering as unease crept into her heart. The rain outside continued its steady rhythm, echoing the gloom that settled over Jiang Man's mood. Meanwhile, Lu Yuchuan returned to his room and began his video conference. He had to sign an important contract online and personally review and amend its content. His fingers moved deftly over the keyboard, swiftly making over a dozen adjustments within seconds. His efficiency was astounding. This was just the preliminary data entry. Each section would still need to be meticulously verified. In every field he engaged in, Lu Yuchuan displayed an extraordinary level of professionalism. After the meeting ended, he grabbed a robe and headed into the bathroom to take a shower. As he unbuttoned his shirt, he noticed that the scars on his arm were no longer as pronounced as they once were. The folds of the skin had healed significantly, far more than he had expected after only a few treatments. Staring at his arm, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes, and a rare trace of excitement flickered within him. That girl really has some impressive medical skills, he murmured to himself. About half an hour later, Lu Yuchuan emerged from the bathroom, dressed in a white robe, his damp hair still carrying a faint scent of freshness. Even as he stood there casually, his presence was magnetic, impossible to ignore. Outside, the sky had darkened earlier than usual due to the rain, and the soft indoor lighting accentuated his striking features even more. Just as he finished drying his hair, a knock sounded at the door. Assuming it was Tong Hua, he opened it quickly, only to find Jiang Man standing there. She held a neatly folded stack of clothes in her hands, her face carrying a slightly awkward smile. Jiang Man began, her voice a bit hesitant. The water pipe in my room broke. Could I use your bathroom to take a shower? Lu Yuchuan's expression instantly cooled, finding her request absurd. But before he could respond, another voice interrupted from nearby. Secretary Jiang, why don't you use my bathroom instead? Tong Hua leaned against her doorway, a sly smile playing on her lips. It's definitely inconvenient for you to be in Mr. Lu's room. After all, he's a married man, and with your superior-subordinate relationship, who knows what the media might make of it if they found out. Jiang Man maintained her polite smile, but anger bubbled beneath the surface, threatening to erupt. She wanted nothing more than to throw this infuriating woman out the window. Suppressing her emotions, she turned to Tong Hua and replied evenly, her tone laced with a subtle chill. Thank you. Don't mention it, Tong Hua said with a smirk, stepping aside to let her in. Once inside Tong Hua's room, Jiang Man took a deep breath to calm herself. But just as she turned her head, she saw Tong Hua heading straight toward Lu Yuchuan's room. I'd like to have a word with you, Tong Hua said, standing at his door. Perfect timing. I need to speak with you as well, Lu Yuchuan replied indifferently, turning to walk back into his room. Tong Hua followed him inside and closed the door behind her. From a distance, Jiang Man saw the entire interaction unfold, her heart sinking with a mix of bitterness and frustration. The rain outside continued to fall steadily, but inside, her emotions were already in turmoil. The CEO had just finished his shower, draped in a loosely tied bathrobe, with damp strands of hair casually falling over his forehead, exuding an air of relaxation and nonchalance. At that very moment, Tong Hua unexpectedly pushed the door open and walked in. Jiang Man, standing outside the room, froze, her expression darkening instantly. She clenched her teeth, fury bubbling up inside her. Didn't Tong Hua know that Lu Yuchuan was already married? If it hadn't been for this woman suddenly barging in, she could have smoothly entered that room herself. Now that things had come to this, she could only stomp her foot in frustration, feeling both wronged and resentful. Seething with anger, she turned on her heel and stormed back to her room, heading for the shower. Inwardly, she cursed. This woman is absolutely insufferable. She doesn't even have the slightest sense of propriety. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, the atmosphere was entirely different. Your medicine works well. The wound on my arm is already starting to heal, Lu Yuchuan remarked, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the injured area. Tong Hua immediately leaned in, grabbing his arm for a closer inspection of the wound's progress. Lu Yuchuan watched her quietly, his gaze soft and focused, a clear and serene expression evident in his features. The more one looked at him in that moment, the more comforting he appeared. That's amazing, Tong Hua said excitedly. I'll switch to another ointment now. Apply it 4 or 5 more times, and the results will be even better. Did you make this medicine yourself? Lu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity and disbelief. Of course. Tong Hua patted her chest confidently. I'm a bona fide traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. My mentor is incredibly skilled. As long as it's something I've taken on, you can trust me without hesitation. A minor injury like this? It's a piece of cake for me. Her confident and slightly smug demeanor made Lu Yuchuan chuckle softly. In that moment, a sliver of hope unexpectedly surfaced in his heart. Perhaps she really could cure his father's illness. His gaze softened, and his attitude toward her became noticeably less distant. By the way, thanks for having Uncle Ku send lunch to me. It was absolutely delicious. Tong Hua said cheerfully, then added, "Oh, and I wanted to explain why I showed up here in the first place." Lu Yuchuan didn't interrupt her, opting instead to listen quietly. Tong Hua enthusiastically recounted a chance encounter she had while waiting for the bus. She described spotting a spiderweb adorned with dewdrops, glistening like a piece of art, and couldn't resist snapping a photo of it. "Show me the photo you took," Lu Yuchuan said, his tone calm but noticeably gentler than before. Tong Hua opened her photo album on her phone and handed it to him. As Lu Yuchuan scrolled through the pictures, the spiderwebs shimmered under the sunlight, an awe-inspiring sight. "How is it? Isn't it stunning?" Tong Hua asked with a proud smile, clearly pleased with her discovery. Lu Yuchuan nodded, his tone still even. "So, are you planning to plagiarize Miss Spider's design?" "Don't make it sound so bad." Tong Hua immediately protested. "It just gave me a little inspiration, that's all. Of course, I'll add my own thoughts and creativity to it." Lu Yuchuan handed the phone back to her and said calmly, "Good luck." At that moment, Tong Hua's attention was caught by a plate of strawberries on the coffee table. She bent down, picked one up and popped it into her mouth, exclaiming, "Wow, these strawberries are so sweet. This is such a treat. Why doesn't my room have anything like this?" Hearing this, Lu Yuchuan smiled faintly, his deep voice carrying a magnetic quality. "If you like them, take them with you." "Really? Thanks, Mr. Lu." Tong Hua didn't hesitate, picking up the plate of strawberries with a beaming smile. "Well, I won't bother you anymore. Bye." Lu Yuchuan didn't stop her, simply watching as she left. Just as Tong Hua stepped out of the room, Jiang Man emerged from her own room, freshly showered. When she saw Tong Hua carrying the plate of strawberries, her brows furrowed instantly. "You're done with your shower?" Tong Hua glanced at her casually. "All right, I'm heading back to my room." With that, she strode into her room and shut the door behind her. Jiang Man stood there, still holding her change of clothes, her gaze fixed on Lu Yuchuan's closed door. A mix of emotions swirled inside her. Those strawberries were something she had carefully washed and brought over, yet he hadn't eaten a single one. Meanwhile, inside Lu Yuchuan's room, his phone suddenly buzzed with an incoming video call on WeChat. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was from his grandfather. His posture stiffened slightly. I knew this was a check-in call. His grandfather would undoubtedly want to see Tong Hua. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yuchuan didn't answer the call, though he was aware ignoring it wasn't an option. After some contemplation, he got up, walked out of his room, and knocked on Tong Hua's door. At that exact moment, Jiang Man, who had just come upstairs carrying a plate of desserts, was about to return to her room. She froze in her tracks when she saw the CEO standing at Tong Hua's door, completely stunned. She didn't open the door, so he knocked again, this time with more patience. At that moment, Tong Hua had just stepped out of the bathroom, draped in a loose-fitting robe. Her damp hair was still dripping water as she walked toward the door, towel in hand, drying her hair. Hearing the knock, she assumed it was room service and casually opened the door. However, when she saw Lu Yuchuan standing there, she froze, her whole body stiffening instantly. Out of instinct, she quickly retreated behind the door. Just then, Tong Hua's phone began to ring. It was a video call from her grandfather. Before she could react, Lu Yuchuan, holding the phone, stepped forward and entered her room without hesitation, closing the door behind him. "Hey!" Tong Hua gasped, her tone filled with disbelief. Down the hallway, Jiang Man, carrying a tray of desserts, stopped in her tracks. She stood frozen, her gaze fixed on Tong Hua's door, as if unable to process what she had just witnessed. Inside the room, Lu Yuchuan casually put an arm around Tong Hua's shoulder while using his other hand to swipe the screen and answer the video call. "Hello, Grandpa," he greeted warmly, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. Tong Hua, startled by his actions, hastily tugged at the neckline of her robe, trying to cover herself. She quickly ran her fingers through her damp hair, attempting to compose herself, and forced a smile. "Grandpa." On the screen, the elderly man lit up at the sight of the two of them standing so close together, especially with Tong Hua's post-shower appearance. His face was filled with excitement and satisfaction. "Hua, since Yuchuan brought you along on this business trip, treat it like a little vacation. Don't hold back. If there's anything you want to buy or need, just let him know." His tone was brimming with affection and anticipation. "Don't worry, Grandpa," Lu Yuchuan replied with a hint of indulgence in his voice. "I've already given Hua Hua a card. She can use it as much as she wants." "Yes, Grandpa. He's been very kind to me." "You don't need to worry," Tong Hua added, her smile strained as she clutched the neckline of her robe tightly. The old man chuckled heartily, his tone carrying a deeper implication. "I'm not worried, not at all. Yuchuan, Hua Hua, time is precious. Make the most of it and let me see a great-grandchild soon." After the call ended, the room fell silent, save for the gentle patter of rain outside. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Jiang Man finally snapped out of her daze. The tray of desserts in her hands trembled slightly. The warm yellow light illuminated her pale face as she looked down at the tray, pressing her lips together to suppress the bitterness in her heart. She took a deep breath and walked forward. As she passed Tong Hua's door, it suddenly opened. Lu Yuchuan stepped out, still holding his phone and now dressed in a bathrobe. His casual manner as he closed the door made Jiang Man pause mid-step. Their eyes met briefly in the quiet hallway. Forcing a smile, Jiang Man tried to mask her emotions and raised the tray of desserts. "Would you like to try this? It's one of the hotel's specialties, rarely available. I happened to come across it tonight. It's called." Before she could finish, Lu Yuchuan reached out and took the tray from her. "I'll take it." His abrupt response caught Jiang Man off guard, her words momentarily stuck in her throat. But she quickly nodded and replied, "All right." After handing over the tray, she added in a low voice, "Get some rest early. We've got an early start tomorrow to visit the village." "Okay." Lu Yuchuan nodded indifferently, his expression calm. Without saying goodnight, he turned and walked toward his room, only glancing at her briefly with a gentle look. Jiang Man stood rooted in place, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her dress. She watched his retreating figure, a faint sense of comfort rising in her heart. At least he wouldn't be staying in Tong Hua's room tonight. That, in her mind, suggested that their relationship might not be as close as it seemed. She consoled herself with the thought, if Tong Hua were truly his wife or someone special to him, they would be sharing a room, not staying in separate ones. With that, Jiang Man felt a strange sense of relief, even a hint of sweetness. Loving someone really does make one humble. A single glance or a kind word could be misinterpreted as affection. The next morning, the rain had stopped, but the air remained cold and damp. Jiang Man accompanied Lu Yuchuan to the village. She deliberately wore a thin jacket, and the chilly wind soon had her sneezing. Lu Yuchuan stood nearby, his gaze scanning the surroundings, observing the village. He seemed completely oblivious to her discomfort. Shrinking into her jacket, Jiang Man stole a glance at him and deliberately sneezed again. This time, Lu Yuchuan finally turned to her, his eyes landing on her. "Cold?" he asked. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Jiang Man's face as she nodded obediently, her gaze drifting to his suit jacket in hopeful anticipation. However, Lu Yuchuan made no move to take off his jacket. Instead, he frowned slightly and said in a detached tone, "If you knew it would be cold, why didn't you dress more appropriately?" His cool voice carried a hint of disapproval, as if he had seen right through her little ploy. Jiang Man froze, her smile faltering for a moment. The cold wind stung as she lowered her head, biting her lip quietly. She didn't say another word. Jiang Man was a smart woman, and she naturally picked up on the underlying meaning in Lu Yuchuan's words. Her face flushed with embarrassment, but she forced a smile and explained, "The forecast said it wouldn't rain today, so I thought the temperature might rise a bit." Lu Yuchuan didn't call out her excuse. He understood Jiang Man's feelings for him, but as a married man, he knew he had to avoid any potential misunderstandings and would never leave her with false hopes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tong Hua had left the house early. She had embarked once again on her unique web hunting journey, searching for spider webs adorned with dewdrops. Under the eaves, in the grass, she meticulously observed each one, even snapping photos with her phone. The glistening droplets, like strings of pearls, sparkled on the intricate threads of the webs. Each web, with its unique shape, displayed dewdrop patterns that were equally diverse and mesmerizing. As she admired this natural wonder, a thought crossed her mind. Isn't life much like these spider webs? Each person is a small spider, quietly weaving their own dreams. Even if insignificant, they give it their all. After wandering around, Tong Hua returned with a heart full of joy. As she neared the guest house, her gaze casually swept over the grass at her feet when, out of nowhere, a large patterned snake slithered out. She screamed in terror and instinctively turned to run, only to crash directly into a solid chest. Looking up, she was met with Lu Yuchuan's familiar face. Still shaken, she turned back to see the snake slithering closer, its tongue flicking menacingly, its fangs bared, sending shivers down her spine. "Lu Yuchuan, I'm scared." Tong Hua cried out instinctively, leaping onto him. Her legs wrapped tightly around his waist, and her arms clung desperately to his neck like an octopus. Lu Yuchuan reflexively supported her by holding her thighs, steadying her in his arms. Tong Hua shut her eyes, trembling uncontrollably, and urged him frantically, "Go, go, go." When she finally mustered the courage to open her eyes, she was met with Jiang Man's cold, disdainful glare. Tong Hua immediately felt a wave of guilt wash over her, but her fear of the snake left her mind blank, and she could only cling tightly to Lu Yuchuan. With a stern expression, Lu Yuchuan glanced at the snake, then turned and began walking away with Tong Hua in his arms. Jiang Man, seeing the snake approach, was so frightened that she instinctively moved closer to Lu Yuchuan. Though terrified, she didn't dare grab his arm and could only follow closely behind. As Jiang Man trailed them, her jealousy toward Tong Hua simmered. But then, her eyes inadvertently caught sight of a ring on Tong Hua's finger. Her heart sank. Was identical to the one on Lu Yuchuan's ring finger. In an instant, her mind raced back to the day she had found a ring near the restroom on the 11th floor of their office. Could it have been Tong Hua's? By the time they reached the Goose House's backyard, the snake had long disappeared. Jiang Man stopped in her tracks, staring blankly at Lu Yuchuan carrying Tong Hua further away. The scattered pieces of her suspicions finally came together into a clear and painful truth. Not far ahead, Lu Yuchuan stopped walking and released his hold on Tong Hua. In a calm tone he said, "You can get down now. The snake is gone." Tong Hua, still clinging to him rigidly, was too shaken to move. It wasn't until she heard his voice that she began to regain her composure. She loosened her grip and jumped down from his arms. But when she looked up again, her eyes met Jiang Man's piercing gaze, and panic surged within her. She knew that if Jiang Man got a good look at the ring on her finger, her identity as Mrs. Lu would be exposed. Lu Yuchuan turned to face Jiang Man, his eyes calm as they rested on her. Jiang Man slowly approached them, her gaze locked on the ring on Tong Hua's finger. She desperately hoped she was mistaken, but reality was often unforgiving. In this moment, Jiang Man felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath her feet. Tong Hua noticed Jiang Man's focus on her hand and instinctively tried to hide it, but the damage was done. Lu Yuchuan, realizing there was no longer any point in concealing the truth, reached out and placed a protective arm around Tong Hua's shoulders. Tong Hua froze, her face filled with shock as she turned to look at him. Lu Yuchuan spoke calmly, "Jiang Man, let me reintroduce her. This is my wife Tong Hua." Boom! Even though she had anticipated it, when those words came out of his mouth, Jiang Man's world shattered in an instant, as if struck by a thunderbolt. No one knew how many years she had secretly loved Lu Yuchuan, and no one understood the real reason behind her relentless efforts at work, who it was all for. "You're my secretary and to some extent, my friend. So there's no need to keep this from you," Lu Yuchuan said, his tone unexpectedly gentle, as if he were both comforting her and stating an undeniable truth. He turned his gaze to the girl nestled against his arm. His eyes, deep and tender, carried a hint of affection. This scene was like a dagger plunging straight into Jiang Man's heart. On the other side, Tong Hua froze in shock. She turned her head, unable to believe how candidly Lu Yuchuan had acknowledged her identity. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, Lu Yuchuan tightened his arm around her shoulders and said softly, "It's okay, Hua Hua. Jiang Man is one of us. You want to keep a low profile, and she won't say a word about it." Jiang Man felt as though her heart was being torn apart, but she knew she couldn't let a trace of her emotions show. Forcing a faint smile, she extended her hand. "Hello, Mrs. Lu." Tong Hua hesitated briefly but quickly composed herself. Although she harbored doubts about Jiang Man's intentions, as Lu Yuchuan's wife, she understood the importance of appearing gracious and composed. She lightly shook Jiang Man's hand and smiled faintly. "Hello, Secretary Jiang." Lu Yuchuan seemed pleased with the interaction. His gaze toward Jiang Man was calm and amicable, but when he looked at Tong Hua, his eyes overflowed with love. He wrapped his arm around Tong Hua's shoulders once more and led her upstairs. Jiang Man followed silently behind them, her emotions churning so violently that she felt as though she might drown in them. Back in her room, Jiang Man quietly closed the door and leaned against it. The pain in her chest became sharper, as if something was slowly and cruelly tearing her heart apart. She slid to the floor, wrapping her arms tightly around her knees, and tears began to stream down her face, unrestrained. Her gaze was unfocused, her thoughts in disarray. The agony of unrequited love weighed on her like an invisible mountain, suffocating her. He was so close, yet it felt as though an insurmountable distance stretched between them. She took a deep breath, but no amount of air could soothe the searing pain in her chest. But she had to face reality. Tong Hua was now Mrs. Lu, and no matter how exceptional Jiang Man was, she would never have a chance. Staying by Lu Yuchuan's side would only deepen her anguish. Watching him be gentle with someone else, listening to him speak lovingly to someone else was unbearable. A single thought crept into her mind: resignation. 2 days later, early morning at Junyu Group. In the elegant yet minimalist CEO's office, Lu Yuchuan, dressed in a perfectly tailored bespoke suit, walked in with steady strides. As soon as he settled into his chair, Jiang Man entered with a calm demeanor, holding an envelope in her hands. Her expression was composed, though it betrayed a hint of restrained emotion. Without saying a word, she handed him the envelope with both hands. The air in the room felt heavy, laden with unspoken tension. Lu Yuchuan's gaze fell on the resignation letter. His brows furrowed slightly, his emotions complex but carefully concealed. After a moment of silence, he looked up at Jiang Man and asked in a calm tone, "Would you consider transferring to a branch office?" Her heart skipped a beat. He wasn't stopping her from leaving. Instead, he immediately suggested an alternative. The realization hit her like a blow, twisting her heart painfully. She found herself at a loss for words. Lu Yuchuan reached out, took the resignation letter, and placed it casually on the desk. He spoke again, his tone indifferent. "Wherever you go, you'll need a job. I value your capabilities and hope you'll consider working at the branch office. The salary is negotiable." Bitterness welled up in Jiang Man's heart. His words weren't an attempt to make her stay. They were purely pragmatic, the reasoning of a businessman who wanted to retain an experienced employee. She knew him too, while this level-headed rationality was quintessentially Lu Yuchuan. Taking a deep breath, she finally nodded. She loved him too much to truly leave his orbit. Her original intention had been to use her resignation as a way to test his feelings, to see if he would try to keep her. But now, she felt more heartbroken than she had anticipated. Driving away from the company, Jiang Man could no longer hold back her tears. They streamed down her face uncontrollably. She regretted loving him so deeply. The saying "timing is everything" echoed in her mind, piercing her heart with every repetition. Meanwhile, back at the company, Mu Chen was stunned when he heard the news of Jiang Man's resignation. He rushed into the CEO's office, his expression filled with disbelief. "President Lu, why is Jiang Man resigning?" Lu Yuchuan, flipping through a document with his usual composure, replied without looking up, "She isn't resigning. She's being transferred to a branch office." Mu Chen frowned, his gaze lingering on the resignation letter on the desk. But he said nothing further. He understood that there were some matters he had no right to interfere with. The large office of the design department on the 11th floor has felt particularly quiet these past few days. Most of the designers have either gone out seeking inspiration or tucked themselves away in quiet corners, immersed in their creative processes. Tong Hua hasn't shown up either today. She went to Yulin Town, the place where she grew up, in search of medicinal herbs. Yulin Town remains just as she remembers it. Under the eaves, by the streams, hidden in plain sight, there are always small, unassuming plants of great value. These plants grow freely, and only those with expertise can truly appreciate their worth. Tong Hua's trip turned out to be quite fruitful. She dug up a piece of atractalodes, stripped off its leaves right there, keeping only the roots and stems, and squatted by the stream to carefully wash away the dirt. She plans to dry it and use it as medicine later. In addition, she picked some small, unnamed fruits, brown, red, and white tea, as well as various leaves, filling an entire bag to take back to the city. Over the past couple of days, Tong Hua has been busy formulating the second phase of medicine for Lu Yuchuan, while also working on her A Glimpse of Eternity series. Her days have been hectic yet fulfilling. By evening, when Lu Yuchuan returned home from work, Tong Hua had already timed everything perfectly, preparing dinner and waiting for him to join her. Far away in the old family home, his grandfather watched this scene through a tablet surveillance feed, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He silently felt relieved, thinking, "I was right after all. Hua is a good girl." At Lu Yuchuan's apartment on the 28th floor of Shuyanhuadu, the dining table was set with 3 dishes: sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried pork with chili, and steamed eggs. The dishes, though simple, carried the comforting taste of home. Having grown accustomed to gourmet delicacies, Lu Yuchuan found himself increasingly fond of Tong Hua's home-cooked meals, often going back for an extra bowl of rice. Seeing this, Tong Hua couldn't help but feel a small sense of satisfaction. After finishing dinner, Lu Yuchuan set down his chopsticks and spoke in an even tone. "Jiang Man has left Junyu headquarters." Tong Hua froze for a moment, looking up at him. After a brief hesitation, she asked, "Did you ask her to leave?" He replied nonchalantly, "She resigned on her own. I didn't try to stop her." Hearing this, Tong Hua didn't feel relieved. Instead, a trace of worry crept in. "Will her departure affect your work?" she asked. Lu Yuchuan paused slightly, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. Was she actually concerned about him? He quickly regained his composure and responded calmly, "It won't have any impact." Seeing his confidence, Tong Hua chose not to press further, though she couldn't shake a lingering unease. After all, Jiang Man had been a crucial executive at Junyu. Could she be privy to company secrets? Still, since Lu Yuchuan didn't seem inclined to discuss it further, she decided not to pry. Given that this matter might have something to do with her, Tong Hua didn't want her presence to interfere with his work. As per their usual arrangement, Tong Hua handled the cooking while Lu Yuchuan volunteered to do the dishes. He stood up and began clearing the table, his movements practiced and efficient. Let me help, Tong Hua offered softly, rolling up her sleeves as she joined him. You've had a long day at work. You must be tired. Such a simple sentence, yet it caught Lu Yuchuan off guard. In his life, everyone only ever saw his polished, successful side, the leader of Junyu, a legend in the financial world, untouchable. But no one had ever truly cared about how hard he worked. Tong Hua's words were like a warm breeze, quietly seeping into his heart. Tong Hua understood that their marriage wasn't born out of love. But since they had decided to spend their lives together, she wanted to try to love him, and she hoped he might grow to love her as well. This way, their future children could grow up in a home filled with love. She knew that most marriages in the world had little to do with romance, and the odds of one's partner also being their true love were slim. Still, she was willing to try. After they finished washing the dishes, Tong Hua dried her hands and said to Lu Yuchuan, "Go take a shower first. I've already prepared the second phase of the medicine, and I'll help you apply it afterward." "All right," Lu Yuchuan nodded, his tone carrying a hint of cooperation. He had come to trust Tong Hua's medical expertise, a trust that stemmed from her dedication and professionalism. Yet, when he thought about his father's condition, his emotions grew complicated. After all, his father's health left no room for error. When Lu Yuchuan went to take a shower, Tong Hua began preparing the medicine. With practiced skill, she ground the traditional Chinese herbs into a fine powder and mixed them into a thin paste using sesame oil. Her movements were meticulous and precise. To ensure sterility, she put on gloves, appearing both professional and cautious. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom until it abruptly stopped. Not long after, Lu Yuchuan emerged, wrapped in a bathrobe, his steps steady and purposeful. Tong Hua sat by the window, holding the medicine bowl in her hands. She lifted her gaze to meet his as he walked toward her. No matter how many times she looked at his face, she couldn't help but take a second glance. Lu Yuchuan's features were sharp and refined, exuding elegance and charm, a face so perfect it could only be described as that of a dream man. His tall, lean frame with broad shoulders and a narrow waist radiated a quiet strength. His deep, night-like eyes were especially captivating under the soft light. The slightly open bathrobe revealed his toned chest, carrying an effortless allure that only she had the privilege to witness. In that moment, the unique magnetism he exuded made her heart flutter uncontrollably. Lu Yuchuan sat down on the sofa, and Tong Hua stood, bringing the bowl of medicine over to him to tend to his wound. Even though the injury had already scabbed over and begun to heal, her movements remained gentle and cautious, careful not to cause him any pain. As she leaned forward, the proximity brought her closer to him. The light illuminated her face, her porcelain-like skin appearing smooth and delicate. A stray lock of hair fell near her ear, adding a touch of effortless allure to her appearance. Lu Yuchuan looked up, his gaze fixed on her face from this close distance, his expression deep and unreadable. A faint, pleasant scent lingered in the air. Unable to resist, he asked, "What perfume are you wearing?" "Huh?" Tong Hua was momentarily startled. She glanced at him before quickly lowering her head to continue applying the medicine. "I don't wear perfume." "Then why do you smell so nice?" His voice was low, tinged with curiosity. "It's the scent of the herbs," she replied calmly. "I sometimes use traditional Chinese medicine to regulate my health. When there are leftovers, I make them into fragrances to avoid waste." "I see." Lu Yuchuan nodded, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. "It smells really good." For a moment, he looked at her in a new light. This woman not only understood the art of using traditional medicine to care for her health, but also had the skill to create her own fragrances more alluring than anything sold on the market. This unexpected talent stirred something within the usually composed Lu Yuchuan. As Tong Hua softly applied the ointment, she asked in a quiet voice, "When you got injured back then, it must have hurt a lot, didn't it?" Lu Yuchuan froze slightly, his gaze returning to her. Her concern struck a chord deep within him, gently plucking at strings he thought had long since gone silent. No one had ever cared for him this attentively before. She had the ability to empathize with pain he had endured decades ago. "Although I don't know what happened back then," her voice carried a hint of sadness, but her hands remained careful as she tied the bandage with delicate precision, as if afraid to hurt him. "What is it?" Lu Yuchuan asked softly, his intense gaze locked on her face. Tong Hua pressed her lips together, her eyes reflecting a trace of heartache, but ultimately, she shook her head. She knew this man wouldn't easily share his past or open up his heart. Yet her quiet care had already caused an invisible wall within Lu Yuchuan to crack. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled Tong Hua into his arms. Before she could react, he leaned in and captured her lips in a kiss. Tong Hua's eyes widened in shock, her entire body stiffening against him. But as she sensed the longing and loneliness within him, she gradually relaxed, responding to him with a soft tenderness, even feeling a pang of sympathy for him. In that moment, Lu Yuchuan seemed like a solitary figure who had wandered in darkness for far too long, finally finding a glimmer of light. And Tong Hua, in this unexpected intimacy, felt a profound and indescribable tremor in her heart. The next morning, when Lu Yuchuan got up, Tong Hua was already awake. She offered softly, "Shall I change your bandage again?" "All right," he agreed without hesitation. Tong Hua adjusted her nightgown beneath the blanket, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Memories of the previous night replayed in her mind, making her heart race. She clumsily dressed herself, fastening her hair with a clip before heading off to retrieve the medicine, her movement still tinged with distraction. After carefully reapplying the bandage, she watched as Lu Yuchuan left. Then she lay back in bed, trying to catch a few more moments of sleep. But the lingering trace of his scent on the sheets brought back vivid images of the night before. To her surprise, she found herself falling for him just a little. From the moment they first met and registered their marriage, to the time he saved her and took her to the hospital to see her grandfather, every memory replayed in her mind like a film. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that behind Lu Yuchuan's cold exterior lay a man who was reliable and trustworthy. Perhaps he truly was someone she could depend on for the rest of her life. Unable to fall back asleep, Tong Hua got up, changed clothes, and after a quick wash, headed to the kitchen to cook a bowl of dumplings. As she ate, she hesitated for a moment before opening her phone. In the search bar, she typed the name Lu Yuchuan. She wanted to learn more about him. Soon, a 2-year-old interview caught her eye. To her surprise, the number of views had exceeded 1 billion. Tong Hua eagerly clicked on it, and the photo on the screen made her pause for a moment. The man's sharp, defined features, deep-set eyes, and extraordinary aura were striking. Yet, she felt that the photo didn't do him justice. Lu Yuchuan's presence was something no camera could fully capture. It was an innate elegance that could only be truly appreciated in person. In the photo, he lounged casually in the center of a white sofa, a black jacket draped carelessly over his shoulders. His demeanor exuded an effortless nobility and confidence that was captivating, even through the screen. It was no wonder the comment section was flooded with fans passionately calling him husband. The interview unfolded in a QA format, with detailed content. Lu Yuchuan's answers were candid and well-organized, covering topics like his academic journey, hobbies, career challenges, study methods, professional experiences, and future plans. He even touched on his ideal partner. At this point, Tong Hua froze, holding her breath as her eyes locked onto the screen. Today, Lu Yuchuan stood as the leading young tycoon with a net worth of billions, reigning over Junyu Group, a sprawling business empire with subsidiaries across the globe and operations spanning multiple industries. Junyu Group held a firm grip on the country's economic lifeline, becoming a revered name in the financial world. Previously, this colossal enterprise had been managed by his grandfather, but now it was under Lu Yuchuan's control. As Tong Hua read on, a question arose in her mind. What about Lu's father? She began scouring the internet for information about him but found nothing, not a single rumor or piece of gossip. It was as if the man had never existed. This only deepened her curiosity about the Lu family's elders. Lu's mother's cold and distant demeanor, his father's mysterious absence, this family seemed to hide too many secrets. In the interview, when the reporter asked about Lu Yuchuan's expectations for a life partner, his response was unexpected. With a serious expression, he said he would not get married. Tong Hua was stunned, unable to calm herself for a long time. Was it because of the woman named Shurian? Had she hurt him that deeply? That morning, in the Lamborghini heading to the office, Uncle Ka focused on driving while Lu Yuchuan, seated in the back, was unusually distracted. His thoughts wandered uncontrollably to a certain girl, Tong Hua. Her faint, delicate fragrance, her bright and kind smile when facing his grandfather, her graceful movements in the kitchen, her gentle care while applying medicine to his wounds, and even her figure in bed. At that thought, his body tensed involuntarily, and a flicker of complex emotion passed through his deep eyes. He didn't want to develop feelings for anyone, much less let down his guard. Yet this girl somehow managed to inch her way into his life. Realizing this, he felt a mix of resistance and helplessness, leaving him troubled. Meanwhile, at home, Tong Hua finished her breakfast and sat at her vanity, holding the rabbit-shaped necklace Lu Yuchuan had given her. She studied it carefully, a soft smile spreading across her face, her heart brimming with joy. It was a gift he had chosen for her, and that alone made her happy and content. She believed that as long as he was willing to make an effort for her, their marriage, though lacking love at first, could eventually grow into a habit. She wanted to nurture their relationship, build a happy life together, and looked forward to the future with optimism. If she could heal the injury on his arm, she was certain she could earn his trust and show him the sincerity of her heart. Before she knew it, Friday had arrived. As planned, they were to return to the family estate for dinner with his grandfather. To make sure everything was perfect, Tong Hua made a special trip to Fairytale Cottage, intending to bake some desserts herself to share with his grandfather and mother. Tong Hua, when are you finally going to bring your husband over for us to meet? Shan, one of the shop staff, teased while busy with her work, her tone laced with playful curiosity and a hint of disappointment. Oh, I've just been busy with work, Tong Hua replied casually with a smile, her hands never stopping. She deftly cracked an egg yolk into a bowl, added a spoonful of sugar, then poured in some cornstarch. Her movements were fluid and confident, exuding a practiced ease. Busy or not, you should introduce him to us sometime. Shan pressed on, her tone brimming with gossip-fueled excitement. Exactly. Tong Tong chimed in eagerly. I can't even imagine what kind of amazing guy it would take to match our boss. To Shan and Tong Hua was practically flawless. She didn't respond, keeping her head down as she continued working, but images of Lu Yuchuan involuntarily surfaced in her mind. His handsome, striking face brought an unbidden smile to her lips, a trace of happiness lighting up her expression. She spoke softly, let's talk about this some other time, and no one is allowed to ask again. With that, she poured fresh milk and added cheese slices into the bowl. Her actions were casual, without measuring the proportions, yet they conveyed a quiet confidence. Who's this for? Shan teased as she leaned closer, her tone playful. Is it for your husband? When did you get so nosy? Tong Hua shot her a glance, half-jokingly threatening. Have you finished the inventory check? Watch out, or I'll dock your pay. Though her words sounded stern, the smile on her face betrayed her amusement. She remained focused on the dessert she was preparing, her movements swift and precise. The timing was perfect, and soon the aroma of freshly baked milk pudding wafted through the air, filling the cozy space of the fairytale cafe. Just then, a message popped up on her phone from Lu Yuchuan. No overtime today. Remember to come back to the old house for dinner. Tong Hua quickly packed up the warm pudding, her mood visibly lifted as she left the shop. The lingering sweetness of the dessert clung to the air as her light-hearted steps carried her away, radiating joy. Watching her retreating figure, Shan sighed. You can just tell she's in love, it's written all over her face. This must be what marrying for love looks like. Did you see how high the corners of her mouth were? Tong nodded in agreement, and the two couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Standing by the roadside, Tong Hua sent her location to Lu Yuchuan. Before long, a sleek, familiar Lamborghini pulled up smoothly in front of her. Without waiting for Uncle Ku, the driver, to get out, she opened the door herself and slid into the seat. Good evening, Uncle Ku, she greeted warmly. Good evening, Miss Tong, the middle-aged man replied with a kind smile as he started the car. What's in the bag? Lu Yuchuan's gaze flicked to the package in her hands, his tone as cool and composed as always. Tong Hua held up the bag proudly, her voice carrying a hint of playful boasting. It's baked milk pudding I just made at the shop. Still warm. I brought it for your grandfather and your mom. My grandfather will enjoy it. My mom, Lu Yuchuan let out a faint, mocking laugh before turning his gaze to the window. His voice was indifferent as he cautioned, you'd better not waste your warmth on cold indifference. Tong Hua froze for a brief moment but wasn't discouraged by his words. She looked down at the bag in her hands, a determined glint flashing in her eyes. But she's still family, she said softly. I want to give it a try. I believe that in this world, with the right approach, anything can be resolved. Lu Yuchuan didn't respond. He neither supported nor opposed her persistence. To him, the matter didn't seem particularly significant. Yet a small part of him, buried deep within, longed for a change. If his mother could truly accept Tong Hua, it might bring him a rare sense of comfort, something he secretly yearned for after years of emotional distance. Before long, the Lamborghini rolled into the sprawling grounds of the Huating estate. The spacious courtyard was serene and elegant, the air faintly fragrant with the scent of flowers. At the center of the yard stood a towering ancient camphor tree, its dense canopy casting a wide shade. Beneath it, Grandpa Lu was leisurely playing chess with one of his attendants, sipping tea between moves. When the car came to a stop, Grandpa Lu placed his last chess piece on the board and smiled warmly. Grasping the dragonhead cane handed to him, he walked toward the car with steady steps, his face brimming with delight. My grandson and granddaughter-in-law have returned, he announced cheerfully. The car door opened, and Lu Yuchuan stepped out first, followed by Tong Hua, who bent down gracefully as she exited. Grandpa, she called out sweetly, her face lighting up with a bright smile. Grandpa, Lu Yuchuan greeted in a lower, more reserved tone. Good evening, sir, Uncle Ko added respectfully. Grandpa Lu's eyes swept over them with satisfaction, his smile deepening. He tapped his cane lightly on the ground, as if savoring the sense of family that surrounded him. The followers who had come along bowed respectfully to the young couple, their voices uniform and reverent. Young master, young madam. Hello, everyone, Tong Hua replied with a gentle smile, her tone warm and courteous. Her gaze swept across the group, carrying a touch of friendly warmth. Upon seeing them, the old master's face immediately lit up with a broad smile, his enthusiasm evident as he waved them over. Come. The kitchen is preparing dinner right now. Tonight's menu is something special, new dishes. I'm sure you'll love it. Following the old master into the main villa, Tong Hua handed him a bag she was carrying, her tone tinged with a bit of anticipation. Grandpa, I made some milk pudding myself. It's silky smooth. You should give it a try. The old master's eyes sparkled at her words. He eagerly reached out to take the bag, feeling the warmth through it, his joy spilling over into his expression. You're so thoughtful. Still warm too. Yes, I just made it, Tong Hua replied with a bright smile. The old master, brimming with happiness, looked at her fondly. He couldn't help but gently pat her head, his tone full of praise. Thank you, Hua Hua. You're such a thoughtful and kind child. He turned to Lu Yuchuan, his eyes filled with pride. Look at your wife, what a wonderful girl. Lu Yuchuan's lips curved into a faint smile, his expression warm, though he said nothing. Still holding two other bags, Tong Hua spoke to the old master once they entered the living room. Grandpa, I'll head to the backyard first to deliver these. The old master's expression shifted slightly, his tone turning a bit more serious as he frowned. You're married to Yuchuan now. Why are you still calling her auntie? You should start calling her mom. Tong Hua smiled faintly but didn't directly respond. She simply nodded lightly before heading toward the backyard. Her steps were steady and composed, but as she walked away, Lu Yuchuan's gaze followed her, faintly tinged with worry. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to follow her to see what was happening. The path from the main villa to the backyard was not far, only about 100 or 200 meters. Tong Hua walked along the stone pathway laid through the lawn, step by step making her way toward the Buddha hall in the backyard. The hall's doors were open, and the Buddha statues inside were clearly visible. However, Han Yunji was nowhere to be seen. Just as Tong Hua stepped into the hall, she saw Yuanma accompanying Han Yunji as they slowly descended the stairs. The moment Han Yunji's eyes fell on Tong Hua, her expression grew even colder. Her already distant face now carried an unmistakable look of disdain, her gaze icy as winter snow. Yuanma also stopped in her tracks, her eyes flickering between the two women, unsure of how to react. Good afternoon, auntie. Hello, Yuanma. Tong Hua greeted softly, a gentle smile on her face. She then raised the bag in her hand slightly, her tone carrying a hint of expectation. I made some milk pudding myself. It's still warm, I hope you'll like it. Han Yunji did not respond. She continued descending the stairs, and Yuanma hurried after her. Tong Hua's gaze followed them, her eyes holding a trace of hope. Once she reached the bottom of the stairs, Han Yunji stopped about 3 meters away from Tong Hua. She neither spoke nor moved to take the bag. The atmosphere turned cold and tense, and only after some hesitation did Yuanma step forward to accept the bag. Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Thank you, young madam. Seeing Yuanma accept the bag, Tong Hua's face relaxed into a faint smile. I won't disturb you any further. See you at dinner. With that, she turned to leave. However, just as she took a few steps, a soft sound of something being discarded reached her ears. Tong Hua froze mid-step and instinctively turned around. She saw Han Yunji standing by the trash can, the bag no longer in her or Yuanma's hands. Tong Hua's gaze slowly shifted to the trash can, where she faintly made out the familiar bag inside. Lifting her head, she met Han Yunji's cold and disdainful stare. A sharp pang struck her heart. Yuanma stood nearby, her expression flustered. She seemed to want to explain but dared not speak, lowering her head instead. Tong Hua quickly composed herself and walked away, her steps steady as before. She hadn't gone far when she ran into Lu Yuchuan. From where he stood, the bag in the trash can was plainly visible. His gaze swept over the discarded food, his expression impassive and unreadable. Tong Hua merely glanced at him before walking past, heading back to the main villa. Her mood felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over it, leaving her utterly chilled. The feeling of extending a kind gesture only to be harshly rejected was something only those who had experienced it could truly understand. She sighed inwardly. Her mother-in-law's dislike of her was perhaps not personal but rather tied to Lu Yuchuan. What kind of unresolved issues lay between this mother and son? She resolved to find an opportunity to ask the old master, perhaps that would lead to a breakthrough. Back in the main villa, the old master invited her to play chess with him. Tong Hua sat down, her face once again adorned with a smile. Feeling that the timing was right, she happily agreed to accompany him in a game. After the servant served tea and snacks, they quietly left the room. Now, the only people present were Tong Hua and the elderly man, seated across from each other at the chessboard. Lu Yuchuan had yet to appear. Tong Hua gently pinched a chess piece between her fingers before placing it on the board. Then she raised her head and spoke softly, "Grandpa, there's something I want to ask you." The old man with kind eyes and a gentle tone replied, "What is it, child?" Tong Hua paused for a moment, her gaze lowering slightly as she spoke slowly. "Is there some kind of misunderstanding between Lu's mother and Yuchuan?" The elderly man's brows lifted slightly at her words, though his tone remained calm. "Why do you ask?" The brief question caught Tong Hua off guard. She raised her eyes to meet his, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Their relationship doesn't seem like that of a typical mother and son. I haven't seen them interact at all. It feels distant." The old man let out a light chuckle and waved his hand dismissively. "There's no misunderstanding, I think. Yuchuan has always been independent. He didn't live at home during his school years and later worked at a branch office to gain experience, spending most of his time away from Rongqing. As children grow older, it's natural for the relationship to feel a bit more distant. Though his words were delivered casually, as though describing something commonplace, Tong Hua keenly sensed something unusual. When the old man paused briefly, she immediately pressed further. And what else? The old man glanced at her, his expression tinged with helplessness. He slowly placed a chess piece on the board and sighed. And then there's the fact that Yuchuan's father has been ill for many years. His mother, Yunji, has devoted herself entirely to caring for him. She's been physically and emotionally drained, leaving little energy for other interactions. Yunji's personality has always been like this, and take it to heart. Lu's father has been ill for years. Tong Hua murmured these words to herself, her heart stirring with unease. With her knowledge of medicine, she found it hard to comprehend. In a family as prominent as the Lu's, what kind of doctor couldn't they hire? And what illness could possibly remain untreatable? She raised her head and asked, "Grandpa, what kind of illness does Lu's father have?" Just as the old man was about to answer, footsteps echoed from a distance. Lu Yuchuan's figure came into view. The old man looked up at him, his tone filled with affection. "Yuchuan?" Tong Hua followed his gaze to see Lu Yuchuan approaching. It was clear the old man had no intention of continuing the previous conversation, and Tong Hua tactfully refrained from asking further. Lu Yuchuan sat beside the old man and began reporting on work matters. When the two discussed important projects, they did not avoid Tong Hua's presence. She listened quietly while continuing the chess game with the old man. Though she didn't delve into the specifics of their conversation, she could sense the significance of the projects. Before long, it was time for dinner. The table was laden with meticulously prepared dishes, evidently arranged as a warm welcome for their return. Two nourishing soups specifically made for expectant mothers stood out. The old man ladled a bowl for Tong Hua and spoke with concern. "Hua Hua, have some more." Tong Hua looked down at the bowl, fully aware of the old man's intentions. He was likely worried that she might already be pregnant without realizing it, given that she and Lu Yuchuan were newlyweds, sharing the same bed every night. At that moment, Han Yunji arrived fashionably late, appearing at the entrance of the dining room. Tong Hua quickly stood up and greeted her politely. "Auntie." The old man's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "Hua Hua, why are you still calling her auntie? You're already married to Yuchuan." Tong Hua was momentarily stunned. She glanced at Han Yunji, only to sense the cold, distant aura emanating from her, leaving Tong Hua unsure of how to respond. "Come on, change it. Call her Mom," the old man urged. Under considerable psychological pressure, Tong Hua forced a faint smile and softly called out Mom. Han Yunji gave a slight nod, her response indifferent. It was apparent that she only acknowledged the greeting out of respect for the old man's presence. She then walked over to the old man and personally served him a bowl of soup. The meticulous gesture didn't escape Tong Hua's notice, stirring complex emotions within her. This Lu matriarch's reverence for the old man seemed heartfelt, as though he were the sole focus of her attention in this household. However, her attitude toward Lu Yuchuan was starkly different. Even when Lu Yuchuan addressed her, she responded with little more than a perfunctory acknowledgement, or more often, complete disregard. Tong Hua observed this dynamic, her curiosity deepening. What had happened in this family? Why was the relationship between mother and son so distant? Could the burn scar on Lu Yuchuan's arm have anything to do with his mother? By the time dinner ended, Tong Hua had yet to witness any interaction between Lu Yuchuan and Han Yunji. The strained family dynamics left her utterly perplexed. After dinner, Lu Yuchuan followed his mother to the Buddhist hall in the backyard, while Tong Hua stayed where she was, her gaze lingering in the direction they had left. The night breeze carried a slight chill, causing her to shiver involuntarily. There was something unsettling about tonight, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Not far away, a figure quietly approached. Tong Hua turned her head and was startled to see Yuan Ma. She froze briefly, clearly not expecting to encounter her here. "Miss Tong," Yuan Ma's voice was low, yet it carried an uncharacteristic hint of kindness. She looked at Tong Hua with a subtle note of warning in her tone. "You don't need to go out of your way to please madam. She will never like you." Tong Hua was taken aback, a faint unease rising in her chest. She couldn't help but ask why. Yuan Ma let out a soft sigh and shook her head without offering a direct answer. Without another word, she turned and walked steadily toward the Buddhist hall. Tong Hua watched her retreating figure, Yuan Ma's cryptic words echoing in her ears, leaving her feeling a pang of melancholy. Not long after, Lu Yuchuan emerged from the Buddhist hall, carrying a bag in his hand. His steps were steady, but there was a noticeable chill in his demeanor. Tong Hua's eyes widened in surprise when she realized what was inside the budget was the roasted milk pudding that his mother had thrown into the trash earlier. Before she could recover from her shock, Lu Yuchuan had already approached her. With one swift motion, his long arm wrapped around her, effortlessly leading her away. "Let's go," he said calmly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Tong Hua obediently followed him, sensing the cold aura emanating from him. She lowered her head, deep in thought. Had he just stood up for her? Before long, the two of them reached the courtyard. After briefly bidding farewell to his grandfather, Lu Yuchuan headed toward the Lamborghini, where Uncle Ku had already opened the car door. He gestured for Tong Hua to get in first before settling in beside her. The door closed, and the roar of the engine shattered the quiet of the night. The atmosphere inside the car was a little heavy. Tong Hua stole a glance at him, her gaze landing on the bag in his hand. Lu Yuchuan's expression was cold and distant, clearly in a bad mood. Yet, despite this, a wave of warmth surged through her heart. His determination to retrieve the pudding touched her deeply, replacing her earlier feelings of disappointment with a flicker of joy she couldn't quite suppress. The drive was silent, but the tension gradually eased. When they arrived home, they took the elevator upstairs without exchanging a word. Once inside the apartment, Lu Yuchuan placed the bag on the dining table, opened it, and took out the soft and creamy roasted milk pudding. Then, without a word, he went to the kitchen and returned with 2 spoons. He didn't say much. Instead, he handed one of the spoons to Tong Hua. She took it, flashing him a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with light. Scooping up a spoonful of the pudding, she held it up to his lips and asked cheerfully, "Want a taste?" Lu Yuchuan gazed at her, his eyes lingering on her clear, bright eyes. Something stirred within him. He opened his mouth slightly and accepted the pudding. Its sweet, smooth flavor was pleasant, but it couldn't compare to the warmth he felt in this moment. Tong Hua didn't bring up anything unpleasant. Leaning casually against the dining table, she picked up the pudding container and alternated between feeding him and asking lighthearted questions. "Have you been busy with work lately?" "Not too bad," Lu Yuchuan replied in a low voice. Sitting face-to-face with her, he seemed slightly uneasy. Perhaps it was the overly bright lighting in the dining area, which made everything between them feel so exposed. Then Tong Hua offered him another spoonful, her tone curious. "Has Jiang Man's departure affected your work much?" "She only transferred to a branch office. She's still handling the same business," Lu Yuchuan said evenly, though he seemed uncharacteristically willing to explain. "Mu Chen can manage on his own. Most of the responsibilities that fall to me, I've always handled myself. Of course, CEO Lu is simply irreplaceable." Tong Hua teased, her eyes full of admiration. Lu Yuchuan looked into her bright eyes and warm smile, and something hardened within him seemed to soften. He could sense that Tong Hua genuinely wanted to be a good wife and was making an effort to nurture their marriage. Perhaps he should try to meet her halfway and make this relationship a little smoother. After finishing the pudding, Lu Yuchuan's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. It was his grandfather calling. Tong Hua quietly observed as he answered, noticing a faint furrow appear between his brows. "Yuchuan, your aunt will be returning from abroad the evening after tomorrow. Go pick her up at the airport." His grandfather's voice came through, firm and commanding. Lu Yuchuan remained silent, a trace of displeasure flashing across his face. Tong Hua noticed the subtle change in his expression and felt a twinge of worry, but she didn't interrupt. She simply waited quietly, giving him space to respond. She gently tapped his arm, pulling him back to reality. Lu Yuchuan raised his gaze and said in a low voice, "I'll send someone instead. I have plans the day after tomorrow. I haven't even told you the time yet, and you're already refusing?" On the other end of the phone, his grandfather's tone grew stern, clearly seeing through his excuse. Lu Yuchuan didn't bother to hide his displeasure. His expression darkened like a frost-covered winter morning. He picked up his phone and headed straight to the study. Tong Hua watched his tall, lean figure disappear behind the door. Inside, he walked to the window, one hand in his pocket, speaking to his grandfather in a low tone. Although his words were muffled, the irritation in his voice was unmistakable. She caught a subtle detail: this man seemed to have a strained relationship with his aunt. It wasn't hard to deduce, considering the cold, distant interactions between him and Lu Buochuan. Tong Hua originally wanted to ask about his father's health, but the atmosphere felt so tense that she wisely chose to stay silent and left the study. "You think you're the only one who knows about you sending someone to rough up Buochuan? Don't underestimate your aunt." His grandfather's voice on the phone was low but carried an undeniable authority. "She won't blame you, and there's no evidence against you. But this time, you must go to the airport to pick her up." Lu Yuchuan furrowed his brows, frustration rising in his chest, yet he couldn't find a reason to argue back. His grandfather's orders felt like a heavy stone pressing down on him, leaving no room for defiance. He stood silently, gripping his phone, the night outside reflecting in his cold, sharp eyes, making them look even darker. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Steam blurred Tong Hua's face as she showered. Her mind wandered back to the icy look Lu's mother gave her earlier. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't decipher the older woman's thoughts. After several encounters, the only impression Tong Hua had was that Lu's mother was unfathomable. In the study, the call had ended. His grandfather's instructions were crystal clear: Lu Yuchuan had to go to the airport. He stood by the window, staring coldly at the city lights outside, his grip on the phone tightening slightly. His entire demeanor exuded resistance, as if he had been tasked with solving an impossible problem. The night deepened. In the master bedroom, Tong Hua lay on the wide, soft bed beside Lu Yuchuan after her shower. She could sense his low spirits, his very breathing careful and subdued. She closed her eyes but couldn't help recalling the night he had walked out of the temple holding a bag of baked milk. Under the dim light, she hadn't seen his expression clearly, but at that moment, his figure had struck her as incredibly handsome. She began to wonder what had happened in the temple that evening. Had he and his mother argued? If his mother had seen him retrieve that bag of baked milk from the trash, what would her reaction have been? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Suddenly, it dawned on her that his actions might not have been for her but rather a form of defiance against his mother. Her heart sank. Could this small incident worsen their already strained relationship? After all, her original intention had been to help mend the bond between mother and son. On Sunday morning, Lu Yuchuan stayed home instead of going to the office. From the moment he got up, his face was clouded with displeasure, as if his bad mood was written all over him. Tong Hua quietly made dumplings for breakfast, not daring to say much, afraid of triggering his temper. It wasn't until his aunt called that the silence was broken. The middle-aged woman on the other end spoke warmly. Yuchuan, do you have time today? What time is your flight? He interrupted her directly, his tone cold and laced with impatience. Lu Miling didn't bother with pleasantries either and bluntly gave him the time. All right, he replied curtly and hung up immediately, not even sparing an extra word for politeness. The only reason he agreed to pick her up was out of respect for his grandfather. In his eyes, Lu Miling and Lu Buochuan were cut from the same cloth, inept but always scheming for a piece of Junyu Group. His mood grew even darker, his brows furrowing as if the entire weekend was shrouded in an unrelenting gloom. Although Lu Yuchuan was young, his years of secretly managing the company had given him a sharp insight into many matters and a meticulous mind. At this moment, Tong Hua wasn't at the office but was instead alone in another study, working on a design. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow on the desk. She was in an excellent state of mind, with inspiration flowing freely. The necklace design she sketched was already taking shape, delicate and unique. Suddenly, the notification sound of her phone broke the silence. Tong Hua picked it up and saw a message from Mr. Moon on Xia Hongshu. He was asking what she was up to. Seeing the message, her mood instantly lightened. Smiling, she quickly replied, telling him she had just created a piece she was particularly satisfied with. He congratulated her, and their conversation naturally shifted to creative ideas, eventually touching on his upcoming travel plans. He mentioned that he would soon be visiting Rongqing. Just then, Lu Yuchuan walked in with a cup of warm milk. There was still a trace of gloom in his expression, but when he saw Tong Hua smiling while typing on her phone, his gaze subtly hardened. Who are you chatting with that's making you so happy? His tone was calm but carried a faint chill. Placing the milk down on the desk, he suddenly reached over and snatched the phone from her hands. Hey! Tong Hua reacted quickly, reaching out to grab it back, but he effortlessly avoided her. Taking a step back, Lu Yuchuan glanced at the screen, his eyes narrowing slightly as they returned to her. Mr. Moon? You're secretly chatting with another man? There wasn't a hint of humor in his voice, and his gaze was sharp, as if waiting for her to explain. Tong Hua froze for a moment, realizing how much this mattered to him. She quickly clarified in earnest. Mr. Moon is just an online friend of mine, also a designer. We've never met in person. Lu Yuchuan's expression darkened further, and his voice dropped. A soulmate? There was an indefinable emotion in his eyes. No, not a soulmate. Tong Hua denied hurriedly. He's just an ordinary friend. He's only coming to Rongqing for work. So you're planning to meet up in person? Lu Yuchuan pressed, his tone laced with obvious displeasure. No, absolutely not. Tong Hua shook her head vehemently. However, Lu Yuchuan glanced at the messages on her phone again, his expression growing colder. You're lying. You're clearly discussing meeting up. Tong Hua faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. You can meet, but I'm coming with you, Lu Yuchuan stated evenly, handing the phone back to her. I have a right to know who he is, and he has a right to know you're married. Before Tong Hua could respond, he placed her phone back on the desk and spoke in a slightly gentler tone. Drink the milk while it's warm. With that, he turned and left the study. Tong Hua stared at his retreating figure, vaguely sensing a hint of jealousy in the air, though she wasn't entirely sure. Yet his earlier words, drink the milk while it's warm, carried a trace of care that left her momentarily stunned before she snapped back to reality. At 3 p.m., Lu Yuchuan drove to the airport. Sitting in the driver's seat, his handsome face was set in a cold, stern expression, his gaze deep and unreadable. On the way, he received a phone call from Lu Miling. On the other end, her tone was warm yet carried an air of insistence. Yuchuan, come pick me up at the Victoria Hotel. I'm already here. Lu Yuchuan frowned slightly, sensing that something was off. Your aunt's waiting for you. Before he could respond, the call abruptly ended. He contemplated for a moment, then casually set the phone aside. At the next intersection, he turned the car around and headed toward the Victoria Hotel. He decided to see for himself what she was up to. Not long after, a limited edition Lamborghini pulled up smoothly in front of the hotel. Lu Yuchuan stepped out, his stride steady as he entered the building. Following the lead of the lobby manager, he arrived at a private lounge. He raised his hand and rang the doorbell. The door opened quickly, revealing a middle-aged woman with a familiar smile on her face. Yuchuan, come on in. Aunt. Lu Yuchuan greeted coolly, stepping into the lounge. The room was elegantly decorated with a traditional aesthetic. A few blooming plum blossoms in a vase on the table filled the air with a faint, pleasant fragrance. Tea had already been prepared. He walked directly to the tea table, where 2 bouquets of fresh flowers were placed, and took a seat. His commanding presence was palpable, making the atmosphere slightly tense even without him saying a word. Lu Miling approached in high heels, her smile unwavering as she personally poured him a cup of tea. She began with casual conversation. Busy with work lately, Yuchuan? Without answering, Lu Yuchuan asked calmly, when did you arrive? Why didn't you let me pick you up from the airport? Here, have some tea first, Lu Miling said with a smile, handing him the cup. She then explained, my flight arrived early, and I happened to run into a friend, so I came here with him. Switching gears, her smile deepened. But still, congratulations are in order, Yuchuan. Lu Yuchuan took a sip of tea, the rich aroma of pu'er spreading across his palate. He raised his eyes to the woman sitting across from him, expecting her to bring up his recent engagement. However, Lu Miling spoke of something else entirely. How are you adjusting to the position of the new company president? Feeling any pressure? Her gaze carried a hint of probing, as if trying to discern his inner thoughts. Lu Yuchuan's lips curved into a faint smile, his tone calm and composed. Pressure brings motivation, doesn't it? Every young person has their share of pressure. He studied her, attempting to read something from her ever-smiling eyes. Could she truly be unaware? He had long since taken control of the company behind the scenes. Or perhaps she was merely pretending not to know. Lu Miling retained her usual elegance, asking softly, is the work tiring? Are you coping well? Not bad, Lu Yuchuan replied nonchalantly, clearly disinterested in delving further into the topic. At that moment, Lu Miling's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and then stood up, politely saying, excuse me, Yuchuan, I need to take this call. With that, she turned and left the room. Lu Yuchuan remained seated on the sofa, sipping his tea while pondering Lu Miling's intentions. Why had she invited him to the hotel today? What was her motive? 5 minutes passed, and he had already finished 3 cups of tea, yet no answers emerged. But suddenly, an unusual sensation surged through his body, a strange heat rising from within. He gripped the teacup tightly, his sharp gaze narrowing. This feeling was all too familiar, had been drugged. Anger flared within him, but his composure prevailed. He slammed the teacup onto the table with a crisp sound and, suppressing the discomfort, stood up and headed toward the door. As he opened the door, a slender girl suddenly bumped into him, colliding directly with his firm chest. Startled, she looked up, her dark eyes first filled with surprise, then lighting up with a hint of joy. Yuchuan Jage. Her soft, sweet voice seemed capable of melting hearts. The collision only intensified the heat coursing through Lu Yuchuan's body. His expression darkened as he pushed the girl aside and strode forward. She hurriedly chased after him, grabbing his arm with a mix of urgency and grievance. Yuchuan Jage. Don't you remember me? Ran. Lu Yuchuan, feeling as though poison was coursing through his veins, only managed a few steps before the effects of the drug grew stronger, clouding his consciousness. Gritting his teeth against the overwhelming sensation, he shook her hand off with force, giving her a shove before continuing toward the exit. Su Ran stumbled from the push, her high heels twisting awkwardly beneath her. She nearly fell but caught herself against the wall. A sharp pain shot through her ankle, rendering her unable to move. She watched as Lu Yuchuan's figure disappeared down the hallway, her heart racing with worry but her injury preventing her from following. Outside the hotel, the night wind brushed against his face. Lu Yuchuan yanked open the door of his Lamborghini and practically collapsed into the driver's seat. Battling the fire burning within him, he started the engine, and the car roared to life, speeding off like a bullet as he headed straight for Shinhuadu. One hand on the steering wheel, he grabbed his phone with the other and dialed Tong Hua's number. Damn it, he cursed when the call went unanswered. His expression grew even darker as his head pounded and his vision blurred. He knew that if he didn't resolve this soon, his body might give out. Slamming his foot on the accelerator, the car hurtled forward even faster. Just as his patience was wearing thin, the ringing ceased, and the call connected. Tong Hua's voice came through the line. Hello, Yuchuan? Are you home? Lu Yuchuan's voice was hoarse, laced with suppressed pain. Wait for me. With that, he ended the call abruptly. On the other end of the line, Tong Hua held her phone, her brows furrowing in concern. She had sensed something was wrong from his tone but chose not to call back, instead waiting anxiously at home for his arrival. Not long after, Lu Yuchuan arrived at Huadu. He pushed open the door, and Tong Hua immediately got up to greet him, her face etched with worry. "What's wrong? You look awful." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yuchuan grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her into the master bedroom without hesitation. His actions were decisive, and he pressed her onto the soft bed, his eyes burning with an uncontrollable fire. Tong Hua was stunned by Lu Yuchuan's sudden and unexpected action. He was like a beast ignited, his eyes bloodshot and his breathing ragged. Instinctively, she grabbed the hand he had pressed against her chest, trembling as she asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you like this?" But he didn't answer. Instead, he lowered his head and kissed her, his fiery breath overwhelming her, as though he would consume her entirely in the next moment. It was as if his rationality had been completely obliterated by some unknown force. Finally, she realized this wasn't normal. A fleeting moment of clarity crossed her mind. She realized he had been set up. But by whom? Her aunt? She couldn't figure it out, but she didn't resist him. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his waist, responding to him. Her heart was filled with doubt. Other than her grandfather, who would dare to target him? Yet, she was certain this wasn't her grandfather's doing. An hour later, Lu Yuchuan finally emerged from the frenzy, his body thoroughly drained of energy. The headache that had gripped him began to fade, but exhaustion weighed heavily on him. Leaning back against the bed, he breathed heavily, regaining a semblance of composure, though his anger and frustration were unmistakable. Tong Hua lay close beside him, her cheeks flushed as she avoided his gaze. The master bedroom fell into a brief silence. Tong Hua replayed the scenes from earlier in her mind, her face burning even hotter. Yet her heart ached slightly. He was such an exceptional man, but there were always people scheming against him. Deprived of parental love since childhood, even his adult life was riddled with turmoil. Lu Yuchuan, on the other hand, was in an even fouler mood. He calmly analyzed everything and was almost certain that his aunt was involved. However, he also knew that even she wouldn't leave behind any evidence, just as he had never left a trail when he sent people to deal with Lu Buochuan. "Yuchuan," Tong Hua called softly, turning to look at him. "Do you want me to reapply your medicine?" He snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. "All right." She got up, dressed, and went out to prepare the medicine. When she returned with the bowl of ointment, Lu Yuchuan was already dressed. He glanced at her and said, "Let's go to the study. I need to check an email." "Okay," she nodded, following him to the study. In the study, Lu Yuchuan sat at the desk, extending his left arm to her while operating the computer with his right hand. His deep gaze was fixed on the screen. Tong Hua placed the medicine bowl aside, skillfully unfastened his cufflinks, and gently rolled up his sleeve. The scars on his arm had faded significantly. She applied the ointment with practiced hands, massaging gently to help it absorb more quickly. As Lu Yuchuan browsed his emails, he glanced down at his arm and couldn't help but feel astonished. The speed of his wound's recovery far exceeded his expectations. Noticing his reaction, Tong Hua smiled faintly. "Surprised? Old scars like this usually don't heal so quickly." "They don't," he replied softly, his tone unconsciously gentler. "Don't worry, I've got you," she reassured him. To prevent the ointment from staining his shirt, she carefully wrapped his arm in gauze. "In a couple of days, we'll switch to a different medicine. It'll work even better." Watching her focused and meticulous expression, some of the anger in Lu Yuchuan's heart subsided. "Yuchuan, do you trust my medical skills?" Tong Hua asked as she tied the gauze, looking up at him. He didn't answer, but she could see the trust in his eyes. Squatting beside him, she rested her hands lightly on his knees, her gaze bright as she looked at him. "Yuchuan, what illness does your father suffer from?" Lu Yuchuan froze slightly, his deep eyes settling on her face. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "His illness is one of those rare and complicated conditions. Many doctors haven't been able to diagnose it. It's like the old injury on my arm, something from years ago. While his life was saved, that's about all they managed." "Do you have his medical records? Could you show them to me?" Tong Hua asked earnestly. "The records are all at the family estate, kept by my mother," he replied. "Next time we go back, I'll bring them to you." Clearly, he held some hope for her abilities. Hearing his response, Tong Hua felt a surge of joy. She felt as if the distance between them had closed ever so slightly. Perhaps with a child, this loveless marriage could become more stable. Lu Yuchuan took her hand and helped her to her feet. "You should go take care of your own tasks. I still have work to do." "All right," she nodded, smiling as she stood and left the study. The moment the door closed behind her, the warmth on Lu Yuchuan's face vanished entirely. His expression turned cold, his eyes as deep and chilling as a dark abyss. Picking up his phone, he dialed Lu Miling's number, his voice low and icy. "Lu Yuchuan, why did you leave?" Lu Miling asked in a puzzled tone as the call connected. I just answered a phone call, and I told you beforehand. You're not mad about that, are you? Lu Yichuan's gaze turned cold, his voice laced with frost. Stop pretending, he said, his tone low and restrained. You tampered with the tea. What were you trying to achieve? What are you talking about? Tampered with the tea? On the other end of the line, Lu Miling sounded stunned, her voice full of shock and denial. You know exactly what I mean. There's no need to argue. Lu Yuchuan didn't waste any more words on her and hung up abruptly. His expression remained icy, and any trace of trust he once had for his aunt was long gone. Growing up in an environment devoid of warmth had taught him to keep his emotions at arm's length. Once he had longed for familial affection, but now, he saw it for what it was: fleeting and unreliable. If even the bond between mother and son couldn't be counted on, how could he expect anything meaningful from the relationship between an aunt and nephew? His only wish was to care for his grandfather, to ensure the elderly man's happiness and well-being. Lu Miling didn't call back to explain, and Lu Yuchuan wasn't surprised. His disdain for her had already taken deep root. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Su Ranran sat on the hospital bed. Her ankle was sprained, and a layer of ointment was applied to the swollen area. The doctor had confirmed there were no fractures, but rest and recuperation were necessary. Grandpa, she called softly into the phone, her voice tinged with grievance. Not long after, Grandpa Lu arrived at the hospital, leaning on his cane. As soon as the elderly man entered the room, Su Ranran pouted, her face full of discontent. What's wrong with Yuchuan Jage? What happened, Ranran? Grandpa Lu asked as he approached, his gaze falling on her swollen ankle. Concern was evident in his tone. Was this Yuchuan's doing? I just happened to run into him at the hotel and wanted to say hello, Su Ranran said, her voice full of indignation. But he pushed me. He saw I was wearing high heels and still pushed me. Grandpa Lu listened to her complaints, his brows knitting slightly. Although he didn't know the full story, the sight of her swollen ankle prompted him to soothe her first. Ranran, he probably didn't mean it. What did the doctor say? Is it serious? The doctor said it's not broken, but it really hurts. She looked up, her eyes slightly red, her tone filled with grievance. How could he treat me like this? Just rest well and follow the doctor's advice. Grandpa Lu sighed, his tone softening. By the way, when did you return to the country? How did you end up running into Yuchuan at the hotel? Yesterday, she replied, her voice still carrying traces of resentment. Yuchuan Jage used to treat me so well when we were kids. Sure, people change, but I can't have changed so much that he doesn't even recognize me. The way she repeatedly addressed him as Yuchuan Jage made Grandpa Lu immediately understand her feelings. He smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Ranran, don't be upset. Your Yuchuan Jage isn't the same as before. If he was in such a hurry to leave, it might be because he was rushing home to be with his wife. What? Su Ranran's eyes widened in shock, her face full of disbelief. He's married. Yes, your Yuchuan Jage has been married for quite some time now. The two of them are very much in love. They're even planning to have a baby soon, Grandpa Lu said with a kind smile, though his tone carried a subtle undertone. So from now on, it's better to just call him Lu Yuchuan. Calling him Yuchuan Jage might cause misunderstandings. His words hit Su Ranran like a hammer, leaving her stunned and pale. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. I don't believe it. Watching her reaction, Grandpa Lu sighed inwardly before settling into a chair nearby. His bodyguard stood by the door, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings. Who is his wife? Su Ranran asked through gritted teeth, her voice tinged with defiance. Is she even worthy of him? Is she beautiful? Grandpa Lu chuckled at her question. What matters is that Yuchuan loves her. That's all that's important. He paused, then added with a touch of humor, but to answer your question, yes, she's not only beautiful but also very clever. In fact, I'd say it's Yuchuan who's lucky to have her. This statement was the final blow, leaving Su Ranran completely silent. She lowered her head, her expression betraying a sense of hurt. However, Grandpa Lu showed no signs of softening. His words were deliberate, meant to protect Tong Hua and eliminate any potential obstacles. In Grandpa Lu's eyes, Tong Hua was the Lu family's blessing, the one who would bring prosperity to their household. This belief wasn't just based on her actions but also on his faith in metaphysics. The fortune teller's words were etched in his memory. Tong Hua had the rare quality of bringing luck and prosperity to her husband and family. For Grandpa Lu, that was reason enough to stand firmly by his decision. He didn't need to fully understand the principles behind it, all he needed was faith. Monday morning, at the old Lu family residence in Huading, Grandpa's routine was noticeably different from usual. Instead of practicing Tai Chi after waking up, he brewed a pot of tea and turned on the surveillance footage from Xuanhuadu. He wanted to confirm something after seeing the young couple enter the same room last night. Would they leave from the same room this morning? After all, they'd been married for some time, yet there had been no news of a pregnancy. This had left the old man feeling increasingly anxious. On the monitor, The door to the master bedroom opened, and Lu Yuchuan stepped out. Grandpa stared at the screen, waiting eagerly for what would happen next. However, it wasn't until 10 whole minutes later that Tong Hua finally emerged. This scene left Grandpa stunned. They didn't leave the room together? And to add to his confusion, Lu Yuchuan drove off in his Lamborghini. So what about Tong Hua? Was she planning to take a cab to work? The more Grandpa thought about it, the angrier he became. He picked up his phone and dialed his grandson's number. Lu Yuchuan. Grandpa's voice boomed through the phone. At that moment, the Lamborghini was cruising steadily toward the company. Lu Yuchuan answered the call, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. Grandpa, why are you up so early today? Are you on your way to the office? Grandpa asked, ignoring the question. Yes, Grandpa. And what about Hua? Did you leave her behind, or were you waiting downstairs for 10 minutes? Grandpa's tone turned stern. Hearing this, Lu Yuchuan froze for a moment, immediately realizing that Grandpa must have been watching the surveillance footage. After a brief pause, he explained, It's not my fault. Hua didn't want to leave with me. If you don't believe me, you can call her and ask. Grandpa let out a cold snort before hanging up. This time, he dialed Tong Hua's number. Hua, Grandpa began, his tone much gentler now that the call had connected. Good morning, Grandpa, Tong Hua replied. She was standing at the bus stop just outside the residential complex, a bit puzzled as to why Grandpa was calling so early. Is something the matter? Why didn't you take Yuchuan's car to work? Grandpa asked with concern. Did he bully you, or did he refuse to give you a ride? Tong Hua quickly explained, No, Grandpa. It's not like that. I just don't want to reveal my identity for now. I think it's better to keep some distance from him in public for the time being. It's entirely my decision, not his. I hope you can understand. I'm feeling a bit of pressure right now. Grandpa fell silent for a moment before speaking earnestly. Hua, your marriage will become public knowledge sooner or later. You need to start getting used to being Mrs. Liu. That way, the women out there who have their eyes on Yuchuan will know to back off and mind their place. Grandpa Tong Hua responded softly. Grandpa sighed. Alright, I won't push you. But there's one thing you must agree to immediately. What is it? Tong Hua asked cautiously. Starting tomorrow, I'll have Yuchuan arrange for a car to pick you up and drop you off. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease, Grandpa said firmly. Without waiting for her reply, he hung up, leaving no room for negotiation. Tong Hua stared at her phone screen and let out a resigned sigh. She knew this was already a done deal. Meanwhile, Grandpa called Lu Yuchuan again, his tone still tinged with dissatisfaction. Yuchuan, even if she doesn't want to ride with you, you should have arranged for a car to take her. How could you let her go by herself? Grandpa, please don't be upset. I'll make sure everything is arranged by tomorrow, Lu Yuchuan apologized, trying to soothe him. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. What do you mean by take care of it? You don't care about your wife at all. Grandpa reprimanded him sharply. Grandpa, I was wrong, Lu Yuchuan admitted helplessly. I'm almost at the office. I promise this will be handled by tomorrow, alright? Fine, Grandpa relented before ending the call. Not long after, the Lamborghini came to a smooth stop in front of the company building. Uncle Ku, the chauffeur, quickly stepped out to open the car door. Dressed in a perfectly tailored custom suit, Lu Yuchuan exited the car, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. His confident strides toward the building exuded an air of authority, instantly drawing the attention of those around him. His tall, commanding figure and composed demeanor made him a striking presence. Good morning, Mr. Liu. Morning, Mr. Liu. Employees greeted him respectfully, their voices filled with admiration and deference. Suddenly, a sweet, playful voice called out from the side. Yuchuan Jage. Lu Yuchuan glanced over to see Su Renjun limping toward him, deliberately stepping into his path. Her face lit up with a bright smile. Good morning, Yuchuan Jage. Lu Yuchuan's piercing gaze swept over Su Ranran standing before him. His eyes flashed with a sharp glint, as if he were assessing her intentions. Su Ranran, on the other hand, wore an innocent expression, her tone apologetic yet endearing. I'm really sorry about yesterday. I shouldn't have held you back at the hotel. Your time is so precious. You're not mad at me, are you? Lu Yuchuan's brows furrowed slightly as his cold eyes locked onto her, seemingly trying to determine if she was in cahoots with his aunt. What are you doing at my company? His voice was low and carried an intimidating edge. Su Ranran lifted the employee badge hanging around her neck and replied cheerfully, I'm one of your employees now. Today's my first day. I'm the new designer you hired. She beamed, her eyes filled with excitement. For the Eternal Love series, I'm confident I can create a necklace that will exceed your expectations. Lu Yuchuan's brows knit together ever so slightly, his tone indifferent. Approved by Jiang Man? He had always been detached from recruitment matters, clearly uninterested. Without waiting for a response, he brushed past Su Ranran and strode toward the elevator. Yuchuan Jage. Su Ranran called out, biting back the pain in her foot as she hurried to catch up and squeezed into the elevator. Looking up at him with a hint of excitement, she said, Don't you remember me? I'm Ranran. We met when we were kids. Lu Yuchuan didn't spare her a glance, his tone icy. Since you're here, focus on your work. The workplace is a harsh environment. He pressed the button for the floor where his office was located, clearly uninterested in further conversation. Unfazed, Su Ranran continued to smile. After all, he had finally acknowledged her. She pressed the button for the design department floor and stole a glance at him, her thoughts wandering. He's so handsome, but is he really married? Suddenly, Lu Yuchuan spoke sternly. From now on, address me differently. We're not that close. President Lu. Su Ranran corrected herself obediently, though her tone betrayed a hint of reluctance. I understand. This is the office. Same goes for outside the office, he interrupted, his voice firm and leaving no room for negotiation. Su Ranran fell silent, the atmosphere growing awkward. The elevator chimed as it arrived at her floor. She stepped out with a smile and waved. Goodbye, President Lu. Limping slightly, she left the elevator. Although the medication prescribed by her doctor had been effective, her sprained ankle still ached faintly with every step. Just as she exited the elevator, Department Head Jiang Nan approached her with a warm smile. Hello, Miss Su. I'm Jiang Nan. Hello, Director Jiang. Su Ranran replied with a polite smile, shaking hands with her. Jiang Nan escorted her to the lounge, offering refreshments and showering her with compliments. A faint sense of pride welled up in Su Ranran over the years. She had become a highly acclaimed figure in the design world, and such treatment was nothing new to her. At 8:30, Jiang Nan led Su Ranran into the large open office of the design department. All eyes turned toward her, curiosity evident in their gazes. News of her joining the company had already been shared in a meeting earlier, and her photos online had sparked some buzz. While the pictures were more polished than reality, her features were still recognizable. Everyone, please pause your work for a moment, Jiang Nan announced with a smile. This is the renowned designer, Su Ranran. Let's give her a warm welcome. From now on, she'll be your colleague. Applause followed, and Su Ranran nodded graciously, her tone confident yet composed. Thank you, everyone. While I may have achieved some recognition in design, here at Junyu Group, you are all veterans. I look forward to learning from you. She concluded her introduction with a slight bow. Her words elicited mixed feelings among the designers present. Jack, in particular, couldn't resist rolling his eyes as he adjusted the nose ring he wore, barely suppressing a snarky comment. Unbothered, Su Ranran continued to smile. Honestly, I'm very grateful to Yuchuan Jage. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have joined Junyu Group, and we wouldn't have had the chance to meet. Her tone was light and casual, but the subtle intimacy in her words seemed almost deliberate, as if to emphasize her connection to Lu Yuchuan. Tong Hua glanced up briefly, her gaze indifferent as it swept over Su Ranran. Yet inwardly, she was intrigued. Su Ranran? Another one of those white moonlight types, she mused. Still, she quickly refocused on her work, unlike some of the other designers who couldn't help but think of one word: green tea. After arranging Su Ranran's workstation, Jiang Nan returned to her own tasks. Su Ranran, radiating confidence, carried herself with an air of superiority. Meanwhile, Tong Hua had already completed her latest designer necklace with a unique and elegant style. Its simplicity exuded sophistication, and the intricate details were captivating, compelling anyone to take a closer look. The atmosphere in the large office of the design studio was buzzing with excitement during afternoon tea time. A few designers huddled together, whispering about the arrival of an important guest. Is Mr. Jamie coming tomorrow? I heard he's arriving tonight. One designer said in a hushed tone, their voice laced with barely concealed anticipation. Oh my gosh, I really want to meet him. I wonder if there'll be a chance to take a photo with him. Another chimed in, their eyes sparkling with admiration. With someone as high profile as him, getting a solo photo might be tough. From the moment he lands, there'll be bodyguards following him everywhere. Even the CEO is going to personally pick him up, someone else remarked with a hint of resignation in their voice. Su Ranran happened to pass by and overheard their conversation. She couldn't help but interject. Is Mr. Jamil coming too? Her question drew the group's attention. Two designers exchanged a glance, but Danny, with her flamboyant style, simply raised an eyebrow and continued to focus on filing her nails, pretending not to hear. Su Ranran felt a little awkward, clutching the file in her hands, unsure if she should press further. After a brief silence, her neighbor, Su Mimi, finally spoke up. Known for her approachable demeanor, she said warmly, yes, the biggest name is Mr. Jamie. He's coming to guide the design for timeless elegance. Hearing this, a mix of emotions surged in Su Ranran's heart. Her initial confidence and sense of superiority were instantly halved, but a spark of excitement quickly replaced it. This was, after all, a top figure in the design world. Meeting him in person, and perhaps even learning a thing or two from him, could be a game changer for her skills. Not to mention, snapping a photo with him and posting it on social media would undoubtedly attract a wave of attention and boost her visibility. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly remembered a rumor she had heard. Turning to Su Mimi with a smile, she asked, by the way, I heard our CEO got married. Is that true? Su Mimi nodded gently and replied in a low voice. Yes, the CEO is wearing a wedding ring, so it seems he's married. But he's always been low-key, so we don't know who Mrs. Liu is. Really? Su Ranran was taken aback. Before she could say more, she noticed Tong Hua in the corner suddenly taking off the ring on her finger and slipping it into her pocket, her expression subtly shifting. Su Ranran frowned slightly, then confidently analyzed. I don't think that's likely. Why would he get married so early? Men in their 40s are in their prime. And if he really did get married, wouldn't it have been a grand wedding that made headlines across the country? Who knows? Matters of the heart, Danny interjected lazily, her tone tinged with mockery. Aren't you too close? Always calling him Yuchuanjijui, are you asking us? As she spoke, she pulled out a small mirror to adjust her hair, her voice light but with a sharp undertone. You should just focus on designing your work. As for the position of Mrs. Liu, well, that's fate. Su Ranran was momentarily stung by her remark, her face turning slightly red. She quickly retorted, well, I don't think you're exactly blessed with good fortune either. Danny raised an eyebrow and smirked, replying nonchalantly, oh, I have no intention of becoming Mrs. Liu. Su Ranran decided not to engage further, but inwardly, she felt far from defeated. She thought smugly to herself, Liu Yuchuan and I have known each other since we were kids. Don't forget how much his aunt Meiling used to dote on me. She treated me like her own daughter. Everyone knows proximity breeds advantage. Who wouldn't understand that? Whether or not he's married doesn't matter to me. Men these days, especially powerful ones like Liu Yuchuan, how many of them are truly loyal to their families? Meanwhile, Tong Hua took a sip of her coffee, her eyes shifting from her documents to glance briefly at Su Ranran. She sighed inwardly. First it was Jiang Man, and now it's Su Ranran. She returned to her files, but her gaze was momentarily caught by the notification lighting up her phone screen. It was a message on Little Red Book from Mr. Moon. Master, are you free tonight? I just landed. If it's convenient, could we have dinner together? Tong Hua blinked in slight surprise, not expecting him to arrive so soon. She quickly replied, sure, I'll send you the location after work. Let me find a good restaurant. Before long, another message popped up. No need, I'll send you the location. I'll take care of dinner arrangements. His tone was as gentlemanly as ever, considerate of her busy schedule and taking care of even the smallest details. Tong Hua thought for a moment and decided to follow his lead. After all, he had traveled a long way, and she wasn't familiar with his preferences. She figured she could just pick up the bill later. At the same time, Su Ranran had gotten her hands on the brief for timeless elegance. Skimming through it, she quickly grasped Liu Yuchuan's vision designing a necklace, so striking that it would be unforgettable at first glance. Confident in her abilities, she felt that her years of studying mainstream aesthetics, especially the tastes of younger audiences, would make this task a breeze. She glanced around at the other designers and secretly felt a sense of superiority. My design will definitely outshine theirs. What's Yuchuanjage up to with this timeless elegance thing? She mused aloud in a saccharine tone, holding the brief and speaking just loud enough for everyone to hear. The mention of Yuchuanjage instantly drew the attention of everyone in the office. Even Tong Hua, who usually kept to herself, couldn't help but glance up in her direction. This girl is such a manipulative green tea type. She smiled faintly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, but quickly noticed that everyone avoided her eyes, clearly unwilling to engage. Su Ranran's face showed a fleeting moment of embarrassment, but she quickly masked it. Miss Su. A gentle voice broke the silence. Tong Hua spoke, her tone carrying a hint of curiosity. Are you close with the CEO? Su Ranran's spirits lifted instantly. Finally, someone was talking to her. And it was about the topic she most wanted to flaunt. Her mood soared as she turned around, her face brimming with pride. Of course. We've known each other since we were kids. Wouldn't you say that's close? Tong Hua fixed her eyes on her, her gaze probing, as if trying to discern her true intentions. Childhood friends, she said slowly. Those two words were music to Su Ranran's ears, filling her with delight. A shy smile appeared on her face as she softly replied, you could say that. But Tong Hua wasn't deceived by her outward demeanor. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Liu Yuchuan didn't strike her as someone prone to frivolous relationships. She was still unclear about Shurian's identity, and now another woman, Su Ranran, had appeared. Tong Hua smiled knowingly, her expression thoughtful. Well, it seems like impressive men always have colorful stories. But I heard the CEO is married. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Su Ranran's smile froze instantly. Her gaze swept over Tong Hua with a hint of disdain and contempt. Do you think marriages these days are stable? Her tone turned colder as she let out a soft scoff. Do you think marriage and love are the same thing? Sure, his marriage is a big deal, but the fact that it wasn't made public suggests it might just be a political arrangement. Tong Hua felt a slight jolt at those words. True, there wasn't genuine love between her and Liu Yuchuan. However, she clenched her teeth and silently resolved she would make their life work. She would give Lu Yuchuan 3 children, provide them with a complete family, and never let any woman from outside take advantage of the situation. As the end of the workday approached, Tong Hua's phone buzzed. Mr. Moon had sent her a message on Xia Hongshu, asking to add her on WeChat for easier communication. As soon as they connected, he sent over the location of a restaurant and asked if she needed a ride. Tong Hua quickly replied, No, I can get there myself. With a bit of time left before she clocked out, Tong Hua found a quiet spot and dialed Lu Yuchuan's number. Meanwhile, on the executive floor of the company, a high-level meeting was underway in the conference room. The atmosphere was serious as Lu Yuchuan and several senior executives meticulously discussed the reception arrangements for Jamie, a titan in the design world. Every detail was being planned with precision. When Lu Yuchuan saw Tong Hua's name on the caller ID, he frowned slightly but didn't hesitate. He paused the meeting and said in a low voice, Hold on for a moment. With a swipe of his long fingers, he answered the call, his voice deep. What is it? Hearing the busyness in his tone, Tong Hua felt a bit nervous and quickly said, Are you free tonight? Shall we have dinner together? I'm not free. Lu Yuchuan interrupted her bluntly, his tone calm but firm. Jamie is arriving today, and I need to personally pick him up from the airport. Don't wait for Mejit some rest early. With that, he decisively ended the call. Back in the conference room, the senior executives exchanged knowing glances. Even Mu Chen couldn't help but look over with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Clearly, everyone had guessed that the call was from Mrs. Lu. Though no one knew who Lu Yuchuan's wife was, his attitude during the call suggested their relationship wasn't bad. Noticing the looks from everyone, Lu Yuchuan paused briefly but quickly regained his composure. Setting down his phone, he calmly resumed his instructions. The flight won't be delayed. We need to be at the airport by 8:30 sharp and take him directly to the hotel for dinner. Confirm the timing with the chef. The food must not be served cold. Rest assured, Mr. Lu. I'll handle the timing, one executive promptly responded. Meanwhile, in the design department's open office, Tong Hua didn't call Lu Yuchuan again. She understood the importance of Jamie's visit and knew how seriously Lu Yuchuan was taking this reception. After all, she was only going to have a public dinner with a male friend. There was no need to disturb him further. After tidying up her desk, she grabbed her bag and left the office alone. At the same time, in a hospital room, Lu Miling sat beside the bed, staring at her son's still healing wound. Her eyes showed more irritation than concern. I went through so much trouble to get Su Ranran into the company, and what do? You got yourself kicked out right away. Lu Buochuan snorted derisively, his brow furrowed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Su Ranran? What can a woman like her possibly accomplish? Lu Miling, however, was unfazed. A sly smile curved her lips as her tone lightened slightly. She's beautiful, talented, and most importantly, she's known Lu Yuchuan since childhood. She's our best chance to win him over. It's called infiltrating the enemy's camp. Lu Buochuan let out a cold laugh, his voice full of disdain. Lu Yuchuan is already married. His wife's name is Tong Hua. What? Lu Miling's eyes widened in shock, her face full of disbelief. That's impossible. Lu Buochuan sat quietly on the bed, his eyes fixed on his mother with a seriousness that was impossible to ignore. There was not the slightest hint of humor in his demeanor. Lu Miling, drawn back to reality by her son's piercing gaze, looked momentarily confused before blurting out, He's secretly married? Who is that woman? A girl from such an unremarkable background. How could she possibly win him over? What on earth is wrong with Lu Yuchuan's judgment? Her tone was laced with both bewilderment and dissatisfaction, reflecting the unsolved puzzle that had consumed her thoughts during her days in the hospital. Although Lu Miling accepted her son's explanation, deep down, she struggled to come to terms with it. Su Ranran had lost her value, which meant all of Miling's carefully laid plans had to be scrapped and reworked. The frustration gnawed at her, a dull ache in her chest, though she kept her composure outwardly. By evening, the skyscrapers housing Junyu Group were brightly lit, making the landmark buildings of Rongqing appear even more dazzling. The company had been abuzz with activity for weeks in preparation for the arrival of the renowned French designer, Mr. Jamie. Even Lu Yuchuan had been heavily involved in the preparations, which had been ongoing for over half a month. As the reception time approached, every detail of the welcoming process was triple-checked to ensure perfection. Mr. Jamie was not just any guest, was both a friend and a towering figure in the world of design. His visit was more than a symbol of camaraderie. It was a major event for the design community in Rongqing. News of his arrival had already caused a stir within the industry, with countless designers and fans flocking to the airport just to catch a glimpse of this legendary figure. Anticipating the potential chaos, Lu Yuchuan had arranged for tight security to maintain order. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a taxi left the bustling downtown area and pulled up in front of a sprawling, uniquely styled restaurant. The driver turned and said, "Miss, we've arrived." "Thank you," Tong Hua replied with a smile, scanning the payment code before stepping out of the car. Standing before her was an elegant, mansion-like building exuding a timeless charm. As she walked toward the entrance, She took out her phone and sent a message to Mr. Moon. I'm here. The reply came almost instantly. Just keep walking inside. I'll come down to meet you. As soon as she stepped into the courtyard, Tong Hua was captivated by the scene before her. The misty garden, complete with swings, boats, and a variety of flowers and plants, was beautifully arranged. A fountain bubbled gently to the sound of soft melodic music, creating an atmosphere that felt almost otherworldly. She couldn't resist pausing to take a photo with her phone. Not far away, a tall and handsome European man waved at her with a warm smile that felt as gentle as a spring breeze. Tong Hua glanced around, confirming there was no one else, and pointed to herself in confusion. The man nodded, still smiling, and she began to walk toward him. Are you free spirit? The man asked in fluent, natural-sounding Chinese, his tone brimming with delight. Tong Hua froze for a moment, then asked, You're Mr. Moon? Yes. It's wonderful to finally meet you. Please, come inside, he replied enthusiastically. Tong Hua was momentarily stunned, sizing him up in disbelief before asking, You're a foreigner? Yes, I'm French, the man said with a nod, as though he had anticipated her reaction. Oh my, Tong Hua exclaimed. Your Chinese is so good. I never would have guessed you even understand when I use slang. The man's smile deepened. I have a great love for Chinese traditional culture, so I've spent 10 years learning the language. His face radiated genuine joy as he continued. I never imagined you'd be so young. I thought you'd at least be around my age. Come on in. Tong Hua was caught off guard by his compliment, but followed him toward the restaurant. As they walked, they chatted casually. Tong Hua occasionally glanced at him, unable to resist commenting, You look a lot like someone famous. Who? The man asked with a curious smile. French design maestro Jamil, she blurted out, though her tone lacked conviction after all, to her, most foreign men looked somewhat similar. The man chuckled and asked tentatively, Really? Have you met him? I've seen photos online, Tong Hua replied. His reputation is incredible. No one in the design world doesn't know him. His talent is universally acknowledged. The man seemed thoughtful as he said, Have you seen his work? Not much, Tong Hua admitted candidly, but his fame, well, no one would dare question it. Maybe if he saw your work, he'd think you're just as impressive, the man said with a smile. Tong Hua smiled faintly, following him as they continued walking. They eventually reached a private dining room with a scenic view of the courtyard below. The tranquil and elegant atmosphere was the perfect backdrop for their meeting. The waiter began serving the dishes with swift, practiced movements, clearly prepared in advance. The soft background music filled the restaurant, creating a cozy and relaxing atmosphere. Tong Hua glanced at the signature dishes on the table and couldn't help but say, These are the specialties of this restaurant. They have great reviews online. I hope you'll like them. Mr. Moon smiled gently and gracefully poured her some tea. His fluent Chinese paired with his distinctly European features created an intriguing contrast. A hint of suspicion began to rise in Tong Hua's mind. She discreetly took out her phone and searched Jamie on Baidu. A familiar photo quickly appeared on the screen. Comparing the image to the man sitting across from her, a wave of realization swept over her. Could it really be him? Her fingers tightened slightly around her phone as she looked up at him with a probing gaze and softly called out, Jamil. The man instinctively raised his head, his deep eyes meeting her dark pupils. He froze momentarily before hearing her cautiously ask again, Are you Mr. Jamie? Tong Hua's eyes focused intently, awaiting his response. The man hesitated for a brief moment but did not deny it outright, which only deepened Tong Hua's certainty. Her heart surged with shock. How could it be him? Realizing there was no point in hiding it any longer, the man seemed to relax. He smiled warmly and admitted with sincerity, Yes, I am Jamie. Tong Hua met his candid gaze, surprisingly calm and composed, as if she had swiftly processed and accepted the revelation in just a few seconds. Even so, she still found it hard to believe and couldn't help but ask, But at this time, shouldn't you be on a plane? Her tone carried a strong sense of curiosity. At her words, the man's expression faltered slightly. Tong Hua quickly added, Didn't Mr. Liu from Junyu Group say he was going to personally pick you up? They've been preparing for it all along. There was a hint of probing in her voice. Jamil finally asked, How do you know about that? Tong Hua was momentarily taken aback but quickly came up with an excuse. Because I'm a designer at Junyu Group. I happened to overhear it when I was delivering some documents to the president's office today. Jamil nodded and, while cutting into his steak, casually said, I thought since we've had such a meaningful connection, I had to meet you in person. After all, you are my mentor. What? Tong Hua was caught completely off guard by his words, immediately waving her hands in protest. No, 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 no. How can you call me your mentor? Someone of your stature saying that, imagine what people would think if it got out. Jamil chuckled at her reaction but maintained his seriousness. But you are my mentor. I'm not joking. He placed a piece of cut steak onto her plate and continued, Your guidance has sparked so much inspiration for my creations. Sometimes, just a casual suggestion from you helps me find direction when I'm at a crossroads. Hearing his words, Tong Hua felt a mix of emotions. Jamil's identity brought an invisible pressure, yet it also left her feeling flattered. Sensing her inner turmoil, Jamil spoke with honesty. I adjusted my schedule so I could make time to meet you. I think this mentor-mentee connection is something truly special. In the future, I'll likely be much harder to find the time to share a meal with you. And even if I do, my security detail would probably be with me, which might cause you trouble. As she listened, Tong Hua's complex feelings gradually eased. The two continued to discuss design-related topics, and the atmosphere became light and natural. Jamil spoke in the same tone they had used when communicating on Xia Hongshu, saying earnestly, creating a paradise on Earth is the mission of designers. Then, he suddenly changed the subject. By the way, mentor, there's an upcoming Design Master Exchange event the day after tomorrow. Your company probably only has 3 invitations, right? I can get you an extra one. Would you like to experience the atmosphere? Hearing him call her mentor again made Tong Hua feel slightly flustered, but she didn't want to miss such an opportunity. She quickly nodded in agreement. Of course, I'd love to go. Jamil, seeing her response, smiled with satisfaction. Great. I'll introduce you to some of my friends then. The dinner ended quickly. Jamil offered to drive her home, but Tong Hua, not wanting to take up more of his time, insisted on taking a cab herself. Seeing that it was indeed time for him to head back to the airport, Jamil didn't press further. At Tong Hua's repeated urging, he left first. After watching Jamil leave, Tong Hua began walking toward a nearby bus stop. Just then, a red sedan suddenly pulled up in front of her, blocking her path. The car door opened, and a woman dressed in elegant attire stepped out. She glanced at her phone, comparing a photo on the screen to Tong Hua, before looking up to scrutinize her closely. Yes, it's the same person. Your name is Tong Hua. Lu Miling gave her a scrutinizing look from head to toe, her tone carrying a hint of criticism. Lu Yuchuan's wife? She silently compared the woman before her to Su Ranran in her mind, concluding that this woman was not as beautiful. Unable to hide her doubt, she wondered aloud, is Lu Yuchuan blind? Tong Hua didn't recognize the abrupt appearance of this middle-aged woman, but the latter's attitude and gaze made her feel a vague sense of unease. She began speculating about the woman's identity. The woman smoothed her shawl, lifted the corners of her lips in a faintly smug and authoritative manner, and announced, I'm Lu Yuchuan's aunt. This statement instantly triggered a memory in Tong Hua's mind, the scene from a few days ago when Lu Yuchuan reluctantly agreed to pick someone up from the airport due to his grandfather's insistence. He had returned shortly afterward, drugged by someone. Tong Hua quickly pieced things together and realized that the woman before her must be the enemy involved in that incident. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself, putting on a polite smile and pretending to be oblivious. Hello, Andy. She bowed respectfully, maintaining a composed and graceful demeanor. Lu Miling appeared quite pleased with being addressed as Auntie, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. She opened the car door and, in a tone that left no room for negotiation, said, Get in the car. Let's find a tea house to sit and chat. Tong Hua's internal alarm bells went off, but her face remained warm and amiable. There's a cafe nearby, she said with a gentle smile. If you'd like to chat, there's no need to waste time driving around. Rarely did anyone refuse her, and Lu Miling's brows furrowed slightly as she once again sized up the young woman. Tong Hua's clear, luminous eyes sparkled like rippling water, unexpectedly captivating and hard to look away from. Auntie Tong Hua noticed her displeasure and offered an explanation with a smile. Yuchuan will be here soon to pick me up. We've already arranged it. If I leave, he might not find me when he arrives. This explanation seemed to momentarily catch Lu Miling off guard, as though it disrupted certain plans she had in mind. Tong Hua studied her reaction, silently hoping she would leave. After all, Lu Yuchuan wasn't actually Kamingi was at the airport right now, far from being able to step in. However, to her surprise, Lu Miling raised an eyebrow and changed her mind. Fine then. Let's sit at the cafe nearby. Tong Hua felt a chill run down her spine but maintained her serene smile as she silently followed the older woman into the cafe. Internally, she prayed for some good fortune tonight, as she had no idea what might happen next. The cafe was decorated with a charming rustic style, its atmosphere elegant and tranquil. They chose a table by the window and ordered 2 lattes. Outwardly calm, Tong Hua subtly observed Lu Miling's every expression, trying to decipher her intentions. You and my nephew Yuchuan really got married? Lu Miling asked directly. Her tone appeared casual, but it carried an undercurrent of probing, as if they were a close aunt and niece having a candid chat. Tong Hua caught onto the faint disapproval in her voice, and understood her purpose for being here to verify the authenticity of their marriage. Yes, Auntie, Tong Hua replied gently, though her vigilance remained high. She reminded herself to tread carefully in this situation, staying aligned with Lu Yuchuan to face this potential opponent together. Lu Miling noted her calm and composed response, and her lingering doubts began to fade. It seemed her son's investigation was correct. This woman was indeed Lu Yuchuan's wife. Soon their lattes arrived. Taking a small sip of her coffee, Lu Miling continued her questioning. How did you two meet? Though her tone retained the air of a senior family member, it carried a faintly critical undertone. Tong Hua paused, choosing her words carefully. She wasn't certain what Lu Yuchuan might have told his family, but she knew this woman wasn't here with friendly intentions. She needed to tread carefully. With a serene smile, she replied, in such a vast world, every encounter is a matter of fate. My meeting with Yuchuan was no exception. As for why we got married, it's because we like each other and are a good match. As for keeping it private, it's simply because we believe our life together is ours to live, not for others to judge. Her response was flawless, neither overly detailed nor dismissive. Lu Miling listened, her impression of the young woman subtly shifting. She grudgingly admitted to herself that this girl might be more clever than she had initially thought. Tong Hua's intelligence stood in stark contrast to her modest background, leaving the middle-aged woman before her momentarily at a loss. The woman offered a faint smile, her tone softening with a hint of affection. My Yuchuan has always been a bit cold by nature since he was a child, but he's actually a very kind person. Have you gotten used to married life with him? Her words carried a semblance of genuine concern, much like a senior addressing a junior. Maintaining a polite smile, Tong Hua replied warmly, he's very good to me. We're both quite comfortable in this marriage and are committed to making it work. Her composure and confidence rendered the woman speechless for a moment. The middle-aged woman nodded, though a flicker of dissatisfaction gleamed in her eyes. Inwardly, she was calculating. I need to get something out of this girl before Yuchuan arrives. After all, I'm the elder here, whatever I ask, she can't possibly refuse to answer. The night enveloped the city like a thick ink wash, while neon lights adorned the streets, making them shimmer like a galaxy of stars. A gleaming, luxurious Lamborghini sped towards the airport, with Lu Yuchuan seated in the passenger seat and Ku Shu at the wheel. Trailing behind was a convoy of luxury vehicles carrying company executives, bodyguards, and reception staff. The fleet raced through the city, becoming a dazzling spectacle against the urban backdrop. Inside the car, Lu Yuchuan was dressed in a flawlessly tailored black suit, his crisp white shirt paired with a handcrafted black tie. He turned his head slightly, his gaze drifting out of the window. His sharp, flawless features were as if sculpted to perfection, yet his deep-set eyes concealed all emotion. In this moment, an image of Tong Hua unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. Had she made it home yet? The thought crossed his mind involuntarily. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone interrupted his reverie. His slender, well-defined fingers swiped across the screen, and as he glanced at the caller ID, a faint shift flickered in his eyes. Answering the call, he spoke in a low voice, hello. On the other end, Tong Hua's sweet and gentle voice came through. Yuchuan, didn't you say you'd come pick me up? Are you on your way? Actually, I ran into your aunt, and we're chatting at Wheatfield Cafe right now, so you can take your time. Lu Yuchuan immediately picked up on the subtle plea for help in her tone. His expression darkened slightly, and after just 2 seconds of deliberation, he made his decision. His voice was calm but resolute. I'm coming to get you now. I'm already on my way. Without waiting for a response, he hung up the phone. At Wheatfield Cafe, Tong Hua set her phone down, staring at the screen in disbelief. Was Lu Yuchuan really coming to pick her up? Especially on a night as significant as this after back-to-back important meetings, all of his plans had been geared towards the evening's airport reception. Across from her, Lu Miling, holding a cup of coffee, gave Tong Hua a scrutinizing look, as though forming her own judgment about their relationship. She then casually asked, how long did you two date before getting married? Tong Hua smiled faintly, her tone warm but guarded. Auntie, I'm really sorry. Yuchuan has always emphasized that relationships are a private matter, and given his unique position, it's not something we can openly discuss. Lu Miling hadn't expected such a simple question to be deflected so skillfully. Her tone carried a hint of displeasure as she pressed, am I an outsider? I'm his aunt. Tong Hua maintained her gentle smile, her pace unhurried. Which is why you can ask him directly when he arrives. You know how Yuchuan can be, doesn't have the best temper. Her voice carried a trace of helplessness as she added, I don't mind answering, but I'd hate to upset him. Lu Miling took a sip of her coffee, choosing not to press further for now, though her thoughts churned. When Yuchuan gets here, I need to get to the bottom of this. After all, the confrontation in the hotel lounge last time was far from resolved. Meanwhile, the Lamborghini had already changed course, speeding towards Wheatfield Cafe. Lu Yuchuan picked up his phone and dialed Mu Chen's number, his tone succinct and commanding. I have something urgent to handle. You'll need to go to the airport instead. On the other end, Mu Chen sounded perplexed and anxious. President Lu, what could possibly be so urgent? Jamie is about to land. Lu Yuchuan's response was low and firm, leaving no room for negotiation. I need to pick up my wife. With that, he decisively ended the call. Mu Chen was stunned. Picking up his wife? Since getting married, Lu Yuchuan had become so family-oriented. He was practically the epitome of a wife-doting maniac, and he didn't even bother to hide it, no matter the occasion. Muchen couldn't help but urge, "Uncle could drive faster." Lu Yuchuan's gaze turned icy in an instant, his voice low and commanding. "Hurry up." "Yes, President," Uncle Ke responded, gripping the steering wheel tightly. With one swift motion, he floored the accelerator, and the car surged forward, weaving through traffic at breakneck speed. Lu Yuchuan's deep and unfathomable eyes remained fixed on the road ahead, suspicion brewing in his mind. He didn't trust Lu Miling, nor did he believe in so-called coincidences. After all, Tong Hua didn't know Lu Miling, and there was no way Lu Miling would randomly stumble upon Tong Hua. The only plausible explanation was that she had meticulously investigated and pinpointed Tong Hua's whereabouts. The atmosphere inside the car was tense, but Lu Yuchuan's thoughts drifted to memories of his time with Tong Hua, her making dumplings for him, cooking meals, her innocent and charming demeanor in front of his grandfather, her crafting medicine for him, worrying about his health. Each scene replayed vividly in his mind, and his chest tightened. He was worried about her. Meanwhile, the air inside the cafe was charged with subtle tension. After a brief conversation, Lu Miling began to sense something amiss. The girl had deliberately made that phone call earlier, clearly intending to disclose her location and information to someone else. Lu Miling speculated that Lu Yuchuan might not even show up. After all, tonight he was supposed to be preoccupied. Wasn't that Jumil arriving this evening? Across from her, Tong Hua appeared composed, her face adorned with a faint, calm smile. Yet, a glimmer of vigilance flickered in her eyes. She hadn't touched the latte in front of her, her fingers resting lightly on the rim of the cup, maintaining an air of nonchalance. She was gambling, betting on whether Lu Yuchuan would actually come to her rescue on such an important night. It was one thing for him to promise, but taking action was another matter entirely. The seconds ticked by. Lu Miling's coffee was nearly finished, yet Tong Hua's latte remained untouched. The middle-aged woman noticed this detail, her gaze lingering on the cup as she asked, her tone probing, "Why aren't you drinking your latte?" Tong Hua smiled slightly, her tone light and effortless. "I just had a meal, trying to let it settle." Her response was flawless, natural, and poised. But Lu Miling wasn't ready to let it slide so easily. With a hint of insistence in her voice, she remarked, "You should drink it before it gets cold. Coffee loses its flavor when it cools." Tong Hua's smile remained unchanged, but inwardly, her guard heightened. After what happened last time, how could she possibly trust this cup of coffee? Even though she had suggested coming to the cafe, she wasn't about to let her guard down. At that moment, Tong Hua's gaze unintentionally shifted toward the window. Through the glass, she spotted a familiar Lamborghini slowing down before coming to a steady stop nearby. A surge of hope ignited in her chest, and her eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. Was here. Despite anticipating his arrival, she couldn't help but feel a wave of unexpected joy when he truly appeared. The car door opened, and Lu Yuchuan's tall, commanding figure emerged. Clad in a perfectly tailored suit, his hands tucked casually into his pockets, he strode toward the cafe with measured confidence. Under the glow of the streetlights, his chiseled features appeared even more defined, his deep, piercing gaze sweeping over the glass window to lock onto the two women seated by it with precision. Lu Miling's eyes met his through the glass, and a flicker of guilt flashed within them. Moments later, Lu Yuchuan pushed the door open, his cold, imposing presence permeating the cafe. Tong Hua looked up, her long, curled lashes fluttering slightly. She immediately stood, her voice soft and gentle. "Yuchuan." Lu Yuchuan approached her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. He glanced down at her, his gaze carrying a hint of reassurance. Then, his eyes shifted to Lu Miling, their cold sharpness as biting as a winter frost. Lu Miling rose to her feet as well. Despite being older, she couldn't help but feel her confidence waver under Lu Yuchuan's commanding presence. A faint, forced smile appeared on her face as she met his gaze. The two of them stood there, locked in a silent standoff, the tension between them palpable. Sensing the undercurrent of hostility, Tong Hua, ever astute, offered a gentle smile and spoke at just the right moment. "Yuchuan, I'm going to step away to the restroom. Wait for me, okay?" With that, she gracefully excused herself, leaving the two to face off alone. Lu Yuchuan stood tall and unyielding, his imposing figure like a mountain towering over Lu Miling. His expression was unreadable, but his piercing gaze exuded an undeniable air of authority and pressure. Lu Miling took a deep breath, attempting to ease the tension. In a low voice, she began, "Yuchuan, I looked into what happened the other day. It was the hotel staff's doing. She's obsessed with the idea of becoming Mrs. Lu, so she spiked the tea out of desperation." Lu Yuchuan listened in silence, his face betraying no emotion. Yet, his eyes glimmered with a trace of icy mockery. He didn't believe a word of Lu Miling's explanation. Instead, he regarded her with a detached indifference, as though watching a poorly staged performance. The middle-aged woman was visibly intimidated by Lu Yuchuan's cold and imposing presence. Her smile grew stiff as she hurriedly explained, "Thankfully, no serious consequences occurred. It was my negligence as an aunt. I've already reported it to their manager, and the server has received the appropriate punishment. Lu Yuchuan, however, let out a cold chuckle, his tone laced with sarcasm. In today's society, scapegoats are never in short supply. But spending time and effort investigating something like this? I consider it a waste of life. The implication in his words was clear. It wasn't that he couldn't uncover the truth, he just didn't find it worth the effort. Hearing this, Lu Miling felt a wave of unease wash over her, as though she had narrowly escaped something. The smile on her face became even more strained. Noticing the growing tension between the two, Tong Hua stepped forward with a natural smile. She linked her arm with Lu Yuchuan's and said softly, "Yuchuan, shall we go?" Without another word, Lu Yuchuan strode toward the exit, not even sparing his aunt a parting glance. Tong Hua, as if oblivious to the animosity between them, turned back and waved with a warm smile.
Goodbye, Hattie.
Lu Miling, unwilling to appear weak, curved her lips into a polite smile and replied, "Goodbye. Drive safely." Despite the cordial exchange, she knew deep down that as long as Lu Yuchuan remained the president of Junyu Group, she couldn't afford to fall out with him. Picking a fight with him would bring her no benefit, and Lu Miling was not one to engage in pointless acts. Her ambitions lay far ahead, and she had to bide her time. As the car hit the road, Uncle Ke drove steadily, but the atmosphere in the vehicle was heavy with tension. Sitting in the back seat, Lu Yuchuan exuded an unapproachable aura, his cold demeanor keeping everyone at bay. Tong Hua, still holding his arm, felt the chill radiating from him and slowly let go. In a soft voice she said, "The car has already left. There's no need to keep up the act." She knew his schedule was packed tonight, with more pressing matters to attend to. Yet, as her gaze lingered on his sharp, stoic profile, she couldn't suppress a flicker of unease in her heart. Under the warm yellow glow of the car's interior lights, his classic black and white suit enhanced his refined, elite aura. Even his side profile was strikingly handsome, enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. "Thank you for coming to my rescue," Tong Hua murmured, her voice sincere with gratitude, though tinged with a hint of hesitation as she tried to gauge his mood. Lu Yuchuan, however, remained silent, his eyes fixed ahead, his brows slightly furrowed as if deep in thought. The car sped through the night toward Jianhuadu, enveloping the cabin in a heavy silence. Tong Hua stole a glance at him, her unease growing with each passing second. Finally, breaking the quiet, he spoke in a low, steady tone, "Don't trust anyone except Grandpa." Her eyes widened slightly at his words, and she looked up at him, replying earnestly, "I don't trust her." Her voice was gentle but resolute. "I know you and she don't get along, and the situation that day might have involved her. That's why I deliberately called you, to avoid causing you any trouble." Lu Yuchuan still didn't respond, his deep gaze fixed ahead, his brows faintly knitted. His silence only deepened the oppressive atmosphere in the car. Trying to ease the tension, Tong Hua spoke again, testing the waters. "She probably won't ask me out again." He remained indifferent, showing no interest in the topic. After a brief hesitation, she decided to apologize. "I'm really sorry. I know you're busy today, and you still have to pick up Mr. Jamil at the airport. But..." She trailed off, carefully weighing her words. At that moment, Lu Yuchuan finally turned to look at her, his voice calm but firm. "But what?" Tong Hua pressed her lips together before continuing, "But I know him, so he won't be upset." Her words made his gaze sharpen slightly, skepticism evident in his eyes. "Really, I know him?" Tong Hua insisted, her tone becoming more urgent. Yet Lu Yuchuan merely gave a faint, dismissive smile before looking away, clearly unconvinced by her claim. Tong Hua wanted to elaborate, but she realized she had neither proof nor a compelling argument. He must think her knowing Jamil was limited to recognizing his name, while Jamil himself had no idea who she was. The car continued to race through the night, and soon, the silhouette of Jianhuadu came into view. Just then, as if remembering something, Lu Yuchuan spoke in an indifferent tone. "When is your Mr. Moon coming? I have some free time lately. If there's a dinner, you can bring me along." Tong Hua was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded with a smile. "Of course, I'll definitely bring you along." Internally, she breathed a sigh of relief. There was a chance to prove herself. The car came to a smooth halt, and Lu Yuchuan was the first to step out, his tall and lean figure exuding composure and confidence. Tong Hua followed closely behind, her gaze fixed on his steady back. Unable to hold back, she asked, "Aren't you going to greet Mr. Jamil?" "I've left it to Mu Chen," he replied in a low voice, striding forward without turning back. Tong Hua quickened her pace to catch up, entering the building's elevator alongside him. His slender fingers pressed the button for the 28th floor as the elevator doors slowly closed. As they ascended, she stood beside him, a hint of guilt lingering in her heart, though she couldn't quite find the words to express it. Suddenly, with a sharp clunk, the elevator came to an abrupt halt. The doors didn't open, and moments later, the lights flickered a few times before plunging the space into complete darkness. Tong Hua let out a startled cry, instinctively throwing herself into Lu Yuchuan's arms. I'm scared of the dark. He wrapped an arm around her, his voice calm yet reassuring. The elevators malfunctioned. Before his words fully registered, the elevator jolted and began plummeting downward. The sensation of freefall, akin to a roller coaster, sent a wave of terror through Tong Hua, leaving her almost paralyzed with fear. She clung tightly to his waist as though it were her lifeline. Reacting swiftly, Lu Yuchuan guided her to the side of the elevator, pressing his back against the wall to steady them. One arm shielded her protectively while the other repeatedly pressed all the floor buttons in an attempt to stop the descent. Finally, the elevator came to a halt on an unknown floor, the sudden stillness a stark contrast to the chaos moments before. Tong Hua's heart was still racing, her voice trembling as she called out softly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." His voice was steady and comforting, his arm holding her securely. He reached for his phone and quickly called the building's management, providing a concise account of their situation and location. In the darkness, she remained nestled in his arms, feeling the warmth of his presence and the steady rhythm of his breathing. Her initial terror began to ebb away, replaced by a fragile sense of security. She couldn't help but think how unbearable it would have been to face this ordeal alone. After ending the call, Lu Yuchuan cleared his throat, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Could you loosen your grip a bit? I can barely breathe." Tong Hua froze for a moment before hastily relaxing her hold, though she still clung close to him, her body practically leaning entirely into his. In the pitch-black elevator, their breaths intermingled, and a subtle, comforting fragrance from each of them seemed to mingle in the air, creating an inexplicable sense of connection. Time crawled by as they waited for rescue, each passing second stretching unbearably long. Since the elevator was stuck between floors, the maintenance crew outside had to check each level one by one. After what felt like an eternity, a voice finally called out from outside, "Is anyone in there? Can you hear us?" "Yes, we're inside." Lu Yuchuan responded immediately. "Got it. Help is on the way. Please move back a little. We may need to force the doors open." Lu Yuchuan, already leaning against the elevator wall with Tong Hua, maintained their position. In the darkness, visibility was non-existent. Suddenly, Tong Hua's breathing grew uneven, and she murmured weakly, "What's wrong?" Detecting the change in her tone, he gripped her shoulders, his concern evident. "Are you feeling unwell?" Her breathing became labored, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Lu Yuchuan reached out to touch her face, instantly realizing something was amiss. Without hesitation, he scooped her into his arms, his voice calm yet firm. "Hang in there. It'll be over soon." "Yuchuan, my stomach hurts." Her voice quivered with pain, barely above a whisper. "It might be the lack of oxygen." Raising his voice, Lu Yuchuan called out to the crew outside. "Someone inside is about to pass out. She's in pain. Call an ambulance and hurry up with the doors." "Understood. We're on it." The urgency in the workers' voices was clear as the sound of tools against metal intensified. Yet, the elevator doors remained stubbornly shut, not a glimmer of light breaking through. Minutes dragged on, and Tong Hua's grip on his neck weakened, her body growing limp. Leaning into him, she whispered faintly, "Yuchuan, I'm sorry." He looked down at her, puzzled. "Sorry for what?" "If I hadn't called you, you wouldn't be stuck here with me," she said, her voice tinged with guilt and fragility. "Are you serious?" Lu Yuchuan's tone was low, yet resolute. "What if you were stuck here alone? I might ignore a stranger, but you're my wife." His words brought a wave of warmth to her heart, and despite her exhaustion, a faint smile graced her lips. At least he didn't see her as a burden. After another agonizing 10 minutes and multiple urgent shouts from Lu Yuchuan, the elevator doors finally groaned open with a harsh metallic screech. As light flooded in, Tong Hua had already succumbed to her weakness, her eyes closed and her body limp in his arms. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuchuan tightened his hold on her and strode out of the elevator, making a beeline for the waiting paramedics. The piercing wail of the ambulance siren shattered the stillness of the night as the vehicle sped towards the hospital. Inside, Tong Hua was carefully fitted with an oxygen mask. Though her face was pale and her body weak, her consciousness was gradually returning. A doctor busied himself with her examination, while Lu Yuchuan stayed by her side, gripping her hand tightly, his knuckles slightly white. His gaze shifted anxiously between the doctor's movements and Tong Hua's face before returning to the doctor. His voice was urgent and tinged with worry, trembling slightly like that of a child afraid of losing someone dear. "What's happening to her? Is it oxygen deprivation? Or was she frightened?" At that moment, Lu Yuchuan's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. Tong Hua was the only person, apart from his grandfather, who had ever truly cared for him. Growing up without much familial affection had made him treasure this hard-won warmth even more. Since their marriage, he had grown accustomed to her presence, so much so that she had become an indispensable part of his life. The doctor reassured him while continuing the examination. Don't worry, it doesn't seem to be anything serious. She's just been physically weak lately. The ambulance soon arrived at the hospital, and Tong Hua was wheeled into the examination room. As her husband, Lu Yuchuan could only wait outside. He watched several doctors file in before the door closed firmly, cutting off his view and leaving him feeling utterly disconnected. He paced back and forth in front of the door, his heart racing with unease. He tried to suppress the troubling thoughts swirling in his mind, but the fear of losing someone so dear lingered stubbornly, even though logic told him the situation might not be as dire as he feared. Finally, the door to the examination room opened, and a doctor emerged holding a report. The relaxed expression on the doctor's face should have been reassuring, but Lu Yuchuan couldn't let his guard down just yet. He stepped forward quickly, his voice low but urgent. "Doctor, how is she?" The doctor glanced at him and asked kindly, "What's your relationship to her?" "I'm her husband," Lu Yuchuan replied without hesitation. A smile of congratulations spread across the doctor's face. "Then congratulations, you're going to be a father." The words hit him like a stone dropping into a calm lake, rippling through his mind. For a moment, Lu Yuchuan was stunned, completely caught off guard. He stood frozen before quickly regaining his composure. Taking the report from the doctor, he pressed further. "Does she know?" The doctor nodded, his tone light and reassuring. "She just found out. She was concerned about her stomach pain affecting the baby's health, so she requested a urine test. It's confirmed she's pregnant, though it's still very early, so nothing shows up on the ultrasound yet. Don't worry, the baby is fine, and her condition isn't serious. With some rest and care, she'll recover." As the doctor spoke, a mix of emotions surged in Lu Yuchuan's heart. He looked down at the report in his hands, Tong Hua's image vividly appearing in his mind. In that moment, he understood her intentions and realized she was a kind-hearted woman who genuinely wanted to build a life with him. Not long after, Tong Hua was wheeled out of the room. Though her face was still pale, her expression had softened considerably. Lu Yuchuan stepped forward to take the report and accompanied her to the hospital room. The doctor administered a glucose drip and reminded her to get plenty of rest, assuring them that her weakness and temporary oxygen deprivation were not major concerns and that she would recover with proper care. Once the doctor had finished explaining and left, the room fell silent again. Tong Hua lay quietly on the hospital bed, her gaze cautiously meeting Lu Yuchuan's as he stood by her side. Their eyes locked, and a faint unease flickered in hers. More than joy, she felt fear that he might go back on his word, fear of broken promises. In a tentative voice, she spoke softly, "You said as long as I got pregnant, we could keep this baby." Her words were as light as a feather, yet they carried a heavy weight in Lu Yuchuan's heart. Tong Hua knew all too well that words spoken in the heat of intimacy were not always reliable, and Lu Yuchuan, a man of complexity, was even harder to predict. This child was more than just a new life to him. It represented an heir to the family fortune, entangled in countless interests. And she, herself, was painfully aware that she was not the love of his life. Sensing her apprehension, Lu Yuchuan's previously stern expression softened. He stepped closer and sat down in the chair by her bedside, reaching out to gently take her hand in his. His fingers lightly caressed hers, his movements uncharacteristically tender. A faint smile curved his lips, a smile she had never seen before, one that radiated genuine warmth. His voice was low but resolute, carrying an undeniable sincerity. "Don't worry. Just focus on bringing this baby into the world. Whether it's a boy or a girl, I will love them." Tong Hua was momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed on his eyes, which now held an honesty she hadn't expected. Slowly, the unease in her heart was replaced by a warmth she couldn't quite describe. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she had married for love. A gentle smile spread across her face, radiant and full of a maternal softness. "All right," she whispered, her voice steady with newfound determination. "I'll take good care of myself and this baby, all the way until they're born, until they grow up." "Yuchuan." Tong Hua's smile faded as she looked at him with a serious expression, her tone low but resolute. "For now, I don't want to tell anyone about this, not even Grandpa." There was a hint of caution in her gaze, and he understood her concerns. Trust was something to be guarded, especially when it came to Lu Meiling. The fewer people who knew, the safer the child would be. He nodded solemnly and replied with equal gravity, "All right, I'll follow your lead. Once this foredrip is done, I want to go home," she continued, her voice carrying a trace of weariness but more so a sense of relief. "I feel much better now. I don't want to spend the night in the hospital." "All right," he agreed again, without hesitation. The girl lifted her head and gave him a faint smile, her eyes shimmering with warmth. A wave of comfort surged through her, filling her heart with happiness. In a soft voice, as if making a promise, she said, "Yuchuan, I'll be a good wife and a good mother." "I believe in you," Lu Yuchuan replied, his voice deep and gentle. He made a decision to try and let go of the past, to let go of the name that had once caused him so much pain. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he also understood that life had to move forward. For the things he had lost and could never get back, he chose to let go of his obsession and embrace acceptance instead. He resolved to cherish this woman in front of him with all his heart and to step into the future that belonged to them. On the way home, Lu Yuchuan and Tong Hua sat side by side in the backseat of the car. Uncle Ke focused on driving, and the car was enveloped in silence. Neither of them brought up the topic of the pregnancy again, but he gently took her hand in his. In their hearts, because of the unborn child, a subtle closeness grew between them. I heard there's a design master exchange conference coming up. I'd like to attend and learn a thing or two. Do you think that's okay? Tong Hua broke the silence, her voice tinged with anticipation. I'll save you an invitation, Lu Yuchuan replied decisively. She blinked in surprise, her tone slightly incredulous. Is it being hosted by Junyu Group? Who else do you think? He smirked, a hint of pride in his voice. In Rongqing, who else but me has the influence to gather half the design world? Tong Hua looked at him, her eyes filled with newfound admiration. Smiling, she said, Mr. Jamir told me he'd leave an invitation for me. Lu Yuchuan froze for a moment, turning to her with a puzzled expression. You actually know each other? Yes, we do, she nodded, her smile soft. How did you meet? He asked, a trace of confusion in his gaze. Tong Hua smiled faintly, deciding it was time to come clean. Because he's Mr. Moon. As soon as she said it, she looked up and met his deep, penetrating eyes. Lu Yuchuan's expression instantly became complicated, shock written all over his face. He hadn't expected that the mysterious Mr. Moon was actually Jamir. She chose this moment to tell him because she didn't want any future misunderstandings between them. With a child on the way, they needed to live honestly and openly. Simplicity and transparency were key. Lu Yuchuan frowned slightly, recalling their past conversations. A flicker of unease crossed his mind. He couldn't help but ask, but he called you master? He's your apprentice? Well, sort of. Tong Hua hesitated for a moment but decided to lay everything out. It happened by chance. We followed each other on Zaya Hongshu. I've always loved design, and he's been in the industry for a while. Occasionally, he'd ask for my input and send me his drafts. I'd give him feedback without any reservations, as just an online friend. He found my suggestions insightful and often made improvements based on them. Over time, he started calling me his mentor online. She paused, letting out a soft sigh. But I never knew his real identity. We communicated in Chinese, and he even knew some dialects, so I assumed he wasn't a foreigner. I also thought he was young, maybe a recent graduate. The sheer amount of information left even someone as composed as Lu Yuchuan momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Jamir to genuinely value Tong Hua's design opinions and suggestions. This meant she truly had a talent for design. But wasn't she a skilled doctor specializing in traditional Chinese medicine? Thinking of the injury on his arm that had almost fully healed under her care, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. I'm really looking forward to your timeless design, Lu Yuchuan said softly, his eyes filled with newfound trust and anticipation. Tong Hua met his gaze, a spark of determination in her own eyes. She nodded lightly. My perspective has changed now, so the initial draft still needs some refinement. She spoke with confidence. Timeless will be my gift to our child, a token for their first meeting. The next morning, Tong Hua left the house alone as usual, without accompanying Lu Yuchuan. It was clear that he had no intention of waiting for her either. He seemed to have reverted to his old self, rigid, distant, and cold in his attitude toward her. When Tong Hua stepped downstairs, a sleek black car was quietly parked at the bottom of the steps. The car door opened, and a sharply dressed chauffeur approached her with a polite smile. Good morning, ma'am. This car was specially arranged for you by Mr. Liu. Starting today, I will be responsible for your transportation. Tong Hua gave a faint smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, I appreciate it. The chauffeur handed her a business card, speaking earnestly. This is my card. If you have any transportation needs, feel free to contact me anytime. I'm available 247. Thank you. Tong Hua accepted the card and glanced at him. What should I call you? The chauffeur gave a slight nod and replied, my last name is Li. You can call me Uncle Li. All right, Uncle Li. Thank you for your help, Tong Hua replied courteously before bending down to get into the car. Uncle Li promptly closed the door for her, then walked to the driver's side, started the engine, and smoothly drove her toward the company. As soon as Tong Hua stepped into the design department's large office, she was met with an atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Her colleagues were gathered in groups, animatedly discussing something of apparent importance. Only 3 spots for tonight's Design Masters exchange? Mr. Liu is being so stingy. Director Jiang is definitely going, so that leaves just 2 spots. We're the hosts of this event, and we only get 3 invitations? There should at least be 5 or 6. This is so unfair. It just shows how high-profile this event is. Real big names are attending. I heard some top international designers are arriving around noon today, and arrangements have already been made to pick them up. An event like this is such a great opportunity to learn and network. But security is super tight, no invitation, no entry. I just want to know who will get the remaining 2 invitations in our department. Based on performance, there are more than 2 people who stand out to at least 5 or 6 who are on par. Some of them have won so many awards it's ridiculous. It all comes down to luck. Or maybe connections. The lively chatter filled the room, with a mix of excitement and frustration in everyone's tone. While most people knew their chances of getting an invitation were slim, they still couldn't help but hope. Amid the conversations, Tong Hua quietly walked to her desk and sat down. She noticed Su Ranran sitting nearby, looking calm and composed. Dressed in a light blue, cinched waist dress, Su Ranran sat elegantly like a princess, leisurely applying hand cream. A faint, confident smile played on her lips, as if she already knew the outcome. Su Ranran had every reason to feel assured she was the daughter of Mr. Lu's aunt's best friend, a connection that Director Jiang was undoubtedly aware of. Moreover, she had award-winning designs to her name even before joining Junyu Group, proving she was no mere decoration. On top of that, her striking appearance made her the ideal representative for the company's public image. As for who would get the other invitation, Su Ranran didn't particularly care. She was certain she would be one of the chosen. Not long after, Jiangnan entered the office. The room immediately fell silent, and all eyes turned to her. Ranran, here is your invitation for tonight's Design Masters Exchange. Keep it safe, Jiangnan said briskly, handing a beautifully designed invitation to Su Ranran. Be at the venue by 6:30 p.m. sharp. Your specific seating information will be sent to your phone. Thank you, Director. Su Ranran stood up with delight, walked over quickly, and accepted the invitation with both hands. The gold-edged card shimmered under the light, its intricate design and premium quality clearly reflecting the effort put into it. The other people in the office exchanged complicated glances, some envious, some resentful, and others indifferent. Su Ranran returned to her seat with the invitation, her smile growing even more self-assured. Jack. Jiangnan suddenly called out. Jack, who had recently gotten a new nose ring, stood up upon hearing his name. Jiangnan approached him with another invitation in hand, her tone calm but firm. This one is for you. Make the most of this opportunity to learn and exchange ideas. Jack froze for a moment, clearly surprised to be chosen. Based on design performance, Danny was clearly ahead of him. He quickly recovered and accepted the invitation with a grateful nod. Thank you, Director Jiang. Jiangnan offered no further explanation, clearly intending to avoid stirring up unnecessary conflicts within the team. From her perspective, sending Jack to the event made practical sense. Besides, his performance was strong enough to justify the decision. After Jiangnan left, Su Ranran glanced at Jack and teased, Isn't your real name Zhang Chong? Why go by Jack? Personal preference, Jack replied coolly. Humph. Su Ranran chuckled lightly. Jack frowned and couldn't resist retorting. What's so funny? You think being a nepotism heir gives you the right to act superior. The air in the office instantly turned tense, the charged atmosphere drawing the attention of their colleagues, who looked on with curiosity at the brewing confrontation.